My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 528 to Chapter 577. The appearance of this oddly dressed woman attracted the attention of many people in the nightclub. It wasn't because she was beautiful, but because her outfit was too eye-catching. A black man from an unknown organization whistled and teased her loudly, "Miss, are you here to drink? I'm interested in your appearance. How much?" Instantly, the crowd roared with laughter. The woman ignored their teasing and strange gazes. Instead, she glanced at Rhino and the other panther mercenaries lying on the ground, then glanced at Sloth who was panting behind her. Sloth had somehow knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the woman. Then, he said something in the indigenous language that no one else could understand. After listening, the woman nodded and walked towards the 4 people from Blue Storm. "You're their leader? What kind of person goes with what kind of head? I wonder where these barbarians came from. Are you going to stand up for them?" The female member, Millie, sneered. The strangely dressed woman didn't answer. Instead, she squatted down and placed a hand on Rhino's broken shoulder. Although the bald Rhino was in great pain, he immediately nodded to express his gratitude when he saw the woman's action. The 4 people from Blue Storm didn't know where this woman came from. Seeing that she didn't answer their questions, they couldn't be bothered to care. "Looks like they're going to lick each other's wounds. I'm not interested in playing anymore. Let's go take a bath and stop wasting time here," the tall Alan said dully. "I think so too. Let's go, guys." The man in shades smiled sarcastically at the people on the ground, then led the way to leave. However, before the 4 of them could leave the room, the bald Rhino who had been silent all this time suddenly shouted, "Stop." The 4 of them were stunned. They turned around and were shocked to see that Rhino, who had been hugging his shoulder and finding it hard to even speak, had already stood up. Moreover, his body didn't seem to be injured at all. He was glaring at the 4 of them furiously. How is this possible? The bones from his shoulder to his elbow should have been broken. The man in shades who used the shock ability pushed his shades up and mumbled. Before they could understand how Rhinoceros recovered so quickly, the other 3 jaguar mercenaries who had fallen actually stood up. The bystanders could clearly see that it was because this strangely dressed woman had placed her hands on their injured parts for a while. After the woman got the 4 mercenaries to stand up, she walked back to where Sloth was and placed her right hand on Sloth's injured chest. This time, the 4 members of Blue Storm could clearly see that the woman's hand was surrounded by a faint layer of milky white light, but it was very weak. A few seconds later, Sloth stretched his arms, the pained expression on his face gone. After bowing to the woman to express his gratitude, he glared at the 4 people from Blue Storm and said, "You will pay for your arrogance." Alan squinted at the strange woman and said, "Although I don't know who you are, it seems like you have some witchcraft in your hands. However, even if you can help them recover quickly, it doesn't mean that their strength is comparable to ours. What's with the nonsense? Put this woman down first and be done with it." The man in shades was an impatient person and couldn't be bothered to care too much. With his lean body, he was extremely fast and appeared in front of the woman in the blink of an eye. The palm that could shatter bones in an instant was about to touch the woman's thin shoulder. Bam! Suddenly, an electric arc exploded in front of the woman out of nowhere. Bluish-purple electric currents formed a powerful shield. The moment the man in shades' hand was about to touch the woman, he was paralyzed and penetrated by the electric current. From the side, the electric sparks weren't small and glaring. If it weren't for the fact that the agent from Blue Storm had an extraordinary physique, a normal human would probably have been electrocuted on the spot. Even so, the man in shades screamed and retreated. One of his hands was already charred like a bear's paw roasted over charcoal. The few people who had been watching the show were stunned when they saw this scene. They completely changed their minds about this seemingly weak woman. What was this? A lightning ability user? That wasn't right. She could heal? The speed of her healing was much stronger than the Vatican's power of light. Abbess Xianxia, who was sitting by the bar counter, was also shocked. She turned to look at Yangqing and realized that Yangqing didn't look surprised at all. She asked, "You know that woman?" Yangqing shrugged. "Nope." "Then how did you know that this woman wasn't normal?" Abbess Xianxia asked curiously. Yangqing said, "Even though I don't have much of a conflict with the people from Panther, I've done quite a few missions in the Amazon forest. I've also completed some of my training there. I do have a certain understanding of the composition and strength of Panther. As Abbess Yin Miao listened quietly, the people from Blue Storm were once again facing off against the 5 people from Panther and the woman. But this time, the people from Blue Storm couldn't advance, but they couldn't back down either. They didn't know what to do with that mysterious woman. Panther is a mercenary group with a long history. Actually, when the Europeans first landed in America, they already had their beginnings. At that time, the indigenous people of North and South America, including the Native Americans that still exist today, formed a guerrilla force to fight against the invaders. Unfortunately, although Panther was good at fighting in the jungle, they couldn't defend against the large number of Europeans and their guns and cannons. In the end, they could only retreat to some small, hidden bases. After a few hundred years of operation, they turned from an organization that fought against the invaders into a mercenary group. Almost all of Panther's members came from the indigenous tribes of America and some poor American countries. Even though they weren't rich, they were physically strong. Many of them were the descendants of black slaves who had escaped. Abbess, you should know that those black slaves who could survive all the way from Africa to America were all physically strong. Those black slaves who could escape the manor were even more outstanding. It could be said that almost all of their descendants possessed the strongest physique and innate genes. If we were to talk about which mercenary group had the best physique, Panther would undoubtedly be number 1. Abbess Yin Miao nodded, indicating that she understood as well. However, she was puzzled. These people are indeed physically strong, but they were taken down so easily by Blue Storm just now. It's obvious that they're not worthy of their name. Could it be that the problem is that woman? Yangqing took the time to order another glass of whiskey. He took a sip and said, "That woman is a shaman." What? Abbess Yin Miao thought that she had heard wrong. Panther's mercenaries are physically strong, have rich combat experience, and are adept with firearms. However, this alone isn't enough to make them one of the top mercenary groups in the world. Their strength lies in the profession that has been passed down from the Native American civilization, shaman. Yangqing squinted. Shamans can be said to be the shamans of the indigenous tribes, but they aren't like those deceptive charlatans. The shamans that have been passed down from the Native American civilization are not only responsible for sacrifices and divination, but they also possess some magical abilities. For example, the rapid healing just now, which is a witch doctor's method. Using electricity to form a shield to protect oneself and burn the opponent is a shaman's ability to manipulate the natural elements. That female shaman only used lightning. Actually, shamans can also use wind, water, and fire, which are natural elements. I've seen panthers battle before, and that's how I know about them. Abbess Yin Miao was in a daze. She said, "Why does it sound so mystical? Isn't it just a superpower user with multiple abilities?" Haha, Yangqing laughed. "Abbess, you can't say that. Shaman's power comes from their faith, while superpower users' power comes from themselves. Maybe you don't believe in the saying that faith can give you power, but didn't the Vatican's holy knights and crusaders rely on their faith in the God of light to gain the power to fight against the covenant of darkness? You might think that shamans' healing and elemental powers are mystical, but don't foreigners think that Huaxia's Yellow Flame Iron Brigade's martial arts and internal energy are mystical? Even the ordinary citizens of Huaxia wouldn't believe that there are people in Huaxia who are capable of leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls." Abbess Yin Miao frowned, tacitly agreeing with Yangqing's words. Indeed, in this world, it wasn't strange for different civilizations to have different abilities. As long as one hadn't seen it before, it would be inconceivable. However, many things existed, it was just that one hadn't noticed them yet. "Hey, look, Abbess. The real show is about to begin." Yangqing pointed at the two groups of people and laughed wickedly. Abbess Yin Miao looked over and couldn't shift her gaze away. The 5 mercenaries from Panther were already locked in battle with the 4 superpower users from Blue Storm. The 5 of them were in a pincer formation, and they were using military combat techniques to attack ferociously. The strange thing was that the 4 superpower users weren't able to easily defeat the 5 of them. It seemed like their abilities had lost their effectiveness. Tall Ellen was good at using his aura. At one point, he wanted to use compressed air and then use a high-pressure ejection method to send his opponent's bald rhinoceros flying. However, no matter how he used the power of the high-pressure air, the rhinoceros would only pause for a moment before immediately pouncing on him to fight. Millie was even more helpless. She kept opening her mouth in an attempt to stimulate her opponent's brain with sound waves, but her opponent didn't seem to feel anything. The more they fought, the crazier they became, and a bloody scar had already appeared on Millie's face. The remaining man in shades was also in a miserable state. His speed was much faster than the others, but the 5 mercenaries were all on par with him in terms of speed. Moreover, their strength was surging and endless. Every time the man in shades wanted to shatter the mercenaries' bones, he would be depressed to find that their body's strength had increased by a few times. The effect of the shockwave was actually not enough to shatter their bones. At the back of the battle, the female shaman stood there quietly. She raised one of her hands and occasionally drew some strange red transparent patterns in the air, like a leisurely and elegant painter. Every time she finished drawing a pattern, the pattern would attach itself to the body of the mercenary in battle and disappear in an instant. Abbess Xianxia was dumbfounded at the sight. She had lived for more than 60 years, but she had never seen anything like this before. That female shaman only needed to draw what she saw as scribbles, and she was able to turn 5 boorish men who were no match for the enemy into an overwhelming advantage? Looking at it from another perspective, if the 2 sides were evenly matched, wouldn't the side with the shaman be able to instantly kill the other side? That shaman. What is she doing? Abbess Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Yangqin was watching with great interest as well. He explained slowly, it's a totem. You can understand it as the talismans used by Huaxia's Taoists. The difference is that they don't need cinnabar or anything of the sort. All they need is the shaman's own mental strength to draw it. Totems are also a type of magic that can strengthen the panther warriors in all aspects. Look, be it in terms of strength, toughness, or agility, they're completely different from before. The Blue Storm mutants can no longer deal any damage to them. Abbess Xianxia naturally understood that the people from Blue Storm were already in a terrible predicament, struggling bitterly. If it weren't for the fear of embarrassing themselves in front of so many countries, they would have run away long ago. Isn't that woman able to use sound waves to attack? Can she block them too? Abbess Xianxia asked in confusion. Yangqing said matter-of-factly, what's so difficult about that? Sound waves only stimulate the brain to achieve the effect of controlling one's nerves. That shaman has lowered the sensitivity of these 5 people to the lowest possible level. Even if they're stimulated, they won't feel anything. Simply put, these 5 people are living, breathing, human flesh machines. Abbess Xianxia was shocked. Human flesh machines? Could they actually reach such a barbaric level? Abbess, look carefully. That female shaman is planning to end the battle, Yangqing reminded as he raised his wine glass. Right at this moment, the female shaman's brown eyes suddenly turned blood red. Following that, as she muttered an incantation, her 2 hands quickly drew a pattern in the air that was more complicated than any of the previous totems. When the blood-red totem flew towards the bald rhinoceros and covered his strong body, the rhinoceros immediately underwent a huge change. In front of everyone's eyes, Rhinoceros's upper body actually began to forcefully grow taller. Accompanied by the crack of its bones, starting from its abdomen, chest, arms, and even the muscles of its face began to expand wildly. In the blink of an eye, the rhinoceros's 2-meter-long body had grown to a height of 2.5 meters. Rhino's tight-fitting black short-sleeved shirt had long been torn apart by his huge body. The bronze-colored muscles on his upper body were like a marble sculpture from the Renaissance period. However, his appearance was simply like a monster from a sci-fi movie. Rhino's sudden change almost made the 4 from Blue Storm forget where they were. They stared dumbly at the bald rhino, speechless. As for the other 4 jaguar warriors, they retreated to the side and looked mockingly at the 4 from Blue Storm. Suddenly, Rhinoceros's tiger eyes shone with a bewitching blood-red light. With a loud roar, he raised his football-like fist and smashed it towards the tall Alan who was closest to him. Watch out! The other middle-aged man in the Blue Storm, who hadn't used his special ability all this time, shouted and stretched his hands forward. A visible light blue light sphere shield appeared in front of the four of them, blocking the violent punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, a large part of the light blue shield was actually dented by the impact. It's an anti-particle barrier. No wonder this guy hasn't used his ability all this time. This kind of move is only good for defense. Xianxia smiled evilly. Unfortunately, they underestimated the power of the shaman's bloodlust spell. Xianxia, who was at the side, thought that Xianxia would say that the power of the anti-particle was not to be underestimated. She didn't expect him to say that it wasn't enough. In the next second, Xianxia immediately understood why Xianxia would say that. Rhinoceros, who had been cast with the bloodlust spell, laughed sinisterly. He didn't even retract his fist that had just been blocked. Instead, he took a step forward. Bang! The fist pierced through the anti-particle barrier, which could withstand the impact of the rocket launchers, and hit Alan, who didn't manage to dodge in time. It was hard to tell how much weight the fist carried. The seemingly strong Alan only took a single blow before he was sent flying. Half of his face was distorted beyond recognition. Rhinoceros's revenge wasn't over yet. Without waiting for the other three to retreat, he raised his fist and smashed it again. Whether it was speed, strength, or accuracy, Rhinoceros made the three from Blue Storm powerless to resist. Almost one for one, the three of them were sent flying and smashed into the wall. Other than the music playing, no one made a sound. Everyone stared blankly at the monster-like rhinoceros, who had single-handedly defeated the four arrogant Americans. That's the bloodlust spell? Xianxia watched carefully. That kind of speed, even she might not be able to dodge it. That kind of power wasn't something she could withstand either. She couldn't help but be shocked. Xianxia nodded. That's right. Although the bloodlust spell is powerful, if it wasn't for Rhinoceros's strong physique, he would have died from the explosion. So, if Panther's warriors are the leopard's body and flesh, then the Panther's shamans are the leopard's brain. Those? Xianxia exclaimed, don't tell me there's more than one shaman like that girl? Xianxia thought it was ridiculous. Abbas, you're underestimating Panther too much. Panther's regular troops have at least 1,000 people. How could there only be one shaman? Even if there aren't many, there's still more than enough to count with two hands. It's because of the existence of shamans that they can roam the Americas. Otherwise, they would have long been wiped out by the special forces organized by the government. Xianxia's heart was indescribably agitated. In the end, she could only sigh. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons overseas. Although our Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has been working hard to recruit new blood, it seems like we've been too lax. When I return this time, I'll have a good talk with General Kai and see if we can add more people like the Berserk Dragon Reserve Squad. Xianxia didn't care about those things. He pretended not to hear Xianxia's nagging. Otherwise, if he were to participate and help them train, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The battle that started because of a quarrel ended just as quickly as it started. In the end, Panther turned the tables on Blue Storm in a situation that most people didn't expect. Panther's members didn't plan on staying in the nightclub. After the battle ended and their bodies recovered, they followed the female shaman and left with their chests puffed out. As for the four Blue Storm members who had been lying on the ground, they waited for the other party to leave before carefully getting up and leaving the hall through a small door. This caused quite a few people to laugh at them. However, it was also because of this battle that many organizations came up with new plans for the Sword of Thanatos. Everyone realized that some opponents weren't as strong as they thought, and some weren't as weak as they seemed. Xianxia finished the whiskey in his hand and stood up. He waved his hand at Xianxia. Abbas, I'm going to see an old friend. I don't want them to misunderstand that I'm being disrespectful to you. Xianxia looked like a charming and beautiful woman. Xianxia wouldn't be able to take it if he was misunderstood. Xianxia shot a disdainful glance at Xianxia. Although she looked young, she was already old enough to be a grandmother. She wouldn't care too much about misunderstandings. Xianxia leisurely walked around a few pillars and across the dance floor. He came to a corner near the stage. This area was secluded and there weren't many people. After all, there weren't many people on the ship. Around a few round sofas, a dozen handsome men in suits had already stood up. One of them was Sauron, who had already boarded the ship. The group of people watched Yang Cheng's arrival. When Yang Cheng walked in front of them, they bowed at the same time and greeted Yang Cheng in their own languages. Yang Cheng gestured for everyone to sit down. "Don't make such a big fuss. I thought you guys understood my intentions since you didn't come over on your own." "Sauron, didn't I tell you to pretend we don't know anything?" "Your Majesty Pluto, I thought you didn't want to hide it anymore." Sauron explained expressionlessly. Yang Cheng looked left and right. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to them. He smiled and said, "It's not like you guys don't know how many enemies I have. More than half of the organizations on this ship have a grudge against me. If they know I'm on the ship, even if it's nothing to be afraid of, it'll still be troublesome." Everyone laughed heartily. They were happy to see Yang Cheng again after nearly 2 years. Thinking back to those passionate days when they made enemies everywhere, they thought of many interesting things. Yang Cheng sat in the middle of the crowd and looked around carefully. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, and his tone softened. "I wasn't here for 2 years. Sauron, you've been managing Sea Eagles and Zero alone. It's been hard on you. But now, it seems that everyone is doing well. There's less of the smell of blood on you and more of a human touch. Your Majesty Pluto, the orders that Zero takes on every year are 1/3 of the previous years. If it weren't for the fact that our assassins are the best in the world, we wouldn't be the world's #1 assassin organization in terms of the number of orders we take. Most of the time, everyone has switched to other professions, so it's natural that things have changed." A bearded Middle Eastern man laughed. "You're Abdul, right? Why are you growing a beard?" Yang Cheng held back his laughter. Abdul was stunned and said happily, "Your Majesty Pluto still remembers me, I'm really flattered. As for this beard, it's because I'm married, and my wife thinks I look good with a beard." Yang Chen was surprised. "You're married? You're not an assassin anymore?" "Not anymore. I've been tired of it for a long time. I'm now just the regional representative of Zero. The year Your Majesty Pluto returned to Xianxia, I also threw my weapon into the Red Sea. Now I'm the father of a 1-year-old child," Abdul said proudly. Sauron said with a stiff face, "Although most assassins don't have a good ending. But because of Your Majesty Pluto's protection, even after our assassins retire, no one will easily take revenge on us for fear of bearing your anger. There are also many people who directly move their whole family into the Forgotten Realms. If Your Majesty Pluto has time, you can go there and take a look. That old man Ron takes good care of that place. He said that he's waiting for Your Majesty Pluto to return and give you a surprise." The other members of Sea Eagles and Zero praised him as well, sincerely hoping that Yang Chen would go back soon to take a look. Yang Chen looked at his subordinates who were smiling. It would be a lie if he wasn't touched. He slowly took out a cigarette from his shirt pocket, and someone beside him immediately lit it for him. Yang Chen took a puff and said, "I have to take some time to go and take a look at that old man Ron. When the time comes, I'll also go there and see how everyone's living conditions are. Since I publicly said that the area is under my protection, I can't really not go there for a few years. But what I'm most gratified about is that everyone's faces aren't as bleak as before. Your eyes used to be empty and numb, but now, it makes me feel very warm. It seems that my decision to return to Xianxia and stop the strategic expansion was the right one. Now, all of you make me feel a real sense of accomplishment." Listening to Yang Cheng's words, everyone was silent and had a smile on their face. It was obvious that they had a deep understanding. Right at this moment, Yang Chen felt something. Frowning, he raised his head to look at the sofa next door. On the back of the sofa, there was an unfamiliar figure lying horizontally. It was a white-haired man wearing a blue samurai suit. His face was cold and handsome, and his almond-shaped eyes were a little demonic. His white hair was very long and meticulously combed at the back of his head. A hexagonal samurai sword with a wooden shell hung from his waist. Compared to ordinary samurai swords, this sword was more like a woman's decoration. What made Yang Cheng feel unusual was that this guy suddenly appeared there and lay there. Even his own perception ability almost didn't capture his arrival. The white-haired man saw that Yang Cheng saw him and grinned evilly. He took out a wine bottle from nowhere. The porcelain bottle looked like it was specially used to contain sake. Holding the wine bottle, the white-haired man took a sip and exhaled in enjoyment. At this time, the others also saw Xianxia's abnormality. They followed Xianxia's gaze and found the white-haired Japanese samurai. This time, everyone's heart instantly jumped to their throats. Why? It was very simple. Everyone here was a world-class mercenary or killer. A guy was lying on the sofa next to them unknowingly, and they didn't even realize it until now. This person was definitely not ordinary. Sauron and the others subconsciously began to focus. They had never seen this white-haired man before. They did not know where he came from or whether he was a friend or foe. The white-haired man saw everyone's nervous attitude and curled his lips arrogantly. The leader of Zero and Sea Eagles is only at this level. What a disgrace. What did you say? Hearing the man's provocative words, Abdul's eyes instantly turned from calm to sharp. The others also looked unfriendly. Although they knew that this man had a strange background and was probably not easy to deal with, they were not afraid of him. Being ridiculed in front of Xianxia made the mercenary leaders and assassin leaders feel embarrassed. The white-haired man scratched his ear and took another sip of sake. I'm not interested in arguing with you. I'm just curious. I'm here to see if this man is your leader who's been cowardly for more than 2 years, the guy called Hades. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present felt as if they had sunk into darkness. Killing intent rose in everyone's heart. If the white-haired man had looked down on them, they could still say something. After all, they were not at the age where they were stupid. However, they could not tolerate Xianxia speaking so disrespectfully in public. To many of them, if it wasn't for Xianxia, they would just be drifting duckweed, with no foundation to speak of. They might have been killed by their enemies many years ago, or they might have been constantly worried about being assassinated by their enemies. They didn't even dare to have families or children, because they could only rely on themselves. No one would be responsible for their lives. It was Xianxia's appearance that allowed this group of cold-blooded and gloomy figures to stand on the stage of the world. They were not afraid of the anger and hatred of any country, and could once again be human. If one were to say that these soldiers who had survived from the battlefield and climbed out of a pile of corpses had any so-called faith, it would undoubtedly be Xianxia. You deserve to die. The hot-tempered Abdul had just said that he would no longer be an assassin, but now he could not hold it in anymore. A scarlet dagger had appeared in his left hand. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Abdul had already moved from his original seat to the sofa where the white-haired man was lying. The scarlet dagger looked as if it had never been wiped clean by blood. In the darkness, it was like a dark red lightning as it slashed across the white-haired man's throat. Even though he had not made a move for many years, Abdul had not lost the cleanliness of the world's top assassin. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he suddenly charged forward. Slit the throat. Without the slightest bit of sloppiness, it was done in less than half a second. Humph, this is the price for being disrespectful to His Majesty Pluto, Abdul sneered disdainfully as he felt his dagger slit the white-haired warrior's throat. In his eyes, this man was already dead. Almost everyone else present also believed that the white-haired man was already dead. They were very clear about Abdullah's methods. Even if he was a ninja of Yamata sect, who was famous for his speed, if he wasn't a Jin-nin, he wouldn't be able to dodge that sudden attack just now. As for the ninja of Jin-nin level, Hanya is the only one left in Yamata sect. However, when Xianxia saw this scene, he only narrowed his eyes with a trace of surprise. In the next second, when Abdul was about to put away his dagger, the dead man in front of him suddenly became blurry. Yes, it became blurry. Like the shadow of the moon in the water, after being disturbed by the ripples, it gradually became unclear and started to dissipate. In the end, it actually disappeared. Big guy, why are you in a daze? The white-haired man's voice suddenly came from behind Abdul. Abdul's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously stabbed the dagger towards the man's heart. It hit. Abdul felt his dagger piercing his heart. That feeling, he would definitely not be wrong. In this half of his life, he had pierced through too many hearts. However, everyone present, including Abdul, once again saw an inconceivable scene. The white-haired man's figure, which had been pierced through, became blurry. After a few ripples, it disappeared once again. In the next moment, the white-haired man's feet were already on the sofa in front of Abdul. No one knew when, but a pipe had appeared in his mouth, and he was smoking it in satisfaction. Boring, I'm not playing with you anymore, the white-haired man said something that could anger the assassins to death. Abdul was about to attack angrily again, but unexpectedly, before he could do anything, his chin was kicked by the man's heel. Ah! Abdul cried out in pain. His body flew 3 meters away in a parabola and landed heavily on the ground. Although this wouldn't cause much damage to Abdul, the fact that he was sent flying so easily was enough to prove that it was meaningless for Abdul to continue fighting. At this moment, everyone present also recognized the reality. Although they were unwilling, the white-haired man's strength wasn't something they could deal with at their level. Involuntarily, everyone looked at Xianxia with great anticipation. Xianxia rubbed his forehead in distress. He sighed and asked, although I've never seen you before, nor do I know why you're here to provoke me, I'm guessing that you're from Japan's Takamagara, right? But I'm guessing that you should be from Japan's Takamagara. The move you just used isn't something that can be done with ordinary ninjutsu or genjutsu. Otherwise, Abdul wouldn't have been unable to differentiate the real from the fake. The white-haired man blew out 2 rings of smoke and looked down at him from above. What are you trying to say? You really don't know how to chat. Xianxia smiled bitterly and stood up. I wanted to ask why you came looking for me. We can talk things out. I'm here on vacation, not to fight. However, since you've already kicked my brother out, I feel bad if I don't help them get back at you. The white-haired man grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. However, before we fight, I can tell you my name and background. Oh? I'm Nurarihayan, the general of Takamagara, Nurarihayan said plainly. Xianxia was surprised. As far as he knew, although Takamagara existed, the monsters had always been minding their own business. At most, some of them had a closer relationship with each other. This man was actually the general of Takamagara. Judging from the way he addressed him, he had already unified all the monsters in Takamagara. The 9-tailed fox and the 9-lives demon cat that he killed in Nijo Castle were stronger monsters in Takamagara. If they had already formed an organization back then, they wouldn't have gone against him on their own. One could imagine that the unification of Takamagara was achieved in just a few months after he returned to Zhonghai from Japan. It's not good to be in a daze. While Xianxia was thinking about these things, Nurarihayan's voice suddenly rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia didn't even think, his battle instincts made him tilt his head backwards, whoosh. The sound of air being torn reverberated from where his head was. Nurarihayan's 6-edged wooden scabbard pierced right through. Nurarihayan wasn't too surprised that Xianxia was able to dodge it. He took back the scabbard and tapped it on his shoulder. It was as if he was holding the scabbard to scratch his itch and not his weapon. Wow, that's incredible speed. Sure enough, the one in front is different. Nurarihayan said lazily. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He laughed happily. This not only puzzled Sauron and the others, but also Nurarihayan. Pluto, why are you laughing? Nurarihayan asked. I'm laughing. Why do you look so much like me when I'm at work? Xianxia rubbed his chin and looked at Nurarihayan carefully. No wonder my wife always says that I'm not serious. My appearance and my tone are indeed not very likable. However, since you look like me, I'll support you. This look is actually quite good. A strange expression flashed across Nurarihayan's face. He turned his neck and said, Do you know why I'm looking for you? I don't know. I don't really care about the reason. I've killed many of your people from Takamagara. There are countless people in the world who want to eat my flesh and drink my blood. If I have to find out the reason, they won't even need to do anything. I'll be dead tired. Xianxia shrugged. A trace of coldness flashed across Nurarihayan's eyes. He smiled evilly and said, Even if you don't know, I have to tell you, 2 years ago, the snow lady you killed on the island, was my fiancé. Xianxia was stunned. Nurarihayan was also looking for him because he was related to the snow lady? Back then, 9-tailed fox and cat demon wanted revenge because they were sisters with the snow lady. And this man was actually the snow lady's fiancé? Xianxia couldn't help but feel vexed. He brought this upon himself. Because he killed the Snow Lady and the others, 17 left him and Nijo Castle almost entered the cycle of reincarnation. Now, the general of Takamagara appeared to cause trouble for him. Do you know why I insisted on telling you about this? Nurarihayan asked. Yangqing shook his head. I can't even guess the thoughts of humans. How can I guess the thoughts of you demons? Although no one had ever proven that these people from Takamagara were monsters cultivated from animals, plants, or inanimate objects, it was a fact that they weren't humans. Let me tell you. Nurarihayan raised the sheath knife in his hand and pointed it at Yangqing. Because I'm going to make my move now. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden scabbard in Nurarihayan's hand buzzed and shot towards Yangqing's forehead like a bullet. Although it was incredibly fast, it didn't pose much of a threat to Yangqing. With a slight dodge, he was able to avoid the scabbard. After the seemingly fragile wooden hexagonal scabbard was dodged, it was directly inserted into the steel wall behind it. It actually did not go in. The name of this scabbard is Yomi Kaimaru. It never kills humans, only monsters and ghosts. However, you are not a human. As Nurarihayan introduced the short scabbard in his hand, he appeared 1 meter in front of Yangqing. He raised his hand and the scabbard fell. It seemed like the simplest move, but it was the most effective and difficult to avoid. In Yangqing's eyes, Nurarihayan's swordsmanship was even more ferocious than that of the ground ninja Nariko Okawa. Moreover, the seemingly light scabbard fell like a thunderous iron hoof or a surging tide. It was unavoidable. Good swordsmanship. Yangqing was a little interested in fighting because he knew that Nurarihayan was a real expert. Seeing that the scabbard was about to fall on his skull, the endless resolve restoration scripture innate chi in Yangqing's body naturally formed an invisible shield. When the scabbard touched the edge of his body, it was blocked for a few milliseconds. Yangqing used this time calmly. He tilted his head a few centimeters and tilted his body. At the same time, Yangqing's hand gathered enough strength to smash Nurarihayan's body. He swept his palm over domineeringly. Immediately after, a strange feeling appeared in Yangqing's mind. His hand had indeed touched Nurarihayan's body, but his profound fighting instinct told Yangqing that it was all fake. Sure enough, as Yangqing expected, Nurarihayan, who had been hit, dissipated into the air like cherry blossom petals. When Yangqing looked up, Nurarihayan was already 3 meters away from him. The Yamakarimaru in his hand was slender and gleaming with a cold light. Is this your witchcraft or your ultimate skill? It's such a headache. Yangqing regretfully retracted his hand. Nurarihayan did not answer. Instead, he asked, Did you unseal yourself just now? Yangqing was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed and said, Unseal? How is that possible? You're not a god. If I unseal you, I'll be violating the Treaty of Gods. Don't joke with me. Then how did you block my attack? For the first time, Nurarihayan furrowed his brows and said, I grew up on the coast of Okinawa. I've been practicing my swordsmanship for 20 years. I believe that there's no one in this world who can avoid my sword without paying a price. Although you've become a god, if you hadn't unsealed yourself, how could you have blocked my saber? 20 years? Yangqing suddenly realized why Nurarihayan had only unified Takamagara recently. It turned out that he had been practicing his swordsmanship all this while. Therefore, it was reasonable that he only found out about the death of Yuki Anna recently. It was understandable that a demonic guy who had been practicing his swordsmanship for 20 years could carry the aura of a magnificent army with just a swing of his saber. Humph, Takamagara fella, don't be too arrogant. Even if His Majesty Pluto was unsealed, he's still not someone you can match, one of the 0 assassins cursed. Yangqing gestured for them not to interrupt. He looked left and right. Fortunately, there were not many people on the ship and there were no passers-by. Otherwise, he would not have made a move here. Yangqing waved at Nurarihayan and said, Continue. As for why I was able to avoid it, I can tell you that it's because I've practiced Huaxia's internal energy. But now, I'm very interested in your sorcery. Come and fight me again. I want to see it a few more times. Are you humiliating me? Nurarihayan's expression turned cold. Judging from Yangqing's attitude, he obviously did not see him as a threat. Yangqing chuckled and didn't explain. What he wanted to do was to provoke this fellow. Nurari did not say anything else. Suddenly, he grasped the hilt of his saber with both hands. Then, he pointed the tip of the saber downwards and released his hands. The saber blade did not make a sound when it hit the ground as the onlookers expected. Instead, it sank into the ground. Bright mirror. Sure sway. Nurari softly spat out the 4 Chinese characters and closed his eyes. Just as Nurari closed his eyes, Yangqing was shocked to find that the guy had disappeared in front of his eyes. How is this possible? Even if he was invisible, he should still be able to sense his opponent's aura. But this time, Yangqing really did not feel anything. Not only Yangqing, but Sauron and the rest who were watching nervously from the sidelines were also shocked by this strange scene. It was as if Nurari had evaporated from the arena. No one could sense his presence. Of course, no one was stupid enough to think that he was no longer there. Just as everyone, including Yangqing, was looking around, a moonlight saber light slashed down from the back of Yangqing's shoulder. Yangqing's superb combat instincts allowed him to react almost at the same time. He leaned forward to avoid the attack, but his clothes were still cut by the saber light. Yangqing turned around abruptly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Nurari who had appeared behind him. If not for his innate chi protecting his body, Yangqing could imagine that even if his arm was not cut off, it would still be cut open. Although he could heal quickly, the fact that Nurari was able to injure him was already terrifying. Nurari sneered as he glanced at Yangqing. He stood sideways with a mocking look in his eyes. It's not over yet. After saying that, Nurari figure once again disappeared in front of Yangqing's eyes. This time, Yangqing did not wait any longer. He immediately circulated his innate chi and released an invisible shockwave around his body. Bang! Nurari figure suddenly appeared in midair. He was sent flying by the explosive force of the innate chi and hit the ceiling of the karaoke hall. Sure enough, if not for Yangqing's quick reaction, he would have suffered a small loss from the next attack. Nurari clear mirror water technique was finally broken by Yangqing's deadly method, which made the spectators heave a sigh of relief. They knew that His Majesty Pluto could not be defeated. The crowd was reassured. Although Nurari was sent flying and hit the ceiling, he did not suffer any substantial injuries. He only got some dust on his body. After landing on the ground, he waved his sleeves. You used Huaxia's internal energy again? Nurari snorted. You have some skills, but it's not that profound. If I had used more strength, you might not have been able to send me flying. Yangqing was looked down upon, but he was not annoyed. He was also too lazy to tell Nurari that he had only used less than 20% of his innate chi. He smiled and said, again? I don't think you only used this one move. I'm sure you didn't use your full strength. I want to see how far you can go. Nurari shook his head and said, I'm not here to duel with you. I'm just here to see if you have the strength to fight with me. Since you've proven yourself, it won't be too late for me to fight with you when we're competing for the Sword of Thanatos on the island. Yangqing was a little disappointed. He did not intend to fight at that time. He had no interest in the sword. Moreover, he felt like a clown fighting in front of so many people. However, Yangqing was too lazy to explain. Since Nurari was not in the mood to fight, he would let him be. He could also take some time to think about how Nurari strange invisibility technique was achieved. Nurari stretched out his hand and the wooden scabbard that was stuck in the steel wall flew back and wrapped itself around the blade. It was like magic. However, just as the onlookers were enjoying the novelty of this technique, the next scene froze them. They saw a human head. Yes, it was a human head. A human head flew out from behind a pillar and swayed in front of Nurari. It was the head of a young man with delicate features. Then, the head spoke, General, the Maoqiang prostitute was drinking with a few Soviet metal agents. She had sex with a bearded agent and was carried back to her room by the bearded agent. Nurari frowned and rubbed his temples. Flying barbarian, how many times have I told you to look after your body? Don't always move your head. You've forgotten to move your body. Did I forget my body? Flying barbarian looked down and saw that it was empty. Immediately, a headless young man ran over from not far away. After contacting the head, they finally fused into a person. I'm sorry, General. I was anxious. You know, when the Maochang prostitute sleeps with a man, then. Flying Barbarian curled his lips. Nurarihayan smiled playfully. Are you not willing to let the woman you like sleep with another man? Or do you not want to provoke the Soviet metal agents? Of course I'm not afraid of them. Flying Barbarian blushed. He knew that he had spilled the beans. Haha. Nurarihayan laughed and patted Flying Barbarian's body. Let's go. Call the Maochang prostitute out. Otherwise, that poor bearded man will turn into a dead hairball. Nurarihayan turned his head and gave Yangqing a meaningful smile. Then, he left the scene with Flying Barbarian. After a while, Sauron and the others gulped and realized what had happened. They walked up to Yangqing and asked, Your Majesty Pluto, are those people really monsters? Yangqing smiled mysteriously. You mean the guy with the head separated from his body? I know a little about that monster. He's called the Flying Barbarian. According to the legends, he's not a bad monster. In the middle of the night, his head will separate from his body and wander around. His ears will be his wings and his mouth will eat bugs. When dawn comes, he will fly back to his body. But when the sun rises, he will forget everything. Of course, it's just a legend. This is the first time I've seen one in real life. Listening to Yang Chen's excited description, even though Sauron and the others had experienced hundreds of battles, they still felt a chill down their necks. In the city of Paris, in the hospital where Harry was staying. At night, the corridors of the hospital were quiet. Occasionally, one or two nurses would pass by with a cart. Most of the medical staff had already left work. Lin Rawashi and Stern bought some fruits and snacks after eating an authentic French feast. Then, they went to the hospital to visit Harry, who was still recovering. Lin Rawashi was currently sitting by Little Huss's bed, looking a little uncomfortable. It wasn't because she had to treat this pair of unscrupulous siblings for half a day, but because she couldn't stand their mushy actions and emotional words from time to time. What made Lin Rawashi want to run away even more was the siblings' praise for her. They said that she was as kind as an angel on earth, as the Virgin Mary, as the goddess of love. She did not know if the siblings had never been treated to a meal since they were young, but because of her generosity, their bootlicking skills were on full display. If they did not have the qualifications to attend the Paris Fashion Week, Lin Rawashi would even doubt if they were really famous nobles. Harry's mother was sitting on the other side, peeling an apple for her child. She felt helpless about Lin Rawashi's enthusiasm and kept hesitating on how to express her gratitude. Miss Lin, please don't refuse. When Harry is discharged from the hospital tomorrow or the day after, please come to our house. I also know that Miss Lin is not a young lady from an ordinary family. Just take it as a token of our gratitude. Harry's mother invited again. Looking at the mother's sincere and slightly pleading expression, Lin Rawashi felt that it would be too much to refuse again, so she smiled and nodded. Sister is going to Harry's house? That's great. Harry immediately sat up, his little face full of excitement. Harry, lie down. You're being disobedient again, Harry's mother scolded and made Harry lie down again. Harry snorted arrogantly, then pouted and said, It would be even better if Dad could come home. We can entertain Sister and the others together. Them? Stern, who had been whispering to Alice at the door, suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Little friend, did you say them just now? So we were invited, too? Haha, you are too polite. But we are free, and we are very willing to accompany Miss Lin to your house. Harry stared blankly at the shameless Stern. He really wanted to explain that he had an uncle named Yang, and that Harry didn't know the Stern siblings. You're all Miss Lin's friends, of course we welcome you, Harry's mother immediately agreed. Lin Rawashi reached out and rubbed her temples. She had a headache. Were these siblings really glued to her like sticky candy? How could they not even let go of the words of a child? Do they have any shame? At this moment, someone knocked on the ward door. I'll open it. Stern took the initiative to walk to the door and open it. When he opened the door, the person standing outside was none other than Goodman, whom he had not seen for a day. Why are you here? Upon seeing Goodman, Lin Ruashi's expression turned back to her usual cold self as she asked. Goodman was wearing a white suit and red tie as usual. He greeted Harry's mother politely, then greeted Stern and the rest before replying, "Ruashi, I would like to invite you for dinner tonight. I know that Mr. Yang is not here, and you must be lonely." Sensing that something was wrong with his words, Lin Ruashi shook her head and said, "It's fine. I'll be with Stern and Alice. You can go about your business." The smile on Goodman's face froze as he stared blankly at Lin Ruashi. After a long time, Goodman sneered and scratched his head. He lowered his head and said in a gloomy tone, "Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi, I gave you one last chance, but you still gave it up." "Goodman, what are you talking about?" Lin Ruashi felt that something was wrong with Goodman's current behavior. She had a bad premonition when she heard what he said. Clap. Clap. Goodman didn't answer and only clapped his hands lightly. Suddenly, a few black-clothed men wearing caps and tall men who looked like police officers barged into the ward. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there was a golden sun pattern imprinted on the chest area of their clothes. Lin Ruashi's pretty face turned cold as she stood up abruptly. "Goodman, what do you mean by this?" "Haha, what do I mean?" Goodman raised his head. His face was filled with mockery. "Lin Ruashi, do you know why I've always been the director of Ulay International in Europe?" Lin Ruashi didn't speak. She knew that Goodman didn't want to listen to her reason. Goodman's eyes were filled with darkness as he said, "I joined Ulay International as soon as I graduated from university. The old CEO promoted me because of my outstanding ability and not because I flattered her. Back then, I planned to leave Ulay International a few times. With my ability, I could totally use my connections to become my own boss. But that old woman told me that if I did a good job, not only would she let me take the position of Ulay International CEO, but she would also help me get together with her granddaughter, which is you." Lin Ruashi was stunned. She had never heard her grandmother mention this before. But looking at Goodman's expression, it seemed to be true. "Judging from your expression, I can tell that old woman didn't tell you about this." "That's right. She lied to me. She sent me to Europe, saying that she wanted to train me and give me the position of director. She knew very well that I was the best candidate here. But to make me work for Ulay willingly, she used you as a bait. Actually, it's not like I didn't know that she wanted to use me. But I believed that as long as I worked hard to expand the business in Europe and achieve outstanding results, one day, you would look at me differently, because I know that you're a woman who treats work as important as your life." Goodman paused for a moment. He clenched his fists and said fiercely, "But now, it seems that I've made a grave mistake. You're the same as that old woman. One old and one young, you're all liars. He looks like he only cares about his work, but I don't know how much of a sissy he is in the dark. In the end, he still secretly married a barbaric idiot. I don't understand what you're talking about. If you're not willing to continue working, you don't have to insult me. You can totally resign." "I've never forced you to do the director's job," Lin Ruashi said coldly. "Resign? Are you kidding me?" "Haha." Goodman's eyes were filled with mockery. "I've done so much for Ulay for so many years. Why did I stay in Europe? What did I get? You're asking me to resign?" Lin Ruashi kept quiet. She was a little afraid. After all, they were in a foreign country. Although she was Goodman's superior, it didn't mean that she could suppress him. Goodman smiled evilly. "I won't resign. I still want to be the director of Ulay International. Lin Ruashi, if I can't get what I want, I won't let anyone else have it. How could that *T surnamed Yang marry you? He should have died a long time ago." "You." Lin Ruashi widened her eyes. She never expected that Goodman would investigate her relationship with Yang Qing. Goodman didn't say anything else. He waved his hands and signaled the men in black to make their move. 5 black-clothed men entered the room in a single file. Using a strangely fast method, they captured Stern and Alice. Another one of them restrained Lin Ruashi, and even Harry and his mother in the room. Harry's mother screamed in fear. However, no matter how she screamed, the people in the hospital couldn't hear her. "It's useless. I've already deployed this hospital. I'm just waiting for you to come. Goodman smiled proudly. He walked to Lin Ruashi and extended his hand, wanting to lift Lin Ruashi's chin. Lin Ruashi's heart was in her throat when she was grabbed. Now that she was about to be humiliated by Goodman, she couldn't escape. She was so anxious that she almost fainted. The only thought in her mind was, why did that damned Yang Chen have to go out at this time of all times? She didn't know that the other party was taking action when Yang Chen wasn't around. Slap. The man in black who grabbed Lin Ruashi slapped Goodman's hand away and said numbly, "Sir said that no one is allowed to touch the hostages before the plan is completed." A hint of viciousness flashed across Goodman's eyes, but he resisted the urge to touch Lin Ruashi. Next, the 5 men in black nimbly took out cotton cloth laced with anesthetic and knocked out Lin Ruashi, the Stern siblings, and the others before bringing them out of the ward. Goodman was the last to arrive. He turned around and scanned the empty ward with a sneer on his face. Yang Qing, who was on a cruise to the French military island in the English Channel, didn't know what was happening in the hospital. Speaking of which, he didn't have the habit of calling his women. Be it in Shanghai or abroad, he had been complained about by his women many times. Although Yang Qing wanted to correct it many times, he didn't call or send messages like other couples did. He missed his female friends in Shanghai. He even wanted to bring all of them to the beach of the Mediterranean Sea for a vacation, to bask in the sun, and to do some things that he loved to do. However, his rationality told him that if he really used force, Sister Lin would probably launch an atomic bomb at him instead of a Cold War. Perhaps it was because in the past when he was growing up, it was too illusory to rely on communication, and there were always taboos like eavesdropping, signal interception, and so on. Yang Chen was still used to face-to-face communication. The Louis XVI cruise set off from the port of Le Havre at 8 o'clock sharp. The journey to the island only took half an hour, and that was under the condition that the cruise deliberately slowed down. There were more than 200 people participating in this secret meeting. Most of them were representatives from various countries' security departments. Their main focus was on the issue of Apollo and realm of gods. After all, they had to protect their own countries and leaders. On the other hand, the small number of special international organizations that were invited were more interested in the sort of thanatos. After all, the death of a country's leader wouldn't affect them much. Panther and Takamagara were like that. Naturally, the Vatican and the Covenant of Darkness would fight for it even more. At the very least, they couldn't let the other party get it so easily. At 8:40 at night, the cruise steadily docked on the island guarded by the French army. This was also one of NATO's military deployment points in the English Channel. Usually, no ordinary ships were allowed to approach. More than 200 people participating in the secret meeting were dressed differently. Under the lead of Fodessa and other officials of the 7th Bureau. They alighted from the ship and walked along the coastline towards the only square building on the island. The square building occupied almost half of the island. From afar, the top of the building was actually a landing spot for fighter jets. Planes could take off and land directly from the roof. The design was not a waste of the island's land resources at all. The army on the island had been replaced by special forces. After all, ordinary soldiers had no right to know the contents of this meeting. Yang Qing leisurely followed at the back of the group. He was separated from Sauron and the rest, pretending not to know them. The people of the Sword and the Stone and Takamagara were obviously unfriendly towards him, especially the cool prince and the mysterious Nurari-Hyan. They would occasionally glare at him coldly. However, everyone knew that this wasn't the time for personal grudges, so it didn't bring much trouble to Yang Qing. After entering the building, the road began to slope downwards. Obviously, to prevent air raids, the internal space had been dug underground. "Your Majesty Pluto, you seem absent-minded." A magnetic baritone voice rang in Yang Qing's ears. Yang Chen tilted his head. The person walking beside him was Prince Sargeras of the blood race whom he had met before. This guy was rather good at communicating, using some kind of voice transmission technique so that others wouldn't hear them. "You're indeed a vampire who has lived for thousands of years. There's really no secret in front of you. You even saw through me," said Yang Qing half-jokingly. Sargeras smiled politely. "Of the thousands of years that I can remember, perhaps only 100 or so years. I can't remember the things that happened before that." Moreover, human civilization has progressed so quickly. Actually, for us vampires who sleep all day long, the outside world is always full of novelty. On the other hand, Your Majesty Pluto, it seems that you don't care much about the Sword of Thanatos that many people are interested in. In my opinion, the Sword of Thanatos has the deepest connection with you. Ignoring Sardra's doubtful and contemplative gaze, Xianxia asked in return, I'm very curious. Why is your precious daughter, Miss Lilith, missing? Sardras looked left and right, shrugged, and smiled. That child has always been very naughty. I don't know where she went. Humph. Xianxia chuckled and shook his head. What an impatient father and daughter pair. I don't understand what you're talking about, Your Majesty Pluto, said Sardras without changing his expression. Pretending to be confused, the two of them chatted as they entered the huge brightly lit conference hall. Rows of tables and chairs were arranged in a semicircle, without a speck of dust. In front of the first few rows of seats, there were already some nameplates of the major countries and organizations. Xianxia was an interloper, so he naturally didn't have a seat. Thus, he randomly found a seat at the back and sat down. He raised his feet and leaned on the chair in front of him. He yawned and waited for the conference to begin. Since almost everyone present was an impatient person who pursued efficiency, no one cared about formality. Thus, the conference started very quickly. As the host and host representative, Fodessa first gave a report on the realm of God and Apollo incidents after he walked onto the stage. Then, he brought up the idea of hoping to unite the forces of all countries in the world to eradicate terrorist organizations. After a few NATO countries spoke some conventional words, the key question emerged: who would be the leader of the anti-terrorism effort? Why should everyone cooperate with him? For most of the attendees, the destruction caused by Apollo and the realm of God didn't directly affect their interests. Some organizations that didn't have a good relationship with NATO wouldn't mind Apollo destroying a few more NATO military bases or messing up the European Union by killing some Western politicians. Therefore, when Fodessa proposed an alliance against terrorism, most of the attendees chose to remain silent. Clad in a military uniform, Fodessa squinted his eyes and cursed in his heart. However, he knew that the attendees wouldn't take the initiative to stand out. Thus, Fodessa cleared his throat and said slowly, We, France, believe that the realm of God is a mysterious and powerful terrorist organization. It isn't something that can be done by just one organization. Therefore, we are eager to find an ally. To be honest, France's special forces training is far inferior to many of our friends and organizations here. However, as the first country to be threatened, we definitely need a strong counterattack. In order to gain a strong ally, our higher-ups have decided to use the legendary artifact, the Sword of Thanatos, as the price. If everyone here is willing to be the main force of this anti-terrorism operation and assist us in the safety of the 7th Division, the Sword of Thanatos will belong to no one else. After Fodessa finished speaking, whispers broke out in the hall. Everyone understood that although France wasn't as powerful as many of the organizations here, it was impossible for them to forcefully take the sword. It wasn't that France wasn't easy to deal with, but the other organizations would target the sword-snatching organization as a target to be eliminated, because it wasn't morally stable. No one would be foolish enough to stand out, even if they knew that France couldn't protect the Sword of Thanatos. The best move of the French Security Bureau's meeting this time was to let all the large organizations and important countries know that the sword was in their hands. In a sense, when everyone knew, no one dared to take it by force. Therefore, having a legitimate opportunity to obtain a divine artifact was more precious than anything else. While France provided this opportunity, its own interests would also be protected. If anyone only wanted the sword and did not care about France's survival, it would give the other organizations a chance to criticize them. Therefore, if anyone really wanted the Sword of Thanatos, they would have to be strong enough to protect France. In this way, among the organizations present, some of the organizations that were not competitive had already lost hope. They could only wait for the first-rate organizations to come forward and compete. I have a question. A white-haired man in a blue shirt sitting in the first row raised his hand lazily and spoke in broken English. He was the general of Takamagara, Nurarihayan, who had caused trouble for Xianxia previously. The sudden shout perfectly drowned out the chaotic whispers below. Fodessa made a pleased gesture. Mr. Nurarihayan from Takamagara, please speak. At this time, the katana in Nurarihyan's hand was used as a tickle, rubbing against Nurarihyan's back. With a yawn, Nurarihyan asked, "I'm very curious. Where did you get the sword of Thanatos? Besides, you keep saying that you want us to cooperate with you, but we haven't even confirmed whether the sword is real or fake. What's the point?" After Nurarihyan finished speaking, many of the leaders of the organizations expressed their doubts and agreement, requesting to see the sword of Thanatos first before proceeding to the next segment. Fodessa replied, "I only recently learned about the origin of this artifact from our director, Mr. Depnay. Previously, it was discovered by the shipwreck salvage team. After appraisal, they found that the sword was not an ordinary antique, so it was handed over to the 7th Bureau. We have sent a photo of the sword to the Vatican, the Dark Parliament, and the British Sword in the Stone." Everyone knew very well that these three organizations had the longest history and the most abundant ancient documents. "We only announced this news after we received a positive answer from them." As he spoke, Fodessa gestured to the Vatican, the Sword in the Stone, and the others who were seated below the stage. "Cardinal Cruyff of the Vatican is here today. Storm Lola of the Sword in the Stone has also brought her elites. Prince Sargeras of the Dark Parliament is also here. If you don't believe me, they can testify that this sword matches the appearance of the sword of Thanatos described in the ancient documents." Sitting in the middle of the front row was Cruyff, who had grey hair and a kind face. He had a funny onion nose and wore a red bishop's robe. He nodded with a smile. Lola and the rest of the Sword in the Stone didn't show any reaction, but it could be considered as tacit approval. As for Sargeras, he was smiling like a gentleman as usual. Everyone started whispering to each other. Fodessa's words were quite credible. After all, everyone knew that the Vatican and the Dark Parliament were arch-enemies. The Sword in the Stone was England's trump card secret organization, which was across the sea from France. Their relationship with France was extremely delicate. Since they had come to a consensus, there was no doubt that it was fake. "Of course, to show our sincerity on the French side, I will first let everyone see the sword of Thanatos that we are keeping." Fodessa smiled and nodded to his adjutant, Bolton, who was standing behind him. Fatty Bolton understood and directed a few Special Forces soldiers behind the podium to open a steel door behind the podium. Under everyone's gaze, a brightly lit passageway appeared behind the podium. 4 soldiers who had gone to retrieve the sword ran in quickly. This kind of interconnected design was everywhere in the base. It was very convenient for different regions to mobilize different troops and resources. It could also rapidly control the base's passageway and apprehend the enemy in case of an invasion. Many people in the venue were filled with anticipation. After all, most organizations didn't have a clear understanding of the deeds of the gods, and the concept of a divine weapon was unreal to them. Among the group of people waiting, Cardinal Cruyff of the Vatican subconsciously glanced at Sargeras, who was sitting upright not far away. The two representatives, one in the light and one in the dark, smiled and nodded to each other in a friendly and mysterious manner. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, suddenly, a dull explosion came from the passageway behind the podium. Boom boom. Bang. Everyone present was shocked. They immediately looked at the brightly lit passageway, but didn't know what had happened. Fodessa, who was on the podium, was the most panicked. He thought that everything would go smoothly. Did something happen after all? Damn it, someone must be trying to steal the divine weapon when no one is watching. Someone shouted from somewhere. Everyone, rush in. This is too despicable. Go stop him. Almost all of the 200 or so people had unique skills that were different from ordinary people. Those who could attend the secret meeting were all elites of their respective organizations. They were usually proud and arrogant. Now that they had come to see a divine weapon, it was snatched away before they could even see it. It was as if they were being toyed with. How could they tolerate it? In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures rushed into the passageway behind the podium. Their speed was so fast that they didn't seem human at all. Fodessa was stunned. If it weren't for the Special Forces soldiers, Bolton, and the other attendants pulling him to a corner, he would have been trampled on by them. It's over. What the hell is going on? Fodessa yelled furiously. Of course, there were some who didn't rush into the passageway. For example, the Vatican, the Sword in the Stone, Takamagara, and the jaguar, who were the leaders, didn't leave. When there were only dozens of people left, the onion-nosed Archbishop Cruyff suddenly stood up and smiled calmly at Prince Sargeras, who was sitting leisurely opposite him. He said, "Prince Sargeras, do you still remember me?" Sargeras frowned. "Humph. I haven't been active in the Vatican for almost a century. Those I know are probably long dead. But I know you." Cruyff smiled. "When I was a 10-year-old child, I met you once with my priest. More than 90 years have passed, and you're still the same. I, on the other hand, am even older than my priest." Sargeras revealed a look of realization. He smiled and asked, "What are you trying to say, child?" The old Archbishop Cruyff, who was over 100 years old, being called a child made the others feel awkward. But considering Prince Sargeras's age, it wasn't wrong at all. "My priest is the previous cardinal of the German district, Belsard," Cruyff said with narrowed eyes. Sargeras was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, then nodded. "So it's him. Ah. I remember now. Seems like you want to avenge your priest." "Haha, the child of the cardinal I killed more than 90 years ago has become a cardinal again. Do you want to avenge me? It's not the first time in my long life, but I'm still very interested." Cruyff wasn't angry at Sargeras's mockery. He chuckled and said, "I'm already someone who's going to meet the Lord soon. Being able to fight a prince is the last thing I can do for the Vatican. But before that, there's a naughty lady here. Should we stop her?" Cruyff's words puzzled everyone present. "What, miss? What steps?" Yangqing, who was sitting at the back, raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the conference hall. He smiled but didn't say anything. Suddenly, Archbishop Cruyff waved his hand. His red sleeves billowed, and a majestic aura caused his hair and beard to dance in the air. His entire body shone with a dazzling milky white light. "Holy light!" Cruyff shouted. A 2-meter-wide platinum pillar of light shot up from beneath his feet. The pillar of light was solid. When it touched the solid ceiling of the conference hall made of metal and concrete, it didn't stop at all. It completely shattered the material. With an unstoppable momentum, the pillar of light pierced through the ceiling and broke through the darkness above the island. "Ah! Bastard Vatican!" A feminine cry came from outside the ceiling, as if she had been frightened by something terrifying. Many people in the conference hall had an impression of that voice. Wasn't that Sargeras's daughter, Lilith? Hearing Lilith's shout, almost everyone understood what Cruyff meant. Many immediately glared at Sargeras. Clearly, the situation on the island was Lilith's doing. As her father, Sargeras had to be the mastermind. Outside the hole penetrated by the beam of light, Lilith stood in a sexy black leather outfit. On her back, a pair of bewitching bat wings formed from blood were gradually dissipating. And in Lilith's arms, there was a long box wrapped in black metal. Unsurprisingly, that was the sword of Thanatos that Lilith had stolen from the French Special Forces while everyone was in a meeting. "Are you trying to use the blood spell Blood Feather to fly off the island with the divine weapon? Even if the Vanjua clan is a noble of the 13 blood clans, they can't help but sneak around. What a shameful blood clan," Cruyff said sarcastically. Lilith, who had a small part of her back injured by the holy light, landed on the roof. She hugged the black box and scolded the Vatican below. "We've been fighting for more than 10 centuries, and all you can do is spout nonsense. Are you pigs?" Although she was scolding them, Lilith didn't escape. She knew that since she had been discovered, escape was impossible. She could only fight head-on while recovering from her injuries. Sargeras wasn't angry. He stood up slowly and smiled. "From the beginning, I didn't intend to succeed with this method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come with just Lilith. If one of the two didn't show up, it would be too easy to be seen through. So, little doll, you don't have to think that you're very smart. I'm also very curious. Is Prince Sargeras so confident in his own strength that he really only needs to bring an elder here to snatch the divine weapon?" Cruyff said mockingly. Sargeras let out a strange smile. "Unless someone wants to make a move, otherwise. I don't think there's any problem." As he spoke, Sargeras very subtly glanced at the seat behind him, but the person he was alluding to shamefully pretended to know nothing. "Humph, Sargeras, you're underestimating us. The middle-aged man who had been by Cruyff's side stepped forward and said, "Bishop Cruyff has surpassed the previous bishop. You and your daughter won't be able to escape today." Xianxia sat at the back and blinked. He had seen that burly man before. He was the leader of the Crusaders, Gabriel, who had once led a team to Xianxia to fight for the Holy Grail. This guy was quite strong. Although he had been suppressed back then, he could be considered to be on par with Lilith. With a red-robed archbishop like Cruyff around, he would definitely be able to provide more support. In that case, Lilith would be held back by Gabriel. Sauron and the other members of Sea Eagles and Zero saw that Xianxia did not move, so they sat firmly in their seats. As long as Xianxia did not give any orders, they were not interested in participating. Abbess Yin Miao, who was alone, was even more direct. She simply changed her seat and came to Xianxia's side, not wanting to pay attention to anything. At that moment, Fodessa and the other members of the French Security Bureau were at a loss. Witnessing Bishop Cruyff's holy light, they were all confused. What holy light was? Why did it look like a laser cannon? Even concrete and special mixed metals could be turned into dust. What would happen if a person was grazed by it? Perhaps even an aircraft carrier would be penetrated by it. Although Fodessa and the others had decent combat power as special forces, they could only watch silently in the face of a battle that was beyond the level of humans, even if they were the hosts, even if they were extremely aggrieved. As for the others, although Takamagara, the sword in the stone, and the others were ready to join the battle at any time, they were not in a hurry to attack either side. The 1,000-year grudge between the Vatican and the Covenant of Darkness would inevitably lead to a big fight. Naturally, they were willing to wait for the scene of both sides suffering before reaping the benefits. However, it just so happened that some blind agents from other organizations had begun to play petty tricks. A few agents from the Nordic countries who could not find Lilith in the tunnel rushed back. Seeing that the Vatican and the Covenant of Darkness were about to clash, and that Lilith was alone on the roof, holding a long black box, their eyes immediately turned red. Usually, they would not have the guts to do so, but faced with a divine artifact, the huge temptation drove them crazy. "Bishop Cruyff, you guys deal with the Blood Race Prince. We'll deal with the female vampire." A few agents who had been fighting in the snowfield for years could be considered first-rate experts. Their levels were not inferior to the Sea Eagles, and with a simple leap, they had already flown to the roof that was a few feet high. A trace of viciousness flashed across Lilith's eyes, and her mouth was full of a sneer. "Idiots." Muttering to herself, Lilith, who was crouching, suddenly pulled out the butcher's knife that was as bright as moonlight from her back. Before the agents could attack, she swung it horizontally. Swoosh! After a crisp sound, blood and water splattered, and 3 Nordic agents who wanted to surround her were instantly cut in half at the waist. "Even if I'm slightly injured, you don't deserve to come near me." Lilith snorted coldly, and lowered her head to say to Sargeras, "Father, are you going to fight or not? My wound has already recovered. I'm anxious to see what the sword inside is like." Some of the organization members who were planning to fight for the sword gasped. They had never really fought with the blood race, but they did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, 70% of the people present had given up on the fight for the sword of Thanatos. They did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. At the back, Xianxia carefully examined the black box in Lilith's hands for a while, then began to focus on everything around him. "Your Majesty Pluto, is there a real divine artifact in that box?" Sauron asked curiously. They could not determine whether a divine artifact was real or not. Xianxia nodded. "I can feel a weak divine power, but it's definitely divine power, and it's a kind of dull divine power. Even if it's not Thanatos' sword of Thanatos, it's definitely another divine artifact. The Holy Grail I encountered in Xianxia previously had a kind of divine power of light. This thing this time is about the same level as that one. I heard that the Holy Grail and God's Stone were both stolen by a mysterious god. It won't be stolen again this time, right?" Sauron asked worriedly. Xianxia sighed. "All I can do is keep an eye on them. I don't know if they'll appear or if they'll be able to stop them." Xianxia was not modest. Xianxia always felt that the person who took away the divine power from the Holy Grail and God's Stone was stronger than him. Moreover, if the other party did not appear on his own, Xianxia would definitely not be able to detect him. At this time, the people from the Vatican finally began to move. Light of light. As Cruyff's red sleeves fluttered, two pure white beams of light landed on Gabriel, who was beside him. Around Gabriel's body, a light armor could be faintly seen. "Gabriel, I'll leave that elder-level blood breed to you," Cruyff ordered with a calm expression. Gabriel knelt on one knee and made a knight's salute, saying loudly, "Yes, Your Eminence." With that, Gabriel's body suddenly flew up like a white arc of light. He unsheathed the rusty greatsword on his back. The greatsword was surrounded by a platinum halo, and he viciously swung it at Lilith, who was on the roof. Lilith, who was hugging the black box, had a grave expression. She did not dare to resist or counterattack, and directly dodged. Bang! The greatsword fell, and gravel and metal flew in all directions. The hole in the roof widened by a few meters, and many cracks appeared on the roof. Its power was astonishing. This scene fell into Xianxia's eyes, and even Xianxia was a little surprised. Gabriel's speed and strength were more than twice as strong as before. It seemed that the Cardinal of the Vatican with profound cultivation was indeed invaluable. Just by casting a blessing spell, a warrior could be reborn in a short period of time. Sargeras saw his daughter entangled with Gabriel, holding the black box in one hand and wielding the butcher knife with the other. He could not help but frown, feeling nervous and alarmed. "Prince, your opponent is us." Cruyff's expression darkened. At the same time, the two blonde young men who had been standing behind Cruyff without saying a word surrounded Sargeras on both sides. Although the two men's eyes were fixed on Sargeras, they looked extremely empty, as if they had no souls. Sargeras sneered, "No wonder you only brought 3 people. So apart from the leader of the Crusaders, the other 2 are holy bodies." "You should be afraid, because this is definitely not what you think it is," Cruyff said. "Do you think I haven't seen the holy bodies of the Vatican?" "This is no stranger to me," Sargeras said, and a thick black aura began to rise from his body, pulsating like a living creature. Demon flame. Cruyff's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The legendary demon flame that is several times stronger than the high-level blood spell of the blood race, blood flame. As expected of the 3rd generation of the blood race, the generation closest to God, to have even mastered the legendary blood spell. "Kid, you're quite knowledgeable." The black flame-like energy adhered to Sargeras's body and started to burn without any heat. Many of the spectators subconsciously retreated far away, because this strange energy emitted an aura like the abyss of hell, which made them cower in fear. Sitting beside Xianxia, Abbess Xianxia couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Why do those 2 young men from the Vatican look like dead people? What's a holy body?" Xianxia watched the fight between Gabriel and Lilith in midair as he explained, "As far as I know, the holy body of the Vatican refers to the body of a human believer with an absolutely pure soul and without any evil thoughts. If such a person is strong enough, they can perform the light spell of angels' descent." "Angels' descent?" Abbess Xianxia was shocked. "Could it be?" Xianxia nodded. "That's right. Although I don't know the exact origin of angels, they can indeed attach angels to their holy bodies for a short period of time, giving them the fighting power of angels. Although angels aren't considered gods, it's true that they use divine power. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it in person. However, the angels that can be summoned are different depending on the strength of the soul. If they're weaker than 4-winged angels, they're mid-level angels. In that case, they won't be able to deal any damage to an ancestor-level dark creature like Sargeras." Just as Xianxia was explaining, a dazzling white meteor shower started falling around Cruyff and the 2 holy bodies. White light flashed in the venue, and everyone stared blankly at the triangular area of the Vatican. No one had ever felt such a holy aura before. "Humph, so they're here." Sargeras, who was in the dark magic flames, felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't act rashly. He knew that the light spell of Angel's Descent was actually one of the most explosive points of the power of light during the casting process. If he attacked at that moment, his movements would definitely be slowed down, and his opponents would easily evade him. Sargeras believed that even if 2 4-winged angels appeared along with Cruyff, he would still be able to get rid of them with some time. But in the next second, Sargeras's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After the two golden-haired young men floated in the air, two beams of golden light descended from the sky, and the two of them seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, a white ball of light appeared behind the two of them. The milky white ball of light flickered for a while, and then, slowly and gently, blossomed like a huge transparent flower petal. 6 wings? Sargeras couldn't help but mumble. Even though Sargeras had lived for 1,000 years, he still momentarily lost his composure when he saw the two six-winged angels floating in the air. Lilith, who had been fighting with Gabriel, noticed the situation below and exclaimed in surprise. In a moment of carelessness, Gabriel cut open a wound on her back. Xianxia couldn't help but whistle at the huge change in the scene. He clicked his tongue and said, Sargeras is going to have a hard time this time. Six-winged. Even if it's not the highest level of blazing angels, throne angels, and cherubim angels aren't ordinary beings. Sargeras's expression is probably because he's never seen a six-winged angel summoned by the Vatican. Seeing Xianxia's gloating expression, Abbess Xianxia, Sauron, and the rest broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, just as Xianxia had said, Sargeras, who had been full of confidence in the battle, felt a little nervous at the start. As soon as the battle prowess of the two six-winged angels was revealed, the entire conference hall trembled. After the two six-winged angels' possession was completed, the light curtain-like wings on their backs fluttered, and the holy light was extremely dazzling to the eyes of those who were near. And in the eyes of the audience, the two angels instantly condensed a huge platinum sword in their hands. This sword was naturally not a material object, but the pure light divine power of the angels. The demon flames around Sarger's body burned more fiercely as the light divine power around him continued to expand. And in Sarger's hand, the black demon flames also condensed into a relatively slender knight's sword. Creature of darkness, today, I, Cruyff, shall end your 1,000-year lifespan. The red-robed bishop shouted and waved his hands above his head. After putting his palms together, a slender white beam of light shot straight up to the roof. The beam of light broke through the roof and pierced the dark night sky, as if it had cut the dark night sky in half. Rain of holy light. As Cruyff cast the spell, everyone in the conference hall suddenly realized that out of nowhere, droplets of light began to rain down on the conference hall. The milky white light droplets fell continuously and landed on everyone's bodies, bringing warmth to them. However, when the light droplets landed on Sargeras and Lilith, who were fighting on the roof, the father and daughter of the vampire race did not feel good. When the demon flames around Sarger's body came into contact with the light droplets, green smoke rose. They kept colliding and rubbing against each other, consuming each other. And Lilith had also used a blood spell to create a shield, barely blocking the light droplets outside of her body. Otherwise, her body would have been charred the moment it came into contact with the light droplets. But obviously, Cruyff's intention in casting such a large-scale light spell wasn't to hurt Sargeras and his daughter. To a greater extent, it was to restrict the enemy and increase the combat power of the two six-winged angels on his side. There was a time limit to the angels' descent, so Cruyff wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible by using his divine power. Rustle, rustle. Two streaks of light suddenly descended from the sky, and two large swords radiating light in all directions slashed towards Sargeras from the left and right. Sargeras snorted coldly. He didn't dodge. He held the black flaming longsword in front of him and forcefully clashed with the two greatswords. Clang! Clang! The lightning-like lightsaber was actually stopped by Sargeras with one hand. As expected of a blood-breed grand prince. He can even withstand this? Abbess Xianxia, who was watching from afar, exclaimed. Xianxia curled his lips. The six-winged seraphim isn't that easy to deal with. In the next moment, just when Sargeras thought he had withstood this wave of attacks, he suddenly discovered that he had been tricked. Boom boom. Two explosive sounds rang out, and the huge lightsabers in the hands of the two six-winged angels actually grew several feet from their original 2 meters long. The sword of light seemed to have been filled with high-pressure gas. The sword could not withstand the huge pressure and directly shattered and expanded. The incomparably sharp light screen transformed into countless balls of light and mist, directly drowning Sargeras's dark body. The marble floor where Sargeras was standing also cracked, shattered, collapsed, and splattered. The huge energy shockwave caused the surrounding tables, chairs, and podiums to all be flipped and torn apart. It was as if a pocket-sized missile had exploded on the scene. Retreat, quick. Many organizations' representatives immediately ordered their people to retreat far away, and some even fled the venue. They really wanted to see the battle scene between the top forces in the world, but they wanted to protect their own lives more than anything else. Although the Covenant of Darkness and the Vatican had each sent a father and daughter pair and a team of 4, these people represented the highest level of power on both sides. When they fought, it was either you die or I die. They didn't care about the people around them at all. When everyone saw that the place where Sargeras was standing had collapsed into a deep hole, they thought that he had been defeated. However, they suddenly heard an angry roar from Sargeras, and the deep black demonic flame swept out from the depths of the hole like a raging storm and a tsunami, sweeping and exploding. The 2 six-winged angels didn't fight it head-on, and quickly retreated into the air to avoid the eruption of the flames. Sargeras's body floated in the air, but his clothes were already a little messy. His eyes had sunk into a demonic blood-red color, and his sharp vampire fangs were already bared. He was obviously extremely angry. As expected of a 6-winged angel. Even a throne angel is not easy to deal with. Looks like I have to use my full strength. After saying that, the flames around Sargeras's body surged again, and his gaze was fixed on Cruyff, who had been buffing the angels and Gabriel with blessings and light spells. The best way to deal with an angel was to find a weakness. Obviously, the vulnerable red-robed bishop was the breakthrough point that Sargeras had identified. Sargeras's body flashed in the air, and when the Black Knight sword stabbed forward again, he was already a few meters away from Cruyff. Cruyff wasn't stupid. He had already condensed a light screen in front of him, ready to block Sargeras's sudden attack. "Humph, can you block it?" Sargeras roared, but he didn't expect that before he could touch the defensive light screen, an angel had already blocked in front of him. The 3 pairs of light wings were like the most flexible shields, gathering in front of the angel. The 6 wings gathered at the densest point, blocking Sargeras's full-strength strike. Damn angel. The holy wings looked soft, but they couldn't be pierced by the sharp demonic flame sword at all. After a series of explosions, Sargeras was shaken away. At this time, because of the continuous violent tremors, the roof of the building had collapsed and cracks everywhere. It could be said that the roof no longer existed. Under the boundless night sky, the battle between darkness and light became more and more intense. Lilith had originally thought that with her father, Sargeras, taking the sword of Thanatos would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the only person who could stop them, Yangqing, had already clearly expressed his disinterest. What she didn't expect was that the Vatican actually had 2 holy bodies that could descend from 6-winged angels. If she had known this, the Camarilla's secret society wouldn't have sent just one prince, Sargeras. At least 2 princes would come to have absolute confidence in taking them down. Which, don't get distracted. Your opponent is me. Gabriel, who was getting more and more courageous, swung his sword past Lilith's ear. Frustrated, Lilith almost didn't dodge it. Holding the sword of Thanatos in one hand and waving the butcher's knife in the other, Lilith clenched her teeth in anger. If it weren't for the red-robed bishops giving Gabriel blessings, she would have long since killed this crusader leader. If she could get rid of Gabriel, she could at least go down and help her father deal with the 2 angels. Even if she could help him escape, that would be good. But all of this was just a dream. Lilith knew that it all depended on whether Sargeras, with his 1,000 years of cultivation, could withstand this disaster. Prince Sargeras didn't have to be in such a fierce battle. Although 6-winged angels were far more powerful than 4-winged angels, even if 2 6-winged angels joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the demigod level power of a 3rd-generation blood clan. The key was that Cruyff would cast blessings from time to time, sneakily shoot arrows, a holy light spell, a cross-light bomb, or a few light pillars of judgment. Even if these spells didn't cause much damage, Sargeras had to expend a lot of energy to dodge and block them. In this way, Sargeras was fighting 1 against 3. Moreover, the entire area was raining holy light rain, which boosted the Vatican's strength. Such a high-level auxiliary light spell couldn't be easily used if not for Cruyff's 100+ years of cultivation. The 12 wings of the 2 6-winged angels rapidly scattered feathers that looked like pieces of light. These feathers, condensed with pure divine power of light, looked incomparably beautiful, but were unimaginably destructive to dark creatures. Sargeras opened a scarlet shield, and the demonic flames around him formed a tornado-like aura. He broke a hole and shot straight at one of the angels. After the angel dodged continuously, the light sword in his hand expanded again, like a giant hand of a god slamming the ground. Bang! More than 100 square meters of marble collapsed where Sargeras was standing. Mud and rocks flew dozens of meters away. The hundreds of people on the island who were watching the raging battle, as well as the special forces guarding the outer perimeter of the island, had already retreated far away. Yangqing, Abbas Yin Miao, and the rest didn't run too far. Takamagara, Panther, and the Sword in the Stone were also standing closest to the battle. Fodessa and the other officers of the Security Bureau didn't run too far away because they were fulfilling their duties. However, a few younger officers were about to wet their pants. Are these guys still human? Why do they look like sci-fi movies? Are they special effects? The two six-winged angels and Sargeras were locked in a stalemate. It was hard to tell who would win. Either the black demonic flames burned the prairie, or the holy swords of light destroyed everything. The ground had been flipped a few times, and the holes in the cave were evidence of the fierce battle. At this moment, a red light flashed in Sargeras' eyes. Suddenly, his figure shook, and 3 identical figures appeared in midair. The 3 Sargeras stood in different positions, but they all held a 6-meter-tall, blazing demonic flame sword in their hands. They attacked the 2 angels at the same time. The blood clone spell can create so many? Yangqing was entranced, but then he frowned. No, these aren't blood clones. Just as Yangqing was muttering to himself and making his judgment, the 3 Sargeras in the sky collided with the 2 angels, creating intense sparks. Just as everyone was shocked by Sargeras' ultimate skill, they were all dumbfounded in the next second. The 2 angels waved the huge platinum light swords in their hands and met the 3 fast figures viciously. They had originally planned to repel the 3 clones in a perfect half-arc, but unexpectedly, before the 2 angels could touch them, the 3 figures themselves ran into trouble. Bam, 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 with 3 dull explosions, the 3 Sargeras transformed into 3 balls of black demonic flames at the same time. Like 3 huge fireballs, they engulfed the bodies of the 2 angels. Fake? The people at the side also understood the situation. The 3 Sargeras were all illusions created by the demonic flames. They were just anthropomorphic grenades thrown by Sargeras. Because the demonic flames were a legendary ultimate skill of the blood race, no one present knew that it could be used in such a way. But where was the real Sargeras? Before everyone could look away from the black flames burning in the sky, a sudden confrontation on the ground had already begun. Sargeras' speed had almost broken through the restraints of space. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of nearly 100 meters and appeared in front of Bishop Cruyff. Go to hell with your damned god. Sargeras stood proudly in front of Cruyff, his eyes cold and callous. The demonic flame sword in his hand slashed downwards for real. Everyone knew that although it seemed like the battle between Sargeras and the 2 angels was only happening in this area, it was only because they had concentrated their power in a small area. If some of the so-called experts present had joined in, just the aura alone would have been enough to scare them off. After all, Sargeras' power was close to that of a god. Even if he could not control space, the energy he gathered could break through it. And at the moment, although Bishop Cruyff had an impressive level of cultivation and light spells, he was the weakest link in his body. He was facing Sargeras, whose body and technique were superb. At such a close distance, no one thought he could survive. It's over. Sargeras had killed Cruyff, who had been supporting him, with perfect deception and skills. Then, the Vatican had almost no chance of winning. That was what almost everyone was thinking. Lilith, who was in a fierce battle, also felt excited for her father's victory. But no one noticed that Cruyff didn't panic in the slightest when Sargeras got close to him. In fact, there was even a hint of anticipation. I don't think so. That was the only thought in Cruyff's mind as he faced the long sword of black flames. Almost at the same time, a translucent shield of light suddenly appeared around Cruyff. Just as the demonic flame longsword was about to reach his forehead, the shield blocked the longsword's momentum. How is this possible? Sargeras couldn't believe what he was seeing. What kind of power was this? It could actually defend against his thunderous strike. But in the next second, Sargeras understood everything. Go. Cruyff's aged face was blood red, and his onion nose was especially prominent. He roared with all his might. A ray of silver-white light suddenly burst out from Cruyff's chest. Poof. A crisp piercing sound sent chills down everyone's spines. After that strange silver light beam hit Sargeras, it actually pierced through his unimaginably tough body. Sargeras looked down in disbelief at the 3-inch wide hole in his chest that was still smoking. It was a very strange feeling, because in his memory, he hadn't been injured for thousands of years. His body felt weak. The power that had pierced through him had actually started to corrode the energy in his body. Sargeras's legs turned to jelly, and he fell. Seeing the prince of the blood race, who was like the king of the dark world, finally fall at his feet, the white-haired Cardinal Cruyff panted a few times. Then, there was wild joy in his eyes. Ha. Ha. I did it? I did it. Cruyff opened his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Sargeras. I've defeated Sargeras. Lord. Did you see that? I've avenged the priest. Lilith, who was locked in combat with Gabriel, felt her heart sink. Gabriel took the opportunity to cut open another wound on her arm, and a few streaks of pale golden blood flew out. But Lilith couldn't be bothered anymore. She landed next to Sargeras, and while Cruyff was still laughing, she carried Sargeras to a spot further away. Father. How could this be? Lilith couldn't accept the fact that her invincible father had been pierced through and was weakening. The demonic flames around Sargeras' body couldn't hold on any longer and gradually disappeared. His snow-white face turned livid as he coughed and stared at Cruyff in the distance. I was too careless. I didn't expect it to be the spear of Longinus. Humph, at least you're knowledgeable. The smug Cruyff wasn't in a hurry to launch another round of attacks. With a wave of his hand, the silver radiance appeared again, but this time, he held it in his hand. Only then did everyone see that it was a spear that was a few centimeters taller than Cruyff's tree. It had a simple and unadorned design. Its entire body was silver and spiral-shaped, and its tip was stained with blood. The holy weapon of the Vatican, the spear of Longinus. No wonder it could even pierce through the body of a member of the blood race like Sargeras. Xianxia clicked his tongue and shook his head. No one knew what he meant. Sauron and the others were already dazzled by what they saw. Listening to Xianxia talking about the origin of the spear, Sauron suddenly thought of something and said, could it be the legendary spear of Longinus that pierced through the body of Jesus Christ and was later stained with the blood of the Son of God? So this spear actually exists. I've only heard that ancient European monarchs could rule the world if they got their hands on this spear. That's why they fought over it. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Vatican. Xianxia shrugged. It's not too surprising that this spear is in the hands of the Vatican. After all, it's not a divine weapon, just a holy weapon. It's on the same level as Lilith's demonic weapon, the butcher's knife. It's only extremely lethal against dark creatures like the blood race. However, the fact that the Vatican dared to let Cruyff use it means that Cruyff's strength has already convinced the Pope. At this moment, the 2 six-winged angels were no longer in a hurry to attack. They landed behind Cruyff, while Gabriel put away his greatsword and stood at the side. Obviously, to the Vatican, the outcome of the battle was already decided. All that was left was to use the spear of Longinus to end the long lives of the father and daughter of the blood race and take away the sword of Thanatos. No one would dare to complain to them. Their strength proved that they had the right to do so. The people from Takamagara and the sword in the stone didn't make a sound. Although they were proud, they wouldn't recklessly fight against the 2 six-winged angels. Just from their aura alone, they knew that they couldn't win. Cruyff held the spear that was emitting a faint silver glow. He slowly approached Lilith and Sargeras as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Sargeras' strength was gradually fading. Although it was slow, the wound caused by Longinus couldn't be healed quickly. Moreover, it limited his strength. At this moment, he didn't even have half of Lilith's strength. He no longer had any confidence that he could stop Cruyff. Baby, I'm sorry. Your mother definitely won't forgive me. I even said that I'll go back immediately after coming out to play. Sargeras smiled bitterly. Even though Lilith looked domineering and pampered, she couldn't help but tear up. Even though she had lived for more than 200 years, she was still a young person to the blood race. I'll protect you, father, Lilith said stubbornly. She pulled out the butcher's knife again. Sargeras reluctantly reached out and stroked Lilith's amber hair. He said lovingly, Lilith, let's go. If you're lucky, you can escape. You can't even deal with a six-winged angel. Don't do anything stupid. We can only blame ourselves for underestimating the enemy. I was too arrogant, and thought that I alone was enough. Sigh. Hearing her father's sigh, Lilith suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of splendor. Seeing that Cruyff was closing in on her with an excited smile, Lilith suddenly stood up and threw the long black box in her hand backward. No one had expected this action. Lilith had actually thrown away the sword of Thanatos that she had spent so much effort to protect until now. Why? It was very simple. The person Lilith had thrown it to was Xianxia, who had been standing there doing nothing all this time. Xianxia looked at the black box in front of him in a daze. He instinctively reached out to catch it, but as soon as his hand touched it, he suddenly realized, oh no, he had fallen into a trap. As expected, Lilith wiped away her tears and turned back with a charming smile. She winked at Xianxia and said, Dear Your Majesty Pluto, it's all your fault. You forced us to snatch it for you. Now that my father is injured, you'd better hold the black box yourself. What? What did Lilith mean by that? They were ordered to snatch the divine artifact? Everyone's gaze, including Cruyff and the others from the Vatican, was unfriendly as they stared at Xianxia and the black box in his hand. Xianxia let out a bitter laugh. Lilith's brain worked really fast. She actually used such a method to drag him down. Did she not know that as long as he threw the divine artifact back to her, the other party would understand that she was lying? However, Xianxia did not do that. Because when Xianxia looked at Lilith again, he saw in her beautiful red eyes a plea that he had never seen before. At this moment, this proud pure-blooded female blood race let go of her arrogance and reserve. She tried her best to use her gaze to tell Xianxia, I beg you, please have pity on us, save us. Lilith was not a woman who was afraid of death. In fact, death might be something exciting to her. However, it did not mean that she was willing to see her father stabbed to death by the people from the Vatican with a divine artifact. Even if they were blood clan members, even if they did not have beating hearts, they were still relatives connected by blood. Xianxia had to admit helplessly that after returning to Xianxia for 2 years, his heart had really softened a lot. Even though he knew that this woman was framing him, he felt powerless to refuse her plea. In the past, he did not have parents. But now, he had a mother. Family. He could understand this feeling. Sighing, Xianxia threw the black box in his hand to Sauron. Then, he took a step forward and said loudly to everyone present, especially Cruyff, that's right. I was the one who ordered this father and daughter to steal the sword. I'm protecting Sargeras and his daughter. When Xianxia stepped forward, Sauron and the rest were all confused. They knew very well that if Xianxia wanted to snatch the sword, he wouldn't need to send anyone else. However, these people had followed Xianxia for many years, and they knew that Xianxia didn't like to be questioned, so they didn't say anything. Abbess Yun Miao didn't understand why Xianxia would help the Covenant of Darkness against the Vatican. However, she was alone, and the interests of these organizations didn't matter much, so she couldn't be bothered to ask. Sargeras, who had closed his eyes to accept his unexpected failure, couldn't help but open them again when he heard Xianxia's reply. He turned his head with much difficulty and looked at Xianxia, his deep eyes filled with confusion. Lilith, on the other hand, was trembling all over. It wasn't because she was crying or afraid, but because she was too excited. Originally, she had no choice but to ask for help. She didn't think that this smiling Nether King would really be a soft-hearted person. However, she didn't expect that her final desperate move would actually succeed. Thank you. Lilith couldn't say anything else other than using her gaze to express the simplest of emotions. Xianxia couldn't stand the female blood clan member's pitiful gaze. It was like a rose with thorns had turned into a delicate lily in an instant. The contrast was too great. Xianxia chose to ignore the father and daughter duo. Actually, the reason he stepped forward was not only because he was friends with Lilith and felt pity for her, but also because the other party was the Vatican, which gave Xianxia a lot of ideas. After all, the Vatican had tried to ally with other organizations to kill him in Japan. This wasn't a vengeance that needed to be avenged, but if the other party didn't know what was good for them, he might as well do them a favor and get rid of them. When Bishop Cruyff heard Lilith call Xianxia Pluto, he stopped in his tracks and stared at Xianxia. It was only when Xianxia stood in front of the father and daughter duo that he asked, "Are you really the Pluto, the new Hades?" Xianxia didn't reply immediately. Instead, he squatted down, held Sargeras' wrist with one hand, and channeled a strand of innate true chi into it. Sargeras had never felt the vigorous vital energy of the endless resolve restoration scripture before. He only felt the pain in his chest being immediately suppressed by this energy and not continuing to spread. He couldn't help but be shocked. This young lord actually had this kind of ability hidden within him. Standing behind Cruyff, the leader of the Crusaders, Gabriel, had seen Xianxia in Zhonghai before. Previously, because Xianxia was keeping a low profile, he did not notice. Now that he saw him, his expression changed. He walked up to Cruyff and confirmed Xianxia's identity. Once Xianxia's identity was confirmed, not only did the people from the Vatican change their expressions, but the other members of the organizations around the venue also had different expressions. The people from Takamagahara and the Sword in the Stone were all aware of Xianxia's background, so they weren't too surprised. On the other hand, people like Nurari Hyan and Prince who held grudges against Xianxia looked extremely cold. However, the representatives of the Jaguar, Blue Storm, the Soviet Medal, and other organizations and mercenaries from various countries revealed a variety of expressions of fear, shock, and fanaticism. After all, Xianxia hadn't been active in the world for more than 2 years. This first godslayer since ancient times had retreated bravely in the face of adversity. There were too many mysterious and shocking battle records. The 100-year-old Cruyff didn't make much of a move. He was only annoyed that Xianxia ignored him. Now that he heard Gabriel's confirmation, he couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect that the first godslayer to become a god 2 years ago would be such a young man. Xianxia stood up and glanced at Cruyff. Let's go. I'll let Sargeras and Lilith leave safely. Don't waste any more time here. I didn't plan to stain my hands with blood this time. Humph. Cruyff squinted his eyes and lifted his head. Pluto, it seems like you're just an ordinary man. You think I don't know that you're just bluffing? According to the Treaty of Gods, even if you're powerful enough, we're not gods, and you don't have the right to lift the seal. You don't have the help of divine power, but the Vatican has 2 holy warriors at the level of 6-winged angels. They're using the genuine divine power of light. Even the demigod-level Sargeras fell under my lance of Longinus. Do you really think that we'll be afraid of you, a mere Pluto who can't lift the seal, and an ordinary human? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 6-winged angels behind Cruyff spread their wings again and flashed to the left and right in front of Xianxia, forming a pincer attack. The wings condensed from the divine power of light emitted an immense pressure. The faint golden halo seemed to ripple a lake, stirring up strong winds and sending sand and pebbles flying. Many of the people nearby had no choice but to retreat. Such a terrifying aura made many of them sigh. Perhaps even the Pluto couldn't deal with the Vatican that had 6-winged angels if he could lift the seal. Cruyff's face was flushed as he looked around at the terrified gazes. Xianxia didn't move an inch. He curled his lips and said, "It seems like you don't intend to listen to me." Listen to you? Haha, young man, don't be too full of yourself. Others call you a god, but in my eyes, you're no threat at all. Cruyff laughed maniacally. For the sake of the merciful Lord, I don't want to hurt the innocent. If you hand over these filthy dark creatures and the ominous divine weapon, the sword of Thanatos, to the Vatican, I won't pursue your arrogant words. Oh, it seems like you're still thinking about that sword. Xianxia said calmly. He waved his hand behind him, and the black box that Sauron was holding flew into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia held the tightly locked black alloy box in his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he smashed the seemingly indestructible combination lock with his fist. Opening the black box, a 3-foot-long ancient silver-gray weapon that resembled a Roman sword lay quietly in the compartment inside. Many of the people present swallowed their saliva. That was a divine weapon. Would there be any special reaction if it was opened so easily? However, the result was disappointing for many people. Xianxia deftly took out the silver-gray sword that didn't seem to have any special characteristics. He swung the sword a few times without releasing the slightest bit of power. The only part of the sword that had patterns were the runes on the body of the sword. The edge of the sword looked extremely dull, making people wonder if it could be used as a sword. This is the sword of Thanatos? It can't be. Why is it so ordinary? It's not even as good as my dagger. Maybe we don't understand its use. Many people began to whisper among themselves. It was true that the mysteriousness of the sword had been greatly diminished. However, those who were truly knowledgeable wouldn't be too surprised. Divine weapons were not like sacred or demonic weapons that exuded power. The lance of Longinus in Cruyff's hand and the butcher's knife in Lilith's hand were dazzling and majestic. One look and anyone could tell that they were divine weapons. However, divine weapons were much more low-key and reserved. Just like the spear of the war god in Ares' hand, the seemingly ordinary bronze spear could lock space with astonishing power when used by Ares. It was just like how a true expert would hide all of his power in a way that ordinary people could not pry into. Divine weapons were not something that ordinary people could understand. At this moment, it wasn't just Cruyff and the others who were staring at the sword of Thanatos in Xianxia's hand. Nurari Hyon from Takamagara, Lola, Prince, and the others from the Sword in the Stone were also staring at it with burning gazes. Others could not feel it, but they could acutely sense that this ordinary-looking sword could make them feel an oppressive feeling of death. This feeling was not something that an ordinary weapon could give off. Xianxia chuckled and casually put the sword back into the box. He closed the box and said, "It seems that you all want this sword very much. In fact, I have no interest in this sword. I have always liked to fight with my hands. I don't have any interest in weapons. But since this is something that the Vatican wants very much, I'll take it." "You will regret your choice, young man," Cruyff said angrily. "I made my choice because you made me uncomfortable," Xianxia replied calmly and threw the black box behind him. Sauron caught the black box. Thinking that Xianxia had given him such an enviable divine weapon, he could not help but smile bitterly. However, he did not dare say that he would not take it. "Good, good, good," Cruyff said 3 times in a row. His face was flushed and his eyes were ferocious. He raised his voice and laughed, "Since you have chosen to go against us, I will not persuade you any further. I know that the plot in Japan did not manage to kill you. But do you really think that the Vatican can't do anything to you? You are a god, but without divine power, you are just a human. I will let you have a taste of the power of a 6-winged angel. I want to see how you can survive without divine power. I don't want to waste any more time. I will let you see the true power of a 6-winged angel. I, Cruyff, do not mind slaying a god." As Cruyff finished speaking, he pointed the lance of Longinus at the sky. Large amounts of light rained down once again. The divine power of the 2 6-winged angels on his left and right increased tremendously. It was as if they had transformed into 2 platinum-colored beams of light. Wielding a platinum-colored giant sword, they flapped their wings and flew toward Xianxia. The whistling sound of the 6-winged seraphim's attack even caused the surrounding space to distort and split apart. Its godly speed left everyone present in disbelief. They had clearly not used their full strength when they were fighting Sargers just now. Xianxia was expressionless. He did not even look or react. He only took a step toward where Cruyff was standing. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds of metal clashing only reached everyone's ears a second after the light appeared. The huge sword formed by the divine power of light had caused a huge explosion, and Xianxia's body was drowned in the dazzling light. "Your Majesty Pluto!" Even Sauron and the rest, who had absolute faith in Xianxia, could not believe that Xianxia had been caught in a pincer attack. Many of the onlookers felt their legs turn to jelly. The condensed ball of light was like a nuclear bomb exploding in a small area. The turbulent flow of energy within it was enough to grind the ground around Xianxia into powder. The Vatican's thousands of years of accumulation is indeed not to be underestimated, Nurari Hyan, who was standing among the people of Takamagara, murmured. Prince, who was in the stone sword, clenched his fists. Looking at the powerful light ball, he hissed, even this demon will have such a day. Sardras and his daughter, on the other hand, looked miserable. They did not expect the six-winged angels to have hidden their strength. Lilith's eyes were filled with tears of hatred and regret. Almost no one present thought that Xianxia could survive, because the power displayed by the two six-winged angels was completely beyond their imagination. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome had been decided, that incomparably startling figure actually appeared in the center of the ball of light. As the dust and light dissipated, Xianxia's figure gradually became clearer. He stood there as always, as calm and untainted as always. He's actually unscathed. This was the only thought in everyone's mind at the same time. The visual impact was even greater than the full-force attack of the two angels. Xianxia did not speak. Under everyone's shocked gaze, including Cruyff's, he took another step closer to Cruyff. Cruyff murmured, "How is this possible? How did he block it? How?" The two six-winged angels obviously did not expect Xianxia to be unscathed. After flying back into the air, the light sword in their hands condensed again, and this time, it doubled in size as they prepared to attack. Again. Quick! Kill him now. He must have used all his strength to block the attack just now. The only possibility that Cruyff could think of was that Xianxia had used all his strength to block the attack, and his indifferent expression was precisely Xianxia's stalling tactic, a bluff. Cruyff cast a few blessings in a row, raising the angel's speed and attack power to the peak. Xianxia paid no heed to everyone's shocked gazes. He took one step at a time, slowly approaching where Cruyff was standing. There was a faint smile on his face, and in his eyes, there was a hint of mockery and mischievous joy. Standing at the back, Sauron and the others were extremely excited. Their blood was boiling, and they even wanted to dance for joy. As expected of His Majesty Pluto. I knew that no one could defeat him. Of course our faith will never fall. It's actually the undead's walk. Haha, Sauron, how many years has it been since we last saw it? Haha. Listening to the conversation between the mercenaries and the head assassin, Abbess Xianxia frowned and asked, "What's the undead's walk?" Sauron smiled mysteriously. It's a battle technique that His Majesty Pluto liked back in the day. Undead's walk was the name given to him by the people around us. His Majesty Pluto didn't really like his own name. Battle technique? Abbess Xianxia was getting more and more curious. That's right. Sauron nodded and said proudly, back in the day, whenever His Majesty Pluto met a strong opponent and was surrounded, he liked to use the method of not fighting back. He was continuously attacked, and in the process of being attacked, he would walk slowly to the front of the enemy leader. His Majesty Pluto once said that he wanted his opponents to know that even if he just stood there and let them attack him without fighting back, they would still be no match for His Majesty. Making the opponent lose all faith and fall into the abyss of despair is the most complete victory. That's why we're used to calling His Majesty Pluto's steps to take the leader's life undead's walk. Abbess Xianxia felt her scalp go numb. She turned back to look at the figure that was approaching Cruyff with small steps. She finally realized how crazy this man had been when he was overseas. Sauron listened to his colleague's discussion and said doubtfully, but His Majesty Pluto really didn't remove his seal. He was actually able to block such a powerful attack that could even tear space apart. What kind of power did he use? The self-protection ability that Xianxia had displayed just now had already exceeded the impression that these people had of his strength in their memories. At this moment, Abbess Xianxia smiled proudly. That was our Huaxia's internal energy. Xianxia used our Xianxia's endless resolve restoration scripture. The power that blocked the attack just now was the Xiantian true qi of the Xiantian full cycle. Sauron and the others heard this and looked at each other, but they still didn't understand. What was internal energy? What was Xiantian? Just as the few of them were discussing, the two six-winged angels, who had finished accumulating their power, finally struck again. Xianxia's accidental injury had hurt their dignity. The two beams of light once again landed on Xianxia's head with the force of a thunderbolt. The ground that had already sunken by tens of meters was once again swept up a large amount of mud and stones. The entire roof of the venue, accompanied by a strange twisting and tearing force, swelled and exploded. Are they trying to sink the island? Many of them had already begun to yell in anger. The blinding light was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Kill him! Kill him! Archbishop Cruyff had already descended into madness. He yelled and yelled, enjoying the sight of Xianxia being drowned by the surging divine power of light. But in just a few seconds, after the flames dissipated, Archbishop Cruyff's heart turned cold. He saw Xianxia's slack figure walking toward him with a smile, as if he was taking a stroll in a garden. If one were to look closely, they would discover that there was a faint wave of energy around Xianxia's body. The wave seemed gentle, but it had already prevented anything from touching Xianxia. Abbess Xianmiao was the only one present who could recognize that it was the protective Xiantian Gang Qi that one's internal energy had obtained after reaching the perfected Xiantian stage. In fact, back when he was comprehending the 9th level of the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture, Rebirth, in Japan, Xianxia had already felt that his Xiantian true Qi was already comparable to divine power. After the battle with Ares, when Xianxia used his Xiantian true Qi to break through Ares' space freeze, he was even more certain that when one's internal energy reached a high level, it would surpass divine power. Xianxia had obtained proof of that from Ling Shuzi and Hongmeng. Although it wasn't like divine power that could control space and instantly topple mountains and overturn seas, the profound use of internal energy was far better than the carelessness of divine power. Therefore, in the face of the Vatican's arrogance, Xianxia simply chose to use the Revenant's waltz, which he hadn't used for many years. Not only did it prove that his conclusion was correct, it also made everyone understand the difference in strength between him and them, so that there wouldn't be anyone who was ignorant enough to jump in front of him and cause him trouble. At this moment, Cruyff's face was ashen, and the two angels had already stopped attacking. Sardras and his daughter, as well as Sauron and the rest, who were at the back, had already seen the outcome of the battle and looked relaxed. Cruyff started to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps. As Xianxia got closer, he started to feel afraid. When everything that had happened was completely different from what he had expected, the most primitive fear of humans started to grow and spread. No. Impossible. How could you still be alive? Cruyff swallowed his saliva and ordered Gabriel and the 2 six-winged angels beside him, shouting, "Attack! Attack! Don't let him come over." He couldn't care less about losing his composure, because he could clearly see that in Xianxia's eyes, he was already no different from a corpse. However, Xianxia wasn't interested in Cruyff's shouts, and continued to approach the arrogant red-robed old man step by step. The 2 six-winged angels tried to attack again, but they could no longer do so. The reason was that Xianxia and Cruyff were too close, and if they attacked rashly, Cruyff would be affected as well. Moreover, that all-out killing move just now couldn't kill Xianxia. Even the 6-winged seraphim couldn't squander his divine power like that for a long time. Moreover, they were only possessed angels that had descended onto the holy body. The continuous overuse of divine power had caused the wings and radiance of the 2 six-winged angels to gradually dim. Everyone on the scene knew that the time for the angels to descend was almost here. And at that moment, Xianxia had already walked in front of Cruyff. Plop! As Cruyff retreated, his heel hit a piece of gravel, and he fell to the ground. He could no longer hold on to the spear of Longinus firmly. Xianxia tilted his head and sighed, a mocking expression on his face. Bending down, Xianxia grabbed Cruyff's collar with one hand and lifted the red-robed man up as casually as if he were a trash bag. Staring at Cruyff's face, Xianxia asked calmly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you just say, you want to kill a god?" Cruyff swallowed hard, his face trembling, his eyes full of fear and panic. Even if Xianxia had pointed a gun at him, Cruyff wouldn't have fallen into such a state where he didn't even dare to speak. This was because Xianxia's ability to withstand such a shocking attack, as well as his every step toward Cruyff, were like the Grim Reaper's scythe shattering his mental barriers, scraping away all of Cruyff's calmness and confidence. This was a complete and thorough deprivation of his personality, a trampling on it. This man was simply an existence like Satan. Everything he had done just now was to make him unable to muster up any strength to resist. Moreover, what was irresistible was that this demon had succeeded. Cruyff's legs felt as if hundreds of kilograms of lead were hanging from them. He hung there in the air, his body stiff, not daring to move at all. The smile on Yang Chen's face gradually turned cold. His pair of eyes were like black crystals, cold yet incomparably deep. Before you die, I just want to tell you one thing. The reason why I can become a god is not because I have divine power, but because, even if I don't become a god, I am still a god. Every word that Yanqing said was like a steel nail, hammering directly into the hearts of Cruyff and everyone else around him. Only when they saw Yanqing walk out unscathed from that terrifying and perverted attack, did everyone finally realize that God really existed. The two six-winged angels also happened to have exhausted the time and energy to descend at this time. The two holy bodies fell from the sky and turned back into different golden-haired young men. They squatted down while panting. Obviously, they had overdrawn themselves. Everyone understood that the Vatican had lost its power. Seeing that Cruyff's eyes were starting to lose focus, Yanqing knew that the old man no longer had the courage to live. He shook his head and raised his left hand, ready to smash the old man's skull. Stop. Suddenly, Gabriel, who had been watching nervously from the side, yelled. Yanqing turned his head. Is there anything else, or do you want to die first? Facing Yanqing's seemingly calm face, Gabriel took a step back in disappointment. This tall crusader felt like duckweed in the water, floating without any support. Your Majesty Pluto, you can't kill the bishop, or else, you'll definitely regret it. Gabriel used all his strength to finish his sentence. Yanqing turned his head to look at the zombie-like Cruyff, and then at the nervous Gabriel. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he threw Cruyff to the ground with a smile before saying, "Tell me, what will I regret?" Gabriel immediately gathered a bit of courage, because at least this man still had something to consider. Your Majesty Pluto, I don't think you came to Europe alone this time. Gabriel said after sorting out his emotions. Yanqing revealed a look of realization and smiled. You guys did a good job investigating. That's right, I brought my woman with me. Since that's the case, does your Majesty Pluto know where Miss Lin is now? Gabriel asked with bright eyes. Yanqing narrowed his eyes. You even investigated her background. I say, no wonder you could become the leader of the Crusaders. It seems that even a bishop like Cruyff does not have the courage to speak up at a time like this. Alright, I'll be honest. I don't know where she is. She should still be waiting for me in Paris. Gabriel seemed to have regained his confidence. That might not be the case. Yanqing's face turned cold. What do you mean? Your Majesty Pluto will understand what I mean immediately. Saying that, Gabriel took out a pocket-sized unlimited communication device, which looked like a Bluetooth headset, and silently put it on her ear. At this time, most of the people in the venue had already left. After all, the battle scene just now was too dangerous. Those who felt that they were not strong enough did not even dare to stay in the venue. Many of them had even fled back to the Louis XVI super cruise ship, ready to leave the island by ship at any time. Therefore, in the spacious venue, or rather the ruins of the battle, there were only a few dozen people from the strongest organizations. It was this group of people, like Yanqing, who looked at Gabriel with puzzlement. They put on their communication devices, and no one knew who they were calling. You should have seen the situation at the scene. Gabriel began to communicate with the other side of the communication device. We can give up on our original plan. Bishop Cruyff has been defeated. It's your turn now, Gabriel said again. Then, Gabriel nodded and turned to look at Fodessa and the other officials of the 7th Bureau. If Fodessa and the others weren't the host, they would have left the venue long ago. Now, they were covered in dust and looked very embarrassed. Deputy Director Fodessa, there should be equipment like monitors that can be used in this venue, right? Gabriel asked. Fodessa was stunned. He was a little confused, but he was experienced and quickly calmed himself down. He nodded and said, yes, there are spare monitors in the underground base. The reason why they could only use part of the monitors was because there was no other way. In the battle just now, half of the base had been razed to the ground. The top was barely covered, and the only usable electronic equipment could only be found in other areas. Gabriel nodded in satisfaction and said to Yanqing, Your Majesty Pluto, please follow me to watch a video. You can decide if you want to kill them all after watching it. Xianxia seemed to have realized something. He sighed and said, let's go. Gabriel didn't stand on ceremony. He let Fodessa lead the way and led him and Xianxia to the area of the base where they could watch the video. There were only a few dozen people at the scene. They were naturally curious about what had happened. They couldn't care less about their vigilance and followed behind Xianxia and the others, going deeper into the base. Sargeras, supported by Lilith, followed in with Sauron, Abbess Xianxia, and the others. The two blonde holy-bodied youths pulled up the dazed and dejected Cruyff, and followed Gabriel. After passing through a few ruins, they came to a relatively intact conference room. However, the ceiling of the room was a little broken, and they could see the night sky and stars outside. Because the conference room was close to the sea, they could even hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Deputy Director Fodessa, please turn on the monitor and adjust it to receive satellite signals, Gabriel ordered. Fodessa didn't dare to disobey. Although he felt pained by the mess in his heart, he could only brace himself and go forward. He turned on the large monitor on the wall and adjusted it to receive satellite images. Soon, after receiving the images, a clear image of the satellite transmission appeared in front of everyone. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately tell that it was the scene on the deck of a warship. The warship was parked in the sea. Behind it was the dark sky, and the lights on the deck were extremely bright. They could see the railings and some anti-aircraft cannons at the back. Just as everyone was wondering why there wasn't a single person in the picture, a group of people finally walked out from inside. It was a group of tall men wearing black Secret Service uniforms, goggles, and helmets. Xianxia couldn't be more familiar with their attire. The kidnappers had worn the same attire. On their arms and chests, there was the iconic golden sun totem. People from the realm of God? Some of the people present had already recognized the origin of this group of people. Obviously, before coming to the conference, all parties had already prepared information on the realm of God and Apollo. After the appearance of this group of men in black, a few tied-up people were brought to the deck. Xianxia's gaze froze. The tied-up people were Lin Ruashi, Stern and his sister, and Harry and his mother. However, the 5 of them were currently unconscious. They were carried to the deck by a few men and thrown directly onto the cold steel plate. Harry? Seeing this scene, Fodessa was the first to scream. Seeing his wife and son there, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Commander Gabriel. What is the meaning of this? What is the relationship between the realm of God and the Vatican? Fodessa was, after all, a leader of the Security Bureau who had held a high position for many years. He immediately understood many things and turned to glare at Gabriel. Storm Lola, the sword in the stone, looked at Gabriel with disdain and sneered. Do you even need to ask? The despicable Vatican is definitely in cahoots with the realm of God. What a bunch of scum. I didn't expect the Vatican to fall into cahoots with a terrorist organization. Finally realizing that religion can't conquer the world, you want to resort to crafty plots and schemes? What a group of Western monks with human faces but hearts of beasts. The Maokong prostitute of Takamagara sneered. Gabriel was unmoved by these words and continued to stare at the screen. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked at the image of Lin Ruashi lying on the deck in silence. Sauron and the others, on the other hand, looked anxious. Abbess Xianxia's hands were covered in cold sweat. At this moment, an unusual figure slowly walked out from the screen. It was a man of medium build wearing a white shirt and pants. On the chest area of his shirt was an enlarged golden sun totem. The man also wore a helmet on his head. However, his helmet was similar to that of an ancient Roman general, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. On the forehead of the helmet, there was also a golden sun totem. The man probably had a screen connected to the one on the island through a satellite, so he could clearly see what was happening on the island. After observing carefully for a while, the man finally opened his mouth and said with a strange, hoarse voice, I think some of you should be able to guess who I am, but let me introduce myself. I am Apollo. Indeed, although most of the people on the island had guessed the man's identity when he appeared, their gazes still sharpened when the man confirmed his identity. Apollo's expression couldn't be seen under his helmet, but his eyes revealed a strange smile. He continued, I know everyone on the island must be very surprised. Why would the Holy See be in contact with me? But I don't think there's anything to discuss. I can give the Vatican what they want, and the Vatican can help me. That's all. Although I don't know if you're the real Apollo, I really want to know. You said that you can give the Vatican what they want. Do you want the Vatican to rule the world? Rule the world? That's a grand dream. The person who teased Apollo was Ire, a member of Blue Storm who had a conflict with the Jaguar on the ship. On the other side of the screen, Apollo didn't say anything. Instead, he waved to his side. A black-cloaked man walked out, holding a golden longbow in his hand. The longbow was engraved with complicated runes and vine-like plant lines. It could be called an exquisite work of art. When everyone saw the longbow, they realized that it was definitely not an ordinary item. It could very well be a divine artifact. However, what puzzled them even more was why Apollo was holding a bow and arrow. Could it be that AI Air had mocked him and he was going to shoot AI Air with an arrow? What a joke. They were deep in the island, and Apollo was at least a few kilometers away in the sea. They couldn't even see him, so how could he draw the bow? However, what Apollo said next shocked everyone once again. Foolish human, since you doubt my identity and ability, let me tell you the difference between a god and a human. As he spoke, Apollo actually started to draw the bow. When Apollo drew the golden longbow in his hand, golden red flames began to burn on the body of the bow. A flaming arrow condensed from the crimson flames suddenly appeared on the thin silver string of the bow. What kind of weapon is that? Is it Apollo's divine artifact? Someone exclaimed. Xianxia frowned. He was also a little confused about what was happening in front of him. In the next second, Apollo let go of the bowstring. Idiot, do you think you can really become a god by using a high-tech product to imitate the appearance of a divine artifact? You. Ire, who only treated it as a joke, couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth opened wide and he was speechless. This was because everyone suddenly saw that outside the broken roof, in the night sky, a golden red dot gradually began to enlarge, and it was falling towards the base at an incredible speed. Ire, watch out. The Blue Storm member who was an expert in anti-particle shields stood in front of Ire. He immediately activated the shield and pulled Ire away from the spot. However, as the two moved, the flaming arrow that was shot at the island actually changed its trajectory. Like a tracking missile, it also changed direction. Bang! The flaming arrow directly penetrated the seemingly sturdy anti-particle shield, piercing the man and Ire's bodies at the same time. At the same time, the two bodies exploded into pieces. Watching the two arcanists, who were fine just a moment ago, being blown into pieces by a tracking arrow shot from an unknown distance, almost everyone present was stunned. This kind of attack was much more frightening than the battle that razed the base to the ground. If this wasn't something a god could do, could it be a human? Now, do you have any questions? Apollo put down his longbow and asked calmly on the other side of the monitor. Fodessa was the first to kneel on the ground. He stuttered, Apollo. You. What do you want? Why did you kidnap my wife and son? Apollo ignored Fodessa's question. Instead, he turned to the silent Xianxia and said, The new Hades, I didn't expect you to appear in this secret meeting. You've caused an accident in my plan. Fortunately, it won't affect the final outcome. Persephone is already in my hands. I think we can have a good talk and have a good cooperation. Cooperate? Xianxia chuckled. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment before asking, I'm really curious about your plan. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Apollo said, On the entire island, the only person that I'm interested in talking to is you, Hades. If you're willing to stand with me, then when my plan succeeds, I can hand over half of the European Union to you. Of course, it's only the European Union now. When I continue to expand, when my realm of gods extends to the entire world, I can even let you be on equal footing with me and share the entire world. Apollo's tone was filled with excitement and savagery. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Everyone on the island sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Apollo's goal is to conquer the entire world? Haha. Just when everyone was frowning, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. What are you laughing at, Hades? Apollo asked in annoyance. Xianxia waved his hand. Nothing. I'm just thinking that your goal is really grand. Compared to me, who only wants to live an ordinary life, I feel that I'm quite pitiful. Humph, in this rotten and dirty world, those humans who are blinded by money and benefits can only truly break free from their shackles after a baptism of blood. Hades, it's fine if you don't understand me. I don't expect anyone to understand my thoughts. I just need to know if you're willing to accept it. As he spoke, Apollo turned around and glanced meaningfully at the unconscious Linruashi and the others on the deck. Xianxia tried to hold back his laughter. Tell me, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Xianxia's question made everyone on the island look at Xianxia nervously. Even the sword in the stone, Takamagara, and the others who had always wanted to take revenge on Xianxia knew that they were no match for Xianxia after witnessing Xianxia effortlessly defeat the church's six-winged angel. If Xianxia really agreed to join forces with Apollo, then it was obvious that they were doomed. Straightforward, Apollo laughed sinisterly. What I want you to do is simple. You only need to protect Bishop Cruyff, Captain Gabriel, and the other 3 friends from the Vatican, as well as Deputy Director Fodessa. That way, you can help Deputy Director Fodessa complete a task. Fodessa, whose brain had stopped working, was startled. He mumbled, "WH. What is it?" Apollo paused for a moment and said, "Go to the central underground laboratory and take out the end button. Also, use it outside the range of the explosion." What? Fodessa was a big man. Upon hearing this, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Lola frowned and asked, "Deputy Director Fodessa, what's the end button?" Fodessa swallowed his saliva and said, It's the main switch to activate the base's destruction mode." Nuclear bomb. Almost everyone's faces turned pale. They understood what this meant. Military bases often faced undesirable situations, such as being breached by the enemy or being invaded. Therefore, it was crucial to destroy all evidence that was beneficial to the enemy at the last moment. This destruction mode obviously relied on nuclear warheads to sink the entire military base. Even a radius of tens of miles would be affected. After all, the power of a nuclear warhead, even if it wasn't a real atomic bomb, hydrogen bomb, or any other supernuclear weapon, was still much more powerful than an ordinary missile. France was the world's 3rd largest stockpile of nuclear warheads. It was a piece of cake for them to deploy some to sink an island. Apollo continued, "Hades, it shouldn't be hard for you to keep these ants on the island forever. If you're willing, you can kill them for me. I only need to let the world know of Apollo's dominance. That's enough. Don't even think about it." A silhouette that hadn't moved all this while suddenly vanished from the spot. In a flash, Nurarihayan, the general of Takamagara, appeared behind Fodessa who was sitting on the ground. Like a ray of silver light, Nurarihayan was about to take Fodessa's head. Whoosh! However, before the dagger could swing down, the edge of the blade was caught by a person's hand. "Why are you in such a hurry?" In the blink of an eye, Xianxia appeared behind Nurarihayan and grabbed the blade with his bare hands. Nurarihayan's face was gloomy. He turned around and said, "Do I have to wait for him to get the detonator and press the button before I make my move? Pluto. Are you that selfish? For the sake of your woman, are you going to let all the people in this world die without a place to be buried?" Laura questioned. "Humph, I knew he was a heartless demon. Let's not beg him. Let's attack together and kill him and Fodessa. Then, we'll fight Apollo to the death." Prince shouted. However, no one else responded to Prince's words. Even the people in the sword and the stone had a troubled look on their faces. After witnessing Xianxia's strength, they knew that even if they attacked him together, they would only die faster. Moonlight reflection. Suddenly, Nurarihayan murmured. His figure dispersed into a ripple and disappeared from Xianxia's control. Xianxia sighed. "Another strange trick. Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" In the next second, Xianxia extended one of his hands to the left. Nurarihayan, who was about to swing his sword down, was firmly fixed in the air. Nurarihayan was shocked. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Previously on the cruise, Xianxia clearly didn't notice him and only relied on ranged attacks to guard against him. How could he see through it so easily? Was he really not serious in the fight? Nurarihayan asked himself bitterly. Xianxia grinned and said, "This area is now under the control of my Xiantian true qi. Although I can't capture your aura, I can feel the flow of your true qi. Your every move is futile. I admit that I have underestimated you. The strength of a king god is indeed beyond my comprehension." Nurarihayan sneered unwillingly. "In that case, you don't even need Fodessa to detonate the nuclear bomb to kill all of us?" "No." Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Gabriel stood up and said, "It's not everyone. His Excellency Apollo has already said it. We, the Vatican, have the sacred mission of educating the new world. The ones who should stay on this island are you, not us." This time, other than Sauron and the rest who had absolute trust in Xianxia, the others stared at Xianxia nervously. No one would be stupid enough to choose to escape. They knew that even if they evacuated the island in the shortest time possible, they wouldn't be able to leave the range of the nuclear bomb unless their speed was comparable to that of a fighter jet. Moreover, if Xianxia really tried to stop them, they wouldn't stand a chance. "Fodessa, what are you hesitating for? Don't you want to reunite with your wife and son?" Apollo asked coldly. "And, Hades, my patience is running out. You have to think this through. Your woman is also in my hands. Compared to your woman, aren't the people on the island all dispensable and lowly microbes?" Xianxia ignored Apollo's question. He squatted down and patted Fodessa's shoulder. "Deputy Director Fodessa, I want to know what your choice is." Fodessa's face was covered in sweat. His fingers were clawing the ground until they were bleeding. A trace of ruthlessness and pain appeared on the man's straight face. "I won't detonate it." "What?" Not only the people present, even Gabriel and the other three from the Vatican were shocked by Fodessa's choice. "You idiot, what are you talking about? What does the people here have to do with you? Are you going to abandon your wife and son?" The one who spoke was Cardinal Cruyff, who had regained his sanity. The old man roared angrily, regaining his domineering manner. However, his face was a little haggard, probably due to overexertion. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face as he nodded. Fodessa stood up and said to Apollo on the monitor, "I refuse, Apollo. It's impossible for you to control me with my wife and son. I, Fodessa, am not like some people who use the name of God to do shady things that infuriate the heavens and the people. That's right, I'm just a mixed-blood Frenchman born by a German Nazi and a French traitor. In the eyes of many, even my superiors, I may be a shameless bastard. However, I've been upright for half of my life. My position is earned with my military exploits and my life. I can lower my head to the rich and powerful, apologize to my superiors, but I will never abandon my honor as a French soldier. I will never allow my son, even if he survives, to have a father who lives on betraying his country and sacrificing others." Before Fodessa could finish his words, his eyes were already filled with tears. His solemn and resonant voice stunned everyone present. Many of them even had a tinge of apology and respect in their eyes. Even Nurarihayan, who wanted to kill Fodessa, quietly sheathed his katana after a moment of daze. On the monitor, Apollo's eyes were filled with anger. "Do you know what you're saying, Deputy Director Fodessa? Do you think the outcome will change if you don't detonate it?" After saying that, a black palm-sized remote control board suddenly appeared in Apollo's hand. The appearance of this item caused Fodessa to stagger 3 steps back. How did you? Do you think that only the island has a detonator? I already have one in my hands. It's just that I cherish talents and want you to live. Now it seems that you don't deserve to live at all." Apollo shook his head and turned to Xianxia. "Hades, since Fodessa doesn't want to live, why don't you let him live? Hades, since Fodessa doesn't want to live, bring the 4 from the Vatican and leave the island. Let the others stay." Xianxia didn't say anything. He turned back to look at Cruyff, Gabriel, and the other 3. They were already standing together, ready to leave at any time. Xianxia walked over to them, under everyone's panicked gaze. "Haha, Your Majesty Pluto, it seems that you're indeed wise." Although Cruyff was defeated, he was still very pleased to see Xianxia being threatened. Xianxia came before the old man and grinned. Is that so? Without waiting for Cruyff to say anything, Xianxia's hand had already grabbed the top of Cruyff's skull. Crack! With a crisp sound, Cruyff's head exploded like a crushed berry. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, and he was directly smashed into pieces. He had thought that Xianxia was really going to leave with the 4 people from the Vatican, but unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly crushed Cruyff's head. Gabriel watched as the bishop beside him laughed and lost his head. He could not help but widen his eyes and take 2 steps back before he could confirm that what he saw was real. You. How dare you? Gabriel trembled, unable to speak clearly. Xianxia smiled evilly and shook off the blood and filth on his hands. He said slowly, why wouldn't I dare? Really? I was just about to kill this old man, and I thought it was a big deal. He actually said something like you will regret it, and I was so scared that I did not dare to kill him immediately. So it was just a small matter. Couldn't you have told me earlier? Did you think that you could stop me from killing you? Many of the people present were elated. They did not expect that Xianxia did not abandon them, and did not intend to kill to help Apollo. On the other side of the screen, Apollo was obviously stunned for a moment before he said angrily, Hades. Don't you know what you are doing? Don't you know that your woman is in my hands? If I want to, I can kill her in an instant. I know. TSK, you really caught me. I have many women, and any one of them is my real wife. Xianxia shook his head and sighed ruefully. Apollo looked doubtful. You seem to think that I really don't dare to do it, Hades. Do you really think that I will not dare to kill Persephone because we are both main gods? Xianxia's face suddenly turned cold, and he sneered, main god? Fool, do you really think that I will believe that you are Apollo? As soon as he said this, not only Apollo was stunned, but everyone present also shuddered and looked at Xianxia in shock. Could it be that this Apollo was fake? Hades, stop bluffing. It's all in vain. If you suspect my identity, I can shoot a few more arrows and let all the ants on the island burn to death in the flames. However, this is unnecessary work, Apollo said. If you don't agree to my conditions, your woman will die in the next moment. And you, like those people on the island, will die in a nuclear explosion. Oh? If you really think you can kill me with a nuclear bomb, why did you kidnap my woman? Xianxia asked with a smile. Apollo narrowed his eyes and said, you are challenging the limits of my patience. Xianxia didn't care at all and continued, do you know, this show of yours is meaningless in my eyes? Because from the very beginning, I knew you were fake. Although you have a weapon that looks pretty good, and your strength is also not bad, it's still not enough. However, you have no idea what a sovereign is. If you were the Lord God, you wouldn't say something like ruling the world. To sovereigns, this was meaningless. There was no need to rely on so many methods and so many people to help you complete this task. I'm guessing that the biggest reason why you want to kill the representatives of various countries through this secret meeting is to cause panic in various countries and turmoil in the world. Didn't you say before that you wanted to kill the current chairman of the European Union, the French president? If you start from the top, sooner or later there will be political turmoil everywhere, which will lead to a world war. Getting what you want from the war, the so-called interests of ruling the world, is the most likely to be achieved. Humph, whatever nonsense you say. I only ask you one thing now, kill the people on the island, or die with them. Apollo asked loudly. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and his figure flashed again, this time in front of Gabriel. Gabriel suddenly realized something and raised his giant sword to resist. However, one of Xianxia's hands was like an indestructible spear. He didn't dodge and directly grabbed the giant sword. Clang! The heavy giant sword made of fine steel was like a fragile piece of paper. It was shaken by the vast and majestic innate true energy and turned into a pile of pieces. However, Xianxia's hand didn't slow down and directly hit Gabriel's chest. Bang! It was like a bomb had exploded in Gabriel's body. Under Gabriel's shocked and furious gaze, his body was torn into pieces. Everyone watched in horror as Xianxia retracted his hand. The ground around his feet was already broken into pieces of flesh and bones. Many of the people present felt their scalps go numb. Most of them knew how to kill people, But they had never seen someone kill someone by either crushing their head or shattering their entire body. Why does he have to use such cruel methods to kill people every time? Abbess Xianxia frowned, feeling a little nauseous. Sauron smiled bitterly. His Majesty Pluto's power is too great. He didn't create this effect on purpose. It's just that the power he uses casually creates a terrifying scene. However, Yangqing didn't stop there. After dealing with Gabriel, Yangqing used one hand to crush the necks of the two precious holy bodies of the Vatican. The 4 people from the Vatican couldn't put up any resistance at all. They were taken care of by Yangqing in a short minute. On the other side of the screen, Apollo was furious, but he couldn't stop Yangqing from making his move. At this moment, everyone present believed Yangqing's words. Indeed, they realized that this was all a trap set up by the realm of God and the Vatican. If they all died here, and the one who did it was the realm of God, then the French president would be killed as well. The higher-ups of the European Union and the world would panic. Once the situation became unstable, all kinds of fuses could trigger local and global wars. The consequences would be unimaginable. All right. Pluto, it seems like there's no need to talk anymore. Apollo laughed strangely. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll start with your woman and take care of the hostages. Then, I'll let you all have a taste of being drowned in nuclear bombs. With that, Apollo turned around and walked towards Lin Ruashi, who was at the back of the deck. Yangqing. Stop him. You're really going to let him touch Ruashi? Abbess Xianxia, who knew Lin Ruashi, was the first to yell. She couldn't believe that Yangqing would let that person kill his wife. Yangqing was pleasantly surprised. Oh, Abbess Xianxia, so you still care about our Ruashi? I thought it was because of Lin Jigua that you hated Ruashi to death. Why do you still have the mood to say such nonsense? No matter how much I dislike her, she's still a descendant of the Lin family. Abbess Xianxia was so angry that her face turned red. Yangqing sighed in his heart. A descendant of the Lin family? That person's background was much deeper than the Lin family. Of course, Yangqing couldn't say it out loud. Everyone, stop looking. Yangqing looked left and right before saying to the crowd, hurry up and return to the cruise, or think of a way to run far away. The nuclear bomb might explode later. Everyone present thought that what Yangqing did just now was because he had a way to stop the nuclear bomb from exploding. Now that they heard it, this guy was actually waiting for the nuclear bomb to explode? Are you kidding? Your Majesty Pluto, why would you kill the Vatican's people when you know that the nuclear bomb will explode? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yangqing shrugged. The remote is in that guy's hands. What can I do? As soon as he finished speaking, Panther and the others who were further away, led by the female shaman, quickly retreated out of the island. The weaker members of the organization immediately followed. Lunatic, you really are a lunatic. Even Prince couldn't help but feel afraid. Although Takamagara, the sword in the stone, and the rest were unwilling, they knew that they had to run as far as they could, so they didn't stay any longer. Although the nuclear bomb's area of effect should be very wide, they could only hope that if it really exploded, they would be able to run far enough to avoid it, or at least not die. There was no other way. These people were all experts, so naturally, they had their own ways to leave quickly. In an instant, only Yangqing, Abbess Xianxia, Sauron, and the rest were left. Fodessa was still standing straight in front of the monitor. As for his assistants, they had long since disappeared. At this moment, Apollo was already not far from Lin Ruashi. The unconscious Lin Ruashi was lying on the ice-cold deck that was slightly higher. Beside her were the Stern siblings, and further away were Harry and his mother. When the men in black saw Apollo approaching, they immediately scattered to one side to show their respect. Apollo turned around and sneered at Yangqing and the rest. Pluto, this is the result of your own stupidity. Such a beautiful woman, let me burn her to ashes. Then, of course, it will be Deputy Director Fodessa's wife and child. Haha. As he spoke, Apollo once again raised the golden-carved longbow, aiming at Lin Ruashi, who was lying a dozen meters away from him. Seeing that Apollo was about to use the bow, Abbess Xianxia and the rest turned pale. That bow and arrow had been shot from the sea, piercing through 2 blue storm agents and blowing them into pieces. Lin Ruashi and the rest were ordinary people. If they were shot, not only would they not be ashes, not even dregs would be left. As expected, the men in black who were close to the bow avoided it in a panic, not daring to get too close to that terrifying weapon. The flame arrow once again condensed on the bowstring of the golden longbow. The scorching light scorched the hearts of the people on the island. Except for Yangqing, who was standing calmly, Abbess Miao, Sauron, and the rest were anxious. Goodbye, Persephone. If you want to blame someone, blame your stubborn husband. Apollo said in a low voice and released the flame arrow in his hand. The scorching light burst out in an instant. Seeing that Apollo had shot the flaming arrow, not only Abbess Yun Miao and the rest, but even Sardras and Lilith, who hadn't escaped, closed their eyes. From their perspective, this was an unsolvable and tragic ending. For a moment, apart from the cold wind blowing past their ears, there was no other sound on the island. They didn't understand why Yangqing would kill the 4 people from the Vatican so carelessly. They also didn't understand how Yangqing could be so indifferent as to let the fake Apollo shoot a flaming arrow at Lin Ruashi that no mortal could withstand. But they couldn't bear to see such a beautiful body turn into ashes in front of their eyes. After more than 10 seconds, they forced their eyes open. They didn't hear any sound from the monitor, which made them puzzled. When everyone took a closer look, they were immediately dumbfounded. On the deck, where Lin Ruashi was lying, there was a semi-transparent, golden-red shield around her. A fire-like brilliance flowed on the shield, making it look extremely beautiful. And that powerful, crimson flaming arrow was blocked by the shield. Starting from the arrowhead, it seemed to be swallowed bit by bit. Sparks flew everywhere, and it began to dissipate. What is that? Everyone had a huge question in their minds. Why did a shield that could swallow such a terrifying attack suddenly appear? But no matter what, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When they looked at Yangqing's faint smile again, they realized that Yangqing must have predicted something, which was why he was so calm. On the deck, Apollo couldn't believe it. He took a step back and shook his head, muttering, "Impossible, how is this possible? What the hell is this?" Apollo was enraged by the sudden change in the situation that was originally under his control. He raised the golden longbow in his hand again and drew another flame arrow. "I don't believe it can't pierce through." An even more ferocious flaming arrow was shot out once again. However, just like before, the moment the flaming arrow came into contact with the golden-red flowing light shield, it was completely useless. You can't shoot through it. Although you're very strong and the weapon in your hand is comparable to a divine weapon, you're still not a god. Yangqing finally opened his mouth and said with a smile. Apollo spun around, trembling with rage. "What's going on? Tell me what this is." Due to his extreme anger, Apollo's voice was different from before. His roar shocked the haggard Fodessa on the island. Chief! Chief! Fodessa cried out in surprise. He stood up abruptly and questioned loudly, "You're the director? You are not Apollo. You're Director Depnay." Apollo's eyes showed a little panic, but more than that, it was anger and ruthlessness. Yangqing laughed even more happily and scratched his ear. "Ah, it's Director Depnay. I was wondering why you were pretending to be Apollo. Now, it doesn't matter how loud you speak. Your plan has been exposed." This scene stunned Abbess Yun Miao, Sauron, Sardras, and the rest. They naturally knew who Depnay was. He was the director of the 7th Bureau of the French Security. Initially, they thought that Fodessa, the deputy director, was hosting the meeting because of the division of labor. Who would have thought that the director was actually Apollo? As if knowing that it was useless to keep up the act, Depnay took off the Roman helmet with the totem of the sun on it and threw it to the side, revealing a face that had gone through the vicissitudes of life. His slightly curly hair drooped down, and his hawk-like eyes were no longer filled with the flattery and arrogance of the past. All that was left was deep hatred and dominance. Fodessa, who had worked with him for many years, almost couldn't be sure of Depnay's identity. "Director. It's really you. No wonder you suddenly asked me to host such an important meeting. So, why?" Fodessa's heart sank. He realized that he had been tricked by Depnay from the start. It was as if the whole world had collapsed. All the energy in his body was sucked out, and he couldn't even ask a complete question. The corner of Depney's mouth twitched. He snorted coldly. Trash, I really shouldn't have raised you up. Talk about the glory of a soldier. You're just a bastard. How dare you talk about glory with me? Humph. Fodessa's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't say a word. Depney couldn't be bothered with his subordinate. He said darkly, Pluto, I admit that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to expose me so quickly. However, this won't affect the final outcome. The detonator is still in my hands. Even if I can't kill your woman right away, I can still blow up the entire island. So, you still have no chance of winning. Xianxia patted his chest and revealed a frightened expression. He sighed. Director Depney, you're really smart. How could I forget that you still have the detonator? But I'm also stupid. I've long guessed that the so-called Apollo is actually an important member of the French government, but I didn't expect him to be able to control a nuclear bomb. Depney laughed coldly. Oh? You actually had such a guess? I'm interested to hear how you managed to guess such a thing. Anyway, there's no rush to detonate the nuclear bomb. You can treat it as your last words before you die. As he spoke, Depney raised the longbow in his hand. While you're explaining your theory, I'll shoot some arrows as a gift to you. Although I'm not sure what method you used to protect your woman from me, I think, if you die, then she won't have to die. To be honest, it's a pity to kill a woman like her. Laughing maliciously, Depney pulled the bowstring again. Rustle, rustle, rustle. This time, Depney shot 3 arrows in a row. Xianxia said unhurriedly, actually, when we were kidnapped to Romilly, I already had my suspicions. In a city so close to Paris, no matter how hidden the warehouse is, it's impossible for the French Security Bureau not to find it after so many rich nobles disappeared. The biggest possibility, I think, is that they don't want to find it at all. As he spoke, 3 flaming arrows fell rapidly from the sky, heading for the 3 people on Sauron's side. Xianxia didn't look at them. He opened his hand, and surging Xiantian True Chi rolled back like a raging wave, destroying the terrifying arrows in midair. On the other end of the monitor, Depney's face turned green. Although he didn't think his weapon could do much damage to Xianxia, he had shot it at the others. But he hadn't expected it to be of no threat at all. Xianxia didn't take it seriously at all. He continued, moreover, the first target chosen by the so-called realm of God and the time they launched this operation are also very suspicious. If it really is such a powerful organization, why didn't they choose to deal with the more threatening America and Britain? Wouldn't it be more effective to threaten the American president? If it really was a god, would they need to be afraid of Blue Storm? And the French Security Bureau, as everyone knows, isn't very strong. Picking on a pushover would be a waste of their grand goal of dominating the world. That's why I guessed that he chose France, because the fake Apollo could only choose France. And the reason why they waited until now is because in this half a year, the French president will become the rotating chairman of the European Union. At a time like this, the excuse for choosing France is even stronger. It won't make people think that it's because Apollo is in France. Another important point is that the Paris Fashion Week is the time when the world's most famous nobles and merchants gather. If they make trouble at this time, the governments of the various countries won't dare to openly stop their nobles and merchants from coming to France. Other than exerting pressure on the various governments, they can also obtain large amounts of funds to purchase weapons through kidnapping and extortion. At this point, Depney's expression changed unpredictably, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was obvious that he had guessed correctly. As for Abbess Yun Miao and the others, they gradually understood. No wonder the Security Bureau couldn't do anything about the realm of God's misdeeds in France. So it was embezzlement. Xianxia sighed. When I saw the weapons in the hands of those men in black, they were actually the most advanced light machine guns from the German HK company. They were all equipped with special forces level equipment, and I was almost certain that the realm of God is an organization that can't be separated from the government. Otherwise, how could these random terrorists have so much money? And their official weapons manufacturers wouldn't easily sell their equipment. I can only say that your plan has some flaws, but it's still very thorough for most people. The flaw is that you overestimated your own strength, and even more so, overestimated the strength of your ally, the Vatican. So what? Depney shouted. So what if you've guessed correctly now? All of this will sink with the island, forever sinking to the bottom of the sea. When I kill all of you and blow up these idiots from various countries, the world will be in chaos, and every country will be suspicious of each other. When I kill the French president, and then kill a few leaders of the European Union will naturally listen to me. Even those people from the sword and the stone won't be able to defeat me, who has a divine weapon. I will become the master of the European Union, ignite the flames of war in the world, and become the master of the world. No one can stop me. Looking at the deranged Depnay, everyone on the island couldn't help but grit their teeth. What a madman. Does he really think that kind of plan will succeed? Lilith said angrily. As a proud member of the blood race, she naturally couldn't accept being played by a human. No, rather than saying that his plan is to rule the world, it's better to say that he wants the whole world to fall into the flames of war, as if he's taking revenge on the humans. Sargeras said softly. Depnay laughed maniacally for a while before he stopped, panting. I can't be bothered to say anything to you people who are about to die. Since I can't kill Pluto's woman for now, I'll kill the others first. Fodessa. My deputy director, I'll send your wife and son to hell to wait for you. No. Director, don't kill them. Fodessa roared, climbing onto the monitor and shouting. Depnay couldn't be bothered with him. He turned around, raised his bow again, and aimed at the unconscious Harry and his son, condensing 2 flame arrows. However, just as Depnay was about to shoot the arrows, the unconscious Stern, who had been lying motionlessly on the ground, suddenly scratched his hair and slowly climbed up from the ground. Seeing Stern suddenly wake up, not only were the men in black surprised, but Depnay also frowned. As far as they knew, the drugs on the hostages wouldn't wake them up so quickly. After standing up, Stern didn't forget to stretch. He glanced at Depnay, who was holding the golden bow and pulling the flame arrows, and shook his head, as if lamenting something. Then, he looked at the monitor and said to Yangqing, Hades, are you done yet? Don't you know that the deck is very cold? Why do you have so much to say? Persephone isn't a non-human like us. Who can a girl cry to when she has a cold? I was wondering why she didn't let you go to bed. You're too wishy-washy and not straightforward at all. Didn't you just tell this pig that he failed? You're done talking. Don't you know that we're rushing back to Paris for supper? Don't you know that the place that sells good food closes after midnight? Yangqing wasn't surprised to see Stern stand up. He rolled his eyes. Seems like you're the one who talks too much. Seeing that Stern and Yangqing were chatting, completely disregarding him and treating him like air, Depnay was instantly enraged. Bastard, who do you think you are? You're courting death. As he spoke, Depnay changed the direction of his arrows and shot 2 consecutive arrows at Stern. At such a close distance, 2 flame arrows that could shatter steel plates were unavoidable. Idiot, Stern didn't move, but curled his lips and muttered silently. A golden-red shield that radiated light appeared in front of Stern once again, directly swallowing the 2 flame arrows. Don't you understand? The one who stopped your arrows wasn't that guy on the island, but me, your grandfather. Stern looked at Depnay with a gaze full of helplessness. Hearing this, Depnay took 2 steps back. His heart trembled as he realized that something was wrong. He said in a low voice, you're not Stern. Who the hell are you? Stern burst out laughing, almost losing his breath. He pointed at Depnay and shook his head. You want to start a world war with a brain like yours? It's true that you'll die of stupidity without fighting a war. You used my name and used my banner to swindle people everywhere. You should have been mentally prepared to be exposed. Hearing Stern's words, Depnay's mind went blank. His eyes widened and his voice trembled. You're finally figured it out. Stern stroked his brilliant golden hair and grinned. That's right, I'm a bow. Row. When Stern finished saying the 3 words Apollo, not only did Depnay's mind go blank, but even Sauron, Abishin Miao, Prince Sargeras, and the others on the island were shocked beyond words. Apollo? This mischievous, undignified scum of the European aristocratic circle, the famous prodigal of the Cromwell family, and the guy who never behaved properly was the legendary sun god, Apollo, one of the 12 main gods? Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Stern, aka Apollo, expressed his dissatisfaction. He curled his lips and snorted. What's with that look? Why can that ruffian Xianxia be Pluto, while a handsome aristocrat like me can't be the sun god? I'm the real deal, and I've always been. That guy is the brat who replaced me. Who the *CK are you calling a ruffian? Who are you calling a ruffian? Did I ever offend you? Xianxia couldn't help but retort. Oh, right. Apollo chuckled mischievously. I'm wrong. You're a henpecked brat. Xianxia stomped his foot, and the ground dozens of square meters around him sank into a huge pit. I let you follow my wife, and for the past 2 days, I let you eat and drink for free. It's fine if you didn't thank me, but now you're biting the hand that feeds you and saying bad things about me? Apollo spread his hands and said disdainfully, to put it bluntly, you just wanted us to be Persephone's bodyguards. If it weren't for Persephone's kindness, us siblings wouldn't have listened to your arrangements and played this game. Even if we didn't use this method, we could still find this idiot who pretended to be me in Paris. The people at the side listened to Xianxia and Stern talking back and forth in an unscrupulous tone. They were all confused, and their faces were all stiff. What was going on? Were these two really gods? Even Prince Sargeras, who had lived for more than 1,000 years, was covered in cold sweat. Lilith, on the other hand, was smiling enchantingly, as if she had seen something very interesting. After recovering from his shock, Depney's face trembled and his eyes filled with venom. How dare you look down on me? Even if you're Apollo, you can't stop me. As he spoke, Depney once again drew the golden longbow in his hand. But this time, even more scarlet flames began to condense, and the blazing flames illuminated the entire deck as if it were daytime. The surrounding black-clothed people felt the scorching air flow and couldn't help but retreat in panic. Apollo looked at Depney with some pity in his eyes. Do you think that by gathering the most powerful energy with that fake in your hand, you can pose a threat to me? Forget it. I'll let you take a look at the real deal. Consider it a full stop. As he spoke, Apollo turned to the side and raised his left hand. His eyes instantly turned into a bewitching golden red, as if there were flames dancing in his eyes. It was truly demonic. Helios. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearly platinum flame, like a meteor falling from the sky, streaked across the pitch-black night sky, and instantly landed on Apollo's left hand. The platinum flame turned into a fire dragon, and after wrapping around Apollo's arm a few times, it stretched out to form a blazing platinum longbow in his left hand. This bow was very similar in shape to the golden longbow in Depney's hand, but this bow was purely made of flames. The entire bow was burning. The high temperature brought by the flames was so high that even the metal near it began to melt. Apollo had set up a protective shield behind him to prevent the high temperature of the flames from spreading to Linruashi and the others, so that they wouldn't be harmed. Looking at this platinum flame divine weapon in front of him that made it hard for him to breathe, Depney was scared. This is the real Helios. The one in your hand is just a defective product that the fire god Hephaestus accidentally made when he was forging divine weapons for us gods. At most, it's a demigod weapon. Apollo grinned. I don't know where you got that thing, but it should be from the same place as the sword of Thanatos. But it doesn't matter. In our eyes, these things are nothing more than trash. In front of the monitor, everyone stared at the divine weapon in Apollo's hand, which was glowing with a majestic light. Above the warship, the sky had already been burnt to a pale gold. Sargeras gasped, unable to hide his excitement. Legend has it that the sun god is divided into 3 periods. The first Hephaestus was the original incarnation of the sun, and the second Helios was the sun god who truly drove the sun chariot. Apollo was once thought to be a god confused with Helios. As the 3rd generation of the sun god, the bow he used was named Helios. Could it be? Xianxia continued. You guessed right. Actually, Hephaestus, Helios, and Apollo are all the same person. It's that guy, just that he's awakened incarnations at different times. Sargeras nodded with a look of realization. So that's how it is. Now it's understandable why there's a change in the gods. Some of the onlookers didn't quite understand what Xianxia and Sargeras were talking about. After all, no one had lived for thousands of years like Sargeras, so they naturally didn't know much about ancient secrets. But just seeing another god with their own eyes was enough to shock their souls. No wonder you weren't worried about Ruashi being captured. You told Apollo to put on this act from the start? Abbess Xianxia looked at Yangqing with a complicated expression. Yangqing spread his hands. When I was kidnapped with Ruashi and brought to a warehouse in Romilly City, I met the two siblings. I knew who they were. I was puzzled at the time as to why they were pretending to be captured. But after thinking about it carefully, I more or less understood. But according to their plan, even if they could find out who the mastermind was, they wouldn't be able to catch all the fish. So, I let them follow my plan. It took a little longer, but at least they got something out of it. I felt that this method was more accurate to lure the snake out of its hole. Didn't we lure the Vatican out too? Sauron and the rest wiped the sweat off their foreheads. They were quite frightened, but now that they realized that everything was under Yangqing's control, they became exceptionally proud. But I didn't expect the Cromwell family's siblings to be gods. How unexpected. As Sauron spoke, he suddenly realized something and asked, since His Excellency Stern is Lord Apollo, then Miss Alice is. Yangqing smiled without saying a word. He pointed at the monitor and let everyone continue watching. At this point, Depnay had no way out. His face was ashen, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to melt. But that last bit of ruthlessness allowed Depnay to muster up his last breath. With the thought of putting his life on the line, Depnay pulled back the bowstring and roared, "Go!" The arrow, which was condensed with the strongest flame energy, shot straight at Apollo's brow like a laser beam. But such an irresistible arrow froze in midair when it was only a centimeter away from Apollo's face. Apollo stuck out his tongue mockingly, then opened his mouth wide and took a gulp. He actually swallowed the flame arrow right into his mouth. Depnay watched helplessly as the concentrated flame arrow he had shot out, which was enough to blow up a warship, was swallowed by Apollo's open mouth. Finally, his face turned ashen, and he no longer had the strength to pull back the bowstring. Apollo clicked his tongue. If you were using some other semi-divine weapon, it might be of some use to me, but things like flames are useless against me. As he spoke, Apollo raised the divine bow Helios in his hand, and his right hand began to pull back the arrow. A flame arrow of platinum flames appeared out of thin air, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this arrow was much more terrifying than the arrows Depnay had used. Just by forming the arrow, the steel on the warship's deck was already showing signs of melting into molten steel. Ayaya, how do I control this fire? It's still too hot. I have to shoot quickly, Apollo muttered gloomily, and then shot the white flame arrow in his hand. Everyone felt their vision blur. On the monitor screen, there was nothing but flashes of white light, and nothing else could be seen. After a long time, everyone heard a pillar of white light shoot up into the sky from the distant sea. It lit up half the sky, and tore the thick night sky into many pieces. Why is it like thunder and lightning? Fodessa, who had been in a state of numbness, finally opened his mouth and said, swallowing his saliva. Everyone else also felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts at this shocking situation. If this happened in human society, wouldn't it be? After a while, the monitor screen finally recovered its image. They had thought that this earth-shattering attack would destroy all the equipment on the warship, but unexpectedly, other than where Depnay was standing, no other places on the warship suffered any fatal damage. The white flame arrow just now had miraculously moved vertically, and was limited to a small area as it attacked Depnay. Such precise control was beyond imagination. However, what was even more unbelievable was that Depnay was still alive. Depnay's hair was somewhat burnt, and he looked extremely haggard. But he was indeed squatting on the spot unharmed, panting heavily, his face red. Apollo was also slightly taken aback. Looking at the broken object in front of Depnay's feet, he came to a realization. So that's how it is. Although that bow is a defective product, it still has divine power infused into it. Just now, it actually sacrificed itself to save you. However, it can also be seen that your body's quality is indeed very special. There was a trace of unwillingness in Depnay's eyes, but more than that, it was the fanaticism of someone facing imminent death. Licking his chapped lips, Depnay said in a low voice, "Even if I don't survive today, I won't let the people on the island live." With that, Depnay suddenly took out the detonation remote control from his pocket, and his finger pressed hard on the red button. At that critical moment, Apollo didn't take any measures, but Depnay still couldn't press the button successfully. Bang, bang, bang. From Depney's finger, from head to toe, there was a crisp sound of something freezing, extending all the way to Depney's entire body. Under everyone's shocked gazes, for some reason, Depney's entire body was instantly frozen by a layer of solid ice. Until Depney was already frozen in a block of icy blue ice, and all his expressions and movements were frozen. Alice, who had been lying down just now, stood up from behind Apollo, her figure swaying. Gently playing with her enviable silver hair, Alice coquettishly rolled her eyes at Apollo. "Dear, do you really have to make me do something like this? Can't you just shoot another arrow and it'll be over?" Apollo put away the Helios divine bow in his hand, and the bow transformed into a wisp of flame, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Artemis, my dear sister, you can't blame me for this. Hades, that boring guy, insisted on finding out what secrets Depney was hiding. I thought about it, and the safest way was to let him be frozen by you. If I made a move, it would be troublesome if I killed him or gave him a chance to commit suicide." Apollo put his arm around Alice's shoulder, and impatiently kissed the woman's earlobe, as if he was anxious that they hadn't made out in such a short time. The people on the island and the warship were still shocked by the ice that had frozen Depney, when Apollo's words dropped another bomb. "What? Artemis?" Apart from a few who had no understanding of the system of gods and were puzzled by the ancient name, the rest, including the old men like Prince Sargeras, had their mouths agape, their minds starting to go blank. Apollo alone was enough to make them extremely nervous. Suddenly, the young and beautiful woman in Apollo's arms was the moon goddess? Artemis? Then, this pair of shameful siblings of the Cromwell family were actually a pair of gods? Even though this incomparably dignified form of address had been confirmed, the two parties involved still didn't put on a convincing act. Alice didn't care how surprised the onlookers were. The moment her brother kissed her earlobe, she immediately turned around and wrapped her arms around Stern's neck, kissing him with her cherry lips. For a moment, this pair of strange siblings kissed passionately on the deck of the warship as if no one else was around. Their tongues tangled with each other's moist mouths, and the tisk-tisk sounds became the only clear sound at the moment. Yangqing pretended to cough gloomily and said, "Are you guys on steroids? Is it so unbearable again? Can't you guys take a break?" Alice turned around, her charming face flushed with an intoxicating blush. "Hades, it's almost over. Bring the cruise ship Louis XVI over to us. Let's sink this warship." As soon as she said this, the men in black from the realm of gods on the warship were aghast. Their leader, Depney, had already been exposed, and the opponents were two true gods that they were powerless against. It was good enough that they didn't wet their pants in fear. They had thought that the two main gods were being intimate and didn't intend to care about them. Who knew that they would directly sink the ship? Many of the men in black looked terrified. They had seen Apollo's earth-shattering power. How could they have any thoughts of resistance? Their only thought was to immediately board the lifeboats and escape. Alice's beautiful eyes revealed a tinge of dull emotions as she watched the monkeys scatter when the tree fell. Her beautiful silver hair fluttered in the wind. A streak of cold blue flashed across Alice's eyes. The entire destroyer and the waters around it suddenly underwent a drastic change. Starting from the surface of the sea more than 100 meters away, the originally undulating surface of the sea began to stop and solidify. Amidst the sound of grinding gears, the surface of the sea froze into ice. No one knew where the surging cold air came from, but it caused the entire destroyer to be covered in white mist. Some of the men in black who were about to run to the side of the lifeboats began to chatter and their bodies stiffened. They could no longer move normally. Starting from their footsteps, the ice and snow had already slowed down their movements. Their muscles and other bodily functions were beginning to be sealed, and they could even feel their blood stop flowing. For a moment, the temperature in this area suddenly dropped from a few degrees above zero to more than 10 degrees below zero, and it was still dropping. Stern had already cast a shield that radiated light in all directions, enveloping Lin Ruashi, Harry, and his mother behind him to protect them from the extreme cold outside. However, the areas without the shield were already covered by the white frost and ice. After the entire destroyer was frozen by the frozen seawater, the rich water vapor on the ocean had also wrapped the hull in ice. The spreading Xian ice froze the entire warship. At that moment, every black-robed man seemed to have been frozen in time, and there was no longer any movement. Standing in front of the monitor, Sauron, Abbas Yin Miao, Fodessa, and the rest saw with their own eyes that within 10 seconds, the 100-meter-long destroyer and the surrounding waters had actually turned into a huge ice sculpture on the ocean. Freezing certain things was something that some ice ability users could do. However, to be able to create such a magnificent effect in such a short period of time had already far exceeded the scope of ordinary ability users. When everyone looked at the young lady with fluttering silver hair again, their eyes were filled with a deep sense of fear. Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunt. Shouldn't she have a bow and arrow-type divine weapon like Apollo? Why is she using the power of ice and snow? This seems more like a special ability. Instead, it was the experienced and knowledgeable Prince Sargeras who raised this question with a clear mind. He looked at Yangqing, who was beside him, with a questioning look. Yangqing spread out his hands and smiled. Among the gods, there isn't a goddess of ice and snow. Compared to the warmth of the day, the night is cold. Diana, oh, that's another Roman name for Artemis. I didn't know that she could use the power of ice and snow, but it should be like how Apollo represented the sun, yet he could also use the flames of the fire god. It's understandable that Artemis could use ice and snow. Actually, what kind of power is used doesn't mean much. At the end of the day, it's just a different way of using power. Different paths lead to the same goal. After listening, Sargeras nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I've been too focused on the form of power. For you main gods, whether it's fire or ice, there's actually no difference. At the end of the day, they're just the elements in space. Alice, who had completed the freezing project on the destroyer, snorted in dissatisfaction. I do have a bow, but my Selene was accidentally lost in a fight with that crazy woman Athena in the last reincarnation. I haven't found it until now. If I find out who's deliberately hiding it, I'll definitely kill him. Stern hurriedly patted his chest and said, Don't worry, dear. When you find your Selene, I'll work with you to find Athena. Looking at the time, it's about time for her to awaken. This time, the two of us will fight her, and we'll definitely be able to beat her away and avenge you, dear. Come on, when that bitch fought with me, she didn't use a single divine weapon. Even with you, she'd still lose for sure, Alice said weakly. Stern looked embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly and rubbed his nose. He didn't continue the conversation. Listening to the two's nonsense, the people on the island didn't understand what was going on. Yangqing, on the other hand, was secretly aware that Artemis, like Ares, had designs on the god stone. Unfortunately, that woman Athena was really powerful to a certain extent. No wonder Kristen thought that only Zeus could fight Athena. It turned out that not only Ares, but other main gods had also fought with her. Wait. Athena? Yangqing suddenly thought, could it be that the mysterious person who took away the god stone and the divine power of the Holy Grail was Athena? But on second thought, he felt that it was impossible. If it was really Athena, she wouldn't need to hide her strength at all. She was the one who finally won the god stone. If she hadn't reincarnated, the god stone wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the previous Pluto. Now that she had awakened, she could just take it away. His strength was only at the same level as Ares. If he really met her, he probably wouldn't be able to fight for it. Why would she be so afraid of him and refuse to show up? She was the goddess of war who wouldn't even fear Zeus. Moreover, snatching the god stone was understandable. Why would a god who was already a supreme main god want to snatch the divine power left behind by other ordinary gods? This was completely incomprehensible. No matter how he thought about it, the true identity of the mysterious person was still hard to guess. Yangqing even wanted to meet the people of Hongmeng again. Maybe those guys who were detached from the secular world would know something that he didn't know about. Thinking of Hongmeng, Yangqing guessed again. Could it be someone from Hongmeng? Or was it someone at the same level as Hongmeng that he didn't know about? There were too many things in his mind. Suddenly, Yangqing felt his vision go black. Ugh. Yangqing staggered and almost fell to the ground. He hugged his head with both hands and grabbed his scalp tightly, barely managing to stand. Your Majesty Pluto. What's wrong with you? Is that illness coming back again? A few people in charge of Zero saw Yangqing's abnormal behavior and immediately thought of something, so they asked with concern. Yangqing waved his hand to show that he was fine. His body was shivering, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Panting, he said, maybe it's because I've killed too many people recently, and I didn't pay attention to stimulants like alcohol. I had a little headache just now, but it's not a big problem. Don't worry. Yangqing lowered his head. He didn't dare to raise it at this moment because he knew that his eyes must be scarlet at this moment. Countless crazy thoughts were jumping in his mind. The violent emotions made him want to look up to the sky and roar. Yangqing had thought that after cultivating the endless resolve restoration scripture to the 9th level, rebirth, and the innate true qi in his body would reach the great completion realm, he would be able to suppress the chronic illness caused by the divine light in his mind. But he didn't expect that he had still underestimated his enemy. Ever since he had returned from Japan, he had fought with the Brahma people in India, and then fought with that lunatic Ares to unseal himself. Then, when faced with the revenge of the Xing family, he, General Lin, had killed many people and dealt with one violent incident after another. And his emotional entanglements with Lin Ruashi and the other girls, as well as his relationship with the Yang family, were all important factors that stimulated his brain. Because he wasn't as careful as when he had just returned, he didn't abstain from alcohol. This time, he had come to Paris for a vacation, but he didn't expect to meet Depnay, the fake Apollo. He fought and killed people, and even used the Revenant's dance that he hadn't used for many years to exchange blows with the six-winged angel of the church. After experiencing all these hot-blooded events, his old illness finally couldn't be suppressed any longer, and it was starting to relapse. Luckily, the endless resolve restoration scripture was already extremely powerful, and he could barely control his brain. It wasn't like before, when he didn't even have the chance to control himself before he went on a killing spree. Only, Yangqing wasn't confident that he could suppress it the next time he had a headache. Based on his experience, he knew very well that if something like this happened frequently, it would only get worse each time. Yangqing suddenly thought of something. He dug around in his pocket and took out a small medicine bottle. He heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he still had the special medicine that Jane had made. Even if he knew that the effects of the medicine would diminish with each dose, he still had to take it. After taking out a pill, he immediately swallowed it and circulated his energy to digest it. Only then did Yangqing feel that the scarlet in his eyes had faded. Everyone had also noticed Yangqing's abnormality, but didn't dare to disturb him. They had been observing quietly. Yangqing finally raised his head, revealing a bitter expression. Don't look at me like you're looking at a gorilla, and don't wonder what's wrong with me. I don't want to talk about it. Alright, I still have to study Depney's body. Let's return to the cruise, everyone. Although the nuclear explosion didn't happen on the island as many had expected, the Louis XVI super cruise ship that was docked at the port had left long ago. When Yangqing and the rest followed Fodessa and the few special forces and officials who hadn't left the island to the port, they realized the helpless truth. This group of cowards. Nothing happened at all. Why are they running so fast? Lilith supported her father and said angrily with her pink lips pouting. Sargeras chuckled. It's good that they left. His Majesty Pluto scared them so that fewer people would know about the identities of Apollo and Artemis. Yangqing turned back and smiled. In the world that humans live in, it's better to have fewer gods appear. After that, he said to Fodessa, Deputy Director Fodessa, although I can cross the ocean even without a ship, my friends can't. You should have a spare ship, right? Fodessa nodded immediately. That's right. We have a spare transport ship. Your Majesty Pluto, please wait for a moment. I'll personally drive the transport ship out. At this moment, Fodessa had long regarded Yangqing as his savior. After all, without Yangqing, his entire family would have been finished, and the entire France would have fallen into the hands of that traitor Depnay. Even if Yangqing didn't do these things for him and his country, it didn't affect Fodessa's gratitude. While Fodessa was driving the ship, Sauron held the sword of Thanatos in the black box and walked up to him. "Your Majesty Pluto, how do you plan to deal with this sword?" Xianxia looked at it with a complicated expression. He thought that the mysterious person would come and take the sword, but there wasn't even a shadow of him. He waved his hand and said, "You take it. When we return to Paris, let the sea eagles transport it back to the Forgotten Realms. Ask Ron to keep it for me. It's just an ordinary artifact. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do anything even if they took it. It's useless for me to take it." Sauron was stunned. "Your Excellency, aren't you going back there to take a look?" Xianxia chuckled and said with some regret, "I won't be going back this time. After all, I'm accompanying my wife to attend Paris Fashion Week. I have to go back to Xianxia after it's over. I can't waste any time. Besides, Xianxia still has a lot of things to deal with. It's not convenient for me to be away for too long." Old Master Tang's illness, his headache needed Jane to check and treat, Choi Yun wanted him to bring her back to Beijing, Mad Dragon's reserve team training was coming to an end. Moreover, Guishuihua, Mother Wang, and other family members were waiting for them to return. Xianxia didn't think that under such circumstances, Anqin would choose to visit his old friends. Sauron and the others were slightly disappointed, but they respected Xianxia's decision. 10 minutes later, Fodessa personally drove a transport ship to the port to pick up everyone. Then, they headed towards the direction of the destroyer. When they were a few hundred meters away from the frozen sea, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The pure white snow was like a huge ice floe in the North Pole, drifting to this area of the sea. The image on the monitor was already shocking enough. Now that they were seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine what kind of method was used to create such a deadly ice domain. "You guys don't have to go over. I'll be back immediately after I'm done." Xianxia also knew that the people on the ship wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature there, so he jumped off the deck and landed on the sea. The group only saw Xianxia rise and fall a few times on the surface of the sea, as if the sea had become flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. On the destroyer that was already an ice ship, Xianxia's figure flashed and landed in front of Stern and Alice. The affectionate siblings were cuddling with each other. The bitter cold outside naturally had no effect on them. As for Lin Ruashi and Harry, they were still lying inside the shield like before. As for Depnay, who was frozen in ice, he maintained his previous posture, not moving an inch. Xianxia circled around Depney's body, as if carefully observing something. "Hades, I really don't understand. What's there to study about this old man that made us wait for so long?" Stern said, curling his lips. Xianxia glanced at him. "Aren't you curious? Even if the bow in his hand is a defective divine weapon, it's still a divine weapon. Any human expert, even the world's top-secret agent, wouldn't be able to bring out the true power of a divine weapon when wielding it. But Depnay really did bring out the power of a divine weapon. Relying on that bow, he took 3 military bases by surprise. Although he might be bluffing, there's no doubt that he has the ability to control this ordinary divine weapon." Stern and Alice frowned. Although they knew that there was something fishy about this, they hadn't thought too much about it. Xianxia stood in front of Depnay and said, "Look carefully. Even if this guy is frozen in ice that's tens of degrees below zero, his blood is still flowing. This has already completely surpassed the limits of a human." As he spoke, Xianxia touched the ice with one hand and infused some vital energy into it. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of crisp sounds, the ice around Depnay shattered and scattered all over the ground. Indeed, just as Xianxia had said, when the ice shattered, Depnay didn't freeze. Instead, he sat down on the ground, panting with sweat all over his body. Looks like this idiot's constitution really isn't ordinary. Alice knew best how cold the ice sheet frozen was. Humans couldn't possibly withstand it. Xianxia smiled evilly and crouched down to stare at Depnay. "Tell me your true background. You're definitely not an idiot impersonating Apollo. How did your body become like this? How did you learn about the gods? How did you get the 2 divine weapons? Tell me, and I'll let you die a quick death." Xianxia's meaning was clear. No matter what, you had to die. The only difference was whether it was a comfortable death or a painful one. Depney's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He picked up the detonator in his hand and was about to press it when he suddenly realized that even if he detonated the nuclear bomb, it would be meaningless, because there was no one on the island. Involuntarily, Depney angrily smashed the detonator into smithereens. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Looking at Depney gasping for air with his head lowered, he had a card up his sleeve. After a long while, Depney finally said in a low, hoarse voice, "It's divine light." Xianxia's mind was in turmoil. He never would have thought that it would actually be that reason. Divine light? You've been shown on by divine light before? Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little excited. Depney sneered. What, you don't believe me? Xianxia thought for a moment. Continue. It's up to me whether I believe you or not. More than 30 years ago, I was in an underground research base in Madagascar. Together with many young people of the same age, I was captured to participate in a live experiment. I think Pluto is well aware of the organization that conducted the experiment, Depney said. Zero. Xianxia naturally knew who she was, because he was one of the human subjects who had been experimented on. It was Zero who had used the God Stone to modify his body. It was also because of the God Stone that he had enough capital to become a god. It was also because of the God Stone that the tragedy of the past years had occurred. A large part of the reason why Xianxia had personally destroyed Zero back then was because he hated everything Zero had done to him. And he had established a new Zero just to stabilize the order of the assassin world. There were no more live experiment projects. Depney continued, actually, that experiment was a failure. At the time, I thought I was already dead. In fact, those mad scientists who did the experiment thought I was dead too. I don't know if it was because they made a mistake, or if something went wrong in some part of the experiment. Perhaps it was because there was a small deviation at the very edge where I was arranged to receive the divine light. In the end, I crawled out of the pile of corpses. The story that Depney told was actually very simple. When he was young, this man had been exposed to the same divine light as Xianxia. However, there had been an anomaly in the experiment. Although he didn't have the endless resolve restoration scripture as a life-saving secret like Xianxia, he had still survived. Even though the experiment hadn't been completed, Depney, who had survived, discovered that his body was much, much stronger than that of an ordinary human. At the time, Depney had harbored hatred in his heart and had always wanted to return to that base for revenge. However, after he had successfully risen to become the leader of the French Security Bureau, he had heard the news that Zero had already been destroyed. With complicated feelings, he once again returned to one of Zero's bases that had been destroyed by Xianxia, wanting to confirm if it was true. Unexpectedly, he had discovered a secret room that had been exposed due to a landslide. In that secret room, Depney had found some documents regarding the gods, as well as the longbow and the sword of Thanatos. What happened next was just as Xianxia had deduced. After Depney obtained the divine artifact, his ambitions swelled, causing him to privately create the realm of gods. Using the name of the gods, he took a risk out of desperation, thinking of controlling the political scene of the European Union and other countries. Depney had been worried about whether or not he would be obstructed by the gods, but he was blinded by profit. Moreover, with the divine artifact in hand, especially after successfully destroying the first military base, his confidence swelled, and he couldn't care less about anything else. After hearing Depney's words, Xianxia frowned. It wasn't that he doubted the veracity of Depney's words. When a man was about to die, his words were always kind. However, since an example like Depney had appeared, could there be other people in the world who had also survived the divine light? There weren't many kung fu like the endless resolve restoration scripture, but it definitely wasn't the only one in the world. If other people also had life-saving methods and were lucky enough to survive the divine light, could they have also obtained special powers? From the fact that Depney could use the divine artifact even though he had only been illuminated by the divine light once and hadn't completely succeeded, it could be seen how powerful the power of the God Stone was. Xianxia even began to suspect that the mysterious person who had stolen the God Stone and the divine power of the Holy Grail might have been like him, a fellow who had been illuminated by the divine light? And not a god? Pondering these questions, Xianxia turned around and looked at Stern and Alice. Stern understood Yang Cheng's doubts and shrugged, saying directly, "There's no need to ask us. We don't fully understand the use of the God Stone. Otherwise, the first-generation Hades wouldn't have done so many experiments." Yang Cheng turned around and smiled at Depne. "Thank you, I'll send you on your way." "You. Can't you let me go?" Depne pleaded with a pained expression. Yang Cheng didn't say anything else. Raising his hand, he channeled his true energy into his palm and slammed it down. Even if Depne had been illuminated by the divine light and had an extraordinary physique, he was still just a body of flesh and blood. How could he withstand it? In the blink of an eye, Yang Cheng looked down at the headless corpse and shook off the stains on his hands. He wasn't in a good mood, because after asking, there were even more questions. But just as he was feeling gloomy, Yang Cheng turned around and discovered something even more ominous. Lin Ruoshi had actually woken up? Perhaps it was because the sound was too loud, or the effects of the drug had worn off, or perhaps it was because the time had indeed dragged on for too long. In short, Lin Ruoshi did not wake up earlier or later. She just had to wake up at this moment when Yang Cheng was killing people, with a shield of flowing light over her head and a sea of ice and snow all around her. She woke up. Furthermore, from Lin Ruoshi's unconcealable expression of panic, agitation, confusion, pain, and all sorts of other indescribable emotions, Yang Cheng guessed that this woman might have actually woken up earlier. "Heh. You're awake?" Yang Cheng suddenly realized that he had spoken nonsense. Lin Ruoshi stared deeply for a moment, and all the emotions that she had revealed just now disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The woman did not speak, but carefully looked at the shield of flowing light that enveloped her body. Perhaps it was because of the cold, or perhaps it was because of fear. Lin Ruoshi shivered and shrank her body. Like a delicate flower in a world of ice and snow, she did not fit in with the outside world. Stern and Alice looked at each other and saw the gloating expression in each other's eyes. They knew very well that although everything that had happened was within Yang Cheng's grasp, he had been hiding it from Lin Ruoshi. Yang Cheng could not be bothered with this pair of unscrupulous siblings. He scratched the back of his head and thought about how to communicate with Lin Ruoshi. Originally, when he came up with this plan of loosening the reins only to grasp them better, Yang Cheng had also considered whether Lin Ruoshi would see some of the secrets that he had been hiding. But after thinking about it, he had to confess sooner or later, so he did not hesitate much and arranged this series of things. But facing Lin Ruoshi in such a special environment, Yang Cheng was still a little nervous. He took a few deep breaths and stabilized his emotions. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi just sat on the deck without saying a word, Yang Cheng thought that she was afraid. After all, she was a girl. No matter how strong her mental fortitude was, it was rare for her not to faint after seeing such an extraordinary scene and listening to a conversation that seemed to belong to another world. "Don't worry, it's all in the past. Come, I'll take you back to the ship. We'll be back at the hotel tonight." Yang Cheng walked up to Lin Ruoshi and stretched out his hand. Stern's shield had no effect on him. Yang Cheng held Lin Ruoshi's ice-cold hand and injected a stream of true qi into it to resist the cold outside that was dozens of degrees below zero. Lin Ruoshi didn't have any resistance or emotions. She was surprisingly obedient. In the past, when she brushed against Yang Cheng, she would blush or avoid him. But at this moment, she was like a Barbie doll that was under Yang Cheng's control. She held hands when she said she would, got up when she said she would, and left when she said she would, without saying a word. Her eyes were very calm, her face was also devoid of emotion, and she didn't say a single word. The woman, who was originally like an iceberg, was now standing on the ship full of ice and snow. She was more like a beautiful ice sculpture, without any impurities of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, bright and transparent. Yang Cheng finally realized that the situation was much more subtle than he had imagined. A little irritation emerged in his heart. Everything in front of him was too different from what he had imagined. Even if Lin Ruoshi gave him a tight slap, Yang Cheng wouldn't dodge. Even if Lin Ruoshi glared at him and cursed him coldly, Yang Cheng would gladly endure it. However, Lin Ruoshi's complete silence made Yang Cheng very uncomfortable. What exactly went wrong? Yang Cheng couldn't figure it out, so he could only put it aside and take Lin Ruoshi, Harry, and his mother away. Of course, Yang Cheng was only responsible for taking Lin Ruoshi away. Little Harry and his mother were taken back to the ship by the Stern siblings. He had no intention of letting the siblings, who were watching the show, slack off. Everything on the return trip seemed to be very smooth. Other than on the ship, everyone looked at the Stern siblings strangely. No one said much. Instead, the main people in charge of Sea Eagles and Zero who came with Soren introduced their identities and society to Lin Ruashi one by one and took the initiative to pledge loyalty to Lin Ruashi, which made the ship a little more lively. However, Lin Ruashi seemed very numb. She listened to these people talk in a daze and said a bunch of titles that would attract the envy of the European upper class. In addition to being at a loss, there seemed to be some panic in her eyes. Yangqing stood next to her and frowned. He thought that Lin Ruashi was having a hard time accepting so many things that she hadn't thought of, so he didn't disturb her. He thought that when they arrived in Paris and rested for a night, Lin Ruashi would naturally recover. Yangqing couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have given Lin Ruashi a heads up, and she wouldn't have made a fuss like a pitiful little girl who didn't even dare to speak. Compared to the vigorous and valiant strong woman in the past, the current Lin Ruashi had empty eyes and no aura to speak. She was more like a little sheep huddled in the corner, which made Yangqing feel uncomfortable. After returning to the port of Le Havre, Yangqing took Lin Ruashi to the place where he parked his Maybach. He let the limp Lin Ruashi sit in the car first and made the seat more level. He then started the car and turned on the heater to prevent her from getting frightened and catching a cold. The sea breeze outside was extraordinarily damp and cold. "Wife, rest for a while. I'll be back soon and bring you back to the hotel," Yangqing said to Lin Ruashi with a smile, regardless of whether Lin Ruashi was listening to him or not. After settling Lin Ruashi down, Yangqing walked back to the port. Of the hundreds of people who had escaped with Louis XVI earlier, a group had already dispersed, but there was still a group left. Because Stern and Alice's identities weren't going to be made public, they only took action this time with Depnay pretending to be Apollo and Yangqing participating. It was equivalent to the three of them playing a game. Fodessa and the others who had witnessed everything naturally didn't have the guts to tell the truth. They simply recounted Depnay's crimes and gave all the credit to Yangqing. This couldn't be helped. Other than Yangqing, no one else would believe that the matter could be resolved so easily. However, Yangqing wasn't too worried. With so many people knowing his identity, it wouldn't bring him trouble. These organizations weren't stupid, and no one would risk offending the gods by spreading the news of Yangqing's real identity and whereabouts. To put it bluntly, these people couldn't wait for the gods' identities to be proven. The existence of gods would only affect the stability of the country's political regimes, and religions would grow wildly. This was something the people in charge didn't want to see. Just like when he returned to Xianxia, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade wouldn't casually reveal his identity even if they knew he had a divine position. Therefore, even if everyone knew the identities of Yangqing and the other two, they wouldn't spread it. In a world ruled by humans, if the gods were willing to remain silent, that would be the best cooperation. Hence, Stern and Alice continued to play the role of rescued hostages. Sauron, Abbess Yun Miao, Sargeras, and the others were all witnesses. The matter was more or less settled. The remaining trivial matters could be settled by a meeting between the governments, and the organizations at the port quickly dispersed. Takamagara, the Sword in the Stone, and the other organizations stayed until the end. The Sword in the Stone and the others' attitude towards Yangqing had clearly improved. After all, they were only able to survive because of Yangqing's kindness. The Takamagara group also said their goodbyes, which was already a great show of respect for them. As for the Sword of Thanatos in Sauron's hands, although many people coveted it, they didn't have the guts to pull a tooth out of Yangqing's tiger mouth, even if Yangqing didn't think much of the sword. "Your Majesty Pluto, do we really not need to take this divine weapon away?" Sauron held the black box and hesitated. He still consulted Yangqing. Yangqing patted his old friend's shoulder. "You guys can take it away. Just send it to Ron and leave it there. This sword isn't of much use to me. I thought someone would come to snatch it, but it seems like I guessed wrong. It's just an extra item with me, and it's troublesome to carry it." Sauron nodded and didn't say anything else. After saluting Yangqing, he left with the others. Fodessa and the other French officials had mixed feelings when they saw their belongings being taken away just like that. However, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the realm of gods was gone, and the crisis between the president and the European Union was over, so they didn't lose much. At this moment, Sargeras and Lilith came forward. Sargeras and Lilith bowed slightly and smiled. "This time, it's all thanks to Your Majesty Pluto. If you're willing to stay for a few more days, I'd like to invite Your Majesty Pluto to my castle so that we can be a good host." Yangqing hurriedly waved his hand. "Forget it. I'm not interested in that old house of yours that you've lived in for thousands of years. On the other hand, you've been pierced by Longina's spear, so you should go back and recuperate. If the patriarch of the Vanjua clan falls, the Camarilla will be in chaos." Sargeras was a little embarrassed. It's fine. Although Longina's spear is lethal, with Your Majesty Pluto's help, my body can still withstand it." Lilith's beautiful blue eyes were full of splendor. No one knew what she was thinking, but her face was a little shy. However, she didn't say anything. Stern and his sister were already impatient. They hugged and kissed for a while. Seeing that Yangqing was still chatting, Stern couldn't help but wave his hand. "I say, Mr. Yang, we're still waiting for your car to go back to Paris. Can you hurry up? It's so cold outside." The rest of the crowd despised them from the bottom of their hearts. These two were really good at pretending. "Do you even know cold?" Yangqing was about to tease the siblings, but his mind suddenly flashed with alertness. **T. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Just over 100 meters away, Sauron's group was returning to their parking spot. Unexpectedly, beside Sauron, who was walking at the front, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space. Sauron didn't have any reaction at all. Suddenly, he felt the box in his arms disappear. Ping ping. The crisp sound of metal rang out. The sword of Thanatos, which had lost its black box, fell to the ground. The figures of Yangqing, Stern, and Alice appeared in front of Sauron almost at the moment when the sword of Thanatos fell, giving Sauron and the rest a big shock. "It's still too late," Yangqing finished mumbling. Other than a bitter smile, there was nothing else he could do. He had thought that he had miscalculated this time, and that the mysterious man wouldn't snatch the sword of Thanatos. However, he didn't expect that it wasn't that the guy didn't want to snatch it, but that he chose to make a move when there were fewer people. Everyone's guard was down, and they thought that he wouldn't appear, but they immediately made a move. Looking down at the sword of Thanatos, which had obviously been drained of all its divine power, or rather, it should be called an ordinary metal sword, Yangqing's fists were clenched tightly, shattering space and stripping away divine power. "It's exactly the same as what you described." Stern and Alice's expressions were also grave. Alice's eyes, which were full of coquettishness earlier, were now filled with coldness. She said in a low voice, "Moreover, from the way he performed it, it's definitely at the level of a main god, or even higher. Stripping divine power can't be done so quickly if it wasn't for the huge gap in divinity. At the very least, I can't do it so quickly. Damn it, we didn't realize it until he made his move. The problem is, what's the use of stripping divine power? Why doesn't he want the artifact and only wants the divine power on it?" Yangqing had always been puzzled by this. Stern shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's worse is that he did it in front of the three of us. It's obvious that he doesn't care about us." When this happened, the expressions of the brother and sister who were laughing and joking also darkened. He stared blankly at the item in his hand disappearing just like that, and the sword of Thanatos falling to the ground. Only then did he realize that it was the mysterious person that Yangqing mentioned before. He felt a lingering fear. If the mysterious person didn't want the divine power on the sword but wanted to kill them instead, wouldn't they have disappeared just like the black box without anyone knowing? Your Majesty Pluto, what do we do now?" Even though Sauron had been through hundreds of battles, his voice still sounded strange. Yangqing naturally wasn't in a good mood after being fooled again. He said casually, "Do whatever you want. You can throw the sword away or bring it back. It's an ordinary item anyway." After saying that, Yangqing went straight back to where he parked his car. Stern and Alice took a deep look at the sort of Thanatos on the ground and left as well. None of them said a word, but it was obvious that they were all holding back their anger. The crowd at the port looked at the backs of the three leaving, and no one dared to say anything. Fodessa wanted to thank Xianxia for saving his wife and son, but he swallowed his words. When he returned to the car, Xianxia found that Lin Ruashi was the same as when she left. She sat there and stared blankly out the window without moving. If it was any other day, Xianxia would definitely think of something to make the woman happy. Even if she rolled her eyes at him, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But now, Xianxia wasn't in the mood at all. After the siblings got into the car, he immediately drove back to Paris. A few hours later, in the wee hours of the morning, the car stopped outside the Sofitel Hotel. Xianxia had been reciting the cultivation method of the endless resolve restoration scripture along the way. Finally, he managed to suppress his impetuous mood and return to normal. Just as he was about to get off the car to open the door for Lin Ruashi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, to please her, Lin Ruashi took the initiative to get off the car this time and walked back to the hotel in silence. Looks like your woman is angry. Congratulations, Hades, Stern moved closer to Xianxia and said with a smile. Alice, who was hanging on her brother's body, also giggled. The siblings had also returned to their usual casual behavior. After getting off the car, they kissed each other and went back to their place. What is going on? Those clowns were defeated, but the most important thing was that they failed to defend against the mysterious man. What's worse was that Lin Ruashi discovered more of his secrets and seemed to be treating him coldly. Why is this happening? Xianxia was puzzled. Even if she is angry with me, she should at least give me an explanation and a chance to speak. Xianxia rubbed his hair painfully. Looking at Lin Ruashi's delicate back as she walked away, he really wanted to smash the Maybach next to him with his fist. Sofitel Hotel, in a certain business suite. Under the dim light, Goodman, who was wearing white pajamas, was holding a crystal glass filled with dry red wine. He was walking in circles on the carpet barefooted. The speaker at the bedside was playing a waltz composed by Schubert. It was lively and pleasant. Ever since he kidnapped Lin Ruashi and the others and handed them over to the realm of God, Goodman had never felt so carefree. Thinking that after tonight, Lin Ruashi and Ulay International would become a fat piece of meat in his mouth, Goodman didn't have the mood to sleep at all. He simply asked for a few bottles of 20-year-old Lafite in his room and danced while waiting for the good news the next day. Your dancing skills aren't that great. A faint male voice suddenly appeared on the balcony, causing Goodman to be startled. Who is it? Goodman turned around abruptly. The curtains of the French glass door fluttered in the wind, revealing the silhouette outside. Xianxia? Goodman lost his grip on the wine glass and dropped it on the floor, staining the floor red. He pointed at Xianxia and said with a trembling voice, You. How did you? Xianxia pushed open the glass door expressionlessly and walked to Goodman. Without saying anything, he grabbed Goodman's waist and flipped him over. Goodman's body was like a toy. After being flipped over by Xianxia held one of his legs and hung it in the air. You. What are you doing? Goodman's blood was flowing all over his body, making it difficult for him to speak. He couldn't understand why the supposedly dead Xianxia would appear outside his room. Since Xianxia had returned alive, where was Lin Ruashi? Where was his beautiful dream? The scene in front of him made Goodman feel like he had fallen from the clouds to hell. He didn't even have the time to think about what Xianxia wanted to do. Xianxia didn't waste any time. Lifting Goodman's body as if he was carrying an insignificant object, he moved and jumped off the balcony. Pulling Goodman's leg, he jumped down from the 10-story hotel. Ah! Goodman was stunned by Xianxia's crazy jump. As he was hanging upside down, he could only see the ground getting closer and closer to him. Goodman's eyes rolled back as he fainted from the shock. A few minutes later, Goodman felt a warm liquid flowing on his face and a disgusting stench. He couldn't help but wake up drowsily. In front of him were all sorts of psychedelic red lights. Bright and dark intertwined with each other as several figures swayed in front of him. Hey, white pig, you're finally awake. Haha, you're so white. Your skin is almost as white as a woman's. A few rough laughs rang in Goodman's ears. Goodman felt a chill run down his spine. His dazed emotions immediately disappeared. He realized that he was actually naked. Where is this? Who are these people? What happened to me? Goodman subconsciously touched the liquid on his face. After taking a careful sniff, he almost fainted again. It's actually urine? Haha, look, this white pig is still smelling my urine. Another person laughed. What a pig. But since it's free, let it be a little dirty. Another person said reluctantly. Goodman finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. His face almost turned green. He was actually lying on the floor of a place that was obviously a nightclub. Surrounding him was a group of muscular black men. These black men were wearing fancy clothes that were usually worn in nightclubs. It was obvious that they were here for some special performances. Naturally, their lives belonged to the category of debauchery. At this very moment, he, who was supposed to be the descendant of a noble and the director of a multinational company, was actually stripped naked by these black men who he viewed as filthy bugs. Goodman didn't even need to use his toes to figure out that it was Xianxia who had thrown him here. Before Goodman could explain himself and ask the group of men to let him go, they had already flipped him over and were about to do something that would make Goodman wish he was dead. You guys. Listen to me. Ugh. I can. Goodman wanted to say that he could give these black men a lot of money so that they wouldn't do such horrible things to him. Unfortunately, Goodman's current condition didn't make the black men think that he was someone that could be forgiven with money. Just as Goodman was about to say something, a stinky thing that could carry on the family line had already stuffed his mouth full. Once upon a time, Goodman had only done such things to women who were greedy for his money. He had never imagined that there would be a day when he would have to do such a service for a black man. The thing that was stuck to his throat made Goodman's tears flow out. He was almost out of breath. However, the painful thing had just begun. Just as Goodman was about to get rid of the thing in his mouth, he felt a pair of strong arms grabbing his lower body. Then, a burning hot thing was already approaching his buttocks. Ah! Shrill screams came from the neon lights of the house, but in the hustle and bustle of the sleepless street district, it was not worth mentioning. This area was the location of the famous Moulin Rouge. In the Montmartre area, there were all sorts of pubs, dance clubs, casinos, and shady businesses, making the night here seem especially flirtatious. Xianxia was sitting alone on the roof of this brothel. He was holding a bottle of Martel in his hand. Hearing Goodman's shrieks of begging for death, Xianxia poured another mouthful of wine into his mouth expressionlessly. Naturally, Goodman's punishment wouldn't end so easily. However, Xianxia didn't get much excitement from his revenge. Whenever he thought about Lin Ruashi's cold attitude toward him, Xianxia felt that it would be meaningless even if he had 100 Goodmans to vent his anger on. Even though Xianxia knew that he couldn't drink alcohol anymore, he couldn't stop himself from gulping it down. After nearly 2 hours, the back door of the house opened. A man covered in scars and bruises, with some of his private parts bleeding and swollen, was thrown out. The man's appearance caused many people on the street to run away in panic. Even though this area wasn't safe, it was rare to see such a pitiful fellow. If it was possible, Goodman really wanted to die. However, after 2 hours of torment, Goodman's entire body was in pain. His throat was hoarse from all the crying, and he didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue to commit suicide. The intense pain in his buttocks made Goodman so ashamed that he wanted to die. You're not dead yet? Xianxia leaped down from the roof and walked towards Goodman. Looking down at him, he looked at him emotionlessly. Goodman thought that he didn't care about death anymore. If he didn't even have the last bit of dignity as a man, what was the point of living? However, when he saw Xianxia's pitch-black eyes, Goodman finally realized that his death wasn't as simple as it seemed. You. What do you want? Goodman's face was covered in filth, and his face was swollen. He looked as miserable as he could be. Even a homeless man on the street would look better than Goodman. Xianxia casually threw away the empty bottle of Martel, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. He didn't reply, and only puffed out smoke rings from time to time. Although there weren't many people on the street because it was the back door of the theater, Goodman's ugly appearance still attracted the attention of others. Goodman had never been humiliated like this since he was young. Not only was his pride and the sense of superiority brought by his noble bloodline shattered, he didn't even have the courage to resist the man before him. This was the perfect time to say that living was worse than death. Mr. Yang, I know I'm wrong. Please let me go. I'll give you all my assets. I won't dare to have any improper thoughts anymore. Goodman wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His tears had already dried up when he was gang-raped by the black men. What dignity? What pride? Those were all bullshit. Goodman's intestines were rotting with regret. His greed and evil thoughts had actually brought about such a disastrous outcome. Xianxia finally spoke. If a person can atone for his mistakes with money, then it's not illegal for the rich to kill the poor, right? Goodman choked on his words, not knowing what to say. Xianxia waved his hand, signaling Goodman to stop begging. How about this? I'm in a bad mood right now. If you can perform something for me and survive, I won't kill you. Perform something? Goodman swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, may I know what it is? Don't tell me he's going to aim a gun at my head? No matter how good my performance is, won't I still die? Xianxia was expressionless as he said, bungee jumping. Goodman was stunned. Bungee jumping? Although he had never done such an extreme sport, Goodman knew that bungee jumping only looked thrilling and dangerous, but how many people would actually get into an accident because of it? Even if he was afraid of falling from a high altitude, bungee jumping was nothing in order to survive. Goodman didn't doubt that Xianxia would kill him. Judging from the fact that Xianxia could return to the hotel safely, it was obvious that Xianxia was much more powerful than the realm of gods. Do you agree? Xianxia asked. Goodman nodded furiously. Yes. Agree. I'll do it as many times as you want. Xianxia pinched the cigarette butt and threw it into the ditch by the roadside. Then, he grabbed one of Goodman's legs. Just like before, he dragged Goodman upside down and left in a flash. A few passers-by thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. There were clearly two figures there. How could they suddenly disappear? Goodman was even more dizzy as he was lifted up and down. Looking at the distance between his head and the ground getting closer and closer, Goodman's heart couldn't take it anymore. He even fainted at one point. The bright lights of Paris, the Arc de Triomphe, the Louvre, the Place de la Concorde, the Champs-Élysées. Looking down at the fashion capital of the world from above, one would unwittingly be mesmerized. The cold wind blew at Xianxia's long hair, causing his shirt to stick tightly to his body, outlining the outline of his well-defined muscles. Beneath Xianxia's feet, Goodman, who was completely naked, felt an unprecedented chill. He finally woke up from his coma. Feeling as though he was surrounded by cold, hard metal, Goodman looked around in a daze. However, this glance immediately caused him to scream in shock. Goodman suddenly realized that he could see the night view of the entire Paris city center from where he was lying. The entire building was made of pure metal. Having been in France for so many years, Goodman could easily tell that this was the Eiffel Tower. Tourists from all over the world would come to visit this hollow tower in the Place de la Concorde. It wasn't that Goodman hadn't been here before. In fact, he had been here countless times. The problem was that he had never laid on the top of the Eiffel Tower naked before. For ordinary tourists, they could only go up to the first floor of the tower. Going further up, not only would the tickets be expensive, it would also be equivalent to going up a skyscraper. However, that kind of tour was always inside the tower. Who would have thought that he would fall from the top of the 300-meter-tall tower if he wasn't careful? Goodman felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. His body couldn't stop trembling. It wasn't just the temperature, but also the fear and panic that emanated from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Yang. Goodman was almost crying as he said, "Why did you bring me here? Didn't you say bungee jumping?" Goodman couldn't figure out how Xianxia managed to reach the top of the Iron Tower. There weren't any means of transportation here, and the Iron Tower wasn't receiving guests anymore. Could it be that Xianxia dragged him up the 300-meter-tall Iron Tower by himself? That was indeed the case. To Xianxia, reaching the top of the Eiffel Tower was just a matter of seconds. Lowering his head to glance at Goodman, Xianxia said, "That's right. It's bungee jumping. From here." "Ah?" Goodman was dumbfounded. Bungee jumping from the Eiffel Tower? And from the top of the 300-meter-tall tower? Not to mention that the structure of the tower was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, it was impossible for bungee jumping. There wasn't even any equipment here. Wouldn't jumping be a dead end? Why? You're not jumping? Don't you remember that you promised? Xianxia lowered his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Goodman's face was stiff. Using his remaining strength, he begged, "Mr. Yang. There isn't any equipment here. Even if you want me to bungee jump from here, you need a rope to tie me up. Otherwise, it's basically suicide." Xianxia shrugged. "I only asked you to bungee jump. I didn't say that I would tie you up with a rope. You've already promised to show me something. You can't go back on your words. Go down." Goodman opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Xianxia's foot had already landed on his waist. "Ah!" His scream tore through the sky, but it was still blown away by the wind. Just like that, the man fell from the top of the Eiffel Tower. His body collided, twisted, broke, deformed, and scraped against the metal structure of the tower. Fresh blood dyed the tower red, but it was quickly dried up by the wind. Xianxia didn't look at Goodman's current state. If it wasn't for his bad mood, he wouldn't have bothered to torture Goodman to death. Xianxia didn't feel good about this kind of torture either. The swelling pain in his head was the best proof. However, Xianxia didn't regret it. He had reminded Goodman before, but the latter still chose to betray him. In that case, falling naked from the top of the Eiffel Tower was the best way to bid him farewell. When the sun rose, the Frenchman would find this miserable corpse. But the police couldn't really investigate anything, because when they found out that it was related to them, they would give up the investigation. The French police and the Security Bureau were now under Fodessa's control. As for who would take over the director position of Ulay International in Europe after Goodman's death, Xianxia didn't care. Lin Ruashi would always be able to come up with a reasonable arrangement. Thinking of Lin Ruashi, Xianxia's headache intensified. The sense of satisfaction he felt after killing Goodman immediately vanished. After being exposed to the cold wind for a while, Xianxia returned to his hotel room like a shadow. Just as he entered the room, he happened to see his phone on the bedside table ringing. It was already midnight in France, but it was still noon in Xianxia. Xianxia didn't find it strange that someone was calling. He picked up the phone and saw that it was from Xianxia. Before he came to France, he had stayed in Xianxia's room with Qiangwei. The three of them had slept together for a night before coming to France. Could it be that this woman couldn't help but miss me after not seeing me for a few days? Thinking that he still had a few confidants in Xianxia who were eagerly waiting for him to return, Xianxia's worries were finally alleviated. That's right. Even if it's for these women who have given their love to me, I should cheer up. Isn't it just Sister Lin having a cold war with me again? There will always be a chance to break the ice wall like before. Little Xianxia, it's already midnight in France, yet you're still calling. It seems like you're missing you. Xianxia picked up the phone and joked. After all, a strong-willed woman like Xianxia, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, wouldn't act coquettishly at him for no reason. Besides, she was already busy with work. If he didn't look for her, she might not even find the time to contact him. The person on the other end of the phone didn't immediately answer, as if she couldn't answer. Xianxia was puzzled. What was wrong with Xianxia? Could it be that she had something to say that she couldn't say? However, in the next second, Xianxia was stunned. It's me, I'm the girl's mother. A familiar woman's voice suddenly came from the phone. Xianxia almost dropped his phone on the ground. Damn. Xianxia's mother? Wasn't that Ma Guifang whom he had met in Chuan province back then? His mother-in-law. One of them. Just like a daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law, it was inevitable that she would be reserved. No matter how domineering Xianxia was outside, he still felt a little awkward when he met his woman's relatives. He felt guilty in his heart, so naturally, there was something wrong. So it's our mother. Why is she using Qianni's phone to make this call? Seriously, Qianni didn't even give Mom a phone. As Yangqing said this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wasn't Ma Guifeng in Chuan province? Why would she have Mo Qianni's phone? Could it be that Mo Qianni had returned to her hometown these few days? He quickly asked, Mom, did Qianni return to her hometown? Ma Guifeng smiled warmly, no, this girl is busy all day. It's just that I haven't been feeling well recently, so I took the train to Zhonghai. I'm old, so I have to give in and rely on my children to take care of me. Although Ma Guifeng was a woman from a village in the mountains, Yangqing knew very well that his mother-in-law was definitely a wise woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised a daughter like Mo Qianni. Although Mo Qianni only got to her position with the help of the old CEO of Yulei, before coming to Zhonghai, it was her mother, Ma Guifeng, who taught her. At this time, what Ma Guifeng said sounded simple, but in fact, it revealed a lot of information. First, she was not in good health, but because no one went back to see her, she could only come to Zhonghai with her sick body to rely on her daughter. This was undoubtedly because she was dissatisfied that the younger generation didn't care enough about her. Second, Ma Guifeng said children and not daughter, so it was obvious that she had already regarded Yangqing as her son-in-law. However, this son-in-law of Yangqing, since the last time he left Sichuan province, they didn't have any contact at all, not to mention that he didn't know where Ma Guifeng was. Yangqing understood this logic, and cold sweat dripped down his back. His mother-in-law's words were gentle and soft, but it made him full of guilt, and he wanted to immediately fly back to Zhonghai to kowtow and apologize to her. Mom, please don't say that. I know I was wrong, and I was careless and insensible. I'm abroad now, but I'll be back soon. When I get back, I'll immediately prepare a table of delicious food and drinks to welcome you, Mom. But Qianni is really too much. Why didn't she tell me that Mom wasn't feeling well, and didn't tell me that you came to Zhonghai? Otherwise, I'd rather not go abroad and wait in Zhonghai. Yangqing said words that even he didn't believe, and his tone was full of remorse. Ma Guifeng didn't know whether to believe it or not, but hearing the tone on the phone, she felt a lot more comfortable, and said, You all have your own work, how can an old woman like me be a burden to you? Yangqing, I also miss you a lot, that's why I asked Nizi to teach me how to call you. You don't have to worry, I just had a problem with my lumbar vertebrae a while ago, maybe it's because I'm tired from farm work. At my age, I'm not forgiving, so it's nothing serious. Yangqing was stunned, and said, Qianni is next to you? Yes, do you want to talk to her? I'll give her the phone, Ma Guifeng said. No. Yangqing hurriedly denied it. How could he change it at this time? Wasn't it obvious that he had tricked his daughter away and didn't want his mother? Even if he really had that intention, he couldn't do it. Mom, look at what you're saying, it's as if I'm a heartless person. Although I miss Qianni, I still want to chat with Mom a little more. Ma Guifeng finally laughed, looking very happy. You're also a smooth talker, don't think that I don't know, what's there to talk about with an old woman like me? Alright, stop pretending, I'll give the phone to the girl, you two can talk. Yangqing blushed with shame. Ginger was still spicier than Ginger. Maybe they had already seen through his tricks and just didn't point it out. The phone was passed on. First, Mo Qianni's coquettish voice could be heard, as if she was embarrassed by what Ma Guifeng had said. Then, she said to Yangqing, Your acting skills are too bad. You're so hypocritical, and my mother saw through it immediately. Oh my, little Xianxia, you can't blame me for this. Mother-in-law has fiery eyes, she can even see through my thoughts on the phone. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Mo Qianni giggled, as if Ma Guifeng's arrival in Zhonghai had made her feel a lot happier. She said, When are you coming back? Yangqing laughed evilly, What, little Xianxia misses her husband? Or is it hard to sleep? Didn't you and Xiangwei play with each other? I saw that you guys had a lot of fun back then. You're going to die. Mo Qianni cursed in a low voice, My mom is in the kitchen, speak softly. Oh no. Who's playing with women? What nonsense are you spouting? If it wasn't for you, why would Xiangwei and I sleep together for no reason? We're all a family in the future, so we need to get along well. It's good to sleep together, so I don't have to split up to look for him. Yangqing laughed shamelessly. Mo Qianni was too lazy to talk about this kind of topic with this guy. She snorted and said, It's fine if you don't want to talk about it properly. I originally wanted to know when you would be back so that I could plan how to face my mother. You're so unreliable. If my mother finds out and opposes us, I won't be bothered to stand on your side. Yangqing thought for a moment and suddenly realized, little Xianxia, you can't be saying that our mother. Will she live in Zhonghai from now on? What is it? Can't I? Mo Qianni's voice immediately became a bit cold. She had always wanted to let her mother enjoy her old age in the city and take care of her. Previously, Ma Guifeng was afraid of dragging her daughter down and refused to come to Zhonghai. Now that she finally came to Zhonghai with the treatment of her lumbar spine, how could Mo Qianni let her mother go back to live alone again? Yangqing knew that Mo Qianni misunderstood his meaning and smiled helplessly. Silly girl, didn't you hear me say our mother? It's our, not you. How could I not want our mother to live by our side? Mo Qianni's tone then softened. I'm a bit sensitive about this matter, sorry. But we really need to think about our matter. I can't be with you often and you have so many women around you. My mother will see the problem sooner or later. I'm worried. I'm worried that she won't be able to accept it. Nonsense, which parent would be happy to accept their daughter as a man's lover? That old man in Zaihuan didn't count. This matter can't be explained in a short time on the phone. When I go back, we'll discuss it in detail. Confess what needs to be confessed, explain what needs to be explained, and hide what needs to be hidden. Don't just focus on work, Yulei won't collapse without you. Spend more time with our mother. Didn't you hear her complain that you're always too busy? Yangqing said. Mo Qianni agreed obediently. She did. Listen to his words, but it was really hard to say whether she would be able to do it or not. After saying a few more words of love, the two hung up the phone. In the darkness, Yangqing sighed. On this side, Lin Ruoshi's side had fallen into a deadlock. Not only did he have to take care of Tang Wan and Choi Yun's matters when he returned to Zhonghai, he also had to worry about Mo Qianni and her mother. The worst thing was that Mo Qianni's current residence was Chengwei's, they were neighbors. What should he do? Just when Yangqing was too lazy to think too much and was about to lie down on the bed to sleep, he frowned and looked in the direction of the balcony. It's you? The tall figure that was tiptoeing on the edge of the balcony had a voluptuous figure. Her legs were plump and straight, and her wavy, curly hair was fluttering in the wind. The graceful figure wrapped in a tight black leather coat was enough to make any man's blood boil. However, Yangqing wasn't someone who had never seen beautiful women before, so he wasn't too excited when he saw the stunner in this hazy night. Moreover, Yangqing clearly knew that Lilith, this vampire, was a 200-year-old grandmother. Your Majesty Pluto, why do you look so distressed? If there's anything you need help with, Lilith is very willing to help your Majesty. Lilith had already entered the room in a flash. She didn't even ask if Yangqing agreed, and her fragrant and delicate body squeezed next to Yangqing and sat down. This woman really knew how to charm people. Not to mention her tight leather coat with all kinds of hollowed-out patterns, she was actually wearing short hot pants. Her plump buttocks sank into the mattress, and a pair of white thighs without the slightest bit of fat were exposed to the air. The tight lines exuded a charming wildness like that of a small wild cat. Yangqing's eyes couldn't help but be a little fiery. If it wasn't for his low mood, he might have already touched her thighs and enjoyed pinching them a few times. You're not accompanying your father back to England. Don't tell me you're here to call me for supper. Yangqing asked softly with a smile. Lilith seemed to have unintentionally moved closer to Yangqing's arm. Her full chest pressed against Yangqing's arm, and the feeling of elasticity and softness was just right. With a fragrant breath, Lilith said in a sweet voice beside Yangqing's ear, if your Majesty Pluto wants to eat supper, the name Lilith is very good. The meaning in these words couldn't be more obvious. This bold female vampire didn't know what was reserved at all, but she knew what was thrilling. Yangqing turned his head and met Lilith's exceptionally bright gem-like eyes. Are you here to seduce me? In 2 days, His Majesty Pluto will return to Huaxia. Poor Lilith wants to repay him before that. Lilith looked at Yangqing with resentment. Is this the seduction you mentioned? Yes, Yangqing nodded. Lilith smiled charmingly and said straightforwardly, all right, then I'm here to seduce you. Yangqing opened his mouth and smiled helplessly. I'm not in a good mood right now. I don't want to make any jokes. If it was in the past, if a woman like you, who doesn't know what's good for you, wanted to send yourself into the tiger's mouth, I would definitely eat you up without leaving any bones. But I don't have that thought anymore. You can go back. I saved you and your daughter partly because I have a feud with the Vatican, so I just wanted to destroy them. Lilith, however, did not leave obediently. Instead, she persistently asked, why not now? Is it because you have a wife? But His Majesty Pluto doesn't only have one female companion. As far as I know, Her Majesty Catherine, the Queen of Wales, can spend the night with you. Why can't Lilith? Hiss. Xianxia was puzzled. You even want to compete with this? Does it mean that if I sleep with Catherine, I have to sleep with all the women in the world? I'm not convinced. I can do better. Lilith pouted with a sad and weak expression. Lilith only admires you and wants to give herself to you. Can't you even satisfy this small wish? Xianxia was indifferent. He was too familiar with women's acting skills. The one who was really difficult to deal with was Lin Ruashi, who couldn't be seen through it all. It was easier to deal with someone like Lilith who knew how to play tricks. Lilith finally knew that her seduction, schemes, and pretending to be pitiful were useless. She stood up angrily with her hands on her hips. She glared at Xianxia for a while and said, "Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid that you won't be able to leave me after touching me? Or, which aspect of your function isn't strong enough?" These words were a little sinister. Xianxia's cheeks twitched. Function isn't strong enough? Xianxia could dislike the other uses of that *T divine light, but what satisfied Xianxia the most was that the divine light made his man's function unparalleled. What did men hate the most? What they hated the most was being doubted by women that they couldn't do it. Do you think that I won't kill you just because I saved you? Xianxia's words were already cold, and his eyes were full of dense killing intent. If Lilith provoked him again, he wouldn't care about this woman's life since he was already in a bad mood. Lilith bit her lip, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. However, she stubbornly didn't retreat. She walked forward and approached Xianxia. She said softly, "Your Majesty Pluto, do you know, what's the biggest difference between the women of the blood clan and the women of the human race?" Xianxia frowned. He didn't know what this outrageous woman of the blood clan was going to say. Lilith bit her thin lips, and her eyes were like silk. The blood of the women of the human race is hot, so, the inside and outside of the body are hot, while the women of the blood clan, the outside and inside of the body, are all cold. These words were like a lit fuse, directly exploding several packs of high explosives in Xianxia's mind. The inside of the body is cold? The degree of ambiguity in these words couldn't be further increased. Not only did this girl use her appearance to seduce me, but she also took out the goods inside of her as bait. Sparks finally splashed out from Xianxia's eyes. In this situation, if he didn't do something, it would really seem like he couldn't do it anymore. He was in a bad mood both ways. Since this woman was so persistent, and the physique of the blood clan was excellent, unlike the women of the human race, even if he tossed and turned with his life, Lilith wouldn't be in any danger. It was a good way to vent. Thinking of this, the evil thoughts in Xianxia's mind immediately spread. To be honest, he had lived for more than 20 years, and most of his time was spent being a villain. It was true that he had toned down after returning to Xianxia for 2 years, but the ruthlessness and viciousness in his bones, once erupted, even Xianxia himself felt that he wasn't a human. With a low roar, Xianxia suddenly hugged Lilith's waist, pulled her onto his big bed, and pressed her under his body. He directly kissed Lilith's delicate cherry lips, and his 2 big hands unceremoniously grabbed Lilith's smooth breasts, squeezing them into various shapes. Rip, rip. 2 ripping sounds rang out, and Lilith's leather clothes were torn into pieces. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for going crazy if you get hurt tonight. In the dark room, Xianxia rode on the charming female blood clan's trembling body and grinned strangely. He was not joking. If he encountered a woman with a strong body, and she wasn't even his lover, it was nothing for him to suffer a little injury. Of course, he would enjoy all the craziest positions and ways to play with her. Lilith finally realized that she seemed to have gone too far, but before she could beg for mercy, Xianxia had already grabbed her 2 round thighs and slapped them a few times, leaving red palm marks on her snow-white skin. Lilith felt like she was a fish on the chopping board, and Yangqing didn't show any mercy at all. It was as if he was a butcher cutting meat. Hearing the resentful moans, Yangqing didn't give Lilith any chance to breathe at all. He raised his spear and mounted her, and with a straight thrust, he penetrated deep into her womb. There was a sharp moan of a woman in the room. It was unknown whether it was comfort, pain, or an indescribable release of madness. A few storms, and a few times the flowers fell. Just as Lilith said, the body of the blood clan was cold, and this kind of coldness was just enough to extinguish the heat in one's heart. When it was almost dawn, Yangqing finally stopped his conquest of the female blood clan below him. He lay on the bed with his limbs spread out, looking at the ceiling, feeling inexplicably calm. Lilith's voluptuous body was twisted and entangled by Yangqing, and her tender flesh was even pinched and beaten. If it wasn't for the excellent physique of the blood clan, her tendons and bones would have been injured, and her body would be full of bruises. After a long silence, Yangqing finally felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Although the woman beside him wasn't human, she was a woman after all, and she didn't have any ill intentions towards him. It was really a little inexcusable for him to use her as a tool to vent. Even if she wasn't really injured, who would feel good after being played like this for a few hours? "I'm sorry, my mind was in a mess just now," Yangqing said in a low voice. Lilith, who was beside him, turned her head. On her charming face, her hair was messy, but she smiled sweetly. "If I can exchange your apology for me, my purpose of coming tonight has been achieved." "You're not angry?" "I am angry." Lilith pouted. "But I can't beat you, so I can only be bullied by you. Moreover, I was the one who teased you first." Yangqing smiled casually. Listening to these words, how did he suddenly become the king of a stronghold, a street bully, and completely rely on force to suppress everything? However, what Lilith said next completely dispelled Yangqing's apology for this woman. This enchanting body that was like a water snake slowly wrapped around his chest, and her cold lips kissed his neck. Lilith's eyes were blurred, and with a hint of seductive shyness, she said, "Actually, you can use a little more force. The recovery ability of us blood clan is very strong. The fiercer you are to me, the more excited I feel." The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. The blood clan was the blood clan. When he was having fun with Chengwei and Emotieni, the two women couldn't stand his torment for a few hours. But this Lilith, after being subjected to such a high intensity for a few hours, she still felt that it wasn't exciting enough. However, although she said so, Yangqing didn't know if she was sincere. He didn't have the desire to continue venting in his heart, so he stopped. Lilith took advantage of the time before the sky brightened and left the room with a wisp of fragrance. To the long lifespan of the blood race, human love was almost meaningless. Even if Yangchen had a god's position and had the ability to reincarnate, it would still take a few hundred years for him to awaken. To the blood race, it was equivalent to becoming a completely different person, no longer the Yangchen from before. She came to find Yangchen for a crazy night, but to a greater extent, it was due to her admiration for the strong. She didn't really want to have a relationship with Yangqing. Of course, Yangqing wouldn't drag Lilith into his lover's list for no reason. The few women around him were enough to trouble him. At dawn, when Yangqing was about to take a hot shower, he heard the doorbell ring. He wondered who would come to find him so early in the morning, but he still wore a nightgown and went to open the door. A tall, beautiful woman with sparkling eyes stood at the door, wearing a lady's hat and a rose-colored dress. Her calves were white and tender, and there was a bottomless ravine in front of her chest. She winked playfully at Yangqing. Without waiting for Yangqing to ask anything, the cute and naive Kathleen pounced on him and wrapped her arms around Yangqing's neck. She bent her legs and hung on to Yangqing's body. "Chen, I want." Yangqing felt his gums ache. How could this woman speak in such a coquettish voice? He smiled bitterly and said, "How many times have I told you not to call me Chen? Can't you speak normally?" "Okay, Chen." Yangqing gave up on correcting her. He pulled the koala queen off his body and patted her delicate and resentful face. The mature version of Jane wasn't as mature as the young version. "You came to me so early in the morning just for that little thing?" Yangqing felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Not long after he sent off Lilith, this queen came to find him so early in the morning. If other people had such luck with women, they might have already ascended to heaven, but why did he feel like he had become some kind of role of serving women? Kathleen didn't avoid it. And obediently nodded to admit it. Her eyes were filled with desire. Xianxia, you'll be leaving in 2 days. It's not easy for me to see you, so of course I have to hurry up. Suddenly, Kathleen sniffed and smelled something. She giggled and said, so I came late. The birds have already eaten the worms. This smell is so strong, they must have eaten quite a bit. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. It's good that you know, I don't have that thought right now. No, isn't the bug still here? I want to eat it too. Kathleen threw her hat away, lifted the hem of her dress with both hands, and rolled it up above her waist. Turning around, with her back facing Xianxia, Kathleen bent down and stuck out her butt. A pair of white buttocks, like a huge peach, with a thin seam in the middle, was unreservedly displayed in front of Xianxia's eyes. Her straight triangular thighs were pressed together, clamping her buttocks tightly. This mature woman's figure was even more exaggerated than Lilith's. Xianxia's eyes immediately heated up. It had to be said that when Kathleen took the initiative to seduce him, if a man didn't react, then there must be something wrong with that man. What was worse was that Kathleen even turned around and revealed an innocent expression. She slightly shook her pink and white butt and muttered, "Come on, I want to eat worms too." Worm? Xianxia scratched his head. How did his strong capital become a worm? However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Breathing heavily, he walked forward, tore off his nightgown, grabbed Kathleen's fat butt, and slapped it twice, leaving a few red marks. After being slapped, Kathleen moaned a few times and turned around. Her face was flushed, and her gaze became more and more blurry. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to care about the time. Since he had already indulged for one night, it didn't matter if he indulged for another morning. In the next moment, the thick worm directly drilled into the valley with the gurgling stream. As the saying goes, a hero's grave is a gentle place. Xianxia naturally wouldn't foolishly think that he was a hero, but this was true. After rolling on a woman's body, he would always be in a daze and forget everything. It wasn't until noon that Kathleen, who was pressed on the bed, couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep as if she had fainted. Xianxia pulled out the murder weapon from her body that had been tormenting her for the past few hours and smiled wickedly. Including the time spent on Lilith, he had almost been in battle for nearly 10 hours. How many men in this world could go into battle with him so continuously? However, when he looked back at the time, he realized that something was wrong. He was still in Paris, and the fashion week hadn't ended. Logically speaking, he should be accompanying Lin Ruoshi to attend various meetings. Why was he still playing a human flesh game with the queen in bed? However, Xianxia was sure that no one had called him in the morning, and Lin Ruoshi hadn't come to find him like the day before yesterday. It seemed that Lin Ruoshi didn't plan to see him at all. He didn't know what this woman was thinking. She just froze him in her own world and didn't say anything. Looking at Kathleen, who was blushing and sleeping contentedly, Xianxia's good mood was gone. I'm really an animal. My wife is sulking and having a cold war with me, but I still fooled around with another woman for the entire night and morning. I deserve to be ignored by Lin Ruoshi. But then Xianxia sighed helplessly. I can't help it. I can resist other things like eating, drinking, gambling, and drugs. I don't care too much about it, but when it comes to women, my resistance has only been declining, it hasn't improved at all. After thinking about it, there was no conclusion. Xianxia could only take one step at a time and try not to let down everyone who gave sincerely. After covering Kathleen's body with a blanket that was full of red marks and various marks, Xianxia got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. After washing off the stains on his body, he changed into a relaxed short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked to the resting area in the middle of the floor, he saw Edward on the sofa looking at something on his tablet. With his blonde hair cut short, Edward was wearing a normal low-collared t-shirt and linen shorts. No one would know that this young man was one of the heirs of the Rothschild family. Your skills in that area have been increasing in the past few years. Edward raised his head and smiled ambiguously. Xianxia was speechless. This guy was still counting the time. I knew it was you who sent Kathleen over. When did you start working as a pimp? That depends on who I serve. Our Rothschild family does all kinds of business that can make a profit. As long as it's worth it, I will do it, Edward laughed. Sending your aunt to my bed is your business? If possible, I also want to send my cousin to your bed, Edward sighed, but it seems that it's easier to send my aunt than my cousin. Xianxia took the tablet from his hand. On it was a series of real-time data such as international crude oil futures. He couldn't understand it himself, so he returned it and said, "Don't force Jane. She is my benefactor. Don't think that I don't know what your family is planning just because I don't point it out. If you make Jane's life too tiring, it will only backfire." Edward's eyes lit up. "So, you still care about Jane's feelings?" "Not bad, not bad. My poor cousin has hope." Xianxia frowned and pointed a finger on Edward's forehead. "I've known you for so many years, and your habit of never being satisfied is getting worse." Edward wasn't angry and showed a complicated smile. "Xianxia, do you think that even if we don't instigate Jane, she will give up? Her wish is the strongest. You can't understand how different you are to Jane. You are her dream since she was a child. How could she give up when she's so close?" Xianxia was speechless for a while. Although he knew that the businessman's words couldn't be trusted, what Jane did for him was indeed something that he couldn't repay. He saved her and her mother's lives, but she had already returned the favor of saving her life. What she did for him was obviously much more. Whenever she was needed, no matter what she was doing or where she was, she would rush to his place as soon as possible. It was the same in Hokkaido and Zhonghai. After a moment of silence, Xianxia didn't know how to continue this topic, so he asked, "Where is Ruashi?" He knew that Edward would definitely know the situation of everyone and everything related to him, at least when he was in Europe. As expected, Edward immediately answered, "She's at the Louvre fashion show. The morning will end in half an hour." Xianxia nodded and said, "I'll return to Xianxia in 2 days. I've already killed Goodman, the director of Ulay International in Europe. No matter who Ruashi arranges for as the new director, you guys have to help her secretly. Even if the director is dead, his confidants are definitely still around. They might cause some trouble, so don't let the European branch fall into chaos." "You're worrying too much about this," Edward smiled strangely. Xianxia didn't understand what he meant. Edward opened a web page on his tablet and showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled bitterly when he saw it. It was the homepage of Ulay International in Europe. The headline on the homepage was about the replacement of the CEO. Furthermore, several important departments in the company had been replaced. It could be said that the European branch had been cleansed. It was obvious that Lin Ruashi knew that something had happened to Goodman, so she had already arranged for a successor to replace Goodman as soon as he died. Moreover, although this woman was in Zhonghai, she still knew who was Goodman's henchman in the European branch. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed the heads of some departments. She usually kept quiet and didn't say anything, but when it came to critical issues, she would have a plan in her mind. To be honest, this Lady Persephone's talent in business, whether it's her decisiveness in using people or her ruthlessness in her methods. She dismissed the executives at a whim and fell out with the partners at a whim, but she still managed to steadily improve the company. Her methods aren't simple, and it's truly amazing. It's a pity that she wasn't born into our family. Otherwise, she would have the qualifications to become one of the few female family heads," Edward said regretfully. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although it had been proven many times that Lin Ruashi was playing dumb, he still had mixed feelings when he heard Edward's unambiguous evaluation this time. The more things Lin Ruashi knew, the more hurtful her silence and coldness towards him was. However, he didn't have the right to say that she had hurt him. After all, he was in the wrong first. Suddenly, Edward seemed to recall something. He smiled and said, "By the way, do you still remember the cooperation between our family and Huaxia's family in Zhonghai to swallow up the Lu family?" Of course, Xianxia raised his head and asked, "Is there a problem?" "So far, there's no problem. But because it's not suitable for our family to suddenly show up in Huaxia, and we can't directly get involved with the Yin family, it's hard to say," Edward said helplessly. Xianxia frowned. "Just say it." Edward rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, "Your Miss Anqing seems to be in some trouble recently." "Miss Anqing?" Yangqing didn't understand. What trouble could that girl have? She was just going through documents in his office and occasionally acting as a host at the TV station. No one cared about her life at all. She had endless money and the Yin family was the second largest family in Zhonghai. Who would dare to cause trouble for her? Edward continued, Miss, and trouble doesn't come from Zhonghai, it comes from Beijing. Beijing? Yangqing was puzzled. Could it be someone from the Yang family? It didn't take long for the international call to go through. Since it was lunchtime in Xianxia, Yangqing didn't think that Anqing would go to bed early. Sure enough, the call was picked up after 2 rings. Anqing's gentle voice came through, and she said with a hint of surprise, Hubby, why did you suddenly call me? I didn't have this habit before. Did you miss me? You didn't call me when you were in trouble, so I could only call you. Yangqing was a little unhappy. It was embarrassing that his woman was in trouble, but he only found out about it through his friend. Anqing fell silent. After a long silence, she said faintly, I thought I would be able to settle the matter by the time you came back, so I didn't want to tell you immediately. Humph, you didn't want to tell me at all. Yangqing could guess the woman's thoughts. Don't say useless things. Tell me what it is. Anqing hesitated for a while. It was obvious that she was struggling on the other end of the phone. In the end, she was afraid that she would make Yangqing even angrier, so she briefly told him what had happened. After listening, Yangqing's face darkened. He hung up and said to Edward, prepare a plane. I need it at any time. You're going back to Huaxia early? Edward said with a smile. Yangqing nodded, but before that, he had to go to the Louvre to inform Lin Ruoxi. When he got up, he thought of something and said to Edward, as for Catherine, tell her to take care of Ron's people when she wakes up. Ron is getting old, so he can't always be so considerate. Edward expressed his understanding. Don't worry. Even if Aunt doesn't help, we will help you take care of the back garden. About half an hour later, Yangqing arrived at the banquet hall of the Louvre. At this time, Lin Ruoxi should have already come out of the exhibition area. Shuttling through the crowd of men and women, it took Yangqing a while to find Lin Ruoxi in the inner corner. Lin Ruoxi, who was wearing a white dress with pleated straps, sat quietly on a leather chair with a string of fine pearls hanging in front of her chest. Her delicate face, which was devoid of any makeup, was expressionless. She was so cold that even if the people around her wanted to come forward and strike up a conversation, they would retreat and leave a space around her. Holding a glass of champagne in her hand, Lin Ruoxi didn't even take a sip. She was looking at the crowd in front of her and lost in thought. Yangqing walked to the woman's side and stood still. Lin Ruoxi slowly turned her head around. Seeing that it was Yangqing, Lin Ruoxi's expression didn't change in the slightest. It was as if she had seen a stranger. This made Yangqing's heart ache. He really didn't understand what was going on. What's the matter? Lin Ruoxi asked in a clear voice. The tone of a complete stranger made Yangqing want to drag her out of the venue and ask her about it. But at this time, thinking about the trouble with Anqing in Zhonghai, he could only think about it later. So he said, I want to go back to Zhonghai in advance. Lin Ruoxi still didn't react and nodded, got it. Yangqing felt very depressed and added, it's Anqing who is in some trouble. I'm worried that something will happen if we delay too long. Got it. Lin Ruoxi still said these 3 words, as if everything was not something she cared about. Yangqing clenched his fists. The current Lin Ruoxi was even colder than when he first met her. She was like a porcelain doll without human feelings, an ice sculpture. Not only did she make people feel sorry for her, she was also so dull that it seemed like she didn't know how to communicate. The more Lin Ruoxi behaved like this, the more scared Yangqing was. But this woman didn't want to communicate with him at all, and he didn't know how to find a way out. After a long time, Yangqing shook his head and smiled bitterly, then I'll leave first. Okay. Lin Ruoxi didn't have any intention of asking any more questions. That one word was equivalent to sending Yangqing off. Yangqing didn't delay any longer, he turned around and left the banquet hall in big strides. It wasn't until Yangqing's figure disappeared into the crowd that Lin Ruoxi raised her head and looked in the direction of his back, her eyes rippling. Zhonghai, Yulei International Entertainment Company, Director's Office. Anqin was wearing a black lady's suit and a light coffee-colored pleated near-revealing skirt. She walked into the office with a white handbag in her hand. When she walked into the company, she maintained a sweet smile, but as soon as she entered the door, it disappeared immediately. She leaned against the door listlessly and closed her eyes for a while. Anqin had been troubled these past few days. What made her feel even more pained was that all of this was caused by herself. When Star of Yulei was held, she begged Yanqing to let her take part in the hosting job because of her passion and competitiveness. Although she achieved her goal and the results were good, and the broadcasting station even tried their best to invite her to be a permanent host, she wasn't an ordinary girl after all. It was impossible for her to keep showing her face in the same broadcasting station. Originally, she thought that after Star of Yulei passed, her hosting career was almost over. Who knew that just because she appeared on TV a few times, she would be targeted by someone who wanted to attract attention? The director of Zhonghai's Radio and Television General Administration, a young high-ranking official's son named Lu Min, actually took a liking to her. As soon as she withdrew from her job at Star of Yulei, he began to pursue her relentlessly. In the past, when the Yin family was still a second-tier family in Zhonghai, Anqin had many suitors. However, because of the Lu family, who was engaged to her, many people flinched. After that, as the Yin family became the second-largest family in Zhonghai, very few people dared to pursue her casually. Moreover, Zaihuan, her father, only wanted to curry favor with Yanqing. Of course, he would do everything he could to please his daughter. If ordinary people dared to pursue his daughter, wouldn't they be sent flying without any reason? However, Lu Min was different. According to Zaihuan, the power behind this man was not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for his powerful background, how could a 31-year-old young man become the director of a municipal government agency? This was a department-level official, and an official who held the power of information and media channels. In a country like Xianxia, where the government held absolute power, a department that could control the media and public opinion was equivalent to controlling the direction of half of the society's attention. Many people who worked hard in the government until they were 50 or 60 years old rarely reached the level of a department-level official, let alone a 31-year-old man. And according to some people who were more familiar with Lu Min had only been transferred to Zhonghai for less than a year. His actual foundation was in the capital city of Yanjin. In a dangerous place like Yanjin, any second-tier family would be no worse than a first-tier family in Zhonghai. Which family didn't have a ministerial figure as their backer? Perhaps it would even implicate the real power holders in Xianxia. How could a businessman like the Yin family touch them? Because of this, Zaihuan, who was unsure of Lu Min's background and was incomparably afraid, hoped that his daughter Anqin could tell Yanqing about the situation here, and let Yanqing decide what Anqin should do. To put it bluntly, whichever side was stronger, Zaihuan felt that his daughter should follow. He didn't want to offend either side. This matter made Anqin quite angry. Ever since she received Yanqing's care and the Rothschild family invested in the Yin family, Zaihuan's status rose with the tide, and he also cared about Anqin. No matter what her father's main purpose was, at least Anqin tasted the warmth of being loved by a family. Unexpectedly, when someone with real power came to harass her, her father, who had just improved his image a little, immediately became a coward again. Not only did he not dare to touch his daughter's matters, but he also directly asked her to look for Yanqing. He didn't even dare to express his opinion. As a result, it was as if Anqin was exposed to the air without any cover. She could only hide from Lu Min and use all kinds of reasons to reject him. Zaihuan asked her to call Yanqing, but Anqin didn't dare to do so. She wasn't worried that Yanqing wouldn't stand up for her. Although she wasn't clear about Yanqing's identity, as someone that even the Rothschild family had to respect, how could he be simple? The problem was that Xianxia was different from other countries. From the fact that the Rothschild family only came to invest and didn't dare to actually operate the industry, it could be seen that no matter how arrogant the foreign forces were, when it came to Xianxia, they still had to listen to the face of the Xianxia government. If that Lu Min really had an extraordinary background, and Yanqing offended them because of her, causing irresistible trouble, how could Anqin forgive herself? Therefore, Anqin wanted to drag it out as long as she could. She could only hope that Lu Min was just acting on a whim and would retreat when he saw that she didn't listen to him. She didn't expect that Yongqing, who was far away in Europe, would know about her. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Hearing Yongqing's heavy tone, she couldn't hide it anymore, so she simply told him what happened. I don't know if he will be angry, Anqing muttered to herself and sighed. She carried her bag and walked to Yongqing's desk. She sat down and prepared to deal with the documents that Wan Jie and the others sent. However, before Anqing could sit down, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Anqing tried her best to cheer herself up and said in a clear voice. After the door was pushed open, a man wearing an Armani suit and well-tailored trousers walked in. The red and black tie on his chest made him look like a successful person. His face was fair without any facial hair, and there was a hint of maturity in his youth. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was about 1.8 meters tall. Miss Anqing, it's a meaningful morning to be able to see you at your workplace in the morning, the man said with a smile. Anqing's pretty face turned pale. She bit her thin lips, stood up and walked to the desk. Lu Min, what do you want? I already said I won't agree to it. Lu Min wasn't in a hurry to reply. When his gaze landed on Anqing's graceful body, it was hard for him to look away, as if he was glued to her. Although Anqing was only wearing her usual office attire, the Japanese-style suit, short skirt, and white lace stockings perfectly displayed her exquisite figure. Her peach-like face, coupled with her slender calves and perky breasts, could easily make a man lose control of his adrenaline. This conservative yet sexy attire was naturally worn by Anqing because she was used to flirting with Yongqing in the office, but now it was Lu Min's turn. Seeing Lu Min's passionate gaze on her, Anqing felt a wave of disgust. She frowned and walked back to her desk to sit down so that the man wouldn't see her under her skirt. Lu Min retracted his gaze regretfully and smiled. Missin, it's always harder to chase after a good girl. The more you hate me and reject me, the more I'll try my best to chase after you. Thank you for Director Lu's appreciation, but Anqing is just the daughter of a businessman. She's not worthy of a high-ranking official like you. Director Lu, don't waste your time, Anqing said indifferently. Lu Min was still smiling as he walked to the desk. Missin, I know a good breakfast restaurant and would like to invite you for a drink. I've already booked a private room. I told you, I won't agree to it. Anqing took a document from the side and lowered her head to read it, intending to completely ignore this man. A cold glint flashed across Lu Min's eyes. Missin, ever since I saw you on TV for the first time, it's been hard for me to take my eyes off you. I, Lu Min, have seen many daughters of prestigious families since I was young, but I believe that you're definitely the one who's fated with me. I'm not the kind of man who casually flirts with women. Although my words aren't very convincing, why don't you give me a chance to interact with you, Missin? I believe that Missin isn't an unreasonable woman. If there's anything that I can't meet Missin's requirements, please let me know. Men can't use the hard way, so they switch to the soft way, moving their emotions and reasoning with them. Anqing put down the pen in her hand, raised her head and said, Director Lu, I really can't promise you. It doesn't matter to me whether you are really like what you said. I already have someone in my heart, and I love him very much. I will never have anything to do with another man in my life. Hearing this, Lu Min grinned. Missin is indeed straightforward, but it doesn't matter. As far as I know, the sweetheart that Missin mentioned should be the director of this company, a person named Yongqing. Am I right? Anqing's pretty face turned cold. You investigated us. Lu Min hurriedly waved his hand and said, Missin, you don't have to be angry. It's not that I wanted to investigate, but when I asked my subordinate about your background, someone took the initiative to investigate. But Missin, you should also thank me for specially asking for your information. Oh, you want me to thank you for investigating me? Director Lu, you really know how to joke, Anqing sneered. It's like this, Lu Min wasn't annoyed, he still said modestly, as far as I know, this Mr. Young is actually a liar. He is actually husband and wife with Yulei International's Lin Ruashi, General Lin. Although I don't understand why this man with a very ordinary resume would become General Lin's husband, there is no doubt that Mr. Young lied to Missin as soon as this was said. Anqing was quite shocked. Yongqing once told her that his relationship with Lin Ruashi was still in a confidential stage. This Lu Min actually dug out the relationship between Yongqing and Lin Ruashi during the process of investigating her. He was really a person with eyes and eyes everywhere. She didn't know what force was behind him. However, when someone pointed out that her man was actually a married man in front of her, Anqin naturally felt uncomfortable and slightly bitter. But this wasn't the time to be bitter. Anqin's eyes were cold, but she smiled and said, "Director Liu, it seems that your investigation isn't deep enough. Don't you know that my husband has another woman and I already knew about it?" "What?" Lu Min was really shocked. His eyes widened and his voice was a few degrees higher. Director Liu didn't hear it wrong. "I, Anqin, am just someone's mistress. Moreover, I know that a man has a wife, but I still got involved and clung to him." Anqin saw that Lu Min lost his composure and she was secretly happy. As for how unbearable she was to describe herself, she didn't care. She had a carefree personality and didn't care about ethics and morals. As long as she could anger this clingy Lu Min away, she would be happier than anything else. Lu Min's chest tightened and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. He sneered and said, I see. Good, Anqin. Why, Director Liu, do you still want to pursue me after knowing what kind of woman I am?" Anqin's smile was like a flower. Lu Min's eyes were a little gloomy. "Pursue? Why not?" Anqin was stunned. Was Lu Min crazy? She was already someone's wife, a mistress, and he still wouldn't let her go? Was he so hungry that he couldn't be choosy, or was her charm really that great? In Anqin's eyes, even if Lu Min was really so hungry that he couldn't be choosy, there were countless beauties in Zhonghai. Since he could find out the relationship between Lin Ruoxi and Yang Qing, of course he would know what Lin Ruoxi looked like. Why didn't he pursue Lin Ruoxi? Anyway, he didn't care about a woman's reputation. Wouldn't it be more valuable to harass Lin Ruoxi, a married woman? This was also a kind of rebellious mentality of Anqin. She could only blame Lin Ruoxi for dragging her to play the game of smashing dolls, which scared Anqin. But in front of Lin Ruoxi, she could only call her sister and flatter her, afraid that she would make things difficult for her. Therefore, she didn't dare to say it out loud. In her heart, she always hoped that Lin Ruoxi would suffer some small retribution, so that she could balance her mentality. Moreover, Anqin also knew that there was a certain gap between her and Lin Ruoxi, whether it was appearance, background, identity, or the position in Yang Qing's heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so easily cut off the idea of being Lin Ruoxi's legal wife, and would have tried all ways to pull Lin Ruoxi off the stage. Women were selfish when it came to love. If there was a chance, if it wasn't because they were helpless, who would let it go? Lu Min sneered a few times and said, "Since Missin is so honest, then I will also be straightforward. There are many women around me who want to get close to me, and among them, there are many beauties who are comparable to Missin. But the first time I saw Missin, I knew that I was Missin's woman. Now, since Missin is like this, then I think, there is no possibility of marrying Missin. However, my sincerity has been trampled on by you. I will not let this matter rest." Seeing that Lu Min's elegant demeanor was gone, Anqin immediately felt that something was wrong. She forced herself to calm down and said, "What do you want?" "This is Yulei International Company?" Lu Min laughed, "Yulei International, so what? As long as I say the word, all the radio and television media in Zhonghai will block Yulei International's information, and all the programs of your entertainment companies will also have to stop. As long as I use some of my family's power, even if Yulei International's artists are banned, it will only be a matter of minutes." Panic appeared in Anqin's eyes. After all, she was only a young woman, and although Lu Min was only 31 years old, he was the son of a big family, a real son of a high official. He could be considered as a prince who had real power. Now that the two of them were facing each other, no matter how calm Anqin was, she was still afraid. "Humph, afraid now?" Lu Min sneered. Seeing Anqin's fear, he became proud. No matter how much she struggled, no matter how rich a businessman was, it was just a pile of waste paper in front of the country. "Anqin, if you know what's good for you, leave with me now. After I've played with you enough to make up for the loss of my mood, you can continue to be a vixen. I can't be bothered to care about you anymore." Lu Min's gaze became fierce. "If you continue to put on an act, even if it's your Yulei International's Lin Ruoxi, or your father and Zaihuan, I will make them suffer." Anqin's legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. She took a step back and grabbed the armrest of the chair, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She didn't expect that not only would Lu Min not leave tactfully, but it would also cause Lu Min's dark and vicious nature to erupt. This method of doing things that did not make up for the gains made her extremely regretful, and at the same time, she was filled with powerlessness. As a woman, she could rely on her father, but her father didn't dare to care about her, and her man was far away abroad. Who else could she rely on to help her out? Thinking back to a few months ago, Xianxia saved her from the hands of the Lu family. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing again. She clearly wasn't a beautiful woman, so why did she have to encounter such things? Just when Lu Min was gloating and approaching Xianxia with a sinister smile, someone knocked on the office door behind him. Knock knock. Lu Min turned around and saw a somewhat familiar man standing at the door. He had a roguish smile on his face, and his beard was unkempt. He was dressed in a casual short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and he seemed to be travel-worn. Xianxia. Seeing the person, Xianxia thought she was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes and confirmed that it was her man. Xianxia's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She was so excited that she couldn't hold back her tears. Lu Min, who already knew that Xianxia was in Paris, was puzzled. Why? Did he suddenly return to Shanghai? His face darkened. I've only been gone for a few days and someone is already trying to steal my woman and ruin my company. It seems like Shanghai is getting more and more difficult. Xianxia scratched his messy hair and put his hands into the pockets of his pants. He walked to Lu Min and waved at Xianxia. Xianxia understood what the man meant. She jumped over happily and hugged Xianxia's neck. She kissed him on the cheek. TSK, the sound was dragged out on purpose. Although Xian was still feeling helpless earlier on, she didn't know how Xianxia had suddenly returned to Shanghai. But now that her man had suddenly appeared, all her burdens were lifted off her shoulders. She snuggled into Xianxia's arms like a little bird and smelled the familiar scent of the man. She calmed down and wasn't afraid of Lu Min at all. Lu Min knew that this couple's performance was meant for him to see. It could be said that it was a direct display of strength. However, he wasn't an impulsive person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to a department-level position at such a young age. Although his family background was important, he was too weak. His family wouldn't push him out to embarrass himself. So you're Xianxia. Why do you look like a beggar? Could it be that those good-for-nothing men these days rely on this kind of ugliness to attract women? Lu Min sneered. Xianxia looked at his clothes and chuckled, I understand you. You're jealous. I'm jealous? Haha, you don't seem to know who you're talking to, Lu Min said arrogantly. Xianxia ignored him. He placed his hand on Xianxia's butt and touched it, causing Xianxia to pout coquettishly. Lu Min sneered and looked at Xianxia with interest. You're a married man and a vixen who's a mistress. Do you think you can embarrass me by acting like this? Aren't you guys being too childish? I'm not interested in knowing whether you're embarrassed or not. However, this is my office, and I didn't say you could come in. If you don't leave, I don't mind throwing you out of the window. Smiling, Xianxia pouted his lips towards the French window behind him. He wasn't interested in talking to this fellow. This was a building with dozens of floors. Throw it out? It was better to say that he wanted to kill someone. Lu Min wouldn't take it seriously. In his eyes, Xianxia was just a nobody who didn't know his background and only knew how to put on airs and climb up by relying on women. Thus, he smiled disdainfully, the one with the surname Yang. Do you really think that you're so great just because you've latched onto Lin Ruoxi's thigh? If you know what's good for you, then get out of my way and let Xianxia follow me. Let's have some fun. When I'm bored, I'll return. Without waiting for Lu Min to finish, he suddenly felt his neck being strangled by a steel-like hand. His body was involuntarily lifted into the air. His legs kept swinging, and he really couldn't break free. His face turned red and he couldn't breathe. Xianxia's emotionless voice came into his ears, I already said, if you don't leave, I'll throw you out. You're really full of nonsense. Lu Min didn't know how he was caught by Xianxia. His vision just blurred for a moment, and the situation became like this. It was like a dream. When he heard Xianxia's words, a cold aura drilled out from his bones. Lu Min realized that this man seemed to really want to throw him out of the window. At this time, Yangqing didn't care about Lu Min's violent reaction at all. In his eyes, the man in his hands had no reason to live. No matter what his background was, even if he was the son of the president of the country, Xianxia, today, he had snatched his woman in front of him. Even if he was in a hurry to die, he had to fulfill his wish. Anqing's mouth was half open, and her face was full of surprise. She didn't expect Yangqing to do what he said. He really wanted to throw Lu Min out of the building. It was broad daylight. If a living person suddenly fell from dozens of floors, not only would it disturb the pedestrians outside, not only Yangqing, but Yulei International would also get into a lot of trouble. What's more, Anqing knew that Lu Min's background was definitely not an ordinary official family. If he poked a hornet's nest, even if Yangqing's background was extraordinary, he would probably be in trouble. "Hubby, don't." Anqing was anxious. She ran up and pulled Yangqing's arm and begged, "Don't do this. If you throw him out of the building like this, the company will also have social pressure. His background is not simple. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the people of Yulei International." Yangqing was stunned. He stopped his footsteps. He didn't think that it would be so meticulous. To protect his woman, killing a mangy dog was not a big deal. But he forgot that he was in the company, and doing this would implicate others. After thinking for a while, Yangqing sighed. This was the restriction that came with returning to the secular society. The human heart was made of flesh, and he had to think for others. He threw Lu Min, who was almost suffocating, to the corner of the wall. Lu Min hit the wall, and blood flowed out of his nose. "Get lost. Don't do anything that will make me want to kill you," Yangqing said indifferently, and looked at him coldly. Lu Min was really scared. He didn't expect that there would be a madman who didn't care about his life, and wanted to kill him. Ever since he was young, who dared to do this to him? He looked at Yangqing and Anqing with hatred. He touched the blood on his nose, but he couldn't care less about the dirty look on his face. He quickly ran out of the office. Sigh, it seems that he still won't give up. Anqing was smart. She naturally saw through Lu Min's unwillingness and sighed. Yangqing reached out his hand and touched the woman's fair and tender face. He gently pinched it. "Your man took a plane for more than 10 hours to rush back to Shanghai just because of a phone call from you. Don't give me that sad look." Anqing finally understood. No wonder she just talked to Yangqing on the phone last night and met Yangqing this morning. Moreover, he was covered in dust. After receiving her call, he immediately returned to Shanghai from Paris, and rushed here as soon as he got off the plane. Her heart was suddenly filled with sweetness, as if she had knocked over a honey pot. She looked at Yangqing with her charming eyes and beautiful face. She went forward and hugged Yangqing tightly, and buried her head in Yangqing's chest. She recalled that from the first time they met, Yangqing had always been like a knight who protected her. Whenever she was in danger, he would always appear by her side in time. No matter how big the problem was, it seemed that as long as he appeared, it would be easily solved. Some women tried their best to get rid of their dependence on men, but in the end, they often felt lonely in their hearts. It wasn't that they didn't want to have a harbor to anchor in, it was just that they couldn't meet the right person. Xian had originally thought that she would be like a drifting duckweed with a father like that in this life in the Yin family. She would become a sacrifice for a marriage alliance without anyone to rely on. However, the appearance of the man by her side had saved her from a world of darkness that never saw the light of day. "Thank you, hubby," Anqing murmured, "although it's not nice to say it out loud, I feel that I'm happy to be your lover." Yangqing held the little vixen's slender waist with one hand. Hearing his own woman say happy gave him a sense of accomplishment, but he pretended to be angry and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Min has been pestering you for more than 2 days, right?" Xian pouted, feeling wronged. "I thought I could solve it on my own. Besides, he didn't do anything too outrageous. He's just always sticking to me. I don't want to bring you trouble because of me." Yangqing directly slapped Anqing's buttocks, causing a crisp paw sound, causing the woman to moan. "Afraid of causing trouble for me? If I hadn't come back in time, this wouldn't have been a problem, but an accident." Seeing that Yangqing's expression wasn't good, Although she knew that part of it was fake, Anqing was still a little anxious and pleaded, "Hubby, don't be angry, I also heard from my dad that Lu Min's background is very impressive, so I was afraid that it would bring you a lot of pressure, that's why I hesitated. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Hubby, please calm down. Next time something like this happens, I'll be the first to tell you immediately." Yangqing also knew that Anqing was definitely thinking for him. Even if he had shown her a portion of his strength, it was still abroad after all. Everyone knew that Huaxia was separated from the international community. Therefore, he needed to put on an act so that the woman wouldn't be afraid to tell him in the future. In the past, when he snatched Anqing to be his own woman, part of it was because of a man's pride and possessiveness. After all these days of working and living together, this little vixen had already occupied quite a bit of a place in his heart. He really couldn't bear for her to be hurt in any way. After Anqing finished speaking, she was afraid that Yangqing was still not satisfied. She pursed her cherry lips, raised her head, and kissed Yangqing's lips. Her charming cheeks were crimson, and her beautiful eyes were like water. Anqing tried her best to convey her remorse and love. From time to time, she would even use her lilac tongue to lick his lips. This kind of wet ambiguity was even more irresistible to a man than a kiss. What a vixen! Yangqing's eyes instantly became fiery. Even though he had already enjoyed the two beauties, Lilith and Kathleen in Paris, after returning to Shanghai, he found that Anqing, who had always been by his side, was still as tempting as ever. "Hubby, I want it," Anqing said coquettishly. Her breathing had also quickened, and her full breasts were pressing against Yangqing's chest, moving up and down. Yangqing pinched Anqing's butt with one hand, enjoying the plump feeling, and said with an evil smile, "I've been sitting on the plane for more than 10 hours, and I haven't showered for an entire day. My body is dirty, and you little vixen want it already?" "I don't care, a vixen isn't afraid of being dirty," Anqing said with a coquettish smile, and the tip of her pink tongue slid from Yangqing's cheek all the way to Yangqing's neck. Yangqing's whole body quivered. Not caring whether it was dirty or not, he immediately pressed Anqing's soft and delicate body onto the spacious office desk beside him, and pounced on her. The two of them had been playing all kinds of games in the office for a long time, so they were very familiar with it. They didn't think about whether the employees outside would find out. In fact, they weren't afraid of being found out. Yangqing was an indifferent person, and Anqing was even more open-minded. Anyway, she was seducing such a man, and he wasn't a fickle person, so there was nothing to hide. However, after all, they were in the office, so Yangqing couldn't go too far. So, after a quick round of sprinting, he stopped after half an hour. Anqing tried hard to make her voice not very loud, but the expression on her face after being moisturized was hard to conceal her charming and moving charm. The two of them cleaned up. Yangqing planned to go home to take a shower, then go back to the company to pick up Anqing for lunch. These days, the little vixen had been harassed by Lu Min and angered by An Zaihuan. She had lost a lot of weight, and it made people's hearts ache to touch her. However, before Yangqing could go out, the office phone rang. Looking at the number, it was obvious that it was an internal call. Yangqing picked it up, only to hear his deputy, Zhao Teng, saying anxiously, "Director, someone suddenly came from the Western District Police Station, and it was Chief Lu himself. He said he wanted to arrest someone." After listening, Yangqing raised his eyebrows, said "Got it," and hung up the phone. Zhao Teng's voice was very loud on the phone, so Anqing naturally heard it. In an instant, the blush on her face disappeared without a trace, and she asked worriedly, "Is it that Lu Min?" "Humph, who else could it be?" Yangqing snorted and laughed, "That guy is quite fast. In just half an hour, he called the chief of the police station, and he directly broke into the company to arrest someone. He's making a big deal out of this." At this time, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and a few police officers in police uniforms ran in. The one in front was a short but more capable middle-aged man. Judging from his uniform, it was obvious that he was a police supervisor. He should be Chief Lu. "You are Yangqing?" Chief Lu looked at Yangqing a few times and asked in a low voice. Yangqing nodded, "I don't know why you came to my company. I don't seem to have broken the law." Yangqing actually had some impression of Chief Lu, but it wasn't that they had met before. It was just that when he had a conflict with Chi Kai for Lu Mingyu, Chi Kai had called Deputy Chief Lu. However, at that time, Choi Yun was still in the Western District Police Station, and this guy was only a deputy. Now that Choi Yun had left, he was promoted. Now, Chi Kai's entire family had been killed, and this guy's family had been killed. Humph, don't play dumb. Someone is accusing you of attempted murder, and you have already injured someone. The evidence is conclusive. It's useless to deny it. Arrest him. Chief Lu immediately ordered his men to arrest him. Several police officers rushed up and handcuffed Yangqing without any courtesy. Anqing watched anxiously from the side, not knowing what to do. Yangqing didn't think of resisting. He couldn't kill a bunch of police officers in broad daylight. He still wanted to live a good life in Zhonghai. Moreover, these police officers were only following the orders of Mr. Liu. They didn't do anything wrong. Unexpectedly, when Chi Kai asked Chief Lu to arrest him, Chief Lu didn't dare to make a move after checking his information. It was probably because of the problem with his information and Choi Yun's special instructions. Now that Lu Min wanted him to arrest him, Chief Lu hurried over. From this, it could be seen that Lu Min's status was much more important than Chi Kai's Chi clan. In fact, his status had even surpassed that of Choi Yun's Kai clan, which was quite a surprise to him. Many employees were already standing outside the office, including Zhao Teng and Wang Jia. Seeing that Yangqing was arrested, they were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. They just looked at Yangqing worriedly and didn't know what to do. Don't just stand outside and do what you need to do. I'm not going to be executed, Yangqing joked. He then turned around and said to Anqing, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Chief Lu sneered, don't talk so much nonsense. It's not up to you whether you can come back or not. Take him away. Then, a group of police officers pushed away the employees outside and escorted Yangqing out of the office. Anqing watched helplessly as Yangqing was taken away. She bit her lips with tears in her eyes. Although she knew that Yangqing's skills were terrifying, it was the police station after all. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Min wanted to do something to him. No matter how powerful Yangqing was, he couldn't face the country's sharp weapon. After the police left, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia, who were outside, asked the employees to go back to work. They walked into the office and comforted, Missin, don't be too sad. Director Yang will definitely be fine. He can't disregard the law. Anqing had a bitter look on her face. She was born in the upper-class society of a big family. She knew that some forces really had no regard for the law, but she couldn't say it out loud. Wang Jia said, Missin, should we inform Director Yang's family? Or hire a lawyer for Director Yang first? Family? Anqing hesitated for a while. Should she let Yangqing's family know about this? If they found out that Yangqing was arrested in the police station in the future, but she didn't tell them, would Yangqing's family resent her? However, if she told them, would Yangqing blame her for making his family worry? After thinking for a while, Anqing decided to call a lawyer first to help Yangqing fight for his rights. It would be better if he didn't suffer any hardships. Therefore, she asked Wang Jia and Wang Jia to leave first. Anqing walked to the desk and picked up the phone. She called the best lawyers in Zhonghai that she knew. After she finished this matter, Anqing hesitated whether she should call in Zaihuan or not. However, she gave up after thinking for a while. And Zaihuan was so afraid of Lu Min. Why would he help Yangqing and provoke Lu Min? At this moment, someone knocked on the office door again. Anqing thought it was an employee and said, come in. It was two strangers that Anqing didn't know who walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome. He was wearing a gray tight sports short-sleeved shirt. The lines of his muscles were very distinct. The woman looked quite delicate and pleasant. Her figure was only below the man's chest. She was wearing a plain short-sleeved shirt and jeans without makeup. You two are. Anqing looked at the two in confusion. The woman smiled slightly and said, you are Anqing, Missin, right? Anqing nodded. How did the other party know her? My name is Yezi. He is Tianlong. Yezi pointed to Tianlong beside her and said, we want to tell Missin that if you want to safely rescue Mr. Yang from the police station, it is best to call Mr. Yang's family. Anqing wasn't stupid. She immediately knew that these two people definitely knew Yanqing and had a way to save Yanqing. She quickly grabbed Yezi's hand and said emotionally, "Miss Yezi, Mr. Tianlong, you can bring Yanqing out, right? I beg you to help him. It's all my fault that he is in trouble. He is being slandered." Looking at Anqing's sad face, Yezi and Tianlong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They weren't worried about whether Yanqing was being slandered. This wasn't a problem. What they were worried about was that if the idiots in the police really provoked Yanqing, he would turn the police station upside down and kill everyone. Then, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would really be embarrassed. Since Kai Ning was recalled to Beijing, the task of looking after Yanqing was handed over to Yezi and Tianlong, who had recovered from his injury. Now, they were considered husband and wife in the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. The newly appointed general, Kai Yunqing, knew that they had a good relationship with Yanqing. Not only did he give them a year or two of rest, he also gave them the opportunity to stop Yanqing from doing certain things at critical moments. Initially, Yezi and Tianlong thought that after the incident with the Xing family, no one would dare to provoke Yanqing. However, they didn't expect this jinx to be so troublesome. He actually provoked Lu Min the moment he returned to Zhonghai from Paris. Lu Min wasn't a big deal, but Yellow Flame Iron Brigade didn't dare to offend Lu Min's backer. Therefore, they didn't go to the police station directly to get Yanqing out. Instead, they took a roundabout route and asked Anqing to call Yanqing's family. Of course, the key person to call was Guo. "Missin, don't be too nervous. Nothing will happen to Mr. Yang. We're just worried that things will get out of hand. Please call Mr. Yang's family first, especially Mr. Yang's mother. When the time comes, there will naturally be a solution," Yezi said softly. As a woman, she knew that when something happened to the man she loved, no matter what the situation was, she would be uncontrollably nervous and afraid. It was the same logic when Tianlong was seriously injured by the people from Sandstorm. Anqing was slightly stunned. She had never met Yanqing's mother. In her memory, Yanqing seemed to have mentioned that he was an orphan. She couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Missin, don't hesitate. It's urgent," Tianlong said solemnly. Only then did Anqing wake up. She hurriedly nodded, but then she thought of something. She didn't know Yanqing's home number. "Here." Yezi handed a red phone to Anqing and said, "This is the number." As the person in charge of Yanqing, she naturally had all the contact information for Yanqing. Yezi had already prepared it. However, it was obviously not suitable for her and Tianlong to contact Yanqing's family. After all, they were all members of the organization hiding behind the scenes. It was not suitable to find anyone else, so she thought of giving it to Anqing. Anyway, Anqing was Yanqing's woman, so it couldn't be wrong. These two were used to seeing Yanqing hooking up with many beauties. Moreover, Chang Wei and Mo Qianni were living next door. They always thought that Yanqing would not hide anything. Everyone in the family knew about it, so they asked Anqing to call Guo. If Yanqing knew about it, he would definitely want to drive them out on the spot. In the eyes of the elders, he was an out-and-out playboy. Now that he had given up Anqing, wouldn't it make things worse? Would he still have a position in the family? No matter how tolerant Mother Wang and Guo were, they would probably roll their eyes at him, not to mention Xianxia, who despised him for being a playboy. That would be great. Including Lin Ruoxi, he would have to face 4 pairs of supercilious eyes at home. At the thought of calling Yanqing's mother, Anqing would be lying if she said she was not nervous. She first downplayed the situation of Yanqing being arrested. She cleared her throat and took a few breaths to calm herself down. Then she carefully dialed the number on the phone. Tianlong and Yezi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This daughter-in-law was really stressed when she saw her mother-in-law, and the pressure was even greater when she was not the real one. However, they didn't know that Anqing had almost cursed Yanqing thousands of times. Damn man, stinky man, he actually wanted her to tell him bad news when she talked to his mother for the first time. She was already a mistress, and after this phone call, there was no hope for her to like her in the future. He was really bad. But even though she thought about it, she still answered the phone. "Hello, who are you looking for?" A soft woman's voice came from the phone, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Since her son and daughter-in-law were all abroad for the Paris Fashion Week, the house was particularly quiet these days. However, for Guo, she enjoyed going shopping with her mother Wang every day, buying groceries, and occasionally chatting with her neighbors about whose sons were getting married and whose young couples were quarreling. This kind of ordinary life was something that Guo enjoyed very much. She didn't have to bear the burden of being the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yang family. She didn't have to be the wife of the chief, and she didn't have to be protected by personal guards everywhere she went. These days seemed glorious, but in fact, it made Guo feel mentally and physically exhausted all year round. Now, she handed over the charity orphanage that she had been running all these years to the foundation to manage, and wholeheartedly began to live at home. Although the internal problems of the Yang family hadn't been solved, and it was the first time that she had fallen out with Yang Pejuan in her 20-odd years of marriage, and she was disheartened, Guo still felt that God was treating her well after finding her eldest son who had been separated from her for 20 years, even if her son was always making her worry. Not to mention, her son's lover was living next door, and to be honest, she quite liked Xianxia. After all, compared to the cold Lin Ruoxi, Xianxia was more understanding and likable. Even though she already knew that Xianxia came from a mafia family and was the queen of the Red Thorns Society in Zhonghai, who said that mafia members were necessarily bad people? Guo wasn't a short-sighted and inflexible woman who didn't know how to be flexible. Moreover, as a mother who had neglected her duties for many years, how could Guo forcefully interfere with her son's love life? Even if she could, to be honest, she couldn't bear to. Therefore, Guo turned a blind eye. If Yangqing really wanted to have an affair in the future, as his mother, she would acquiesce. Even if she was disgusted by this, it wasn't uncommon for a man to have one or two lovers in the upper class. As for the daughter-in-law and son's lover, it would be up to them to decide who could win the son's favor. Of course, as a mother-in-law, she still had the right to be partial. With this thought in mind, Guo made delicious food from time to time and brought it to Xianxia to have a taste. The relationship between the two of them was much closer than that of Lin Ruoxi, the legitimate daughter-in-law. These days, Guo also found that there was another young girl living in Xianxia's house. She was Mo Qianni, a young girl with similar looks and temperament. After the introduction, she found out that Mo Qianni was the best friend of her daughter-in-law, and also the vice president of Yulei International. She was one of Lin Ruoxi's most trusted people. She couldn't help but sigh. Beautiful girls really gathered together. Looking at Mo Qianni, who was more mature and sensible than Xianxia, the more Guo looked at her, the more she liked her. Compared with Xianxia, Mo Qianni was a fair and above-board city female gold-collar worker. She was definitely the best choice for a good wife and mother. Her headache was that there were so many beautiful girls around her son, but why did the coldest and most difficult girl to get along with become her daughter-in-law? For a mother, whether her daughter-in-law's appearance was the most outstanding or not, she didn't think too much about it. All of this could be considered as God's will. Guo would never have thought that when Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi got married, it was still a contract. Marriage. It was just that their feelings became more and more blurry, and now they just made do with each other and didn't talk about it anymore. Just today, Guo and Mother Wang had just returned home after buying groceries. Even if Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi weren't home, there was still Xianxia at home, who was preparing for the college entrance examination. As elders, the two of them treated Xianxia like a little daughter, and tried their best to cook her delicious food. This girl had a pitiful life. Ever since Park Jong-yoon from Star Moon Group came to visit, she would often be in a daze, which made everyone in the family feel pity for her. Just as they placed the meat and vegetables in the kitchen, they heard the phone outside ringing. Generally speaking, the home phone rarely rang. Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi didn't have many friends, so it could be said that half of the calls were made by mistake. Therefore, Guo was closer to the door, so she walked over to pick up the phone. She asked who the caller was looking for, guessing that it was a mistake again. However, after a moment of silence, a gentle, somewhat shy female voice was heard. "Excuse me. Excuse me, is this Yangqing's house?" The one who spoke was naturally An Xin. At that moment, her heart was beating wildly, and her voice was trembling. Guo was slightly surprised. She could tell from the voice that it was a young girl, and she was looking for Yangqing. She immediately paid attention and said seriously, "Yes, this is Yangqing's house, and I'm his mother. Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Anqing's breathing quickened. Indeed, it was Yangqing's mother. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Hello auntie, I wanted to tell you something. Yangqing, he was arrested in the West District Police Station." What? Guo Shuihua suspected that she had heard wrongly. She hesitated and said, "Miss, could you be mistaken? My son's name is Yangqing, but he is currently on a business trip in Paris. How could he be arrested by the police in Zhonghai?" "It's true, auntie. Yangqing returned to the country early this morning, and something happened to him at the company, and then the police just took him away." As she spoke, Anqing's tone became lower and lower. She wished that she could find a hole to hide in. If Guo Shuihua asked her why Yangqing was arrested, should she directly say, "Your son was arrested because of me"? If Guo Shuihua knew about this, she would definitely think that she was not a good woman. Not only did she seduce Yangqing, but she also harmed him. Anqing felt gloomy, but she had to continue communicating with Guo Shuihua in order to save Yangqing. At this moment, Guo Shuihua had calmed down. She was not an ordinary housewife. She had many years of experience traveling abroad, and she was born in a prestigious family. She quickly grasped the crux of the problem. It was not the time to figure out why Yangqing suddenly returned to the country and was arrested. What she needed to do now was to stabilize the situation. She could not let her son suffer in the police station. Of course, Guo Shuihua also knew that Yangqing's martial arts were absolutely extraordinary. Even the country's secret forces could not contend against him. However, if Yangqing really made a move, the trouble would only snowball. "I understand," Guo Shuihua said seriously, "I will handle this matter, but I hope to know the details later." "May I know your name, miss?" My name is Anqing," Guo Shuihua murmured. This name sounded nice, and so did her voice. She should be a beautiful girl. Honestly, her son was not very handsome, and as a mother, she could only objectively say so. However, there were a lot of beautiful girls around him. "Miss Anqing, I will go to the Westside police station later. Is it convenient for you to go with me? I want to meet you and figure out the situation face to face." Guo Shuihua was very clear-headed. Her son was in trouble, and this girl called her. It must not be an ordinary relationship. Of course, she had to meet her for any reason. As for finding out the truth, it was just an excuse. She would naturally find out the reason when she went to the police station to see Yangqing. Anqing was very anxious. She was happy and afraid. She was happy that she would have a chance to meet Yangqing's mother. She was afraid that what if she didn't like her? Moreover, as the third party, it was very likely that she didn't like her. She might even scold her for being a scourge. This was Anqing thinking too much. With Guo Shuihua's upbringing, even if she clearly thought that way, she would not say such harsh words to a young girl. "Okay, auntie, I will definitely go." Even though Anqing was afraid, she did not dare to reject. To be honest, she also hoped to see Yangqing come out from the police station. Otherwise, Anqing would not be able to protect Anqing. After hanging up the phone, Guo Shuihua said to Mother Wang in the kitchen, "Yulan, I will go out to do something. Just make something simple for lunch. Don't wait for me. Xianxia will make something delicious for dinner when she comes back." Yulan was naturally Mother Wang's real name. Mother Wang also knew that Guo Shuihua had to take care of some work on a daily basis. Thus, she did not suspect much and responded. Naturally, Guo Shuihua would not let Wang Yulan and Jinshou know that Yangqing was arrested. As long as she brought Yangqing out, there would be no problem. After walking out of the door, Guo Shuihua took out her phone. Although she felt that as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yang family, it should not be a problem to go to the police station and bring Yangqing back, for the sake of safety, she still needed to find out the specific reason why he was arrested. The most important person in Zhonghai that she knew was naturally her husband, Yang Pejuan. However, Guo Shuihua would not take the initiative to call that man. Ever since the incident where Yan Bushui insulted Yangqing and Yang Pejuan did not care about it, Guo Shuihua hated that man from the bottom of her heart. how could she easily ask Yang Pejuan for help? Therefore, Guo called Yang Jieyu, her sister-in-law. After all, Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu controlled the biggest Yuan family in Zhonghai. They could be said to be the most powerful local tyrant in Zhonghai. All the forces in Zhonghai would have to show some respect to them. Of course, there was another reason why Guo did this. Her sister-in-law, Yang Jieyu, was a very protective person. She was much more compassionate than Yang Pejuan. If she knew that Yang Cheng's nephew was arrested, even if she and her husband could not rescue Yang Cheng in a short time, she would definitely contact her father in Beijing, Yang Gongming. Guo knew that as a daughter-in-law, she did not do enough for her father-in-law. Therefore, she did not dare to be thick-skinned and beg Yang Gongming for her son. Therefore, she thought of asking Yang Jieyu to inform the old man. Yang Gongming acknowledged this grandson and also felt guilty about it. As long as Yang Gongming took action, Guo believed that no one would dare to touch Yang Cheng. Although she did not know the strength of her father-in-law, she knew that Yang Gongming was not as simple as he seemed to be based on the fact that the Yang family was still one of the 4 big families in Beijing. Yang Jieyu's surprised voice came through the phone, "Sister-in-law, why are you calling me? I thought you were mad at my brother and didn't want me anymore." Guo smiled bitterly. She was actually a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for her son, she wouldn't have thought of calling Yang Jieyu. "Jieyu, this isn't the time to chat. I'm calling you because of Yang Cheng," Guo said. Yang Jieyu paused and said, "What happened to Yang Cheng? Did he get into trouble again? Or did he make you angry?" "I don't know if he got into trouble, but it's definitely not a small problem. He was just arrested by the West District Police Station." "I'm on my way there," Guo sighed. Yang Jieyu exclaimed, "What? Someone dared to arrest him?" Yang Jieyu knew that Yang Cheng had an extraordinary background. She had witnessed Yang Cheng single-handedly planning how the Red Thorns Society annexed East Star overnight, and how he injured his nephew, Yang Lai, who was a true disciple of Kunlun sect. Yang Chen was a figure that even the country's secret dragon group feared. Who would be so blind as to touch him? "Don't worry too much, sister-in-law. I think it's some blind guy who took the wrong medicine. I'll get Wei to call the police right away and explain the situation." "I believe everything will be fine," Yang Jieyu said calmly. Although Guo felt that things wouldn't be so simple, she hoped that was the case. Since her daughter-in-law, Lin Ruoshi, didn't have much other than cash, cars, and houses, Guo drove a random car to the police station. It was convenient without the help of the guards. She rushed all the way to the West District Police Station. In less than 10 minutes, Guo got out of the car and saw a few nervous people waiting for someone outside the police station. She glanced around. The most eye-catching one was a white-collared beauty in a black suit and a pleated coffee-colored skirt. She looked charming. Guo guessed that this girl was Anqin on the phone. When Anqin saw the elegant and mature woman walking towards her, she screamed in her heart, "This can't be Yang Cheng's mother, this can't be Yang Cheng's mother, how could this be?" In the end, Guo walked to Anqin and extended her hand. She smiled gently, "Anqin, I'm Guo, Yang Cheng's mother." Anqin almost fainted. Although her husband was very domineering, he didn't look like a man who had such a beautiful mother. The gap between the mother and son was too big. One was like a queen in the palace, and the other was like a hooligan on the street. Although she liked this hooligan very much. Anqin shook hands with Guo in a silly way. She was so stiff that she didn't know what to say. Looking at Anqin's obedient and pitiful look, she wanted to please but was cowering. Guo sighed. What an innocent girl. Her son's ability to harm girls was unparalleled. If she still couldn't see through Anqin's identity, then Guo had lived for more than 40 years in vain. In fact, Anqin didn't really think that she couldn't let it go. It was just that she was the reason why Yang Cheng was arrested. Even if she didn't want to, she didn't know how to say it. But now wasn't the time to think about how much her son was hiding from her. Guo said, "Did you guys go in? What's the situation?" Anqin said, "I don't know what's wrong with the police station. We can't even go in. We hired a lawyer and just broke in, but I don't know what happened." At this moment, a bald man in a suit ran out of the police station in a panic. He was carrying a briefcase, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He seemed to be in shock. Wang Jia ran up and asked, "Lawyer Zhang, what's the situation? Why did you come out? Where's Director Yang?" Lawyer Zhang pushed Wang Jia's hand away and said angrily, "What kind of person did you offend? You guys made such a big mistake, and you still want me to bail you out? Are you trying to mess with me? You guys are on your own. I'll refund all the money to you. I'm just a small lawyer, and I can't handle this case." With that, Lawyer Zhang ran away in a huff, without explaining anything. Wang Jia was discouraged. How did this happen? Who is the other party? Lawyer Zhang isn't even afraid of the leaders of the municipal bureau. I don't think it's that simple. Lawyer Zhang not only doesn't dare to handle it, but he also doesn't dare to say anything. This situation is very serious, Zhao Ting analyzed. Guo Shuihua frowned. She realized that the situation seemed to be different from what she expected. Moreover, Yang Jieyu should have called at this time. Why wasn't there any news? Therefore, Guo Shuihua, who was initially confident, became even more worried. "I'll go in and take a look." Guo Shuihua didn't allow any explanation and walked towards the police station's entrance. But before she reached the entrance, 2 police officers blocked Guo Shuihua's way with cold eyes and said, "We're sorry, there's a criminal being interrogated today. It's not safe inside. Please leave." "Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of blocking me?" Guo Shuihua glanced at them coldly. After all, she was a person of high status. Her gaze still made the police officers shrink. But for some unknown reason, the police officer said, "No matter who you are, we're just following orders." Guo Shuihua's face darkened. "I'm Guo Shuihua, the wife of Jiangnan District's commander-in-chief. How dare you block my way?" Commoners might not know about this title, but it would be strange if the criminal police and armed police didn't know about it. The 2 police officers were indeed stunned. Looking at Guo Shuihua's attire and temperament, they honestly couldn't be sure. But then, the police officer clenched his teeth and said, "Even if you're really the wife of the chief, we can't let you go. Moreover, madam hasn't shown sufficient proof." Guo Shuihua was stunned. In the past, she had bodyguards sent by the military. Naturally, she could reveal her identity at any time. Now that her bodyguards were gone, she didn't know how to prove that she was the wife of the chief. Even if she didn't really care about this title, she really needed it at this moment. Her phone suddenly vibrated. Guo Shuihua was overjoyed. She picked it up and saw that it was Yang Jieyu calling. "Hello, Jieyu, how's it going?" Guo Shuihua's tone was a bit relaxed. She thought that Yang Jieyu must have settled the matter. That was why she called after so long. But unexpectedly, Yang Jieyu's tone was inexplicably complicated. She said, "Sister-in-law, this time, Yang Qing seems to have really gotten himself into big trouble." Guo Shuihua's heart sank. "What happened? What did you find out?" Anqin, Zhao, and Wang saw that Guo Shuihua was on the phone and her face was getting worse. They couldn't help but tremble with fear. They didn't know what exactly happened. Tianlong and Yezi clearly said that Guo Shuihua had the ability to rescue Yang Qing. Why was there still no news? Was she lying to them? "Sister-in-law, I've asked a few people who are close to me in the police station. They told me that Yang Qing attempted to murder Lu Min from the Lu family for a girl. This is a criminal case, and the crime is very serious." Yang Jieyu said. "Lu Min? Lu family?" Guo Shuihua suddenly recalled something. "Jieyu, are you talking about the Lu family in Beijing?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could the other Lu family have the ability to make Chief Lu go all out to arrest Yang Qing? Besides, Chief Lu wouldn't dare to touch Yang Qing's background." Yang Jieyu smiled bitterly. Guo Shuihua finally panicked. She said hurriedly, "Jieyu, you must help Yang Qing. I don't know what to do now. The police won't even let me in." Yang Jieyu comforted her, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Although it won't be easy to deal with the Lu family, the Yang family isn't a pushover either. Wei is contacting brother now. I'll go and persuade him too. Yang Qing is his son after all. He can't just leave him to die. He can forgive a mistake once, but he can't do it again." When Guo Shuihua heard that they were going to seek help from Yang Pejuan, she wanted to stop them. However, she felt that it might be effective. After all, Yang Pejuan was more of a deterrent than the Yuan family. This was the territory of the Jiangnan military district. Even the Lu family had to give face to Yang Pejuan. Therefore, even if it was a little embarrassing, Guo Shuihua had to accept it. Yang Jieyu was still worried and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. If brother is really that ruthless, even if I have to bear the consequences of being scolded by father, I will call father and beg him to help." You should be relieved now, right? Guo Shuihua was relieved. She had been waiting for these words. She even hoped that Yang Jieyu would call Yang Gongming immediately. However, she knew that it was impossible. Yang Gongming had ignored the outside world for many years. Unless he was willing, he would definitely be unhappy if the younger generation came to him for help. After the call was hung up, Anqing couldn't help it anymore. She came forward and asked timidly, "Auntie, Yangqing, how is he?" Guo Shuihua's gaze turned cold. She stared at Anqing and said, "You're the one who provoked that Lu Min, right?" Anqing's legs were a little weak. She didn't expect that the gentle and beautiful woman would suddenly look at her with such a cold gaze. However, she still nodded her head. "Do you know who Lu Min is? Do you know how much trouble you brought to my son?" Guo Shuihua raised her voice a few octaves. Anqing's eyes started to well up. She was a strong and independent woman. However, facing the blame of her beloved man's mother, and this was the first time they met, Anqing felt wronged and blamed herself. She couldn't hold back her tears. "Auntie. I'm sorry. I know that Lu Min's Lu family is a family in Beijing. Even my father doesn't dare to provoke them. They must be very powerful, but I don't know how it ended up like this," Anqing sobbed. Guo Shuihua didn't soften up. They were both women. She didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. She sneered, "A family in Beijing? Very powerful? Do you think that if Lu Min's Lu family was just a family in Beijing with some power, they could really make things so bad? Do you know what Lu Min's real background is?" Yangqing, who was inside the police station, had no idea what was going on outside. After he was brought to the interrogation room by a few policemen, Chief Lu dismissed the unimportant policeman and ordered someone to bring in a document. He placed it on the table and looked at Yangqing coldly, saying, "Yangqing, sign this." It wasn't the first time Yangqing came to the police station, but the previous time, the chief was always Choi Yun. Now that there was someone else, he really wasn't used to it. Looking at the document on the table, he was instantly amused. It turned out to be a confession. On it was the crime of him deliberately murdering Lu Min, as well as a series of small crimes such as extramarital affairs. Adding all these crimes together, even if he wasn't sentenced to death, he would still have to spend 10 to 20 years in prison. "Chief Lu, why did you ask me to sign it without even interrogating me? This isn't right." Yangqing smiled playfully. "Whether it's right or not, it's not up to you to decide," Chief Lu sneered. "I've already seen your resume. Your background information is very problematic, and you've been brought to the police station several times, but you left without any punishment. I seriously suspect that you have connections with bad people, and it's very likely that you're an undocumented immigrant from overseas. Moreover, today, you made a move on Chief Lu, the evidence is conclusive, and the forensic doctor has confirmed it. You won't be able to escape the punishment of the law. I advise you not to play any petty tricks, and don't waste time. Sign what you need to sign, so that we don't have to make you confess to your crimes personally." The threat in his words was already very strong. Yangqing touched his nose. He initially thought that after he went to the police station, there would at least be a lawyer coming to stabilize the situation. But now, it seemed that Lu Min's power was not to be underestimated. He actually had the intention of covering the sky with one hand, and even a lawyer wasn't allowed to come in. Now, it seemed that his idea of getting bailed out and then finding a way to resolve this matter was not going to work. The other party was forcing him to give in. But what puzzled Yangqing the most was that the people from the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade actually didn't come out to solve this matter. What did that mean? Could it be that they didn't dare to offend Lu Min because of him? But no matter what the reason was, Yangqing was really unhappy. He knocked his fingers on the table twice and had a plan. He asked, "Director Liu, what if I don't sign it?" "You're not signing?" Bureau Chief Liu grinned, "Then we can only enforce the law strictly. There's no need to be polite to a murderer like you." With that, Chief Liu waved his hand, and 4 big men in police uniforms blocked the door with batons in their hands, staring at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Good heavens, just a moment ago it was intentional murder, and in the blink of an eye, the label of murderer was pinned on him. He was indeed a murderer, but no matter how many people he killed, it would not hinder Lu Min. To be honest, for Xianxia to go to the police station with these guys, it was already a very patient approach. He also had a lot of considerations. First of all, his headache was starting to act up again. He hadn't checked Jane yet, and he was always worried that it would worsen if he killed someone. Although in the eyes of others, Xianxia might be a devil, Xianxia himself didn't want to really become a murderer one day. Furthermore, Xianxia wasn't a lone wolf who could do whatever he wanted. Even if he really had the ability to destroy the other party, he was worried that it might implicate the people around him to take revenge on his family and friends. Therefore, he didn't want to be too arrogant when he could handle things in a low-profile manner. After all, he was also a person with a family background, and it was impossible for him to ignore everything. As the saying goes, forgive people when you can. Xianxia originally thought that he would just take a step back, but he didn't expect that the other party wanted to drive him to a dead end. "Where is Lu Min?" Xianxia thought for a moment and asked. Bureau Chief Lu's name is not something you can call." "Ugh." Bureau Chief Lu sneered contemptuously, but he didn't expect his neck to be grabbed by a hand, and he couldn't speak. Xianxia said in Chief Lu's ear, "I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. I ask you, where is Lu Min? If you dare to say half a word of nonsense, I will kill you now." He wasn't a good person. Since the other party spared no effort to kill him, Xianxia didn't intend to deal with this matter easily. Lu Min wanted to touch his woman and even wanted to kill him, so he simply let him die first. As for his family's background, as long as it wasn't Homing's people, Xianxia didn't think that Xianxia could stop him. The madman who had calmed down went crazy again. He was crazier than those who were crazy on ordinary days. Bureau Chief Lu's whole body was covered in cold sweat. He felt the dark and bloody aura on Xianxia's body. It was as difficult to resist as 1,000 needles piercing into his bones. The 4 policemen who were about to make a move were stunned. They didn't know what to do. Looking at Xianxia's seemingly calm but terrifying expression, they didn't dare to move. Xianxia let go of his hand and let Bureau Chief Lu speak. Bureau Chief Lu coughed a few times. His face was pale. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Xianxia. While he was shocked by this man's horrifying skills, he remembered that the person who asked him to do this was Lu Min. He suppressed his fear and said in a low and ruthless voice, "Xianxia, don't be ungrateful. Don't think that you can make me afraid of you. If you dare to touch even a hair on my head, the Lu family will never let you go. You." Chief Lu didn't have the chance to continue, because Xianxia had slapped him on the right side of his face. "Bureau Chief." The 4 police officers turned pale with fright. After being slapped by Xianxia, Bureau Chief Lu's head turned 180 degrees. With a caw-caw sound, Bureau Chief Lu's face had already turned to his back. His eyes were wide open as he breathed his last. In fact, he was still standing. A few traces of scarlet appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Bureau Chief Lu's words finally ignited his anger. In order to not offend Lu Min, he ignored his warning. Then, he deserved to die. Raising his head, Xianxia's gaze was like that of a ferocious beast. It swept across the 4 police officers' shocked faces and said in a low voice, "Tell me, where is Lu Min?" The 4 police officers were completely stunned. This man had actually killed the chief of the police station with a slap without any warning. Had he lost his mind? "If you don't say it, you will die too." Xianxia frowned. The 4 police officers felt the pressure on their faces and felt as if the entire interrogation room was about to collapse. How could they know where Lu Min had gone? They wanted to say "I don't know," but they didn't even have the strength to open their mouths. At this time, the other police officers who saw the scene in the interrogation room from the surveillance camera were in a mess. How could they sit still after seeing the chief killed by the suspect? With a bang, the door to the interrogation room was kicked open. What's going on? Raise your F***king hands. Bureau Chief. Bureau Chief, you. The dozens of police officers in the police station all held their guns and rushed to the periphery of the interrogation room. When they found that their bureau chief was indeed dead, they panicked and didn't know what to do. They could only point the muzzles of 20 to 30 pistols at Xianxia with the safety bolts off. It was obvious that they were prepared to shoot Xianxia at any time. Only then did the 4 police officers react. They quickly took out their guns and shouted, "Xianxia! Raise your hands! You murderer, or else we will shoot." This murderer was indeed a crime, but the person who died was the chief of the police station. While everyone present was shocked, they also gritted their teeth. Where is Lu Min? Xianxia didn't care about these black holes and continued to ask coldly. Although the police officers all had guns, they had really shot at people a few times. Seeing that Xianxia actually asked them with a gloomy face while facing so many guns, they couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Furthermore, they didn't know who Xianxia was, nor who Lu Min was. They really didn't know anything about him. Xianxia was silent for a while. Seeing that no one answered, he tacitly agreed that these guys really didn't know, so he walked out. Even if they didn't say anything, he would still find Lu Min. Stop. Don't move. If you go any further, we will shoot. A few bold police officers roared. Xianxia didn't care about them. To him, even if a bullet was shot out from his skin, it wouldn't be a threat at all. The next moment, the police finally couldn't take it anymore. The 4 police officers who were threatened by Xianxia first took the lead and pulled the trigger of their pistols. Outside the police station, under the gloomy sky, the atmosphere was also very gloomy. Listening to Guoshuihua's loud scolding, Anqin was already speechless. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia both pitted on Anqin, but they couldn't interrupt. They were also people with discerning eyes, and they could see that Director Yang's mother wasn't simple. After scolding for a long time, Guoshuihua was finally tired. She was out of breath, and her face was pale. She stopped talking and let out a long sigh, and her eyes were red. Anqin was already sobbing, and her tears kept falling. She hated herself for always getting into trouble, and hated herself for being a host. She couldn't defend herself against Guoshuihua's scolding. Everything she had today was almost saved by Xianxia, but she brought such trouble to Xianxia. Even if Guoshuihua didn't say anything, she couldn't erase the hatred in her heart. Guoshuihua closed her eyes for a while, trying to calm herself down as much as possible. She heard Anqin sobbing, and when she turned her head, she saw that the girl was crying her eyes out. Her pretty face was full of sadness, but there was no trace of sadness. Guoshuihua also realized that she seemed to have been too harsh on Anqin. This girl was really worried about her son. Moreover, it wasn't her fault that a beautiful woman attracted other men. Guoshuihua was once young, and there was no right or wrong in these matters between men and women. Sigh. Guoshuihua couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt in her heart. She reached out to hold one of Anqin's hands, picked it up, and gently patted it. She said warmly, "Don't cry, it's my fault." Anqin's delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her head in disbelief, and a pair of tearful eyes looked at Guoshuihua blankly. Guoshuihua smiled bitterly, and said, "Missin, I lost my composure. I apologize to you. It wasn't your fault, and I shouldn't have scolded you like this." "No, no." Anqin hurriedly shook her head, and said miserably, "Auntie, it's my fault. I couldn't help it all, but I caused trouble for Xianxia. You can scold me or hit me, but I really hate myself. I should have known that Lu Min's identity was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't have been so afraid." Looking at the girl's self-reproachful and hateful expression, Guoshuihua also felt a burst of heartache. Guoshuihua had been through many hardships, and her judgment of people was not ordinary. Naturally, she could tell whether Anqin was sincere or not. What a good girl, her tears were all from the bottom of her heart. Her heart was also tied to her son. Even if it wasn't an honorable identity, how could she have the heart to scold a woman who loved her son so deeply? Wang Jia and Zhao Teng, who were at the side, also sighed in their hearts. They were quite touched, and Wang Jia's eyes were even more misty with tears. In the company, many people knew about the ambiguous relationship between Anqing's secretary and director Yang. As Yang Cheng's left and right hands, of course they knew it better. However, they all thought that the two of them were just fooling around. They didn't expect that a rich young lady like Anqing would have such deep feelings for him. "Missin. I'll call you Anqing," Guo Shuihua said to Anqing with a bit of shame. Anqing's sobs stopped abruptly. She didn't expect that Guo Shuihua would suddenly call her that. In a sense, it was a certain recognition of her. If it was on a normal day, she would definitely be overjoyed. After all, this was a man's mother's affection for a mistress. However, at this moment, Yangqing was still in the police station. She didn't know how he was doing, so she could only nod with a bitter smile. Guo Shuihua lowered her eyes sadly and said, "You don't know how important Yangqing is to me. I lost him painfully for more than 20 years, and it wasn't easy for me to find him. I spent a lot of effort to stay by his side. If something bad happens to him, I really don't have the courage to live anymore." Anqing didn't expect that Guo Shuihua and Yangqing had such a past. No wonder she didn't hear Yangqing mention that he had a mother before. It turned out that they met after more than 20 years. She wanted to comfort Guo Shuihua, but before Anqing could speak, she heard continuous gunshots. "It's in the police station," Zhao Ting exclaimed. The four of them turned their heads to look, and their faces turned pale. Anqing and Guo Shuihua's hearts sank. However, before they could rush in, a man and a woman had already rushed into the police station in front of them. These two people were Sky Dragon and Yezi, who had been watching the situation from the side. When they heard gunshots in the police station, they knew that the situation was not good. They thought that with Guo Shuihua's means, she could contact the Yang family and settle the matter. Unexpectedly, they were too late. By the time Sky Dragon and Yi rushed to the periphery of the police station interrogation room, the gunshots had already stopped. The crackling sound of gunshots, which sounded like popping beans, was at least 100. It was caused by the dozens of policemen present at the scene who had all used up their handheld bullets. In the smoke-filled office of the police station, all the police officers were stunned and speechless, because the target of their collective provocation was completely fine. Through the white smoke, Sky Dragon and Yezi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They saw the expressionless man in a short-sleeved shirt and baggy pants walk out of the crowd of policemen calmly. Everywhere he walked, the ground was full of empty magazines. Was he still human? Was he shooting a movie? The group of policemen stared at the guns in their hands, and even suspected that the guns in the police station were fake. Were they special effects? Sky Dragon and Yezi naturally knew that the bullets would be blocked by Yang Cheng's protective true chi before they could even get close to him. It was already very kind of Yang Cheng not to reflect the bullets back. What they were most afraid of was that Yang Cheng would become angry and massacre the entire police station. Actually, when Yang Chen was shot by a group of people earlier, he did have that thought, but he forcefully suppressed it. He knew that most of the policemen were innocent. Moreover, he would definitely lose control of his brain if he were to kill dozens of ordinary people at once. Therefore, he used all his strength to circulate the endless resolve restoration scripture to suppress his killing intent. When Yang Cheng saw Sky Dragon and Yezi arrive at the scene, he glanced at them casually and then walked out of the police station. The scarlet in his eyes was a little more intense than before. The group of policemen no longer had the courage to stop him. It was good enough that they did not faint. "Brother Yang, where are you going?" Yezi came in front of Yang Cheng and asked anxiously. Yang Cheng glanced at her and said, "Get out of the way." "I won't." Yezi shook her head and said loudly, "You must be going to find Lu Min." "Brother Yang, listen to me, Lu Min's backer is not only the Lu family, his grandfather is." Before Yezi could finish, Yang Cheng had already grabbed her arm and thrown her away. Yezi screamed. She was actually average in the dragon group, so she could not withstand the force of Yang Cheng's throw. Fortunately, Sky Dragon caught her in time and saved her from the pain of hitting the wall. "I don't care who he is. If you can't tell me where he is, don't stop me. Don't think that I will give you face just because I know you," Yang Cheng said coldly and continued to walk out. Yi still wanted to say something but was stopped by Sky Dragon, who shook his head and said solemnly, "Don't say anything. He won't listen to anything. Didn't you see his eyes? He really wants to kill people. What should we do? If something happens to Lu Min, Beijing will be in chaos." Yezi said worriedly. Sky Dragon sighed. "Let's stabilize the situation first. Anyway, we've already informed Lu Min. He can take a plane or a train and leave Zhonghai as soon as possible. It's best if he escapes back to Beijing. Otherwise, who can stop that killer?" Yezi bit her lips helplessly. She knew that they could not do anything. She said bitterly, "It's all that Lu Min's fault. I'm so angry." Sky Dragon looked at his wife's angry face and could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He then looked at the dumbfounded police officers and felt a headache coming on. These people saw an unusual person and could not be easily revealed. This mess had to be cleaned up by the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade for Yangqing. On the other hand, Yangqing took out his phone as he walked out of the police station. He called the captain of the Sea Eagles, Molin. As the Berserk Dragon Reserve team was nearing the end of their training, Molin had already brought another member, Fanny, back to the temporary base in Zhonghai. The last few training subjects of the Berserk Dragon Reserve team did not require the participation of the two actual combat instructors. Their mission had already been completed. "Your Majesty Pluto, what can I do for you?" Molin knew that Yangqing had returned to Zhonghai early. Chief Sauron had already informed the Sea Eagles of what happened in Europe. Molin and the others were still excited about their idol's killing spree when they received a call from Yangqing. His tone became especially sincere. Yangqing did not waste any time and said coldly, "Help me find out who he is." "He's called Lu Min, around 30 years old. He's a department-level official. I want his exact location. I'll give you 3 minutes." Molin replied with a yes and immediately hung up. At this time, Guishuihua, Anqin, and the others ran over from the entrance of the police station. The guards at the entrance knew that something had happened inside and did not stop them. Guishuihua saw that Yangqing was as good as new and did not seem to be injured. She immediately calmed down and hugged Yangqing with tears in her eyes. She said emotionally, "Yangqing, what happened? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? What's with the gunshots?" Anqin also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew that Yangqing's identity was extraordinary and that he was even more skilled, she was still worried. Seeing that Yangqing was fine, her guilt lessened a little. Yangqing's heart softened and the scarlet in his eyes faded a little. The concern of his family and loved ones was something that he could not bear to part with. It was for these people who truly loved him that he was willing to stay in Zhonghai, even if he was constantly being monitored. Even if he could not summon the wind and rain like he could in foreign countries, and blood would be spilled on the spot. However, it was also this moment of warmth that made Yangqing's murderous intent grow even stronger. That's right, for the sake of his family and loved ones, a hidden danger like Lu Min must die. "Anqin, bring my mom home. I have something to do." Yangqing turned around and said to Anqin. Anqin was stunned. She did not know what Yangqing meant. "Yangqing, what do you want to do?" Guishuihua realized that the situation was not good. She said anxiously, "Son, don't be rash. I know you can't take this lying down. I also know that you're very skilled, but Lu Min is not that simple. His grandfather is someone that even your grandfather might not be able to suppress." Yangqing smiled, "I don't care who he is or who his grandfather is. I'm relying on my own strength. I don't need the help of the Yang family." After that, Yangqing said to Zhao Teng and Wang Jia, "Help Anqin and send my mom home. Don't worry about anything else. Go back to the company and continue working." Guishuihua was not willing to let go. She wanted to persuade him, but Yangqing did not want to waste any more time. There were some things that he did not have time to explain. Therefore, Yangqing directly transferred a stream of vital energy into Guishuihua's body, making Guishuihua fall asleep. Then, he passed his mother to Anqin, who was still in a daze, and asked Anqin to support her. "Take care of our mom and do what I say," Yangqing said lightly. In a flash, he had already left the police station. Wang Jia and Zhao Teng were stunned on the spot. They did not expect that the usually jovial director was actually a legendary martial arts master. As for Anxin, other than worry, she felt sweet inside. What Yangqing said was our mom. Yang Cheng's figure appeared outside the police station. He walked to the side of the road and was about to take a taxi to Lu Min's destination. At this time, his phone finally vibrated. Yang Cheng picked up the phone and Molin's voice came through. Your Majesty Pluto, I've found it. Lu Min, who is around 30 years old, is only the director of Zhonghai Radio and Television General Administration. The signal shows that this person is now heading to Zhonghai International Airport. He has booked a ticket to Yanjing, and he will take off in an hour. Airport. A cold light flashed in Yang Cheng's eyes. He sneered and said, got it. Keep an eye on his whereabouts and inform me if there are any changes. Just as Yang Cheng was about to hang up, Molin suddenly said, Your Majesty Pluto, please allow me to say a few more words. Are you going to kill Lu Min? Yang Cheng frowned. His subordinates rarely dared to ask him questions. What was wrong with Molin? Molin struggled a little and said, Please allow me to speak frankly. If Your Majesty Pluto stays in Xianxia, it will be very disadvantageous. Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, What do you want to say? I'm in a hurry. Molin also seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. He said, according to the information, Lu Min's father is the head of the Lu family in Yanjing. He is a core member of the Ministry of Culture. This is nothing, but his mother is the biological daughter of Li Mozhen, the head of the Li family, one of the 4 big families in Yanjing. Li Mozhen is the current vice premier of the State Council of Xianxia. He is an important figure in the political circle of Xianxia. Yang Cheng frowned. He had heard from Tang Wan that the 4 big families in Yanjing were the Ning, Li, Yang, and Tang families. The Ning family was the most powerful, while the Tang family's head, Shang, was relatively weak. The Yang family had always stood strong because Yang Gongming did not fall. As for the Li family, he did not know much about them, nor did he have the mood to find out. Listening to Molin's words, it seemed that the Li family had more than just a vice premier. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to stop him. As expected, Molin continued, although Li Moshen's position on the surface is the vice premier of the State Council, second only to Ning Guanyao of the Ning family. However, the real power that Li Mozhen wields is the director of the State Council of Xianxia. In terms of position, he is even higher than Cai Yunqing of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. It's just that the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has autonomy. Moreover, the eldest grandson of the Li family, Li Dun, and Yan Buwen of the Yan family are known as the 2 kings of Yanjing. Li Dun controls almost 2/3 of the most elite special forces in Xianxia. Listening to Molin's continuous narration, Yang Cheng's heart finally moved a little. His face turned solemn. Director of the State Council of Yanjing? In other words, he was the head of spies. The most frightening thing about a place like the State Council was not how strong its military force was, but the information that it held was enough to ruin anyone's reputation. No matter how high one's position was, no matter how glorious one was, everyone made mistakes. It was hard to guarantee that there was a stain on one's record. The higher one stood, the more afraid they were of these stains being exposed. Li Mozhen had been in charge of the State Council of Xianxia for no less than 20 years. It was impossible for him to be so stable without any special means. For such a person, unless one did not provoke him, once he was angered, it was hard to guarantee that he would come up with information that would make the enemy unable to rise again forever. It could be said that in Yanjing, the rich and powerful would rather provoke Ning Guanyao. At most, they would just fight it out on the surface, and there would still be a chance of turning things around. However, they did not dare to provoke Li Mozhen, who had a large amount of information on the dark side. Fighting with the head of spies? You would lose before it even started. As for the eldest grandson of the Li family, Li Dun, he actually controlled more than half of the special forces in Xianxia at such a young age. He even held the trump card in his hands. Just like Yan Buwen of the Yan family, one was a young leader in the field of scientific research, and the other was a young leader in the field of special forces. That was why they were known as the 2 kings. Although spies and special forces were of no threat to Yangqing, it did not mean that they were useless to the people around him. Lu Min. was Li Moshen's biological grandson. If he touched him, and the Li family did not react at all, then it would be humiliating. It would be better for him to voluntarily remove his name from the 4 major families of Yanjing. Therefore, if Yangqing really killed Lu Min, the Lu family would not be able to fight back. The problem was that once the Li family made their move, even if they could not do anything to Yangqing, it would be much easier to deal with the people around Yangqing. Moreover, if Yangqing really fought with the Li family until blood flowed like a river, it would be a huge disaster for Xianxia. The Security Bureau and the Special Forces would definitely be mobilized to fight against Yangqing. If Yangqing killed all these important people, the political situation and military deployment of Xianxia would definitely be in chaos. It would even attract the countries that were eyeing Xianxia covetously, which would give them a chance to take advantage of. At that time, Yangqing would be no different from a sinner of Xianxia. What was the point of staying in Xianxia? What made Yangqing even more hesitant was that since Li Moshen was in charge of the Security Bureau, it was impossible for him not to know his identity. He must have already taken precautions against Yangqing. If he acted rashly, if the higher-ups of Xianxia were in chaos, it would lead to a crisis for the country. He could not guarantee that the people from Hongmeng would not act again. That would be really troublesome. No wonder Guo Shuihua said that they were people that even Yang Gongming might not be able to control. The Li family's grandfather and grandson were indeed not to be underestimated. Even if he wanted to act, he had to think of a foolproof plan. At this moment, far away from the road, 3 military jeeps sped towards where Yangqing was. In the blink of an eye, they braked in front of Yangqing. A few sturdy men in military uniforms got out of the car and lined up in front of Yangqing. From the car in the middle, a burly man with a straight face got out. Who else could it be but Yang Pejuan? Seeing Yangqing's indifferent face, Yang Pejuan felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. After a lot of investigations and seeing with his own eyes, he had a general understanding of Yangqing's identity and background. Although he didn't want to admit it, his eldest son, whom he thought he would never see again in this life, was indeed more important than him now. Moreover, if the Yang family wanted to continue to be one of the 4 big families after Yang Gongming's death, they might have to rely on Yangqing's help. Especially when he had lost the election, his father, Yang Gongming, had scolded him more than once for Yangqing. No matter how stupid Yang Pejuan was, he knew that Yangqing was very important to the Yang family. Of course, Yang Pejuan also thought that if it weren't for Yangqing's sudden appearance, he wouldn't have lost the election. Therefore, Yang Pejuan didn't want the relationship between him and Yangqing to worsen, but he couldn't put on a good face to Yangqing. When he went to find Guo Shuihua, he was stopped by Yangqing at the door, which was a contradictory example. For half of his life, he had spent most of his time on how to make the Yang family glorious. Therefore, when he thought about the relationship between him and Yangqing, he thought about the value and interests behind a person, but he didn't think about how to treat his son as a father, let alone compensate Yangqing for his fatherly love. When he placed Yangqing in the orphanage, Yang Pejuan didn't think he did anything wrong. For the sake of the overall situation of the Yang family, he cut the Gordian knot and was selfless. It was this kind of thinking that only wanted to push himself to the right position that made Yang Pejuan unable to understand why his beloved wife would leave him. It had to be said that this was also the sorrow of this high-ranking military officer, a descendant of a large family. "Where are you going?" Yang Pejuan asked coldly as he stopped in front of Yangqing. Yangqing frowned. He stopped in his tracks and said indifferently, "Move." "I've heard about it from your aunt." Yang Pejuan's gaze was solemn as he said, "For the sake of a mere merchant's daughter, you're going to kill someone so viciously. Don't you understand that the Lu family is so easily provoked? Do you know that behind them is one of the 4 great clans, the Li clan?" Yangqing was not interested in listening to this man's nonsense. He originally wanted to consider preparing some backup plans to deal with the possible counterattack of the Li family, but Yang Pejuan's cold and threatening words directly caused the scarlet in his eyes to surge. "The more you try to stop me, the more I want to kill you. You came at the right time, it saves me the trouble of stopping a taxi. The military license plate can also be used for speeding." Yangqing glanced at the military jeep behind the soldier and walked over. Yang Pejuan did not expect that Yangqing would not even reply to him and even wanted to snatch the jeep to chase after them. He was instantly enraged and said with a dark face, "Unfilial son. How dare you? Do you want the Yang family to fall out with the Li family because of you?" Yangqing turned around abruptly, his eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. "Let me tell you, I have nothing to do with you. If you dare to say one more word, I will cripple one of your hands. If you say two more words, I will cripple both of your legs. If you say three more words, I will break your neck." Even though Yang Pijuan had seen bloody battles at the border, he had never seen someone look at him with such an extremely ferocious and gloomy gaze. It was as if he was standing under a gray sky filled with corpses, unable to find any signs of life, and despair emerged from the bottom of his heart. He did not know that if he was not Yangqing's biological father and involved too many people around Yangqing, his words just now would be enough for Yangqing to kill him. However, Yangqing's warning was obviously effective. Yang Pijuan stood there with a pale face and did not say a word. The soldiers were burning with anger. This young man was too arrogant, and they had to teach him a lesson on behalf of their leader. Who knew that when Yangqing's gaze swept across them, everyone's hands went limp and they did not even have the strength to raise their guns, not to mention stopping Yangqing. When Yangqing walked past, the few of them subconsciously opened up a path for Yangqing to find a jeep and get in. He could only watch as the jeep started up and sped away. Yanjing, the military compound where the Yang family resided. In the spacious back garden, green grass and flowers bloomed like a brocade. It was obvious that someone was diligently taking care of the garden. Yang Gongming, who was wearing an old-fashioned gray shirt and a pair of linen pants, was sitting on a rattan chair. He held the morning paper in his hand and wore a pair of presbyopic glasses as he carefully read the news from various fields. There was only a white porcelain cup beside the old man. The fragrant tea was faint and white steam rose from it. It was freshly brewed hot tea. The entire courtyard was quiet. Although the old man looked kind and amiable, and no one would feel pressured, everyone in the Yang residence knew that when Yang Gongming was quietly reading, no one but one person was allowed to disturb him. Sanyang, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, walked out from between the pillars of the courtyard. She carried a plate of fresh mung bean pastries and gently placed it on the table beside Yang Gongming. Yang Gongming put down the newspaper and smiled warmly at Sanyang. "You've worked hard. Have a seat, I haven't talked to you for a while." "Master, don't you read the newspaper?" Sanyang smiled warmly, the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. "Most of the things in the newspaper are fake. Whether I read it or not, it's just to pass the time." Yang Gongming put the newspaper aside and asked, "Tell me, what's going on outside recently? This old man doesn't go out all day, I can't really be a frog at the bottom of a well." Sanyang nodded and sat on another rattan chair. In this courtyard, only she had the right to sit on the same level as Yang Gongming. There hasn't been much happening in Yanjing recently. After the election, the Yan family's momentum grew. Yan Qingtian is also considered a capable person, and he distributed the benefits to all parties. However, Ning Guangyao was re-elected as the premier, and the Ning family is still firmly in power. However, I heard that the eldest son of the Ning family, Ning Guodong, got into some trouble, and he's been staying at home all day. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's a rumor that he's suffering from some illness, and I didn't bother to look into it. Humph, the Ning family is considered to be at the peak of their power when it comes to Ning Guanyao's generation. I've met Ning Guodong a few years ago. This junior is not broad-minded enough, and he won't amount to much. I'm afraid that once Ning Guanyao falls, the Ning family will have no one to carry on. As the saying goes, prosperity leads to decline, and it's hard to guarantee that they'll be removed from the four great clans, Yang Gongming said leisurely. Sanyang didn't comment on it, and continued with a smile. Speaking of juniors, the second son of the Yan family, Yan Buxue, was injured by young Master Chen for some trivial matters. Although he's recovered now, I heard that he's still plotting against young Master Chen. However, his elder brother, Yan Buwen, has suppressed the matter. Speaking of which, Yan Buwen does have some talent. Not only is he a capable person in terms of technology, but he's also a meticulous strategist, and knows himself as well as the enemy. Unfortunately, compared to Li Dun from the Li family, Yan Buwen's character is lacking. Yan Qingtian has a good grandson, but if he doesn't push the Yan family to the peak of glory, he'll definitely fall into a bottomless abyss. It all depends on the Yen family's luck. I likely done more, but he's too fierce and lacks some flexibility. He's a talented general, not a commander. Otherwise, his future would be limitless. I don't know how that old Foxley Mooshen could raise such a contrasting grandson. Yang Gongming's lips curled into a smile, and he continued, that brat Yangqing is also restless. He destroyed the Xing family and caused trouble for that girl from the Kai family. Could it be that he wants to go after the Yen family as well? San Yang smiled bitterly. Young Master Chen isn't someone who initiates trouble. Most of the trouble is caused by the women around him. In this aspect, he's very different from Master and young Master Pijuan. Yang Gongming laughed heartily. He naturally understood San Yang's meaning. The members of the Yang family, no matter how they behaved, were mostly infatuated with love. Whether it was him, Yang Pijuan, or his grandson Yang Lai, they were all devoted to only one woman. Only this eldest grandson, who was lost at a young age, had a string of peach blossoms, each of them an outstanding beauty. He didn't know if God knew that the Yang family had a small number of people for generations, giving birth to such an anomaly. From Yang Gongming's point of view, although having more women would affect the family's reputation, the current era was a far cry from his era. Back then, even getting pregnant before marriage was seen as a disgraceful act. In today's world, marriage mostly depended on whether the woman was pregnant or not. Marrying with a pregnant belly was a common occurrence. You're the son of a prominent family, and if you only love one woman for your entire life, others would think that you're pretending to be virtuous. If you keep more lovers, people would think that it's normal. Therefore, although Yang Gongming felt that Yangqing was a little too much of a playboy, he didn't dislike it. Master, San Yang has something that I'm not sure if I should say, San Yang said hesitantly. Yang Gongming waved his hand. Between you and me, there's nothing that can't be said. Master, although young Master Chen is getting along well with young Madam, he doesn't acknowledge the relationship between Commander and young Master Lai. Under such circumstances, do you really want young Master Chen to inherit the family? San Yang asked. Yang Gongming took a porcelain cup from the side, took a sip, put it down, and sighed. If he's willing, that's naturally the best. If he's unwilling, I can only settle for the next best thing, and let Pijuan inherit. Although Pijuan is too obsessed, we can only blame ourselves, the Yang family owes him too much. It's understandable that he doesn't want to come back. But I have an inexplicable feeling that this child will come back one day. San Yang's narrowed eyes were filled with an unpredictable expression. Finally, she sighed softly. San Yang will do my best to make Master's wish come true. Yangqing shook his head. San Yang, you've always said that everything in this world has its own principles, and it can't be forced. I don't expect everything to go my way, I just leave it to fate. Moreover, my body is still strong, I'm not in a hurry. At this moment, a servant anxiously ran over from a nearby doorway, holding a wireless phone in his hand. He said respectfully, Master, Miss suddenly called, and insisted that you answer it immediately. Yang Gongming was puzzled as to why the servant would suddenly run in without any regard for the rules. Once he heard that it was his daughter, he suddenly understood. He thought of Yang Jieyu. She was also a troublemaker. He thought that she would have peace after marrying to Zhonghai, but for the past 20 years, she still called him every few days, either to flatter him or to ask for his help. It was only because she was his daughter that he indulged her a little. If Yang Pijuan dared to act like this, he would definitely give him a good kick. Picking up the phone, Yang Gongming said in a bad mood, Girl, what do you want from me again? Can't you let your old father worry less? On the other end of the phone, Yang Jieyu said anxiously, Dad. This time, I'm really not looking for you for my own matters. It's your precious grandson, that brat Yangqing, who's going crazy. Yangqing? Yang Gongming immediately tensed up. From Yang Jieyu's tone, he knew that the situation was not good, but he still said calmly, Tell me in detail, I'm listening. A minute later, Yang Gongming hung up and passed the phone to the servant, dismissing him. Although she was not close enough to listen to the phone, San Yang seemed to hear everything clearly. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, Master, I was just saying that young Master Chen is constantly causing trouble because of a woman. You really test whatever you say. Yang Gongming pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said in a low voice, "This brat thinks that he's invincible just because he went on a killing spree in Europe and killed 2 feathered beasts. Li Mozhan is famous for being protective of his own people. His grandson is Li Moshen's precious daughter's flesh and blood. How can he be touched so easily? There's no time to lose." Li Mozhan already knows young Master Chen's identity, and he's also one of the few people who know about Hongmeng. He definitely won't do anything pointless. With his methods, if his grandson is really killed, he'll definitely purposely blow the matter up without a care in the world. The information in the Security Bureau is enough to stir up a storm in Yanjing. Whether it's to ally with other families to deal with young Master Chen, or to deal with our young family, it's enough to cause chaos in Xianxia. If that's the case, it'll be hard to guarantee that the Hongmeng emissary will be forced to deal with young Master Chen. After all, the Li family is the key to maintaining the political balance. It's better for this old woman to make a trip to Zhonghai. Sanyang stood up. Hongmeng emissary. Yang Gongming looked at the old woman with a complicated expression. What if you're seen by them? Sanyang lowered her head and smiled. I can hide for a while, but I can't hide forever. Young Master Chen already possesses those people's godhood, and his identity has already become a taboo in Hongmeng. It's a condition for Hongmeng's people to make a move. If it wasn't for the fact that young Master Chen cultivates the endless resolve restoration scripture at the same time and is close to that door, Hongmeng emissary would have killed him just based on the previous troubles. If he really causes turmoil in Huaxia's political situation. When that Hongmeng emissary makes a move, I'm afraid it'll be too late to save young Master Chen. But you. Yang Gongming wanted to say something else, but Sanyang stopped him. Master, there's no need to say anything else. I'm afraid Sanyang won't be able to make it in time if we delay any longer. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, Sanyang disappeared from the courtyard. There wasn't even a trace of her shadow left. It was as if she had never appeared in the first place. If Yangqing was there to witness this scene, he would have turned pale with fright. Wasn't this the same supernatural power that the Hongmeng emissary, Ling Shuzi, used when they met at the seaside? The only difference was that Ling Shuzi's instantaneous movement was shorter. But this Sanyang's instantaneous movement was completely gone. Yang Gongming wasn't too surprised. He only turned his head and looked at the gray sky in the south. He sighed leisurely. His gaze was blurry, as if he was reminiscing and regretting something. On the highway from Zhonghai to the airport, a modified military jeep's engine was sprinting at a speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour, like a dark green bolt of lightning. Almost all the cars gave way in fear. This was a military car, no one would dare to do anything if it crashed into someone else's car. Yangqing looked straight ahead expressionlessly. Racing was no longer a technical skill to him, it was just an instinctive control of the machinery. The car was like his own limbs, he didn't need to think at all to avoid everything and move forward in the most perfect route. In fact, the task of chasing after Lu Min could be left to the Sea Eagles, or to Qiangwei's Red Thorns Society. They could intercept Lu Min much earlier than he did, and killing Lu Min who had no one to rely on was as easy as blowing dust. However, Yangqing still decided to do it himself. Lu Min wanted to touch his woman, and was also the culprit that put him in jail. Just based on these 2 points, Yangqing didn't mind killing him himself. Moreover, now that he knew that Lu Min's background wasn't simple, Yangqing didn't want the people around him to interfere. He would take care of everything himself. The speed of the jeep made the owners of the few cars on the highway dumbfounded. After entering the last bend of the airport road, the jeep did not slow down at all. It rushed forward at a speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Some car owners thought that the driver of the jeep was crazy. Wasn't he courting death? However, they didn't expect that the jeep would enter at such a speed. The friction between the tires and the ground created sparks, and the angle was just right for the jeep to pass the corner without overturning. What an amazing driving skill. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a military driver, Huaxia's soldiers were really amazing. If Yangqing knew what these guys were thinking, he would definitely be a little depressed. He didn't expect that they would make Yang Pijuan's army proud. The road ahead was less than 3 kilometers, and it was the departure station of Zhonghai International Airport. According to the report from the Sea Eagles, Lu Min should have just arrived at the airport. Yang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. This guy didn't even need to go through security, he could just die at the gate. As for whether the deaths would cause a riot, Yang Cheng wasn't stupid enough to let others discover that he was the one who did it. It couldn't be any easier to shatter an ordinary person's heart with true energy from a distance. At most, he would let Lu Min see him before he died. At the very least, he wouldn't have to turn into a ghost and have no one to take revenge on. But just when Yang Cheng felt that the matter was settled, an instinctive reaction suddenly flashed in his mind. Who is it? With Yang Cheng's reaction speed, he was still half a beat slower. The moment Yang Cheng sensed something powerful approaching, the speeding jeep disappeared from the highway. In a commercial vehicle behind the jeep, an elderly couple looked at each other. "Old man, was there a car in front of us just now?" the old lady asked uncertainly. The old man furrowed his white eyebrows. "I think I remember it too. Maybe it went to the front. The car was fast, and we might not have been paying attention." Although the old lady was a little puzzled, she didn't think too much of it. At that moment, Yang Cheng, who was sitting in the jeep, had an uncertain expression on his face. In that instant, the jeep had magically moved from the airport highway to a grassland under an overpass. This was the open area outside the airport, and about 1 kilometer away was the Zhonghai International Airport. It was the season of spring and summer, and this piece of land was full of wild grass that danced in the wind. The light green and dark green color made it look like the tide. The dark green camouflage jeep seemed to have blended into the entire grassland. If it wasn't for the heat coming from the engine, it would have seemed like the jeep had been parked there for a long time. Yang Chen's expression changed from alertness, to shock, to anger, and at this moment, he was at a loss of what to do. After a while, Yang Chen came back to his senses. He realized that the jeep's engine had been destroyed by a force and had stopped working. The jeep could no longer move. Looking at where he was, at the airport in the distance, Yang Chen was sure that the jeep had moved a few kilometers in the blink of an eye from the highway to where he was. This speed reminded Yang Chen of the effect that a god could achieve through space folding after being unsealed. But the problem was, there were no fluctuations in space at all. How was this possible? What kind of power could do such a shocking thing without the help of the laws of space? Yang Chen asked himself. It wouldn't have been a problem for him to carry the jeep and run all the way to this area before dropping it. But if he wanted to do what he did just now, it would be impossible to unseal it. Moreover, even if he unsealed it, he might not be able to move it so quickly. "Young Master Chen." A gentle voice came from behind the jeep. Yang Chen turned around and looked out of the window. He didn't sense anyone behind him. The old woman, Sanyang, who was still wearing the same plain old clothes, was looking at Yang Chen with a smile. Her face was filled with love, as if she was looking at her own grandson. She liked him sincerely. Yang Chen recognized this woman because the person who always appeared with her left a deep impression on Yang Chen. This was the old woman beside Yang Gongming. But every time he saw this old woman, Yang Chen didn't pay much attention to her because she was too ordinary. But now that he thought about it, Yang Gongming was such an important person, yet he only brought her along. He should have known that she wasn't simple, but she shouldn't have been so overbearing. "Who are you?" Yang Chen couldn't be bothered with Lu Min anymore. He didn't want to waste his breath. He couldn't believe that the person who did that was the old woman he didn't pay much attention to. How could there be such a person beside Yang Gongming? Could it be someone from Hongmeng? Yang Cheng's back was drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the situation was too sudden. He couldn't control his emotions. To Yang Cheng, who was used to having everything under control, this situation was very strange. "My surname is Yan, and my name is Sanyang. I'm a servant in the Yan family who takes care of Master's daily life. If young Master Chen doesn't mind, you can call me Granny Yan." Yan Sanyang smiled. Yan Sanyang? Yang Cheng had never heard of this name before. But it made sense. Among all the experts in the world, only Huaxia himself didn't know about them. Last time, it was Ling Shuzi who was on duty in Hongmeng. This time, it was Yan Sanyang. What the hell? He had been the Duguchobai overseas for many years, but this time, there were two people that he couldn't see through in a year. Why did you stop me? Did Yang Gongming ask you to come? Yang Qing frowned. He realized that his plan to kill Lu Min was going to be ruined. Yan Sanyang didn't admit nor deny it. She said, young Master Chen should call Master Grandpa. Of course, I understand if you can't do it now. As for why I stopped you, I'm sure young Master Chen knows very well. There's no need to ask. After getting out of the car, Yang Qing stood in front of Yan Sanyang and scratched his head. You're quite well informed. I've just returned to the country and you're already here in Zhonghai to stop me. That old man is here too? Yan Sanyang shook her head and smiled. Master just received a call from Miss Jiao. That's why I rushed over. Master is still in Beijing. What? It had to be said that ever since he took over the position of God from the previous Pluto, Yang Qing had never been frightened. At most, he was just nervous. But now, Yan Sanyang's words had given him quite a fright. The distance between Beijing and Zhonghai, one north and one south, was more than 1,000 kilometers. Even if Yang Jiao made the call at the time of the incident, Yan Sanyang wouldn't have been able to make it in time even if she took a plane from the Yang family's mansion. In other words, Yan Sanyang couldn't have used a vehicle to rush over. A terrifying thought popped up in Yang Chen's mind. Could it be that the kind old lady in front of him used the same method of moving the jeep? Did she travel through space alone from Beijing to Zhonghai in less than an hour, or even less than 10 minutes? Yang Qing was confident that if he was unsealed, he could travel 1,000 kilometers in an hour using the law of space. Any faster, and even if the law of space allowed it, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Yang Qing remembered that Ling Suzi from Hongmeng had also used a method of traveling through space that he couldn't understand. Could this woman really be related to Hongmeng? What was her background? Yan Sanyang seemed to understand Yang Qing's shock. She smiled. Young Master Chen, listen to this old woman's advice. I believe you've met the Hongmeng envoy. If you insist on making a move against Lu Min, you'll only be inviting trouble upon yourself. Yang Chen knew that the old woman in front of him wasn't just some random persuader. Solemnly, he said, I know that Lu has a powerful grandfather as his backing, but does the Li clan have the authority to order people from Hongmeng around? Sanyang shook her head and sighed. No one can order around Hongmeng, not even the Li family. But young Master Chen, please think about it. The four great clans each have their own roles to ensure the stability of Huaxia's politics and military. Under such a balance, no one would accept that a direct descendant of the Li family would be mercilessly killed just because he touched an ordinary businesswoman's daughter. Even if the Lu family was in the wrong, they wouldn't go so far as to sentence him to death. If the Li clan could accept the fact that the Li clan didn't even give them face and killed them just like that, then the Li clan would lose all their prestige. If Lord Li Moshen couldn't even protect his own grandson, then how could the Li family be one of the four great clans? In the eyes of many in Yanjing, it's no secret that young Master Chen is the eldest grandson of the Yang family. So even if you don't think so, in their eyes, the Yang family is the one who started the war against the Li family. Yang Qing was silent. He knew that Yan Sanyang was right. Yang Gongming had met him twice in private, and Yang Pijuan had met him many times. Yang Jiao and Yuan Hui were already friends, and Wu Shuihua was already living with him. Although he had no other relatives other than Wu Shuihua, the outside world had long regarded him as a member of the Yang family. He had no choice but to admit it. Sanyang continued. The Li family has always kept a low profile. First, they are small in number, only slightly better than the Yang family. Second, the Li family is in charge of intelligence and special forces, so they have to keep a low profile. But that didn't mean that the Li family was a pushover. If the patriarch of the Li family, Vice Premier Li Moshen, were to spread a large amount of negative information, it would only take a blink of an eye to cause a huge political upheaval. At that time, even if the Yang family is not afraid of the Li family, the Hongmeng envoy on duty will not sit idly by. Young Master Chen, perhaps you don't know this yourself, but you hold the deity position of that group of people, and have comprehended the power to use the law of space. This is already something that Huaxia Hongmeng dislikes. If young Master Chen hadn't cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture at the same time, he would have been in big trouble based on his previous actions. Yangqing felt a chill in his heart. He frowned and said, "How do you know what cultivation technique I cultivate? Also, why would Hongmeng feel repulsed by a sovereign's divine throne?" Yan Sanyang was a little surprised, but she soon felt relieved. She said, "This endless resolve restoration scripture is the supreme art of Shu Mountain. It's not difficult to recognize. As for why you feel repulsed by it, it must be because the previous Hades and the other sovereigns didn't tell you about it. I took over the divine throne in a hurry. Other than some simple explanations and rules, I don't know much about the past of the gods. Could it be that there's a conflict between Huaxia's Hongmeng and the gods of the West?" Yangqing guessed. Yan Sanyang's squinted eyes suddenly revealed a hint of arrogance. She shook her head and smiled. "Conflict? That's impossible. Young Master Chen, it's not that I'm talking nonsense. In the eyes of the people of Hongmeng, the so-called gods are just a group of mutants. They can't even be considered as humans. They aren't even on the same level. How could there be a conflict?" "What?" Yangqing's eyes widened. This was the first time he heard someone say that the high and mighty gods were not even considered as humans. Yan Sanyang hurriedly waved her hand. "This is related to some ancient history that few people know about. I only found out about it from my master. Of course, even though young Master Chen is one of the so-called sovereigns, he's still a real human. He's not a mutant. What I'm talking about are the remaining 11 sovereigns who have lived since ancient times. The people of the world are foolish enough to call them gods. It's a joke." Looking at Sanyang's expression that didn't look like she was joking, Yangqing suddenly realized that there seemed to be a shocking secret that he had been keeping hidden. At that moment, Yangqing's phone vibrated. Yangqing's thoughts were interrupted. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Mullen. He glanced at Sanyang and saw that the old woman had no objections. Only then did Yangqing pick up the phone. Subconsciously, Yangqing had already determined that he no longer had the chance to kill Lu Min. Even if he unsealed himself, he might not be a match for Yan Sanyang. Just like Ling Shuzi, when his cultivation reached a certain level, he could sense that he was no match for them. "Mullen, what's the matter?" Yangqing asked calmly. Mullen's tone was complicated. "Your Majesty Pluto, it's very strange. That Lu Min is dead." Yangqing was shocked. "Dead? Wasn't he chatting with Yan Sanyang? How did he die while he wasn't paying attention?" Yan Sanyang, who was standing not far away, could clearly hear it as well. Her aged eyes flashed with a rare hint of fierceness. "We don't know what exactly happened. After all, it wasn't a close-up surveillance. We only know that Lu Min was injected with an acute toxin not long after he entered the airport. He spat out black blood and lost his chance to be resuscitated. If I'm not wrong, that toxin reaction should be from the Lebanese spider used by Israel's Mossad. The culprit is obviously trying to frame you, Your Majesty," Mullen said angrily. Almost all the secret service organizations in the world knew that there were only two forces in the world that could mobilize Israel's Mossad. One was Israel itself. The other was Yangqing. Yangqing's right-hand man, Make Don, was also a high-ranking leader of Mossad. Yangqing hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. He couldn't guess who was the culprit, but there was no doubt that the culprit's intention was not simple. Yan Sanyang pondered for a moment before saying, "This is fate. We thought we could stop this disaster, but we miscalculated and gave the culprit an opportunity. Young Master Chen, now you should believe that there are turbulent undercurrents under the surface of this seemingly calm sea." Yangqing clenched his fists tightly. He had foolishly become the scapegoat for someone else's murder. How could he not be angry? Even if someone with a discerning eye could tell that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble to incite a conflict between the Yang family and the Li family, his murderous intent to kill Lu Min had already happened. Furthermore, he had the ability to assassinate Lu Min, so there was no way he could explain himself. However, Yangqing wasn't a brat who hadn't seen the world before. Very quickly, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to calm down. He knew that since this had happened, the enemy was in the dark while he was out in the open. Thus, putting Lu Min's matter aside, Yangqing raised his head and asked humbly, Granny Yan, I wonder if you could tell me about the ancient history you mentioned, if I'm lucky enough to understand it. Yan Sanyang's eyes brightened. She secretly praised Yang Cheng's temperament. When she heard Yang Cheng calling her Granny Yan, she was even happier. She smiled kindly and said, if young Master Chen wants to hear about it, I'm willing to tell you. This is something that you should know. It's just that those mutants didn't tell you about it because of their inferiority complex. Yang Cheng thought to himself, look at how happy you are. Isn't it just calling you Granny? You deserve such a title at your age. Moreover, you're still serving Yang Gongming at such an old age. You might have some kind of relationship with him. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to squeeze all the *T history out of you, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Lu Min was already dead. What's the point of me staying in this godforsaken place? I'm so unlucky this morning. I don't know how high this old woman's cultivation base is. She scared me so much. But no matter what, she should have broken through the Xiantian full cycle like Ling Shuzi. I don't know when I can reach that level. I can travel through space without using my divine power. What a mysterious realm this was. If Yan Sanyang knew that Yang Cheng's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, she would have been petrified. However, she was still very satisfied with this young man. You see, as long as you talk nicely, even the most stubborn child will listen to you. After a moment of silence, Yan Sanyang began to narrate, young Master Chen, you should know where the gods of the West originated from, right? Yang Cheng thought for a moment and said, if I'm talking about the origin, it should be Mount Olympus in Greece. Although most of the myths and legends that people know of have been tampered with, at least the names of places and people's lives are not wrong. Yan Sanyang nodded and said, young Master Chen, do you know where the real Mount Olympus is? The real Mount Olympus? Yang Cheng was taken aback. What did she mean? Could it be that Mount Olympus was real or fake? However, Yang Cheng knew that Yan Sanyang must have her reasons for asking this question. Thus, Yang Cheng's mind began to search for any other mountain with the same name other than Mount Olympus in Greece. Yang Cheng had a map of the world in his mind, so he knew all the mountains in the world. However, he couldn't find a second Mount Olympus. He asked, Granny Yan, are you talking about a small mountain somewhere? How would I know? Yan Sanyang smiled playfully. She raised a finger and pointed to the sky. Yang Chen raised his head and looked at the gray sky. He couldn't see the sun. Sky? What do you mean? But the next moment, Yang Chen's mind jolted and he blurted out, are you talking about Mount Olympus on Mars? That's right, Yan Sanyang nodded and smiled. Yang Chen opened his mouth and stood there dumbly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Anyone who was familiar with astronomy would know that there was another mountain with the same name in the solar system other than Mount Olympus on Earth. Mount Olympus on Mars was the largest volcano in the solar system to date. It looked like a giant shield, its base area larger than the United Kingdom on Earth, and its height was 3 times that of Mount Everest. Granny Yan, don't tell me that the gods of Mount Olympus actually came from Mount Olympus on Mars. Yang Cheng shook his head and sighed, if that's the case, wouldn't they be aliens? Aliens? Yan Sanyang nodded. That's a good term, but the cultivators of Xianxia are used to calling them mutants. Yang Cheng looked at Yan Sanyang's calm expression and was speechless. After a long while, he said with difficulty, are they really from Mars? The gods are Martians? Yang Cheng felt like he had entered a sci-fi movie. Why was everything so mysterious? But thinking about it, the things that had happened to him were even more mysterious than a sci-fi movie, so why would he care if the gods were Martians? Yan Sanyang saw the strange expression on Yang Cheng's face and knew that it was difficult for Yang Cheng to accept it. She sighed and shook her head. Then, she slowly told him about the ancient history that she had learned from her master. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the most primitive human beings on Earth were still in a period where their spiritual wisdom had yet to develop. They were the so-called primitive people. On the other hand, in Xiaxia's domain, there were some people who might have encountered some special opportunities and gained intelligence early on. Moreover, in the land that was full of danger, they comprehended the natural laws of the world and created a cultivation path that allowed them to become more and more powerful. Perhaps it was due to the people of different places, or perhaps it was due to luck. Just like that, a small group of humans began to write the history of civilization in the land of Xianxia. To put it simply, these people were the legendary immortals and gods in the civilization of Xianxia. There were many versions of the story, and the characters were different. But in the end, they were the same group of people. The earliest ancestors of Xianxia followed the heavenly Tao and focused on cultivation. They did not interfere with the development of other primitive societies. To them, there must be a special reason for the arrangement of the heavens. As long as they worked hard to find the root of the Tao, they would naturally understand the meaning of their existence one day. After a long period of time, after thousands of years, this group of people finally saw a strange change in the heavens and earth. At that time, the atmosphere of Earth suddenly fell like a meteor shower. Countless colorful light spots fell from the sky. These light spots were scattered all over the world. Most of them fell on the Eurasian plate, which had the most pleasant climate. The ancestors of Xianxia did not know what these light spots were. It was only after some light spots were found in the land of Xianxia that the ancestors realized that these light spots were living beings who wore strange clothes and looked similar to the humans on Earth. These people were extremely arrogant and seemed to look down on the primitive humans on Earth. When the primitive humans saw these people descending from the sky, they immediately worshipped them as gods. In fact, they did not know what gods were. They only instinctively feared the heavens, so they also feared the people who descended from the sky. However, this group of extraterrestrial visitors was extremely disgusted with the primitive humans on Earth. After discovering that the primitive humans had extremely low intelligence, they seemed to feel that they were of no use to them. So, they began to wantonly slaughter everywhere. They would rather keep animals alive than to keep primitive humans alive. After all, the reproduction ability of animals was stronger than that of humans. In their eyes, it was more worthwhile to keep animals as pets, while humans were inferior races that wasted food. Seeing this group of extraterrestrial visitors in the land of Xianxia slaughtering their own people, the ancestors of Xianxia who had retreated from the world were finally enraged. They had cultivated for more than 1,000 years and were extraordinary figures who had mastered the power of heaven and earth. A group of accomplished cultivators, once they attacked, they slaughtered the originally arrogant alien races. In the end, they killed so many of them that they trembled with fear. Some died, some fled, and all of them rolled out of the land of Xianxia. The ancestors of Xianxia also discovered that this group of alien races had some tricks up their sleeves. They could actually manipulate parallel spaces. Moreover, after their physical bodies were destroyed, they could use their divine senses to transfer to a kind of magical space orbit. If they were not mistaken, this should be a special ability that allowed them to gather their strength and be reborn again. However, compared to this group of ancestors of Xianxia, the abilities of these alien races were child's play. After all, the ancestors of Xianxia had comprehended the origin of Tao, while these alien races could only use the form of power between heaven and earth. There was a huge difference in power between them. After discovering the cruel and evil acts of these alien races against the humans on Earth, the ancestors of Xianxia believed that this was the intention of heaven to give them early spiritual wisdom and that they should do their duty to protect the creatures on Earth. As a result, the cultivators of Xianxia scattered all over the world and killed all the extraterrestrial visitors with the momentum of heavenly thunder. In the end, the most powerful leaders of this group of alien visitors compromised in fear. They led the remaining members of their race and begged the ancestors of Xianxia to spare their lives. According to them, their own planet was actually the red planet that was close to Earth. However, it had been hit by a destructive celestial body and could no longer survive on it. Therefore, they had no choice but to use their own space transmission ability to come to Earth and migrate. In fact, these people who arrived on Earth were already the most powerful group of people on Mars. Their ability to manipulate space was the most powerful, which was why they had the opportunity to travel all the way to Earth. Many of them could not hold on midway and were directly destroyed by the radiation in the universe. Knowing that this group of people were also pitiful victims whose homes had been destroyed, the ancestors of Xianxia felt that it was not right to kill them all. After all, that was too cruel and against the harmony of heaven. Therefore, the ancestors of Xianxia warned this group of alien mutants not to harm humans anymore. They were not allowed to set foot on the land of Xianxia, or their race would be destroyed. Seeing that this group of mutants had a higher level of civilization, they left them in other parts of the world and asked them to help primitive humans around the world. Although they could not be considered as protectors, they were still to promote the evolution of civilization at critical times. After the group of mutants agreed in fear, they obediently found a mountain in Europe and named it after the mountain in their hometown, Mount Olympus. Their remaining 12 strongest mutant leaders were the characters from the beginning of Western mythology. As these mutants began to help humans reproduce, human intelligence gradually increased, and they began to worship them. Gradually, the term God came into being. Naturally, this was limited to those outside of Xianxia. Within the territory of Xianxia, those ancestors were the legendary celestial beings. At first, this group of mutants felt that it was a gift from the heavens to have a place to live. After all, as long as they did not invade the territory of Xianxia, the terrifying cultivators would not do anything to them. However, gradually, this group of mutants discovered that on this planet, they did not know if there was a subtle environmental difference, but the success rate of their reproduction was shockingly low. After a few decades, only a few offspring were born. Slowly, the mutants continued to think of ways to give birth, but they could not give birth to more children. Moreover, most of them could not reproduce anymore. They finally realized that their race was on the verge of extinction. It was impossible to return to Mars. Mars was uninhabitable. If they wanted to change to another planet, the nearest habitable planet from Earth was too far away. Fortunately, they discovered that, in addition to manipulating parallel space, they had another special talent, reincarnation, which could be used on humans on Earth. This discovery made them happy and worried at the same time. They were happy because among them, the stronger ones, especially those who were already ranked as gods, could use their extremely powerful mental strength, also known as divine sense, to continuously awaken from ordinary humans through reincarnation. The worry was that this reincarnation was not infinite. Among them, some of the weaker ones might not have enough mental strength to reincarnate after 2 or 3 times of reincarnation. What worried them even more was that this method of reincarnation was equivalent to killing ordinary humans. This was because every time they reincarnated, when the gods awakened, the human's consciousness would be replaced. In other words, the original human would no longer exist, leaving behind only a shell. In the end, the gods of Mount Olympus chose to come to the territory of Xianxia and begged the cultivators of Xianxia to allow them to reincarnate without shame. They also promised that when they awakened, they would work harder to promote the development of human civilization on Earth. The ancestors of Xianxia saw that the primitive human civilization had made great progress in the past few decades and knew that what they said was true. After some consideration, they felt that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. For most primitive people, these mutants were of great value. Therefore, the ancestors of Xianxia allowed this group of mutants to reincarnate on the continent outside of Xianxia's territory. However, at the same time, in order to restrict this group of people from manipulating parallel space, the ancestors of Xianxia had to abide by the Treaty of the Gods. After all, if this group of mutants reincarnated in human society and used the power of the laws of space to kill some of their opponents, it would really go against the balance of the world and would cause panic among humans on Earth. Therefore, from then on, when the gods fought with non-god humans, they were not allowed to unseal, which was enforced by the gods. A small number of gods who broke the treaty were killed by the ancestors of Xianxia. After that, no one dared to break this rule. With the long passage of time and the vicissitudes of life, mankind gradually gained enough wisdom under the leadership of many astounding geniuses and entered the history of human civilization that flourished. Of course, in order to commemorate the lost civilization on Mars, the mutants also left many traces in history. For example, the pyramids that were similar to their houses on Mars, and the original name of Mount Olympus on Mars. This also caused many relics in the world to seem like they were not built by ancient humans. And these mutants gradually decreased generation after generation. After reincarnation, only the 12 gods with absolute power were left to this day. The legend of the gods gradually became a legend. As for the ancestors of Xianxia who had been suppressing them, they had disappeared in the long river of history like a legend. However, the organization Hongmeng had been passed down since ancient times. Some cultivators who had reached the Khanate full circle would join the organization after they had transcended the mortal world and lived in seclusion. However, in order to continue the responsibility of protecting their homeland, there would be a Hongming ambassador every 5 years to patrol the land of China. Firstly, it was to prevent Xianxia from being destroyed. Secondly, as long as the 12 gods were alive, they needed to keep them in check. This was to prevent the remaining 12 people from thinking that no one in the world could restrain them and have any ulterior motives. Listening to Yan Sanyang's intermittent narration of this dusty history, Yang Qing's heart went from shock to disbelief. Then, it gradually became clear and he understood. Finally, he had a rough idea of what was going on and could almost accept it. No wonder the previous Pluto and the other gods never mentioned this part of history. They were the most powerful people who came to Earth, but it could also be said that they were the most useless people in the past tens of thousands of years. This was simply the history of the gods' humiliation. They could only watch as their people declined generation by generation, but they could do nothing about it. Moreover, they were completely powerless to resist Hongmeng. They could only hide outside of Huaxia's territory. They had to avoid Xianxia no matter what they did, and they did not dare to simply fight. Yang Chen more or less understood why these guys were living such ridiculous lives. Kristen was considered to be a singer, Apollo and Diana were directly involved in making up stories, and Ares was like a madman looking for people to pick a fight with, looking for trouble for no reason at all. Anyone who had lived for tens of thousands of years would have no desire to continue living as they watched their own kind gradually dwindle until there were only a few old farts left. They had enjoyed everything they could and were tired of everything else. That was the feeling of living a life worse than death. For example, Apollo and his sister seemed to be carefree all day, but how could Yang Qing not see that they had no other thoughts in their hearts? That was why they had such a bad taste to provoke criticism from others. The previous Pluto formed Zero and killed countless people. However, killing people was probably not his main goal. He only wanted to train a successor among the killers so that he could be free. Although the successor could no longer be a real Martian, at least he managed to gather the 12 spots of the prime gods. It could be considered a final explanation to the other 11 people who continued the history of this race. However, if it wasn't for the help of God's stone, Yang Chen wouldn't have had the opportunity to understand the manipulation of parallel space and the reincarnation technique. Speaking of which, why didn't Yan Sanyang mention anything about God's stone? Yang Chen thought about it in confusion. He looked at Yan Sanyang who was immersed in her memories and said, "Granny Yan, I can accept the ancient history that you mentioned. However, I still have a question. Since the remaining 12 prime gods are already numb to reincarnation, why are they still fighting for God's stone? I have a rough understanding of the use of God's stone. According to Aphrodite and Apollo, Athena, Ares, and the rest had fought for God's stone before. Could it be that God's stone can resurrect their people?" Yan Sanyang seemed to have expected this question from Yang Qing. She said, "It's hard for me to answer this question. What I know is what I heard from Master. At the end of the day, I'm not from Hongmeng. God's stone is a very special item in this world. The person who first discovered it is no longer aware of it. If it's that important, Hongmeng wouldn't have let it fall into the hands of the mutants. Unless Hongmeng doesn't know the true use of God's stone, or Hongmeng doesn't think that it's a threat." "You're not from Hongmeng?" Yang Qing was puzzled. "Granny Yan, didn't you say that I would have to join Hongmeng after I reached the Khanate full cycle? With your cultivation, you should have already taken that step." Yan Sanyang smiled bitterly. "Young Master Chen, there's a reason for this. It's not convenient for me to talk about it now. I've said most of what I need to say." After saying so much, Sanyang only wanted young Master Chen to know that apart from Huaxia, no one would dare to provoke the power of a master deity. However, within Huaxia's territory, it's best not to use it if possible. If not for the fact that the Hongmeng emissary isn't someone who would easily make a move, it's only a matter of time before we attract trouble. Yang Qing naturally understood the crux of the matter, and believed that Sanyang was speaking the truth. As of now, he was definitely not Sanyang's match. According to Sanyang, after reaching the Khanate full cycle, even if a master deity used the reincarnation technique, he would still be destroyed by someone of that level. If he really attracted Huaxia's attention, wouldn't his life be in danger? Although he wasn't afraid of death, he was still young and had so many women. How could he bear to die so easily? But after living for more than 20 years, when had he ever felt so pressured? He wanted to kill, but he was afraid of provoking others. It was truly suffocating. Yangqing was irritated. He wanted to ask Sanyang if there was any limit to how far Hongming could go, so that he could do something within their tolerance. However, he suddenly froze. Why did he have to avoid them? At the end of the day, Hongming was still a human, and so was he. Didn't they just surpass the Khanate full cycle? Why couldn't he surpass it? Not to mention surpassing the Khanate full cycle, if the Hongming people bullied him with their numbers, he would just be stronger than all of them. He didn't believe that the people of Hongming were the highest level. Since young, I, Yangqing, have lived in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When have I, Yangqing, ever been afraid of anyone? Why am I cowering and thinking of hiding this time? When he thought of this, Yangqing's eyes lit up. He looked at Sanyang's skinny and aged body with a sneaky glint in his eyes. He chuckled, Grandma Yan, I have something I'd like to ask. Yan Sanyang suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Yangqing was acting like an honest man just a moment ago. Why was he suddenly acting like a black-hearted peddler trying to deceive her? If young Master Chen has any questions, I'll tell you everything I know. Yan Sanyang was unperturbed. At her age, there were very few things she couldn't see through. Yangqing pondered for a moment before asking, Granny Yan's cultivation must have crossed the threshold of Xiantian full cycle and reached a whole new level. What I want to ask is about that threshold. How do we cross it? Yan Sanyang was about to say something, but Yangqing quickly waved his hand to stop her, indicating that he wasn't done yet. I know. I'm an experienced person after all. I know that Granny Yan will surely say that when one's cultivation has reached a realm like ours, wanting to cross that threshold isn't something that can be done with a fixed method, right? Yan Sanyang nodded in satisfaction and smiled, that's right. That's what I wanted to say. If you understand it, then you understand it. If you don't, then there's no point in talking about it. What the hell? This again? Back then, the drunkard Song Tianxing had said this and almost killed him to understand the 9th level, rebirth. Now, Yan Sanyang was saying the same thing. Do you experts only know how to say one thing? While Yangqing was cursing in his heart, he smiled and said, I don't expect Granny Yan to teach me anything. But I was thinking that since it's a rare opportunity to ask for guidance, why don't you tell me about your enlightenment and cultivation? Even if everyone's enlightenment is different, it might be of some help to me. Yan Sanyang was speechless. She didn't expect Yangqing to want to listen to these things. She knew that enlightenment was illusory and it wouldn't be of much use to him even if he told her about it. After all, it was a mysterious thing that couldn't even be described with words. What was the point of talking about enlightenment? But looking at the hopeful look on Yangqing's face, Yan Sanyang began to ponder. She naturally knew that Yangqing clearly knew that the path of enlightenment could not be forced. Yet, he still asked her this question because he wanted to increase his strength so that he would not be afraid of Hongming. But how could she not hope that Yangqing would have the ability to protect himself? Especially when she found out that the Liu family's boy was assassinated by someone, she felt that even if Yangqing didn't get involved in this mess, there would still be people looking for trouble with him. If Yangqing could really take that step, even if he attracted Hongming's people at a critical moment, Hongming wouldn't really do anything to him. But, how can I help him? Yangqing saw that Yan Sanyang was deep in thought. He didn't say anything. He stood there quietly, waiting for her answer. Just like that, the two of them stood on the empty grassland. A cool breeze blew through the grass, bringing with it a trace of coolness. At the same time, they could hear the roar of the airport in the distance. After a long time, Yan Sanyang suddenly raised her head. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her right hand and pointed her index finger in the direction of Yangqing, drawing an arc in the air. Yangqing was stunned. To his surprise, Yan Sanyang had drawn a circle around him with an exquisite technique. He didn't know what form of energy she was using. This circle was formed by flattening the surrounding grass. Yangqing stood in the circle, looking left and right. But Yan Sanyang wasn't done yet. She drew another line with her finger. Not far away from Yangqing, another circle with the exact same grass was drawn out. Yan Sanyang finished her drawing and frowned. Young Master Chen, this is all I can do. Huh? Yang Cheng's mouth twitched. Mother Ker, old Granny Sanyang, are you trying to trick me? Do you think you're some old man with the surname Dang? You drew one more circle than him, one around me and one not, and you're telling me that it's done? But your method of drawing circles was superb. I didn't even feel any inner chi or ripples in the air, yet you were able to complete it without anyone noticing. Yan Sanyang seemed to know that Yangqing didn't understand. She shook her head and sighed bitterly. To be honest, these 2 circles are the clearest way I can think of to convey my understanding. But I can't say it. I really don't know how to describe it. Young Master Chen, I can't guarantee that these 2 circles will be of use to you. If you can't see anything special about them, then just think of it as a moment of confusion. Sigh. Yangqing was on the verge of tears. Please don't sigh. Why does it make me feel even more hopeless? Yan Sanyang looked at Yangqing's dejected expression and felt embarrassed to stay here any longer. She said, Young Master Chen, if you're free, come back to Beijing and visit Master. Master misses you very much. No matter how many estrangements and conflicts there are, they can't resist the burning connection of blood. I hope young Master Chen can return to your roots soon. I'll take my leave now. Yan Sanyang's figure disappeared into thin air without waiting for Yangqing to say anything. Yangqing's face was full of bitterness. Although he had experienced the huge leap from the 8th to the 9th level of the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, Yangqing knew that there would be a qualitative leap at this level. Every level of enlightenment would be a world of difference. But seeing how Yan Sanyang could come and go as she pleased without him feeling anything, it would be bullshit to say that it didn't affect Yangqing at all. Yangqing didn't think too much about it. He lowered his head and looked at the 1-meter-wide circle around him. He then looked at another circle a few meters away that was almost identical. He frowned. 2 circles? What does that mean? In the Lin family's bungalow, the atmosphere in Guixuehua's room on the 2nd floor was stifling. Guixuehua, who had already woken up, sat on the bed. Her eyes were red and lifeless, and her face was full of fatigue. Anqin, who looked worried and anxious, stood beside Guixuehua's bed. She didn't say a word, just like a statue. At this moment, Mother Wang entered the room with a glass of water. She walked to Guixuehua's bedside and handed the glass to her. She said with concern, Xuehua, drink some warm water. It will help you calm down. I believe young master will be fine. Although Mother Wang and Guixuehua were slightly apart in age, they were like sisters after spending so much time together. They even called each other by their names in private. When Anqin sent Guixuehua home with Wang Jia and Zhao Ting's help, Mother Wang was quite frightened. After listening to Anqin's brief explanation, Mother Wang only knew that such a big thing had happened in the family. But she had been through many dangers before, so she wasn't scared. Guixuehua reluctantly took the glass and smiled bitterly. Yulan, you know how important Yangqing is to me. I don't know how he is now. If something really happens to him, the consequences. I don't even dare to think about it. Mother Wang didn't know much about the fights between the higher-ups. She could only sigh and try her best to comfort Guixuehua not to think too much about it. She would definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessing. At this moment, Guixuehua's phone rang. Guixuehua was shocked. She immediately stood up and took the phone. It was Yang Jiayu. Hello, Jiayu, how is Yangqing? Guixuehua asked anxiously. Her usual gentle and elegant temperament was long gone. Yang Jiayu didn't beat around the bush. She said directly, sister-in-law, things are more complicated than we thought. The good news is that Yangqing didn't arrive at the airport, so he didn't kill Lu Min. But the bad news is, Lu Min is still dead. What? Guixuehua was stupefied. She didn't understand what was going on. Yang Jiayu explained, I just heard from our Yuan family's informant that Lu Min died from poisoning at the airport. It said that the poison was probably a special poison from a foreign spy organization. Wei and I guessed that the enemy was targeting Yangqing. Although Yangqing didn't arrive at the airport, many forces knew that Yangqing was most likely the one who ordered his men to kill Lu Min with that poison. How could this be? Guixuehua was stunned. Although she was happy to hear that her son was fine, she felt her heart sink when she realized that Yangqing had been plotted against. Anqing saw Guoshuahua's dazed expression. She suppressed her fear and clenched her teeth. She went forward and gently grabbed one of Guoshuahua's hands. She tightened her grip and opened her beautiful eyes. She said seriously, "Auntie, you have to pull yourself together. Yangqing is so powerful. He'll definitely be fine." Although these words sounded hollow and weak, Guoshuahua, who was feeling down, obviously needed this kind of encouragement. Guoshuahua raised her head and looked at Anqing, who had a firm and unwavering expression. She finally reached out her other hand and patted the back of Anqing's hand. She smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, Anqing." Mother Wang saw this scene. She didn't say anything, but a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Another outstanding girl. When would this young miss of hers be able to win the favor of her mother-in-law like these girls? Rumble. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the gloomy sky. The sky had been gray since the beginning of the morning. Finally, after the deafening thunder, it started to rain heavily. On the grassland far away from the airport, the pouring rain mixed with the flashes of lightning and thunder made this piece of land look like it was in the middle of a storm. A purplish-blue lightning flashed across the sky and cut through the rain. Clouds. The light shone on the grassland and the figure who was sitting lazily. Yangqing was sitting casually on the grassland. He let the rain fall on his body, wet his hair, soak his clothes, and let the raindrops drip from his head and face onto the grassland. He could have used his qi to prevent the rain from touching him, but Yangqing didn't do that, because he had forgotten. After Yan Sanyang left, Yangqing sat casually on the grassland. Since Lu Min was dead, he didn't have anything else to do for the time being. He sat down and thought about what the two circles meant. It had been a long time since he thought about cultivation. However, there were many things that didn't mean that he wouldn't learn after a long time. Instead, to Yangqing, it was natural for him to understand some things carefully. Soon, Yangqing entered a state where he forgot everything around him. He didn't know that there was thunder and lightning outside, nor did he know that his body was drenched. In Yangqing's eyes and mind, there was nothing else other than the two circles. Within the circle, outside the circle, inside the circle, outside the circle. Yangqing kept murmuring as if he was sleep-talking. It seemed like he was doing it on purpose, but it also seemed like he was instinctively telling himself something. Time ticked by. Yangqing's facial expression remained lifeless. He didn't even blink once. While Yangqing was immersed in his own world, Guoshuahua and the others were anxious. It went from noon to the afternoon and night. The rain had stopped. Occasionally, the sound of raindrops could be heard from the eaves outside. It made the house even more quiet. Mother Wan made some simple dishes and brought them to the living room. However, Guoshuahua and Anqing sat on the sofa and stared at the clock on the wall. They didn't have the appetite to eat. Mother Wang looked at the two of them who were lost in thought. She frowned and shook her head. When they found out that Yangqing didn't go to the airport, Yang Jiayu and her husband helped Guoshuahua to search for Yangqing in Zhonghai. They tried their best to contact Yangqing, but they couldn't get through to Yangqing's phone at all. If they were right, his phone should be turned off or out of battery. As for the jeep that Yangqing drove, the last report said that it appeared near the airport highway. However, they couldn't find where the car was parked even after a group of people secretly searched for it. In an instant, Yangqing disappeared into thin air. Who would have guessed that Yangqing was actually sitting in the middle of the grassland outside the airport? He had no intention of hiding from anyone. Who would have guessed that it wasn't that Yangqing didn't want to go home, but that he was suddenly immersed in some kind of thoughts and forgot about it? It wasn't until late at night that Guoshuahua came back to her senses. She realized that Anqing was sleepily waiting for Yangqing by the side. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Even though she knew that this child didn't have a proper relationship and that this house belonged to her daughter-in-law, Guoshuahua couldn't bear to send Anqing home so late at night to sleep. "Anqing, it's already midnight. You must be tired today. Go to bed early," Guoshuahua advised with a bitter smile. Anqing shook her head. "I'm worried." "Silly girl, you're still advising Auntie to have confidence in Yangqing. Are you lying to Auntie?" Guo Shuihua sighed and went forward to hold Anqing's hand. Forget it. Go upstairs with Auntie. Yang Cheng's room is empty. You can sleep in his room. Auntie will sleep too. We all believe in Yang Cheng, okay? This time Anqing couldn't refuse. Guo Shuihua actually wanted her to sleep in Yang Cheng's room as a mistress. If she still refused, she would be letting down the love that Guo Shuihua had for her. Although she couldn't fall asleep, she still nodded obediently. That night, Zhonghai was filled with the Yuan family's disciples and some of the Jiangnan military scouts searching for traces of Yang Cheng. Coincidentally, the heavy rain blocked most of their vision. Moreover, because their target was the jeep, this group of people didn't think of searching in the wilderness. Coincidentally, they missed Yang Cheng, who was right in front of them. When dawn came, Yang Cheng, who was sitting on the grass, finally came back to his senses. He was like a statue that had been petrified for a long time. He turned his head stiffly and looked around. Then, he looked at his wet and cold body. Only then did he realize that it had rained and that half of his clothes had dried up after one night. After a few bitter laughs, Yang Cheng scratched his wet hair that was stuck with dew. At this moment, he definitely looked like a homeless person. After a night of meditation, he thought that he had reached the peak of the innate realm. His feet that were standing on the edge would be able to cross over that threshold. After all, he saw 2 circles and was actually able to sink deep into them. This meant that there was something inside. However, only now did Yang Cheng realize that the difference between having some comprehension and true enlightenment was like the difference of 1,000 miles. In the end, he still didn't break through that threshold. It was as if there was a glimmer of golden light shining through the crack of the door, but he just didn't have enough strength to open the door. This made Yang Cheng extremely uncomfortable. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. He could only lament that his opportunity hadn't come yet. Yang Cheng couldn't be bothered to stay any longer. He planned to get up and go home to take a hot bath and change his clothes first. Right at this moment, Yang Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a slightly bulging piece of loose soil in the midst of the bushes. That was the nest of the black ants. It looked like an ordinary little mound, but in reality, there were countless small holes in it. The ants usually went in and out to move food. This nest had obviously been there all along. It was just that he didn't notice it when he came here previously. At this moment, because of the heavy rain, a large part of the nest had been washed away. The inside of the nest was also flooded. The ants had no home to enter and were circling around. It was unknown whether they were going to rebuild their home or wait for the weather to clear up and the ground to dry up before making any plans. This was originally a very ordinary scene, but in Yang Cheng's eyes, it was like a spring thunder that exploded in Yang Cheng's mind. Inside the circle, outside the circle, ants, ant nest. Yang Cheng murmured. His pair of eyes that were originally calm now sparkled with stars. After a night of heavy rain, the lush greenery in the courtyard seemed exceptionally cold. Water droplets were dripping from the green leaves and the intricate grass was filled with crystals. The main door of the bungalow was pushed open from the inside. Guo Shuihua, who was wearing a light brown sweater, walked out and looked in the direction of the big iron gate. She didn't sleep well last night and her complexion was a little ugly with dark circles under her eyes. However, Guo Shuihua couldn't care less. Yang Cheng didn't come home for the whole night and no one told her that he was found. Guo Shuihua couldn't feel at ease. Mother Wang walked out of the house and sighed tiredly. She said with concern, "Shuihua, I made some porridge. Go and have some. It's cold outside so early in the morning. It's not good to keep standing." "Yulan, where do you think Yang Cheng went? There are so many people looking for him in Zhonghai. Why can't they find him?" Guo Shuihua was frustrated and didn't have the appetite to eat the porridge. This was her flesh and blood that she had lost for more than 20 years and found again. If she wasn't mentally strong, she would have been bedridden by now. Wang Ma had a bitter expression on her face. "Although I don't have a child, I know that it must be hard for you." But although the son-in-law didn't come back, no one said anything happened to the son-in-law. If the son-in-law came back and you collapsed, the son-in-law wouldn't feel good either. "I also know that it's useless to wait like this, but I'm not just feeling bad. My heart is breaking." An indescribable sadness appeared on Guo Shuihua's face. Mother Wang smiled wryly and helplessly. What a mess. Why do such troublesome things always happen in our family? However, it's fortunate that Xianxia is staying in school these few days. If this happened when she came home, based on the relationship between Xianxia and young master, she would probably jump up and down and the family wouldn't have any peace. Guo Shuihua was stunned. She frowned and said, by the way, I'm confused. Xianxia didn't come back last night. Did she stay at school? Mother Wang nodded and said with heartache, you called me after you left. You said that you're going to do intensive revision or something in school these few days. The entire third year of high school is staying at school. I don't know what the school is doing. They're always doing intensive training. They're all studying, and they're even more tired than working. Guo Shuihua forced a smile and said, of course, students who are going to take the college entrance examination will be more tired. But when they start working in the future, they might really miss these days. Actually, sometimes when I look at Xianxia, I often think that if our Yangqing was also at home and went to school like other children, I would also be like other mothers, urging my child to go to school properly and finish his homework. Thinking about it carefully, those days must have been very meaningful, watching the children grow up day by day and understand more and more. But whether it's Yangqing or my youngest son, Yang Lai, one disappeared when he was young, and the other went to learn from his master, I couldn't take good care of them. Speaking of which, I'm really not a good mother. I want to use the rest of my time to make it up to them. At least I could see Lai often when he was young, but I couldn't take care of Yangqing at all. No wonder you treat Xianxia like a daughter. It seems that you've never tasted what it's like to take care of a child, so you're using Xianxia to make up for it, Mother Wang said jokingly. Guo Shuihua smiled faintly, but the worry between her brows didn't dissipate. The two of them looked at the door for a while, but no one came back. They could only turn around and go back into the house. But just as they were about to close the door, someone knocked on the big iron door outside. When Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang heard that, they immediately ran out. Indeed, there was a figure standing outside the door, knocking on the iron door from time to time, making bang-bang sounds. With one look, Guo Shuihua's eyes turned red, and tears of joy instantly came out. The person who came back was Yangqing. Son-in-law. Mother Wang was also surprised. She quickly pulled Guo Shuihua to the door and opened the iron door for Yangqing excitedly. When they got closer to take a closer look, Guo Shuihua's tears fell uncontrollably, because the current Yangqing was really too tragic. His short-sleeved shirt and shorts were full of grass and mud stains. Many parts of his clothes were wet and had not dried yet. His hair was like a bird's nest, and there were some mud stains on his face. His sneakers were also full of mud, and there were even some yellow mud spots on his calves, which should have been caused by the muddy water. It was such a homeless man's attire that made Yangqing, who wasn't considered a handsome guy, look like he had a mental illness. But he didn't feel anything at all, and he was smiling foolishly at the two elders. He was in an unusually good mood. Mom, Mother Wang, I'm sorry, my phone ran out of battery, and then I ran into something and forgot the time. Please don't be angry at me for the sake of my embarrassment. Yangqing scratched his bird's nest hair and winked at them. Looking at her son who was smiling without a care in the world, Guo Shuihua pouted and hugged him. She cried for a while, then used her fist to hit Yangqing a few times, seemingly heavily, but actually lightly. She wiped her tears and said, "You little rascal, what could make you forget when you get home? You obviously don't care about anyone at home. Do you know that I'm going crazy with worry?" Yangqing allowed Guo Shuihua to hit him with her fists. Every time she hit him, he would feel a surge of sweetness in his heart. His lips curled into a smile. The feeling of being missed by his family made him feel guilty, but he enjoyed it at the same time. After Guo Shuihua cried for a while, her emotions calmed down, and she didn't feel too sad anymore. Her son had returned home safely, and that was more important than anything else. So she didn't ask Yangqing anything else, and quickly pulled Yangqing back to the house. When they were in the house, Guo Shuihua looked at Yangqing's beggar's attire and frowned. "Which mountain did you go to, and you got lost? How did it become like this? Didn't you drive to the airport? Where did you go?" Yangqing didn't hide it and directly said, "I was going to the airport, but something happened, so I went to a wasteland outside the airport and stayed there for a night. Wasteland? Guo Hua and Mother Wang were puzzled. Why did you go to such a place? Yangqing thought about it for a while and said, actually, I don't know what I did. Someone talked to me about something, and I thought about something. After thinking about it, the night passed. In the end, the car broke down, and I had to run back slowly, treating it as my morning exercise. Guo Hua and Mother Wang didn't know what Yangqing was talking about, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be lying, but they couldn't understand what he was talking about. Young master, why did you run back? Even if you didn't bring any money, you could have taken a taxi. Mother Wang said with heartache. Hearing those words, Yangqing felt depressed and indignant. Mother Wang, you have no idea. Those taxi drivers thought that I was a beggar, and some even treated me as a lunatic, so they refused to let me in. Only then did the two of them realize that no one dared to drive Yangqing with his current attire. Even if they weren't afraid of dirtying the car, they were afraid of encountering a fugitive. In the end, Guo Hua, who was left speechless, did not ask about her son's whereabouts. To her, it was fine as long as Yangqing was fine. Thus, she nudged Yangqing and said, let's not talk about anything else. Go back and take a shower. Change your clothes and come down for breakfast. You must be hungry since you haven't eaten for a long time. Looking at the steaming porridge and side dishes on the table, Yangqing swallowed his saliva and said, why don't we eat first? No, how are you going to eat like this? Don't you see that the carpet is covered in mud? Guo Hua didn't soften just because of Yangqing's pitiful look. She wouldn't give in to him just because she felt guilty. Furthermore, looking at Yangqing, he didn't look like he would faint if he didn't eat. Yangqing scratched his head. It didn't matter to him, so he ran back upstairs. Suddenly, Guo Hua recalled something and said, oh right, Yangqing, did you know that Lu Min was killed? Hearing this, Yangqing didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and said, I know. Don't worry about it. They can think whatever they want. Guo Hua was surprised. Lu Min was someone who made Yangqing go crazy to kill. She thought that he would have some reaction when he heard that Lu Min was killed. After all, those people must be trying to frame Yangqing. However, she didn't expect that Yangqing didn't care at all. Watching Yangqing go back upstairs, Guo Hua thought for a while. She frowned and said to Mother Wang, Yulan, why do I feel that Yangqing is a little different from the others? Mother Wang was puzzled. What's different? Isn't young master always like this? Although he is sloppy, he is still trustworthy when it comes to important matters. Didn't I tell you before that after young master and Miss got married, many problems in our family were solved? It was all thanks to young master. Guo Hua shook her head and smiled. That's not what I meant. I don't know if I'm being paranoid. I just feel that this kid is a little different. I can't put my finger on it, but I'm sure it's not a bad thing. Mother Wang pursed her lips and smiled. Only a mother like you can feel it. Could it be that this is the so-called mother and son are connected? Knowing that Mother Wang was joking, Guo Hua rolled her eyes. Just when she was about to say something, she was stunned. Aya, look at my memory. I forgot to tell Yangqing that Anqing is sleeping in his room. Mother Wang was stunned. She had gone to bed earlier last night. She asked in surprise, Xue Hua, you let Miss Anqing sleep in young master's room? Guo Hua was a little embarrassed. After all, Mother Wang was her daughter-in-law, Lin Ruashi's family. She nodded. Yes, it was late last night. I couldn't bear to send Anqing out, so I let her sleep in our house. But it's not suitable for her to sleep in Ruashi's or Xinxiu's room, so I let her sleep in Yangqing's room. Mother Wang smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say. It should be fine. Ruashi is still in Europe. Anqing will go back after she sees Yangqing, Guo Hua added guiltily. But even she felt that it wasn't fair, not to mention that she was facing Mother Wang. In a way, she was Ruashi's parent. Wang Ma sighed and said, it's not a matter of one night or several nights. Even if you and I don't say anything, Miss N's relationship with the son-in-law is obvious. Xue Hua, first, it was Miss Chengwei next door. Now, it's Miss Anqing. I've watched Miss Anqing grow up, and I know her character well. Sometimes, even 10 bulls can't pull her back. If this goes on, what will you do as her mother-in-law? Guo Shihuahua's heart was in a mess. She was happy that her son was back, but her son's lifestyle was a big problem. At this moment, the house phone rang. Mother Wang walked over and picked it up. Who is it? After a while, Mother Wang's expression became more complicated, and she said with some surprise, Miss? You're home? Wang Ma's miss really stunned Guo Shihuahua, who was standing at the side. Lin Ruoshi came home? Why now? Guo Shihuahua never expected Lin Ruoshi to come home at this time. Wasn't she going to come back from Europe in a day or two? Her daughter-in-law always told her not to work too hard, but she didn't listen. Why did she come home early this time? Was she asking for it? No matter how experienced Guo Shihuahua was, she hadn't been a mother-in-law for long. She didn't have much experience. Now that she met such a perfect son, she finally understood what even an upright official can't settle a family dispute meant. Okay. Take your time, Mississippi. I left breakfast for you. I'll go open the door now. Mother Wang replied and hung up the phone. Then, she let out a sigh of relief. Guo Shihuahua quickly asked, Yulan, Ruoshi came home? Didn't she say that she'll only be home the day after tomorrow? Mother Wang looked at Guo Shihuahua's anxious face and wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Miss said that she'll be home in about 10 minutes. Because her work in Europe ended early, she changed her flight ticket and came back. She also asked me to prepare breakfast for her so that she can go to work after she gets home. She just got off the plane and now she's going to work? Guo Shihuahua was stunned. She thought of Lin Ruoshi's workaholic nature and shivered. She smiled bitterly and said, not to mention our young family, even Ruoshi has more money than she can spend in a few lifetimes. I really don't know what my precious daughter-in-law is thinking. If she continues like this, when can I hold a grandchild? Let's put aside the matter of holding a grandson for now. I think you should think about how to explain Miss Anqing's problem when she comes back. You can't just drag Miss An downstairs and drive her out of the door right now. It might not be too late, Mother Wang said awkwardly. Guo Shihuahua averted her eyes and didn't dare to look at Mother Wang. She didn't know what to do and could only blame herself for being muddle-headed. At this moment, in Yang Cheng's room upstairs, the man and woman didn't know what the two elders were thinking. Anqing only fell asleep in the wee hours of the morning when she couldn't hold on any longer, so she was especially sleepy. When Yang Cheng entered the room, he was surprised to find that Anqing was lying on his bed. The woman was frowning in her sleep. It seemed that she was having a bad dream because she couldn't let go of her worries. Yang Chen immediately understood what was going on. Without bothering to take a shower in the bathroom, he walked to the bedside and squatted down. He quietly looked at an Xianxia's smooth face. Delicate, adorable, less gorgeous than usual, and more innocent. She was like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet, sleeping like a little girl. Yang Cheng smiled and his eyes were full of gentleness. Although his relationship with his legal wife was always problematic, his relationship with his other beauties had been gradually warming up and deepening. He didn't know whether to be sarcastic or happy. Subconsciously, Yang Cheng stretched out his hand and pulled the bedsheet for Anqing. This woman had fallen asleep while waiting, and she was still wearing clothes. He was afraid that she would catch a cold. However, this slight movement was still noticed by Anqing. It seemed that there was something. As soon as Yang Cheng pulled the bedsheet up, Anqing's big watery eyes had already opened. With a bit of drowsiness and moist eyes, when she saw Yang Cheng, she thought it was an illusion. Anqing stretched out her soft white palm and wiped her eyes. Only then did she realize that it was the real Yang Cheng who was back. Regardless of how sloppy Yang Cheng looked, Anqing got up from the bed excitedly and threw herself into Yang Cheng's arms. Honey! With a cry, Anqing stretched out her arms and hugged Yang Cheng's neck tightly. Her whole body was like a water snake, wrapping around Yang Cheng's body. She couldn't wait to sink deep into his body and become one with him. Yang Cheng smelled the strong fragrance of the woman's sleeping body. Her warm and soft body and her sobbing made him not know what to do for a moment. In the end, Yang Cheng could only reach out and caress Anqing's back. He patted it and said, "Silly girl, it's not like I've been missing for a few years. You're making me look like a heartless man. Anqing sobbed and said in a low voice, I'm worried that something will happen to you. What can happen to me? Yangqing rolled his eyes. I don't know, I'm just worried. Anqing replied foolishly. Yangqing sighed, picked up the woman who was hanging on his body like a koala bear, and put her back on the bed. He said, I'm going to take a bath, otherwise I'll dirty you too. Anqing, however, refused to let go. She grabbed Yangqing's hand and pouted, I don't care. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that you don't care, I have to wash up like this. I don't want you to leave me. Anqing said eagerly. This woman was also scared, but this night was like a century of painful longing. After all, she was the cause of the matter, and she blamed herself, afraid that because of her, she would really cause an irreparable situation. It wasn't easy for Anqing, who had finally seen her man return safely, to not let go so easily. Yangqing stretched out 2 fingers, pinched Anqing's nose, and said lecherously, since baby Anqing misses me so much, then let's bathe together. After saying that, he bent down and carried Anqing horizontally, and strode towards the bathroom. Anqing's face flushed red, but she didn't object. Although she felt that a couple's bath was a little absurd, not to mention that there were elders downstairs in Yangqing's house, but at this moment, Anqing couldn't wait to roll onto the bed with Yangqing, so why would she care about taking a bath together? Amidst the frolicking, Yangqing's strange laughter came from the bathroom, and Anqing's coquettish shouts. The sound of water was mixed in, making it seem especially ambiguous. Although it was a couple's bath, the speed was extremely fast. Yangqing, who was in high spirits, was too lazy to spend any more time in the bathroom. After 5 or 6 minutes, he walked out of the bathroom with Anqing in his arms. Their hair was still wet, and they hadn't dried up much. Their bodies were even more naked. Anqing's arms were wrapped around Yangqing's neck, and her plump breasts were pressed against Yangqing's chest. The two kissed each other in a daze, and then fell onto the big bed. Originally, they were going downstairs for breakfast, but Yangqing had already forgotten about it. He would eat the charming beauty in front of him first. Soon, the whole house was filled with the color of spring. On the side of the road outside the house, a white S-Series Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped. The driver quickly ran out of the car, walked to the back door, opened the door, and bowed his head in a gesture of invitation. Lin Ruashi, who was wearing a beige British-style spring top, a short skirt, and black stockings, got out of the car with a bag in her hand. She was dressed elegantly like the aristocratic ladies in British movies. Because of her extraordinary temperament, people didn't dare to look at her for fear of insulting her elegance. Lin Ruashi's black hair was casually scattered, hanging down to her waist. She wore a pair of big sunglasses, which covered a large part of her face, and people couldn't see her expression at the moment. The driver, who didn't dare to raise his head, was from the security department of Yulei. He was originally on duty at the company, but suddenly received a notice that the CEO would arrive at the airport in the morning and needed to pick her up. He couldn't help but change his job to a driver in a hurry. Go back to the company, Lin Ruashi said lightly, then pushed open the metal door that was already opened, and slowly walked into the house. Yes, General Lin. The young driver nervously stood at attention and bowed, then ran back to the car and drove back to the company. When Lin Ruashi heard the car behind her drive away, she faintly sighed, and took off the sunglasses on her face, revealing a cold and tired face. It was also to not let the employees in the company find out that she was tired, so she chose to wear sunglasses. She was supposed to return home the day after tomorrow, but for some reason, yesterday, Yangqing suddenly said that something happened to Anqing, and he was in a hurry to return to Shanghai. After that, Lin Ruashi didn't have the mood to continue finishing her work in Paris. Lin Ruashi felt that Anqing's matter had nothing to do with her, and she didn't need to care about what that man wanted to do for Anqing. However, even though she clearly thought so, she couldn't control her thoughts and floated back to Shanghai from Paris. Lin Ruashi even suspected that there was something wrong with her mind. Why was she always thinking about insignificant things? However, there was always a thought in her mind that urged her to return to Shanghai as soon as possible. She wanted to see what this man was up to. What made him leave her alone in France and rush back to the country? What did he want to do for Anqing? What could have happened to Anqing? She didn't ask Yangqing directly. As for why she didn't ask, Lin Ruoshi didn't know herself. It was as if she hated her stubbornness, so she couldn't open her mouth at all. But no matter what the reason was, Lin Ruoshi asked the company to change the plane ticket, then packed up and rushed back to China a day earlier. The way back was very lonely because they changed from 2 people to 1 person, but this didn't make Lin Ruoshi feel too uncomfortable. After all, she had long been used to facing many things alone. However, on the way back, she kept thinking about what happened in Zhonghai, which made Lin Ruoshi feel that something was wrong. Lin Ruoshi had seen that man's temper many times. Even if the sky fell, this guy often didn't care. Many people found it extremely difficult to face problems, but he didn't treat it as a problem at all. Since that was the case, how could something that made him rush back to China be a small matter? Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshi had an inexplicable worry. This worry gradually grew, becoming a heavy psychological burden, and even a strong sense of guilt. Lin Ruoshi hated herself very much. She clearly had the other person in her heart, but why couldn't she say some things? Why did she always stubbornly insist on some personality that caused her and others to be scarred? If she could lower her attitude and ask Yangqing what exactly happened, Yangqing would definitely tell her. Otherwise, Yangqing wouldn't have specially said that it was to help Anqing deal with some things. Therefore, during the 10 hours of flight back to China, Lin Ruoshi's questioning of herself made her both physically and mentally exhausted. At the same time, she also began to think about whether it was really time to give up some things. At the end of the day, she was just a woman. No matter how many flaws that man had, at least he could protect her. Moreover, the 2 of them were husband and wife. If she continued to hold on like this, could she really get rid of the knot in her heart? Would there really be a good outcome? Step by step, Lin Ruoshi was about to enter the house when the door opened. Guo Shuahua and Mother Wang came out to welcome her. They were both waiting by the window, so naturally, Lin Ruoshi saw them the moment she got out of the car. "Miss, you're really back." Mother Wang didn't look any different. She went up to take Lin Ruoshi's bag with a smile. Guo Shuahua also smiled and said warmly, "Look at you, child. How tired are you? Your lips are pale. You haven't slept for almost a day and night, right? My heart aches just looking at you. Come in quickly." Hearing Guo Shuahua's words, Lin Ruoshi blamed herself even more. Her mother-in-law was still quite concerned about her. The elders had always hoped that her relationship with Yangqing could improve as soon as possible, but she always rejected this and that, and refused to communicate properly. Was she too unfilial? "Mom. Just when Lin Ruoshi was about to say that she was fine and not to worry, suddenly, a woman's scream came from the balcony on the 2nd floor of the house. "Ah. Hubby. No. Ah." This voice. Was it Anqing's voice? Lin Ruoshi suddenly raised her head, but when she raised her head, the color drained from her face. Her whole body was like a dried stone statue, and she couldn't move even half a step. Guo Shuahua and Mother Wang covered their mouths at the same time. They looked at each other in shock. At their age, even if they didn't raise their heads, they knew what was happening upstairs. Yangqing, who was engaged in a hand-to-hand battle upstairs, naturally wouldn't have thought that his family would go out and stand under the balcony. He also wouldn't have thought that Lin Ruoshi would suddenly come back early and coincidentally stand under the balcony. Just because he was having fun, Yangqing carried Anqing's limp body and pushed her to the floor-to-ceiling window. In this way, Anqing, who was originally lying on the bed, stood there with her back facing Yangqing. Her body was pressed against the tempered glass door. In front of her was a cold touch, and behind her was a man's hot breath and powerful impact. It made her suddenly become a lonely boat in the ocean, drifting and feeling the surging waves. Anqing suddenly couldn't control her voice and cried out for mercy. This kind of stimulation wasn't something that could be easily endured. How could Yangqing stop when he heard her beg for mercy? Wave after wave, he sprinted from the back, making Anqing this little vixen cry and making the tempered glass door shake nonstop, afraid that it would collapse. The man and woman's movements and cries from upstairs reached the ears of the 3 people downstairs. It was like a bolt out of the blue. Lin Ruoshi's body froze for a while. Her eyes were fixed on the location of Yangqing's room. Gradually, her body began to tremble and her legs went soft. She couldn't help but take a step back before she could stand firm. Her heart that had just softened was like a jacket that was immediately attacked by a cold current. After freezing, it was ruthlessly smashed. Lin Ruoshi was in a daze and forgot where she was. She only heard a shattering sound in her ears, like powder, like dust. So, he rushed back home to deal with Anqing's matter. Then, it was the right choice not to ask him. Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt that standing downstairs was very funny. She rushed home a day earlier, but it was also very boring. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. So this is how it feels. Or could it be that there is nothing to be sorrowful about? After a short burst of unbearable heartache, Lin Ruoshi, who didn't faint, thought numbly. Guo Shuihua, who had been nervous, turned her head away. She didn't have the face to face her daughter-in-law. After all, she was the one who left Anqing behind. And she was the one who left Anqing in Yang Cheng's room. This kid, why didn't he know how to pick the time? Was it so unbearable? Mother Wang's face was also very ugly. When she saw Lin Ruoshi's expression, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She wished that she could help Lin Ruoshi bear all the negative emotions. This was the first time Wang Ma hated Yang Chen's fickleness so much. This young master, who she had always thought was a good person, caused her to feel strong disgust for the first time. After a long time, the noise from upstairs didn't stop. Guo Shuihua felt that the situation would be irreversible if this went on. She took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Ruoshi, I think." "Mom," Lin Ruoshi cut Guo Shuihua off expressionlessly. She said calmly, "I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to attend to at the company. I'm going to the company now. I won't be eating breakfast." After she finished speaking, Lin Ruoshi took her handbag back from Wang Ma's hands and turned around to walk to the garage without any hesitation. Guo Shuihua didn't have the strength to continue her words. In fact, she knew that it was useless to say anything. Lin Ruoshi acted as if nothing had happened. She quietly got out of the red Bentley and waved goodbye to Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang before leaving the courtyard. Guo Shuihua looked up at the clear sky after the rain, but her heart was shrouded by dark clouds. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Beijing was located near a small hill in the old city. There was a quaint courtyard that covered a large area. It seemed to be an old house that was more than 100 years old. But because of the daily maintenance, the elegant aura of the richly ornamented building didn't diminish at all. In the study room in the middle of the courtyard, there were rows of dazzling bookshelves. The light illuminated a small area. An elderly man with dyed black hair, wearing an old military coat, was sitting in front of a desk, holding a photo in his hand, staring at it in a daze. The light shone on the old man's gaunt face, illuminating the old photo. In the photo, the relatively younger old man was holding a kindergartner in his arms. A young woman was smiling happily next to him. The boy was hugging the old man's neck and giggling. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of the study room. "Come in," said the old man. He quietly put the photo into a drawer of the study table. The expression on his face was a little indescribable. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and trousers walked into the study room with a grim expression. He said to the old man respectfully, "Father, I've spoken to my sister and brother-in-law." "How is your sister?" asked the old man. The middle-aged man clenched his fist and said, "She fainted from the pain of losing her son. When she woke up, she was crying and begging to see you. I told brother-in-law to calm them down. Things aren't as simple as they seem. Whether it's investigating or taking revenge, they shouldn't interfere. Otherwise, it'll be more dangerous." The old man nodded. "Yunpeng, what do you think of this matter?" "Father, I don't know. On the surface, the killer should be the Yang family's Yangqing. But if you think about it carefully, it's not very rational for him to do so. Moreover, the Yang family wouldn't let Yangqing do such a thing. But there's no evidence to prove that it was done by someone else." The old man narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Yang Gongming is an upright person. I, Li Mo's hen, have worked with him for more than 10 years. I've never seen him do anything that he doesn't dare to admit. Regardless of whether his grandson killed my grandson or not, as long as the Yang family doesn't admit it, I believe that it wasn't done by that kid from the Yang family." Li Yunping's face was solemn. If it really wasn't done by the Yang family, then who wanted to make Lu Min their mortal enemy? Could it be that they have a grudge against our Li family? Or do they want to frame the Yang family so that we'll misunderstand? Li Mozhen snorted, his pair of old eyes filled with sharpness. No matter what the reason is, it's the ambition of a wolf. There aren't many families in Beijing that have the ability to know Yang Qing's real background and identity. Among the 4 major families, other than our Li family, who specialize in domestic and foreign intelligence, only the Yang family has a relatively clear understanding due to their special background. Even the Ning family, which is like the sun in the sky, only knows a little about it. The Tang family has only been doing business these years, so they don't know anything. Someone wants our Li family to go against the Yang family. They probably know that our Li family has the ability to do something. Li Yunpeng thought carefully, and guessed, could it be the Kai family? Kai Yunqing is now the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, so he knows everything he needs to know. But that can't be right. Kai Yunqing seems to have a good relationship with that Yang Qing, so there's no motive. Besides, the most important thing for the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade is to keep a low profile. Isn't he afraid of being secretly taken away by Homing's envoy like the previous Lin Jigua? Hearing the name Lin Jigua, Li Moshen's eyes twitched, and he said, Kai Yunqing is unlikely, but Hong Meng, who can take away the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, is very likely to be someone's target. Other than the 2 of us in the Li family, there are only a handful of people in Beijing who know about this secret. Who is so resourceful that they know about the existence of Hong Meng in our Huaxia, and they clearly know that Hong Meng will definitely have a restraining effect on Yang Qing. Li Yunpeng frowned, but he couldn't figure out who did it, so he just stood there in silence. Under the light, Li Mozhen closed his eyes and thought for a while, and said, Where's Li done these days? Hearing the question about his son, Li Yunpeng quickly said, that kid is on a mission in Vietnam. After killing a few fugitives, he should be back in Beijing in a few days. I'll tell him about his cousin's death when he comes back, so that he won't feel guilty, Li Mozhen said, and then said, prepare the car, I'm going to the Yang family. Yang family? Li Yunpeng was stunned, he didn't understand what his father meant. Li Mozhen said, go if you want, I'll have a cup of tea with your Uncle Yang, don't delay. Only then did Li Yunpeng quickly turned around and left, but he still felt strange. His grandson might have been killed by the Yang family, why was his father still in the mood to have tea with the Yang family? There was a commotion in Beijing, but in Zhonghai, Yang Qing didn't feel anything at all. He was too lazy to think about who killed Lu Min. After half an hour in his room with Anqin, he remembered that there were people waiting for him downstairs for breakfast, so he put it away. After getting dressed, he went downstairs with Anqin, and went to the dining table in the living room. Only then did Yang Qing realize that Gui Shuihua and Mother Wang were sitting on the sofa, and they didn't look too good. Yang Qing was puzzled, everything was fine just a moment ago, why did it look like a burglar broke in all of a sudden? He came downstairs with Anqin, but there was no response. Mom, what's wrong? Yang Qing walked up and asked, and Anqin was also puzzled. Gui Shuihua turned around expressionlessly, and said softly, Ruoshi came back just now. Ruoshi? Isn't she still in Europe? Yang Qing thought about it carefully, and he seemed to have heard the sound of a car leaving the house, but he was having fun just now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Anqin suddenly thought of something, and her pretty face turned pale. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her bright eyes, and she pinched the corner of her shirt, feeling uneasy. She said that the matter in Europe ended early, so she changed her flight to Zhonghai. Initially, she wanted to go back to work after breakfast, but she left quickly after she got home, Gui Shuihua said lightly. Yang Qing looked at Gui Shuihua and Mother Wang's expressions, and it was the first time that they looked so repressed in front of him, as if they were trying hard not to explode. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he finally understood what happened just now. Yang Qing touched his face in annoyance, and he wanted to bang his head on the wall. Previously, when he was in Paris, he told Lin Ruoshi that he would return to Zhonghai to help Anqin deal with some trouble. But now, when Lin Ruoshi returned to Zhonghai, she realized that he and Anqin did it in her house early in the morning. This kind of thing, Yang Qing felt that if he didn't know what happened, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Moreover, no matter the reason why he let Anqin sleep in his room, he did do that kind of hurtful thing in this house, so it wasn't a complete misunderstanding. To Lin Ruoshi, it was indeed a little too cruel. Initially, he was a little annoyed by Lin Ruashi's cold attitude, but now it was all gone, and all of it turned into a sense of guilt. He was having a headache on how to explain it, or in other words, was it useless to explain? At this time Anqing, who was behind them, said in a low voice, I'm going home, Auntie, Mother Wang, I'm sorry. After understanding everything, Anqing didn't know what to say, and she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Especially when she saw Guoshuahua's cold face, she didn't have the face to stay here. Guoshuahua and Mother Wang didn't ask her to stay. To be honest, they were already very tolerant of her if they didn't say anything bad. You can ask your family to pick you up or take a taxi, be careful. Yangqing wanted to say that he would send Anqing out, but he felt that the situation wasn't good, and he couldn't let Guoshuahua and Mother Wang be agitated, so he asked Anqing to go back by herself. Anqing nodded anxiously, and immediately ran out of the door, not daring to stay for a second longer. After Anqing left, Yangqing stood on the spot for a while, and then returned to the dining table. He didn't say anything, just sat down, and started to eat the porridge in big mouthfuls. Mother Wang finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Yangqing's calm face, she frowned and said, "Young master, aren't you anxious at all?" Yangqing swallowed the food in his mouth, sighed, and smiled bitterly, "Anxious, but it's useless. I'll go to the company after eating and tell Ruashi everything. Otherwise, I don't know what to do." Guoshuahua shook her head, and sighed, "What else can I say at this point? There's nothing more to explain. At least I can be honest." Yangqing laughed at himself. Although he told Lin Ruashi a long time ago that he wouldn't give up on other women, their vague feelings continued like this. He didn't know when Lin Ruashi would completely accept him like this, but Yangqing knew that he had no other way to reconcile this contradiction except to be honest with Lin Ruashi without reservation. Even if Lin Ruashi didn't see it today, sooner or later, Lin Ruashi would see him having a relationship with other women. The principles in his bones made Yangqing unable to tolerate his woman becoming an underground lover. This was unfair to those women who loved him deeply. Therefore, the final outcome between the two was decided by Lin Ruashi, and he only wanted to have a clear conscience. Like a reincarnated hungry ghost, he ate almost all the breakfast on the table, and didn't seem to have any psychological burden at all. After eating, he wiped his mouth with his hand, and Yangqing stood up, waved at Guoshuahua, and strode out of the house. In the backyard of the Yang family's military compound in Beijing. As usual, Yang Gongming was dressed in a plain gray robe. He was holding a pair of scissors as he trimmed the excess branches on a few boxwood trees. However, his vision was a little blurry and it was a little strenuous for him to do so. Li Mo's hen, who had taken off his coat and was wearing a low-collared sweater, was patiently watching his old friend fiddle with the tree. He held a teacup in his hand and didn't seem to be in a hurry to speak. Yan Sanyang was the only old woman standing in the corridor of the courtyard. She squinted her eyes and looked at the two old men in the courtyard with a smile. No one knew what she was smiling about. About 10 minutes later, Yang Gongming finally felt that the trimmed boxwood trees were round and smooth. He walked back to the table, put down the scissors, and sat opposite Li Mo's hen. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of the warm tea. Yang Gongming let out a long sigh. He seemed to be a little tired, but his face was glowing. He looked at the boxwood trees in enjoyment and said, "These trees have to be trimmed from time to time. Don't be fooled by their appearance. If you really take the scissors and trim them, you'll realize that there are actually a lot of places that need to be trimmed. It's just that it's not obvious." Yang Gongming seemed to be muttering to himself. Li Mo's hen followed up, "I'm not as leisurely and elegant as you. I have a lot of things to do, so I leave the flowers and plants at home to the servants. However, I really can't be lazy when it comes to trimming these plants. But I'm not as patient as you. If something doesn't seem right, I'll just shovel it." "Sigh, you can't." Yang Gongming waved his hand and said, "It's not easy for a tree to be trimmed. Even if you cut the branches, there's still the trunk. Even if you cut the trunk, there's still the roots. The roots might even be connected to other trees, and there might even be many saplings. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, and 100 years to nurture a person. Who can say that plants are heartless? If they can be trimmed well, it'll just take some effort. Li Moshan took a sip of tea and chuckled for a while before saying, Eunuch Yang's tea is still very fragrant. Haha, old Li, if you like it, you can bring some back. These tea leaves aren't famous, but they were picked and roasted from a few tea trees in our Yang family's old mansion. I can't stand a good life, I'm used to plain tea and plain food. If you really want me to drink some good tea that costs a few thousand yuan per caddy, I would think that the sweet taste is too greasy. Yang Gongming shook his head. Li Moshan laughed heartily, a simple meal is good. We're getting on in years. If there's too much money, not to mention how long we'll be able to enjoy it, I'm afraid our old bones won't be able to support it. Sooner or later, we'll get the disease of being rich. In my opinion, why don't you give me some tea leaves? I'll return the favor and ask Yunpeng to give me some pickled vegetables that my wife pickled herself. What do you think? You old brat, I'll take it as you've gotten lucky. But let's make this clear. Don't randomly buy pickled vegetables from outside and try to fool me. You have to be able to fool me before I dare to fool you. Li Moshan said with an honest face. Just like that, they chatted about the garden and their daily lives. The two old men were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. If these words were to be heard by others, they would definitely think that the two of them had dementia. As for Lu Min's murder and Yang Cheng's pursuit, the two of them didn't mention a single word. Zhonghai Yulei International Headquarters Building. Early in the morning, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Following the successful operation of Yulei International's new material, the profits multiplied several times. The company's shares also escaped from death twice in a row and bounced back. Yulei International's reputation was becoming more and more prominent. In particular, in the stock market war that shocked the world, Yulei International suddenly threw out 50 billion in cash at the last moment and turned the tide of the battle. This made the outside world completely change their view of this multinational enterprise that was originally thought to be immature and unstable. Nowadays, there was an endless stream of newcomers who wanted to work in Yulei. Many executives from other fashion companies also wanted to jump ship. Such a situation also made the ordinary employees of Yulei envious of the outside world. They felt valiant and high-spirited, walking on the street as if they had been injected with stimulants. Naturally, as the highest leader, Lin Ruoshi had become the spiritual leader in the eyes of the lower-level employees, an idol that they worshipped. The number of Lin Ruoshi's washing powder army was increasing day by day. She even had the momentum to become a popular idol of the younger generation of Huaxia. Many of the planners in Yulei Entertainment were even fantasizing that if they could make Lin Ruoshi an artist, it would be very profitable. Of course, the planners dared to think of such ideas, but they didn't dare to show it at all. Daring to have ideas on their immediate superior? Did they want to quit, or did they want to die? As the director of Yulei Entertainment, Yang Chen was naturally aware of these situations. However, he didn't feel much about the company's current momentum of prosperity. The company was making so much money, but he didn't see his wife becoming much happier. On the contrary, their relationship always had a sense of crisis, as if it was about to fall apart. After driving all the way from home to the headquarters of Yulei, Yang Chen took the elevator directly to the top floor of the CEO's office. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw the CEO's assistant, Wu Yu, wearing a black suit and black-rimmed glasses, standing in the corridor, as if waiting for someone. Because Yang Qing had previously exposed her relationship with Li Mingyi, Wu Yu was angry at Yang Qing, but she didn't dare to say anything. She always thought that her relationship with Li Mingyi was not discovered by anyone, but she didn't know that Lin Ruoshi had long seen through it, but she didn't expose it because she cared about her face. Seeing Yang Qing appear, Wu Yu's cold face showed a trace of disgust, and she said stiffly, "General Lin is waiting for you, go in." Yang Qing thought that Wu Yu was going to stop him from seeing Lin Ruoshi again, but he didn't expect that Wu Yu was actually waiting for him to go in. "Ruoshi wants me to go in?" Yang Qing hesitated and asked to confirm. Wu Yu was annoyed. "Is there someone else called Yang Qing?" "General Lin said that this morning, he won't see anyone except you, so he asked me to wait here." Yang Qing was even more puzzled. What did Sister Lin mean by this? Wasn't she angry at him? Why did she suddenly wait for him to come? However, he had already seen Lin Ruoshi's meticulous and complicated thoughts, which were completely different from her appearance, so Yangqing wasn't surprised that Lin Ruoshi could guess that he would come, but it was true that everything seemed strange and unpredictable. Yangqing pondered, slowly walked to the door of the CEO's office, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Ruoshi's voice was as moving and crisp as ever, without the slightest trace of anger, calm, and no emotion could be heard. This kind of calmness made Yangqing even more puzzled. Everything was different from what he had expected. But having come this far, he couldn't go back and figure it out before going in. Yangqing braced himself, pushed the door open, and walked into the spacious office. The office was still the same as the first time he came in, clean and tidy, transparent, and elegant. Other than a few indoor potted plants, everything was the same as before. Lin Ruoshi, who was wearing a beige British trench dress, didn't change her attire for returning to the company. At this time, she was standing behind the desk, both hands on the table, looking down at a large drawing. After Yangqing closed the door, he took a few steps forward, only to find that Lin Ruoshi wasn't looking at a fashion design, but a construction drawing. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Yangqing pretended to cough twice, looked at Lin Ruoshi, and said, "Wife, I heard from Wu Yu that you were waiting for me?" Lin Ruoshi didn't answer directly, but pointed to the large drawing on the table, and casually asked, "What do you think of the design of these villas and buildings?" "Ah?" Puzzled, Yangqing walked forward and carefully looked at the architectural drawing. In fact, there were no less than 3 drawings on the table, and they were either villas or large-scale buildings with several floors. The design of these villas combined the symmetry of the east with the west's columns, spires, and other elements. It was quite unique, and should not have been made by ordinary designers. The design of the buildings looked like large-scale hotels and guesthouses, and the design was very avant-garde. But if the actual construction was to be carried out, it would be a fantasy if there wasn't an initial investment of a few billion. "It's good, but why are you looking at these?" Yangqing was anxious. Why would he look at the drawings at this time? He had been trying his best to organize all the words to explain the facts. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he was hoping that it would help him win some points. However, Lin Ruoshi wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Good? This is very general. Tell me specifically what's good." Yangqing's mouth twitched. Was he here to do a work report? Wasn't he here to explain his family's problems? How can I say that? I only know that building such a villa will definitely cost a lot of money. The more money you spend, the better the things will be, Yangqing said with waning interest. Lin Ruoshi raised her head. She didn't put on any makeup, and a hint of helplessness appeared on her tired face. "How can that be? According to what you said, there's no need to spend a lot of money to buy the design. We can just save the money and build something more expensive." Yangqing was depressed. Was this woman really going to argue with him about building a house? He couldn't be bothered to drag it on any longer. If this went on, he would soon forget his main purpose of coming here. Thus, he directly said, "Ruoshi, I know you must be in a bad mood right now. Don't beat around the bush with me. I came here to explain everything clearly. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, what I want to say is that what you saw and heard this morning wasn't what you thought it was. I did make some mistakes, but I actually only got home this morning. Before this, Before Yangqing could continue, Lin Ruoshi raised her hand and signaled for Yangqing to stop. She shook her head slightly and sighed faintly. She said softly, "You don't have to explain to me. I know you didn't rush back to Zhonghai for such a small matter. You wouldn't lie to me for such a thing." Yangqing was stunned. This girl was quite open-minded. But the problem was, if she was open-minded, why did she leave home and immediately come to the company? Ignoring Yangqing's blank expression, Lin Ruoshi walked lightly to the floor-to-ceiling window at the back of the office. She looked at the rows of buildings outside the building and the roads that had been reduced to the width of a fingertip. After a moment of silence, she said leisurely, "Originally, I wanted to let it go. In fact, there was nothing much to say. But now it seems that even if I don't want to listen, you still want to say it. So, listen to me first." At this time, Lin Ruoshi's back looked a little thin. Her words revealed a bit of desolation, but more than that, it was the calm after the tide subsided. Yangqing, do you still remember what you did when Yang Lai first came to our house? Because Yang Lai provoked you, you beat Yang Lai up badly. Later, that Taoist priest came and pleaded with Sister Kaining. In the end, Yuan Yi stood out and recognized Yang Lai as his cousin. In the end, you didn't kill Yang Lai. At that time, because I confirmed Hui Lin's identity as a member of the Lin family, I was a little depressed and didn't think much about it. But after that, I thought, Yang Lai and that Taoist priest are both extraordinary people, but in front of you, they are not even on the same level. Then, how powerful are you? It can be said that that was the first time you gave me the most positive stimulation. It made me feel that there was actually a huge gap between us. And, actually, on that day, when Yuan Yi recognized Yang Lai as his cousin, and you suddenly let Yang Lai go, I could roughly guess your parents' identity. But I felt that you didn't want to accept it, so I pretended that I didn't know anything. Listening to Lin Ruoshi's narration, Yangqing gradually opened his eyes wide. This woman indeed looked like she didn't care about anything, but in her heart, there was not a little. Later, because I played some tricks and destroyed Changlin Media and the Su family's business, I suffered the revenge of Xing Xinlin and Su Jihong. I know that you must think that it's stupid for a girl like me to be so ruthless in doing business, to fight to the death, and to bring disaster upon myself. Actually, at that time, although I didn't accept Lin Jigua as my grandfather, I knew that if something really happened to me, Lin Jigua definitely wouldn't leave me alone. I didn't know what abilities Lin Jigua had, but since he could protect my grandma, he could definitely protect me. So, I used Lin Jigua to destroy the Xing family and the Su family at all costs. But in the end, I realized that Lin Jigua didn't do anything to save me, and instead, it was you who helped me to block that disaster. At that time, I realized that you should be related to the forces controlled by Lin Jigua, or maybe Lin Jigua asked you to take care of me. But to me, it actually didn't matter, I just needed someone to help me block those people's counterattack. Speaking up to this point, Lin Ruoshi turned around and smiled bitterly at the dumbfounded Yangqing. Yangqing, do you still remember that time, after you killed Xing Xinlin and Su Jihong, I told you not to take it to heart? I remember, Yangqing said woodenly, you said that you and I are both poisonous scorpions, we can only kill ourselves. Yeah. Lin Ruoshi's shoulders lightly shook, as if she couldn't hold back her laughter. Yangqing, you're so silly, so silly. I only told a story to trick a kid, and you really believed it. Yangqing, for a woman like me who has never seen a dead person since young, when I saw a man smashing a person's head into pieces with his bare hands, do you think I could accept it so easily? Listening to Lin Ruoshi's sudden straightforward words, Yangqing's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists so tightly that his bones cracked. Lin Ruoshi didn't look at Yangqing's expression. She turned her head and said coldly, I lied to you. When you killed so many people, I was scared to death. At that time, I couldn't wait for you to disappear from my side. Do you know how terrifying you were? You were like a murderous demon. Your whole body was covered in blood. I felt like my neck could be broken by you at any time. Lin Ruoshi's voice trembled a little. She took a deep breath. But I couldn't let you go. If you weren't by my side, then who could protect me? If there were other people who wanted to harm me, and I happened to have no one by my side, then wouldn't I die unjustly? I still have such a big company to manage. I still have so many unfinished business. Lin Ruoshi said, so, I thought of a poisonous scorpion story and told it to you. I told you that you and I are both poisonous scorpions. In this way, you wouldn't think that I would be affected by you, and I wouldn't be afraid of you. In this way, you could stay by my side and protect me again. Although I was very afraid, at least, with you around, I didn't have to be afraid of more people. But later, you did something very stupid. You actually said that you wanted to end our marriage contract early and divorce me. I was very disappointed at that time. If we ended our marriage early, then I would have to return to being single again. In this way, so many men would fly over like bedbugs. Moreover, if you weren't by my side, if Lin Jigua wanted to force me to do something, I might not be able to refuse. You are still very important to me. How can I let you go so easily, especially when you still have so many mysteries that have yet to be solved? Enough. Lin Ruoshi, don't say any more. Yangqing felt all the blood in his body rushing. The woman's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Lin Ruoshi had no intention of stopping. For the first time, she giggled and continued, "Why don't you say it? I'm going to say it today." "What, you can't accept it? Can't accept that I'm such a malicious woman? You actually knew it a long time ago, didn't you? When I planned to defeat and annex Changlin Media and Donghua Technology, I sent you and Qianni to Hong Kong in order to make the show flawless. Weren't you still in the car that day because I put Qianni in danger and you felt uncomfortable? Actually, you should wake up. I am a woman who will do anything to achieve my goals." "Oh, yes, one more time. That time when I went to inspect the basic factory, I really miscalculated. I didn't expect them to be so daring, but it was also because you were by my side that I dared to keep the appointment to have dinner with them. In the end, I met a group of idiots who wanted to harm me, and it was also because of you that they failed. When I was in the car back to Zhonghai, you comforted me, saying that I could help more ordinary families by doing this, and it was actually a great good deed." Lin Ruoshi lowered her head and smiled with some difficulty. She shook her head and sighed, "I'm not afraid to tell you now. In fact, what the factory director said was right. I did ask the government and the bank to put pressure on their family. The reason why they were acquired by me was because of me. It's just that you were there at the time, and I lied to you, saying that it had nothing to do with me. In fact, I was simply playing tricks. Do you remember, I said a long time ago that I am a businessman. As long as I don't break the law, don't get arrested, and can make a profit, I will do it. Even if I know that I am very vicious and very ruthless, I will still do it. Compared to that, lying to you is much easier for me." Yang Cheng's face was as dark as water. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was so unfamiliar. Lin Ruoshi wasn't finished yet. "That day, after finishing the factory business, when we returned to Zhonghai for dinner, you suddenly began to tell me a lot of your shortcomings, making a mess of yourself. At that time, I had already guessed that you must be using this to express your attitude to me, but I didn't know what you were trying to express. I was very nervous at that time, and what I was most afraid of was that you would suddenly leave me. If that happened, I had already gotten used to having you help me solve those problems. If you really wanted to divorce me, it would be very troublesome for me. But fortunately, I shed a few drops of tears, and in exchange, you said in front of everyone on the street that you liked me. Hee, do you know how stupid you were? If you said that you wanted to break up with me and divorce me, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. I know that your identity is definitely not ordinary, and you are definitely not that mutton skewer vendor that I met at the beginning, so I can't do anything to you. But, you just have to say that you like me, a woman who has always been using you and lying to you." "Shut up." Yang Qing shouted in a low voice to stop Lin Ruoshi's words. The expression on his face was terrifyingly dark. "Lin Ruoshi, do you know what you're saying?" Lin Ruoshi slowly turned around, and fearlessly looked at Yang Cheng's somewhat sinister face. "Of course I know what I'm saying, these are all facts. Since we've already come this far, there's no need for me to hide anything from you anymore. Anyway, we're going to separate sooner or later, and I'll let a stupid man like you know how I've used you, so that you can completely give up." "Stupid, humph." Yang Qing sneered, walked forward, and stood straight in front of Lin Ruoshi. Their eyes met, but Lin Ruoshi had no intention of dodging, and there was not the slightest hint of fear on her cold and peerlessly beautiful face. Slap. A resounding slap. Yang Qing directly slapped Lin Ruoshi's left cheek. Lin Ruoshi felt dizzy, and subconsciously reached out to cover her left cheek. The burning pain there made her realize that she had really been slapped by Yang Qing. "You hit me." Lin Ruoshi was dumbfounded. Yang Qing sneered, and said, "This is a lie to me. You've hidden so much from me, and you're such a vicious woman with a venomous heart, of course I have to hit you." Lin Ruoshi's pair of moist eyes became misty, and she smiled bitterly. "Yes. You should hit me, you hit me really well." Slap. Another slap suddenly landed on Lin Ruoshi's right cheek. Lin Ruoshi's body was directly pushed to the side of the table by the force of the slap, and she barely supported her body, not falling down. With one hand covering the red mark on her right cheek, Lin Ruoshi suddenly raised her head, and asked coldly, "How many slaps are you going to give me? Why don't you do it all at once, or beat me to death?" Yang Qing leaned forward, and directly pounced on Lin Ruoshi, his hands imprisoning Lin Ruoshi's delicate body under him. The two of them faced each other, very close, and from a distance, their posture even looked a little ambiguous. "Speak," Yangqing expressionlessly stared at the woman leaning on the table below him, and said. "Say what?" Lin Ruoshi coldly asked. "Say that you like me." Yangqing said. "On what basis?" Lin Ruoshi's eyes sparkled. "Because Laozi said that Laozi likes you," Yangqing said resolutely. Lin Ruoshi was stunned for a while, then shook her head. "I don't like you." "Pa." Another slap landed on Lin Ruoshi's left cheek. Say that you like me." Yangqing mechanically continued to ask. Lin Ruoshi was like a hysterical female leopard that wanted to resist, but she couldn't move the lion on top of her. She could only grit her teeth and pretend that she didn't hear anything. "Pa." Another slap to the face. Lin Ruoshi was stunned. What was this man going to do to her? "Say that you like me. If you don't say it out loud, I'll keep hitting you." Yangqing seemed to be possessed as he stared at the woman and said. Lin Ruoshi finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. She couldn't control it at all. She was like a helpless little girl who was being bullied, but no one would help her. Because the person who had always helped her was the person who was hitting her. You bastard, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't say that." Lin Ruoshi bit her lower lip and sobbed. Yangqing's expression changed several times. In the end, he moved his body away from Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi thought that he was going to let her go, but she suddenly saw Yangqing pick up a platinum pen from his desk. Realizing that something was wrong, Lin Ruoshi ignored the burning pain on her face and asked, "What are you going to do?" Yangqing indifferently glanced at the woman and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Since you won't like me even if I beat you to death, then I can't slap you for nothing. Of course I have to pay something for myself." With that, Yangqing held the pen in his right hand and suddenly stabbed it into his chest. Poochie! The pen instantly pierced into his chest. Lin Ruoshi's originally sorrowful face instantly froze. Her tears could no longer fall, and her pair of watery eyes were filled with grief. "Are you crazy?" Lin Ruoshi cried out in alarm. She pounced forward and grabbed Yangqing's arm. Seeing the blood flowing down from the pen on Yangqing's chest, Lin Ruoshi felt like the world was spinning and she was on the verge of collapse. Why did you do such a stupid thing?" At this moment, Lin Ruoshi did not have any manners to speak of. Her face was red and swollen, and her eyes were misty with tears as she sobbed. Yangqing looked extremely tired, as if his chest had been severely injured. He was very weak. "I like you, but I hit you. If I don't stab my own heart, how can I be at ease?" "Who said I don't like you?" Lin Ruoshi suddenly shouted. "Bastard! Idiot! Idiot! Yangqing, you scoundrel! I like you! I like you! I like you! I like you! You! Why are you so stupid?" Yangqing panted with difficulty and smiled bitterly. "Are you trying to comfort me because I'm about to die?" Lin Ruoshi shook her head desperately. Her sobs made it difficult for her to finish her words. She said intermittently, "It's me. It's my fault. I just wanted to make you angry. My heart hurts. My heart is about to break. I really like you. Yangqing, don't let anything happen to you. You. Why are you bleeding so much? Why do you like me? Am I not stupid? Always cheated by you. Also fickle, not serious." Yangqing's lips were pale as he struggled to ask. "I like you, I just like you. I really don't know why I like you." Lin Ruoshi was about to go crazy. This man was already like this, why was he still struggling with such a question? Suddenly, Yangqing laughed mischievously. His face was wretched, as if he had picked up $1 million in cash on the street. Seeing that Yangqing was suddenly fine, Lin Ruoshi finally realized. She seemed to have been cheated. TSK, you don't know why you like me. Liking me without knowing the reason is true love. My good wife, you really like your husband. Ha 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 ha, I didn't stab myself in vain. Ha ha. You. You cheated. You lied to me again. Lin Ruoxi was happy and angry at the same time. She suddenly realized that Yangqing was not an ordinary person. How could he die so easily? She was startled by his actions and immediately forgot about everything except for worry. Now she didn't know what to do. 2 red clouds appeared on her face. What kind of mushy words did she say? How could Yangqing care so much? He directly pulled out the pen from his chest. Although it was stained with blood, it was only some muscle tissue blood. Even if Yangqing didn't take the initiative to circulate his energy, the strong quality of his body would immediately heal the wound. He smiled and hugged Lin Ruoxi's soft body in his arms. He kissed her red lips a few times, and his saliva stained his face. Lin Ruoxi was on the verge of fainting. This man's emotions were fluctuating wildly. At this moment, he was still hugging and playing with her like a doll. His mouth was even nibbling on her face. Be good, babe Ruoxi. What you said just now almost broke my heart. We're even now. I've angered you, and you've hurt me. Previously, you lied to me and used me. We'll write it off. Just take it that I, your husband, was willing to be used by you as a gun. However, with our little Ruoxi's character of being in her 20s and still thinking about glutinous rice balls, watching Korean dramas and collecting Hello Kitties, your words actually don't have the slightest bit of credibility. Yangqing said as he winked in distress. Lin Ruoxi pouted. She thought that he didn't believe what she said just now. He was waiting for her to jump into a trap. Yangqing looked at the woman's angry and dissatisfied look and felt that it was quite cute. His 2 hands caressed Lin Ruoxi's face. Lin Ruoxi subconsciously felt that Yangqing was going to hit her again, and she shrank back in fear. The iceberg female CEO, who was usually avoided by others, was like a frightened kitten at this moment. The woman had removed the layer of iceberg shell, and inside, she was so delicate. Yangqing felt a burst of pity. He smiled bitterly and said, "Silly girl, I hit you to make you sober up. Don't say those lies. I'm using my martial arts to help you get rid of the swelling on your face. Otherwise, how are you going to walk out of the door?" Lin Ruoxi lowered her head and let Yangqing put his hand on her cheek. She felt a warmth. After a short while, the redness on her cheek disappeared, and she once again returned to her snow-white skin. Feeling Yangqing's magical ability at such a close distance, Lin Ruoxi, in addition to the amazement in her heart, felt an inexplicable complex emotion. Looking at Yangqing's ordinary face, she was slightly lost in thought. Yangqing was carefully looking to see if there was any place that had not been unblocked, but he saw Lin Ruoxi's black eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but be shocked and said with a smile, "Wife, look at your expectant eyes. Could it be that you want to push your relationship with your husband to the next step?" Listening to Yangqing's disgusting words of love, Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes. She was still in awe of Yangqing's capabilities, but now, she had completely forgotten about it. Opening a dyeing workshop for some dyes, no matter how capable this guy is, he can't change his bad habit of eating sh*t, always thinking about those things. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was ignoring him, Yangqing didn't say anything else. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's beautiful face that had returned to normal, he nodded in satisfaction. He used one hand to comb Lin Ruoxi's messy hair to the back of her delicate ears and sighed, "Although it was a fight, at least it's settled. If you feel uncomfortable, just say it. Why do you have to be so stubborn? You're just going to suffer because of your pride. Why are you doing this?" "It's none of your business." Lin Ruoxi was embarrassed that her thoughts were exposed, but she immediately remembered something and asked, "Oh right, you haven't told me, why did you come back to Zhonghai to help that little vixen, Anqing? Tell me the truth. Didn't you just say that you don't need to explain?" While Yangqing was puzzled, he felt that it was quite funny. He didn't know if Anqing had provoked Lin Ruoxi too many times that even Lin Ruoxi started to call her a vixen. "That was just now. Who asked you to be so fierce to me? I'm going to look into it now." Looking at the woman who was still silly before, exuding an overbearing aura, Yangqing thought that he was hallucinating. She changed her attitude faster than flipping a page of a book. However, what needed to be said still had to be said. Yangqing told her everything about how Anqing was threatened by Lu Min. As for the incident with Yen Sanyang, he didn't explain it clearly. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, but he couldn't express it in words. Moreover, if Lin Ruoshi were to find out that he was comprehending some mysterious Tao, she might think that he was talking nonsense. After listening to Yang Cheng's recount, even if Lin Ruoshi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she could guess just how dangerous it was. A trace of worry appeared on her face, and she said with a bit of bitterness, "For the sake of Anqin, did you really have to go this far?" Yang Cheng smiled at Xianxia and said, "It's not like I only treat Anqin that way. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely be more ruthless than this. In other words, you will do the same to other women, right?" Lin Ruoshi stared at him coldly. Yang Cheng touched his nose and looked around. Obviously, he agreed. Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth, and after glaring at Yang Cheng, she thought for a moment and said, "Yang Cheng, look at me." Ah? Yang Cheng didn't understand what Lin Ruoshi wanted to do. "I said look at me, look into my eyes," Lin Ruoshi said solemnly. Although Yang Cheng didn't know what this woman wanted to do, she was a beauty anyway, so he didn't mind looking at her. How could he lose a piece of meat if he just stared at her? The two of them looked at each other. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were like the surface of a lake, and the clear and crystalline waves reflected a moving brilliance. In the next second, Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly. It was rare to see this ice-cold woman smile. She was like a painting that was sealed in ice, a sculpture. Even if she smiled occasionally, it was only a slight smile. At this moment, the sudden bloom was like a warm light that melted the layer of ice, making the truth inside appear radiant. Like the elegance of a lotus, the enchanting of a peony, it was like a dream. For a moment, the charm that was emitted made Yang Cheng, who had seen countless beautiful women, involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, no one would believe that a woman could describe the beauty of a woman so vividly and vividly. There were no words to describe it. Seeing Yang Cheng's stunned expression, Lin Ruoshi was very satisfied. There was a trace of pride in her heart, and she also felt a little more confident. Am I beautiful?" Lin Ruoshi's charming face was slightly flushed, and she asked in a soft and sweet voice. This kind of tone was like a little girl acting coquettishly to ask for praise. Yang Cheng swallowed his saliva, and his face looked like a pig. The only thing he didn't do was to take a bowl to his chin, and he nodded his head foolishly. Then, compared to Anqin, compared to Chengwei, who is more beautiful? Lin Ruoshi asked again with a smile. Of course it's you. Yang Cheng's heart began to beat wildly, and his mind was filled with an idea that made him excited to the point of going crazy. This woman is tempting me. She is tempting me. Is brother finally going to find the dignity of a man in my wife? Brother finally doesn't have to stay alone in my room every night. Lin Ruoshi shyly bit her lip. This touch of flirtatiousness was like thousands of kinds, and the posture of a little girl who wanted to say something, but didn't. It seemed to be young and charming. Really? Lin Ruoshi asked again in a low voice to confirm. Really, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, there is no one else. Yang Cheng answered very quickly, because he didn't even need to think about it to know the answer. Both of his hands clenched and loosened on his pants, and he couldn't wait to make a move, but he still endured it. If he was careless and made Lin Ruoshi dislike him, then his chance to make a comeback would be ruined again. From the corner of Lin Ruoshi's eyes, she also glanced at Yang Cheng's uneasy, struggling hands, and then looked at Yang Cheng's eyes, which were burning with a strong desire. Holding back a trace of nervousness, Lin Ruoshi gently placed a pair of hands between the two of them, and pressed against Yang Cheng's chest. Lin Ruoshi raised her head, and her face was very close to Yang Cheng's, and they could hear each other's heartbeat and feel each other's breathing. A pair of watery eyes were about to overflow, and Lin Ruoshi's lips opened slightly, and her breath smelled like orchids. She asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Do you really want me?" He had seen seductive women, but he had never seen one who was so seductive. Yang Cheng was about to go crazy. It wasn't that Lin Ruoshi's technique was good, but compared to many of the women he had slept with before, this lass's technique could be said to be non-existent. She was just vaguely relying on her instincts and her intelligence to find a way that might be effective on men, and use it to seduce him. However, it was precisely this kind of nervousness, this kind of immature action, that allowed a woman's natural charm to be released to the extreme. Wanting to reject while still welcoming, it was easy to say, but how many women could really do it without the slightest bit of falsehood? And this woman in front of him, who could be said to have no experience at all, had already pushed that realm to a new peak. Do you really want it? Nonsense. Of course I want it. I've been waiting for this sentence for almost a year. How could Xianxia care so much, and he could no longer pretend to be serious. He suddenly opened his arms, and tightly hugged Lin Ruoxi's delicate and fragrant body. Panting heavily, he said excitedly, "Darling Ruoxi. Good wife. You're finally going to be merciful. You're suffocating me to death. Come, come, let's first kiss, and then we'll proceed to the next step." Wait. Lin Ruoxi directly blocked Xianxia's mouth with one hand, not letting Xianxia kiss her. Huh? Xianxia was puzzled. At this time, why was she still playing a little shyness? A trace of slyness flashed in Lin Ruoxi's bright eyes. "I only asked if you really want it. I didn't say that I'll really give it to you." Xianxia's expression stiffened, and he wished that he could slap Lin Ruoxi like he did earlier. Wasn't this woman playing with him to death? But what? Xianxia hurriedly asked, and his eyes once again burst out with brilliance. Lin Ruoxi pouted, and stammered, "If you promise me one thing." I'll promise you anything." Promise me anything? Xianxia felt a burst of ecstasy. Could it be that she could even do that kind of difficult technical work? Haha, don't say one thing, I'll promise you 100 things. Darling, hurry up and say it. Your husband doesn't have any other skills, but I can handle things. Xianxia was overjoyed. With his current ability, he wasn't bragging. In this world, if there was something that he couldn't do, the possibility of someone else doing it was next to nothing. This stunning beauty that he had been dreaming of for almost a year, the woman that he longed for the most in his heart, was finally going to be his again. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Ruoxi's gentle and beautiful face, and she said, "I only want you to do one thing. I believe that with your ability, it won't be difficult at all. You don't need to fight, you don't need to kill, and you don't even need to spend much effort. It's very simple." Aya, Ruoxi, hurry up and say it. I'll listen to you. Xianxia was anxious. His little brother was about to burst out of his crotch, but this woman was still dawdling. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. "I want you to break off all relations with those other women." With that, Xianxia's arms that were holding Lin Ruoxi trembled, and then slowly slid down from the woman's body. The smile on Xianxia's face gradually disappeared, and what replaced it was a dull and lifeless face. His eyes were a little empty. Lin Ruoxi's mind was incomparably clear as she said, "I knew from a long time ago that you weren't an ordinary man, but I didn't think too much about it. What happened in Paris this time, although I was very scared, I understood more about your past and your true identity. You are indeed from a different world from me. You are stronger than me, more powerful than me, richer than me. I used to think that it was impossible for us to be together, but now, if we are talking about value, I am completely unworthy of you. However, if you think that because you are a strong man, I should be willing to be one of your women, then you are looking down on me, Lin Ruoxi. This is not the love that I want. Although I know that occupying a man like you alone is something that many other women will be jealous of, I don't care. Love and marriage have always been selfish. I don't know how many women you have outside, but as far as I know, Qiangwei, Anqin, Lu Mingyu, and my good sister, Emo Qianni, are all like that. That makes 4. I don't care how many other lovers you have, if you want me to throw myself into your arms and give everything to you, you must cut off all relations with them." Seeing Xianxia's dazed expression, Lin Ruoxi's heart ached a little, but she still said, "I know that this is a little cruel and unfair to you. After all, when we got married, it was a marriage by contract. At that time, I did say that I wouldn't care about your affairs outside. That's my fault, so I won't hold it against you for having those women. But, after seeing you with other women a few times, and seeing you doing that with Anqin this morning, I found that I can't accept it." Lin Ruoxi's expression turned cold again, and she said solemnly, "I like you, Xianxia, so much so that in this life, you can only be the imprint in my heart. You let me experience things that ordinary women can't experience in several lifetimes. You made it impossible for me to choose other men. But this doesn't mean that I can accept sharing you with other women. I can't accept it, I just can't accept it. No matter how hard I try, this is the bottom line that is deeply rooted in my bones. If you are willing, I will use the rest of my life to make it up to you. I will treat you well, listen to you, and no matter what ridiculous things you want to do, I am willing to do it with you. But, I can only accept that I am your one and only wife. The office was incomparably quiet, even the drop of a needle could be heard. This kind of calm lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Xianxia's expressionless and unresponsive face revealed a bitter smile. He looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was looking at him expectantly, and gently, but firmly, shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Xianxia said in a low voice, actually, you should have known long ago, right? When I said that I liked you, I said it, It's impossible for me to give up those women who truly love me. I'm not a good person, but I will be responsible for my own women. A hint of pain flashed through Lin Ruoxi's beautiful eyes, and her body trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip, took a deep breath, and nodded. You don't have to answer me so quickly. I promised you that within a year, I wouldn't fall out with those lovers of yours, and I wouldn't do anything to them. You can think about what kind of result you want in this year. Lin Ruoxi's voice returned to its indifferent coldness, as if the woman who was smiling like a flower just now wasn't her at all. 1 year? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. Ruoxi, could it be that after a year, if I don't want to abandon them, you're going to leave? Me? Lin Ruoxi turned around and walked back to her desk. She said lightly, as long as you don't want to, I won't divorce you. Even if I can't get a perfect marriage, a perfect love, there's nothing bad about my current family. I've said it before, I won't have any contact with other men. A year later, if you choose them, then I will spend all my time on my career and family. I will do my duty as a daughter-in-law and take good care of your family. Of course, if Mom and the others are willing to let me continue to be their daughter-in-law. Xianxia finally understood what Lin Ruoxi meant, and immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obvious that Lin Ruoxi was pressuring him. She clearly told him that as long as he didn't break off his relationship with other women, she would definitely not fulfill her duties as a wife. However, this duty was only for the relationship between a man and a woman. She chose to accept the duty of a family. In other words, she would be the daughter-in-law of the Yang family, but not his, Xianxia's woman. This kind of sentimental and righteous choice had completely pushed the role of the bad guy to Xianxia's head. Xianxia could easily imagine what his family would think of him if Gui Shuihua found out that her daughter-in-law was so obedient, but her son was fooling around outside. You're using an open scheme against me, darling Ruoxi, you really know how to torture me. Xianxia rubbed his temples in pain. Lin Ruoxi was already looking at the architectural drawings on the table. She said casually, I'm not threatening you. Everything is up to you. Besides, I can't beat you in the end. If you want to use force on me, I won't be able to stop you. I'm just an ordinary weak woman. No matter what my identity is, I'm afraid I'm not worth a single cent in your eyes. If you insist on using force, then I'm already prepared. I'll treat myself as a puppet without a heart. You can play with me if you want. Since we've known each other, you've saved my life many times. I can accept it as repayment. Xianxia felt a stabbing pain in his heart. This woman was really picky about anything that could hurt someone. A puppet without a heart? If he really used force on her, wouldn't he be worse than a dog? Moreover, as a real husband, if he insisted on using his own strength to conquer his wife, Xianxia would probably look down on himself for the rest of his life. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Xianxia sighed. The excitement from before was long gone. Do you still remember how cold I was to you in Paris? Lin Ruoxi raised her head and smiled. Of course, Xianxia remembered that when he went to the Louvre to bid farewell to her, his heart was very depressed. Lin Ruoxi said, I'm actually not angry at you. Although you used me as bait again and played such a show, you didn't tell me in advance, which made me feel uncomfortable. But the reason why I treated you like that was because I suddenly realized that you and I. The gap between us was not just a little bit. When I first met you, I thought that my social status was much higher than yours. But now, I realize that I can't compare to you at all. I was very shocked at that time and I was very angry. Why was I so slow to realize who you were so late? So I was angry with myself, and I felt annoyed when I saw you. But today, I figured something out. Since there's such a big gap between our statuses, I'll work hard to make myself stronger. This way, does it count as you indirectly giving me the motivation to move forward? Only then did Yanqing realize that Lin Ruashi's coldness at that time was actually caused by the contrast brought about by the difference in status between the two of them. What do you mean by saying all of this? Yanqing couldn't get in touch with her. Lin Ruashi stared at the blueprints on the table and said, I'm saying all of this to tell you that my intentions are very clear. If you can't give up on other women for me, then I'll choose another direction in my life. These blueprints you see are the new travel resort that I plan to build this year, as well as the department store around the resort. The release of the new materials has multiplied this year's profits by several times. The finances are very generous, and the Star of Yulei has also brought a large amount of profits to our company. I decided to build 2 new buildings in Zhonghai, and then expand the relatively weak branches in the United States and Eastern Europe. Oh right, I also want to acquire small companies, small and medium-sized resorts, and amusement parks, and transform them into an integrated industrial chain. I plan to turn the Yulei that my grandmother left me into a world-class fashion and entertainment empire. Listening to Lin Ruashi's ambitious plans to invade the world, Yanqing did not doubt the woman's execution at all. Damn it, this woman. She was telling herself that if she didn't choose her as her only wife, she would care about herself and become a strong woman. When he walked out of the CEO's office, Yanqing's entire body felt light and his legs were weak. Lin Ruashi was ruthless, grabbing onto his own weak point and drilling it continuously. This woman was certain that he wouldn't use force against her, and he couldn't bear to destroy her career, so she forced him to make a choice. What was even more unavoidable was that he had already expressed his love for her more than once. There was a good saying that in a relationship between a man and a woman, whoever confessed first would lose the initiative. Obviously, he couldn't give up. He couldn't bear to just pat his butt and leave. As a result, Yanqing felt like a dog with a collar. No matter how much he jumped, he couldn't escape Lin Ruashi's grasp, because the other end of the rope was tightly gripped by her. I can't live like this anymore. Yanqing had a stomach full of bitterness, but there was no one to complain to. Looking at the time, it was already noon, but he didn't have the mood to go back and find Lin Ruashi to eat. Not to mention that Lin Ruashi was looking at the design drawings with great ambition, unfolding her grand blueprint for the expansion of the resort. His own bad luck would probably make Lin Ruashi laugh at him. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a way to break Lin Ruashi's plan in a short period of time. Yanqing was depressed. His talent in cultivation was much stronger than his talent in dealing with relationships between men and women. If he could split a little bit of it, maybe that girl Lin Ruashi would have already been subdued by him. Shaking his head and sighing, Yanqing walked to the elevator. He didn't want to go home, but chose to go down 1 floor. On the floor second to the CEO's office in Yulei building, there were only a few offices. Among them, the 2 vice presidents, Mo Qianni and Li Mingyi, had their offices here. Of course, Yanqing would not look for a man. He wanted to look for his own woman. When he was in Paris, he received a call from one of his mothers-in-law, Ma Guifeng. Yanqing had a lot of things to do after returning to China, so he didn't have time to take care of Ma Guifeng. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. He wanted to meet her as soon as possible and treat her to a good meal. No matter what, he had eaten the beautiful daughter of the old man. If he didn't give him a proper status and didn't respect the old man, it would be too immoral. Moreover, he hadn't seen Mo Qianni for more than a week, and he missed her a lot. Compared to his cold wife, this intellectual and charming lover gave Yanqing more confidence as a man. Arriving at Mo Qianni's door, Yanqing knocked on it, wondering if she had already gone out to eat. Fortunately, Mo Qianni's familiar voice was soon heard. Please come in. Yanqing was overjoyed. He opened the door, flashed in, and immediately locked the door. Mo Qianni was leaning on the desk to read a plan. Suddenly, she saw a figure flash in and lock the door. She was shocked. She thought it was a burglary, but when she took a closer look, it was Xianxia. She was stunned. A pair of bright almond-shaped eyes showed some doubts at first, and then a burst of heartfelt surprise. "Why are you here?" Xianxia stood up and asked happily, "Didn't you say you would come back the day after tomorrow?" Xianxia didn't say anything. He walked forward and looked up and down at Xianxia with a smirk. After being nourished by him these days, this rather mature and intellectual girl was like a fresh lychee with a glass skin, becoming more and more lustrous and attractive. A few strands of black hair were left on the side of her face, setting off her white skin, which was as tender as a newborn baby's. Compared to the strong woman's posture when she first came to the company, she was more charming and lively. She was wearing a light yellow dress with a white lace shirt inside a lady's casual suit. Her chest was bulging as if it was about to burst out of the restraints. Below, she wore a black near-revealing short skirt and a pair of black, open-toed, high-heeled shoes. Her pair of white, curvy legs were dazzling and pleasing to the eye. Xianxia sighed and walked around Xianxia again and again. Xianxia was blushing and her heart was beating fast under Xianxia's strange gaze. She pouted coquettishly, "What are you looking at? Is there something wrong?" "Little Xianxia, in the future, dress more simply when you go to work," Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at her own clothes in confusion. "Isn't that simple? I just took some clothes that are easy to match." "It's not that it's simple, sigh. Look at you, if others see you dressed so seductively, I'll be jealous." Xianxia shook his head with a pained expression. Xianxia giggled and bit her lip. "If you say so, then I'll wear it this way. If you don't want others to see it, then keep an eye on me." Xianxia glanced at the woman, walked up and hugged her waist. He stuck close to her body and said seriously, "Xianxia, you're getting more and more beautiful." Hearing the man's straightforward praise, Xianxia blushed, but she enjoyed it very much. "Don't you know how to speak in a roundabout way? Other people have a lot of ways to coax women, but you're not romantic at all." "I don't have the time to be romantic," Xianxia said in distress. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately felt a little uncomfortable. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "You can't even give me this little bit of time. What are you in such a hurry to do?" Xianxia giggled, and suddenly gave a sneak kiss, pecking Xianxia's tender lips. "I'm in a hurry to be intimate with little Xianxia. I haven't done it for more than a week, and you're dressed so seductively. I can't help it." As Xianxia said this, he didn't care about Xianxia's resistance. One of his hands reached into the collar of Xianxia's shirt and grabbed a ball of pink. His other hand reached into the scenery behind Xianxia's skirt, grabbing onto that soft place and pinching it. Xianxia was like a peach that had its juice squeezed out. She looked at Xianxia with watery eyes and panted as she punched Xianxia's chest with all her might. "You're going to die. You've been like this ever since you came back. You haven't even said a few words. Let me go." "Let Aya. Don't pinch there." How could Xianxia listen to a woman's coquettishness? He directly blocked Xianxia's words with his mouth, and the two of them kissed passionately. It wasn't until Xianxia was almost out of breath that Xianxia let go. He pressed Xianxia's soft body on the big desk and prepared for the next step. Xianxia looked at Xianxia pleadingly and said softly, "Don't do it here, okay? This is the company. It's exciting because it's in the company." Xianxia shouted in his heart and said with an evil smile, "Little Xianxia, you saw it with your own eyes. Mingyu obediently played with me in her office for almost an hour. She can do it, but you can't?" Xianxia suddenly recalled the time when she'd bumped into the man and Lu Mingyu in the office. It was so embarrassing. In the end, Xianxia even made their relationship public. How could she forget? "You. Why are you like this?" Xianxia knew that the man was deliberately provoking her. If she didn't agree, wouldn't it be obvious that she had lost to Lu Mingyu? How could that coquettish fox do it with a man in the office? And do it for an hour? Xianxia was about to go crazy, but the line of defense in her heart gradually collapsed. Then take it easy. Xianxia sighed in her heart. Forget it, I've given him everything. If he wants to be absurd, then I'll accompany him. It's not that I'm shameless, it's Lu Mingyu who started it first. Yangqing was overjoyed. As for the additional condition of take it easy, he directly ignored it. He directly flipped Mo Qianni's body over, lifted her black skirt, and pounced on her. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although Yang Chen had Catherine and Lilith's continuous contributions in Paris, and he had sex with an Xian twice after returning to Shanghai, he was already unparalleled in this aspect. How could he be satisfied? What's more, the women around him had different tastes. Mo Qianni's intellectual charm and Anqing's enchanting style brought enjoyment and sensory stimulation. Only he could understand the taste of it. After the storm subsided, Yangqing sat on the big sofa in Mo Qianni's office, while Mo Qianni was lying in the man's arms with her clothes disheveled. Her face was flushed, her almond-shaped eyes were misty, and her body was still trembling. Obviously, the lingering charm had not disappeared. Yangqing stroked the woman's smooth back with one hand, kissed Mo Qianni's forehead, and said gently, "Clean up later and go see our mother. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'm sorry that I didn't pick you up in time after coming all the way here. We have to eat a good meal." Of course, Mo Qianni knew that Yangqing was talking about her mother. Although she knew that it was difficult for the two of them to become husband and wife, she was very satisfied that Yangqing was willing to call her mother Mom. "It's still early for dinner." Mo Qianni raised her head and asked, "Hubby, you haven't told me why you came back early. Have you finished your business in Europe?" "What can I do? I came back to help Anqing solve some trouble. Now that the trouble has been solved, I came to see you," Yangqing said. Mo Qianni knew Anqing. When she found out that Anqing was Yangqing's secretary, she specially went to Yangqing's office with Lu Mingyu to greet Anqing. Although compared to Lin Ruoxi and Lu Mingyu, Mo Qianni was not familiar with Anqing, but she also knew that Anqing must have a significant position in Yangqing's heart. After all, she was a woman that was snatched from Hokkaido, Japan. Mo Qianni thought for a moment and asked, "Is Anqing all right?" She didn't ask what kind of trouble it was. Yangqing nodded, "It's fine. Even if there are any follow-up problems in the future, I'm here. Don't be afraid." I know you're very powerful, so I won't ask too much. As long as she's fine, it's fine." Mo Qianni pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of pride. Then, she thought of something and asked, "What about Ruoxi? Did she come back with you?" Yangqing now had a headache when he heard Lin Ruoxi's name. He smiled bitterly and said, "That's not it. She came back a day later than me, but she also came back and just came to work." Mo Qianni saw that Yangqing's expression was a little strange. She chuckled and said, "What's with your expression? I didn't mean anything else. I just have some plans for the company's business expansion this year to discuss with her, so I asked, why do you not want to hear about Ruoxi? Could it be? Did you guys quarrel?" Yangqing rolled his eyes at her. This woman's gossipy soul was burning. He thought to himself, it would be easy if they quarreled. But the problem now was that the problem was very serious. Following that, Yangqing asked, "Little Xianxia, you just said that you have some business expansion plans that you want to discuss with Ruoxi. What's the plan?" Mo Qianni was curious as to why Yangqing was interested in such things. He was famous for not doing his job properly, but she still answered, "Before Ruoxi went to Paris, she told me to search for vacation and entertainment industries in Shanghai and the surrounding provinces. She wanted to look for those that weren't doing well but had potential. She said she wanted to buy them and manage them herself. I have a list of resorts that are on the verge of bankruptcy, so I want to ask her to take a look. Her business sense is much sharper than mine. If she says it's feasible, we can buy it with money. Right now, our company's cash is overflowing." When Mo Qianni said this, she was full of pride. After all, Yulei International's current prosperity couldn't be separated from the management of her, the main executive. But when these words fell into Yangqing's ears, Yangqing's face twisted. He didn't expect that Lin Ruoxi had already paved the way for today's conversation before she went to Paris. Everything was under her control. No matter what his choice was, it wouldn't affect her future plans. Seeing that Yangqing's face was getting darker, Mo Qianni didn't know if she said something wrong. She waited for Yangqing to speak. Yangqing finally let out a long sigh and said weakly, "Little Xianxia, I can't take it anymore. Teach me. What should I do?" Yang Cheng's dispirited appearance caused Mo Qianni to be surprised, but she had never seen this man so frustrated. Who could make him so helpless? "Hubby, what's wrong with you? What can I teach you?" Mo Qianni asked with concern. Yang Qing smiled bitterly, probably because Anqin and Lin Ruoxi had a conflict, and then reconciled, but Lin Ruoxi gave him a one-year ultimatum, he briefly explained. Mo Qianni was an intelligent woman, otherwise she wouldn't have been chosen by the old CEO of Yulei to manage such a large enterprise, so after listening to a few key points, she roughly restored the situation. After listening to the end, Mo Qianni finally understood why Yangqing looked so dejected. She also had a complicated feeling in her heart, but she still felt that Yangqing's defeated appearance was very funny, and she couldn't help but tremble with laughter. Hee hee. Only Lin Ruoxi can make you like this. Humph, who told you to go around flirting with flowers and grass? You should have been taught a lesson long ago. Mo Qianni stretched out her slender fingers and tapped on Yangqing's forehead. Yangqing hugged Mo Qianni's smooth body tightly, one hand touching the protruding part of the woman's chest, and threatened, "You don't know how to be polite, if you do this again, I'll press you down on the sofa and teach you a lesson." When Mo Qianni heard this, she immediately shrank back and pouted, "You only know how to bully me. It's clearly Ruoxi who's threatening you, I didn't do anything. If this trick worked on her, I would have used it a long time ago. It's not like you don't know that our Madam CEO has a temper that can't be pulled back even by 100 bulls. Once she's set her mind on something, as long as she doesn't change it from the bottom of her heart, she'll be stubborn. I don't dare to play tricks with her, that's why I'm having a headache." Mo Qianni's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Hubby, what do you think? Are you going to choose her, or us?" Yangqing glared at the woman fiercely. "Do you even need to say it? If I had given up on you guys for her, would I still be here to look for you? Would I still be in a hurry to suck up to our mother? At least you have a conscience." Mo Qianni drew circles on Yang Cheng's chest with one hand and said softly, "If you dare to not want me, I will go, die in front of you." Hiss. Yang Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air. He shook the beauty in his arms and scolded, "What are you talking about? So unlucky. I'm asking you to give me some advice on how to solve this crappy multiple-choice question. You, on the other hand, gave me a threat. Do you want me to go crazy from thinking about it? Are you happy?" Mo Qianni pouted, "Then what can I do? Could it be that I want you to give up on Ruoxi? Are you willing? If you were willing, you would have divorced her a long time ago. Besides, it's not like you don't know that Ruoxi and I have known each other for so many years. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had any awkwardness or estrangement. Now, because of you, our relationship has dropped by a level. I don't want Ruoxi to be dissatisfied with me anymore. Although Ruoxi had her reasons when I was with you, it was a fact that I touched her husband. I already feel sorry for her for not cutting off our friendship. Should I help you think of a way to deal with her? Besides, she doesn't say anything all day, but she's very smart. She must have thought of what I can think of." Yangqing sighed. Indeed, the possibility of asking Mo Qianni to help him with a plan was too low. He patted the woman's shoulder and pretended that nothing had happened. The two of them chatted for a while and flirted with each other. Seeing that it was still early, they got up. Mo Qianni tidied up her clothes and pushed Yangqing out of the office. Since she knew that Lin Ruoxi had returned to the company, she planned to send the information over in advance and discuss it in detail. For Mo Qianni, love was important, but she didn't intend to look down on her rising career. After all, most of the time, her husband was someone else's, and her career was her own. After the two of them agreed to leave together in the evening, Yangqing didn't pester her and took the elevator to the floor where the public relations department was located. Coming here, other than seeing Zhao Hongyan and other female colleagues that he hadn't seen for a long time, the most important thing was to be intimate with Lu Mingyu. Ever since Lu Qingshan unified the underworld in Yanjing and returned to Zhonghai to reunite with Lu Mingyu and her daughter, Lu Mingyu's identity was directly upgraded to the Miss of the Underworld. However, Lu Mingyu obviously didn't have much interest in this identity. It was even rare that she didn't dislike it. Maybe it was because she matured from a young age. Lu Mingyu's endurance was much stronger than women of the same age. Therefore, she quickly accepted Lu Qingshan's underworld background. Arriving at the big office of the public relations department, Yang Qing discovered that he didn't recognize many of the female public relations employees. After all, Yulei International was flourishing. Many of the old employees would have new places that needed them to be managers. Therefore, after a large number of new people entered, the old people would naturally go to other departments to be managers. Fortunately, Zhang Kai and a few other old people were still here. When they saw Yang Qing, they happily greeted him. Many of the new female public relations employees weren't familiar with Yang Qing, but when they heard that he was the director of the entertainment branch, many of the young girls began to cast flirtatious glances at him. This made Yang Qing sigh in his heart. Recently, the girls really aren't low-key. I like it. Yang Qing looked around and realized that Zhao Hongyan, who he had many ambiguous feelings with, was also not here. Therefore, he asked Zhang Kai, where did Hongyan go? She also went to another department? Zhang Kai was puzzled. You don't know? Know what? Zhang Kai's round face was full of surprise. I thought Hongyan would tell you. After all, your relationship is quite good. Hongyan resigned a while ago and is no longer in the company. Resigned? Yang Qing was puzzled. Why would she resign for no reason? At the same time, he suspected that the family of her ex-husband with the surname Yu had gone to disturb her again. Zhang Kai said with some regret, it's because Hongyan's father was discharged from the hospital. Someone needs to take care of her at home. Her family originally had an old skill of making glutinous rice balls, and now the shop has opened again. She went to help her brother, but she really didn't have the energy to work at the company, so she resigned. All of us felt that it was a pity. After Sister Hongyan left, there were fewer and fewer old people here. Yang Qing then remembered that Zhao Hongyan's father did say that he had found a kidney source and could undergo surgery. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. It was only natural for her to be discharged. He didn't know how Zhao Hongyan's family was doing now. A young married woman who returned home to take care of her father and help her brother. But how was she going to face her golden years? Beauty is easy to age, and he didn't know if she could find a good husband. Yang Qing sighed for a while, said goodbye to Zhang Kai and the others, and then went into Lu Mingyu's office. It had to be said that compared to his women's professionalism, Yang Qing was quite ashamed. After not seeing her for a while, Lu Mingyu's shoulder-length short hair had already been coiled up. The original purplish-red dye had also been washed away, and it was dark and clean. She was wearing a light brown spring jacket with a red and white bow tie on her chest, adding a bit of vitality. On the bridge of her nose was a pair of black-rimmed glasses, which made her bright and beautiful oval face look especially exquisite. She was also like Mo Qianni, burying her head in some documents. Even when Yang Qing came in and saw her, she was a little stunned. She stared blankly for a while before smiling sweetly. Why did you suddenly come? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Yang Chen felt dispirited. This woman wasn't even 30 years old, but how could she be so calm and collected? It had been so long since she last saw her man, yet she didn't show any enthusiasm. This mature look of hers was comparable to Tang Wan's. Don't work so hard. Your father's money is enough for you to squander for a few lifetimes. Your man, I, also have money to support you. If one day your hair turns white, it will be too late for regrets. Yang Qing went behind Lu Mingyu and gently rubbed her shoulders with both hands, as a way to refresh her. Lu Mingyu did not stop Yang Qing's good intentions. She pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. I don't like to use my father's money. It seems like you still care about your background in the underworld. Actually, it's nothing much. If there are men in this world, there will be women. If there's white, there will naturally be black. That money might not have come from a proper source, but it was earned by your father with his life on the line. He definitely hopes that you and your brother can live a good life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused to go home to see you and your mother before he successfully unified the underworld in Beijing. Yang Qing smiled. I know, but I'm just not used to it. Lu Mingyu turned her head and looked at Yang Qing with a smile. What's wrong with you today? In the past, every time we met, you would make a move. It's rare for you to behave yourself and even talk to me about daily life. Yangqing said with a serious expression. Do I look like the kind of person who only knows how to take advantage of women? Darling Mingyu, you're looking down on your man too much. I'm putting your spiritual happiness first. I won't tell you that I've already eaten enough tofu from little Xianxia. Most importantly, I'm in a really low mood right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be rubbing your shoulders, but other parts of your body. Lu Mingyu glanced at Yangqing, not knowing if she believed him or not. She said softly, my parents have been asking me recently how our relationship is. I said that we haven't seen each other for a long time, and Dad is very angry. Look at you. Yangqing blushed and said with a stiff smile, you're too honest. Can't you just help me block it? I've been busy recently, so I really can't find any free time. It's not like you don't know that I was the leader of Star of Yulei at that time. Now that I'm free, why don't I invite my father-in-law and mother-in-law to find a day to play? Yangqing secretly cursed in his heart. This Lu Qingshan was really ruthless. He actually let his daughter play the sad card. If she wanted to see him, couldn't she just come and find him? Why did it feel like this time, when he returned to the country, all he had to do was to show his filial piety to his elders? Lu Mingyu was quite moved. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a knock on the office door. As if she had thought of something, Lu Mingyu frowned slightly and looked at Yangqing with a complicated expression. Then, she said coldly, come in. Yangqing was wondering what kind of person could make Lu Mingyu's face turn cold all of a sudden. This woman was famous for her good temper in the PR department. She had always been like this since he knew her. The only time she really got angry was when Chi Kai was still alive. When the two met, Lu Mingyu couldn't control her emotions. She was usually gentle and gentle. She was definitely a graceful and considerate mature woman. Someone who could make her look coldly was definitely not a good person. After the door opened, a handsome man in a white suit walked in. Yangqing looked at him. Damn, this guy looks a little familiar. Thinking carefully, yes, isn't this airport Wuyu's lover, Vice President Li Mingyi? Li Mingyi, who was in his 30s, had become the dream son-in-law of many women in the company. He was handsome, tall, elegant, and had status and money. It was hard to find a diamond bachelor like him even if you searched for him with a lantern. It was just that Li Mingyi's sense of beauty surprised many people. His close relationship with the CEO's assistant, the cold-tempered Wu Yu, had long been known among the employees of Yulei. It was no secret. In this company where beauties were as common as clouds, this man, who had the best time and place, did not choose those single beauties from the senior management, nor did he choose those graceful girls from the model department. Instead, he chose Wu Yu, who no one was interested in. It could be said that it was quite ironic. However, these days, this vice president seemed to have changed. He began to gradually get close to the new head of the PR department, Lu Mingyu, who was also one of the top single beauties in the senior management. Li Mingyi didn't do anything too exaggerated. Every day or two, he would personally go to the PR department to look for Lu Mingyu. He didn't bring flowers or gifts. He just came to see her. As the company's vice president, Lu Mingyu couldn't force this man to go in. Therefore, every time Li Mingyi entered Lu Mingyu's office, he would dawdle in there for about half an hour before coming out. No one knew why Li Mingyi was looking for Lu Mingyu. They only knew that he was very diligent recently. If it was once or twice, it would be fine. If it was 7, 8, or even more than 10 times, everyone would think that there was something fishy going on. Many people in the Yulei headquarters even gossiped that Vice President Li had been having an affair with department head Lu for a long time. It was just that he couldn't reveal it because of Wu Yu. This kind of rumor was actually very convincing. After all, how could Wu Yu be a match for Li Mingyi? As the person involved, of course, Lu Mingyu also knew all kinds of rumors in the company. She also felt quite helpless. Even though she knew it wasn't the case, she couldn't explain it. She couldn't explain it. As a result, Lu Mingyu couldn't think of anything. She could only pretend that she didn't hear it. Fortunately, Lu Mingyu knew that even if this kind of thing reached Yangqing's ears, based on Yangqing's personality, he wouldn't take it seriously. At least, he wouldn't blame her. After all, in certain aspects, this guy was paranoid about himself. After Li Mingyi entered the door, he was about to greet Lu Mingyu with a smile. However, he saw Yangqing standing behind Lu Mingyu. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Then, he recovered and said cheerfully, "Director Yang is here too. It's been a long time. I heard that you went to Paris to attend the Fashion Week with General Lin. Did you just come back from your business trip? What's the matter?" Yangqing couldn't be bothered to answer this guy's question. Although he had a smile on his face, his tone made it clear that he wasn't interested in talking to him. Li Mingyi didn't feel awkward. He smiled and shook his head. "Nothing serious. It's just that I'm used to chatting with Department Head Lu when I'm free. But it seems that Department Head Lu and Director Yang have something to discuss today. I won't disturb you then. Since there's nothing else, you can leave." Yangqing directly sent him off. Li Mingyi's face stiffened. But very quickly, he acted as if nothing had happened. He nodded and said, "It seems that I've disturbed the two of you. I'll leave first. Next time, if there's a chance, let's have a meal together. We're all colleagues, so we should get to know each other better." After that, Li Mingyi walked out and closed the door gently. He didn't seem to have any temper at all. Lu Mingyu didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. After Li Mingyi left, she rolled her eyes at Yangqing. "You said that to him, and he's lucky that he can tolerate it. If he gets angry and quarrels with you, who's going to clean up the mess in the company?" Yangqing narrowed his eyes. "He was sent by Li Muhua. Li Muhua must have told him something. He won't go against me, at least not on the surface." Lu Mingyu had a rough idea of Yangqing's background. It was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, Lu Qingshan wouldn't have let his only daughter become someone else's mistress so easily. So she wasn't surprised. She changed the topic and said, "He's quite patient. Although I don't know what he's up to, he comes every 2 or 3 days and sits for half an hour. He rambles on and on. I don't know what he's talking about. Even if I ignore him, he can still talk a lot of nonsense. Sometimes, I really want him to get out quickly, but I can only hold it in because of my pride." "Maybe he really likes you and wants to be honest with you," Yangqing said with a meaningful smile. Lu Mingyu asked in return, "Can't you show a little bit of impatience and jealousy? You're so calm, but why do I feel like I'm not attractive at all? You don't care about me at all?" Hearing the resentment in her words, Yangqing smiled and said, "As long as I think about this guy being intimate with that woman, Wu Yu, I can't be bothered to argue with him." At the mention of Wu Yu, Lu Mingyu was slightly puzzled and said, "I don't know what Wu Yu is thinking. Li Mingyi has been looking for me these days, but Wu Yu doesn't seem to have any reaction at all. Could it be that she's not true to Li Mingyi?" Yangqing was no longer in the mood to care about Li Mingyi's matters. Even if this kind of character really had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mingyu babe, what do you think of my suggestion just now? Let's find a time to invite your in-laws to have a meal together. It'll be a show of my sincerity." Lu Mingyu nodded, "That's good, but there's no rush. I just moved a few days ago and there's quite a lot of things to do. I'll tell my parents when I'm free." "You moved?" Yangqing frowned and said, "Why did you move?" Lu Mingyu sighed softly and said, "My dad bought a new house in Zhonghai after he came back, but there are always people who I don't like to interact with at home. I'm not used to it, so I moved out to live on my own." Yangqing's eyes lit up. "Alone? Wouldn't that be convenient for him?" Hence, he grinned and said approvingly, "That's the right thing to do. You're a girl, how can you be in contact with people from the underworld all day long? Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't disturb me before I tidy up the new house." Lu Mingyu glared at Yangqing, and the latter smiled foolishly. After chatting in Lu Mingyu's office for a while, Yangqing was chased out again. Like Mo Qianni, they were all people who had work to do. Both of them were busier than Yangqing, who didn't have to do anything. Yangqing didn't care. There was still a long way to go. He had to settle the lunch that he hadn't had time to eat first. He ran to the cafeteria of Yulei building, which he hadn't eaten for a long time. Yangqing bought 3 sets of food and sat alone in a corner. He didn't care about the strange looks from some of the employees. After wolfing down the food, he held a toothpick in his mouth and ran back to his office in the entertainment company. Previously, when he was arrested by the police and taken away from the company, the employees in the company were talking about it. This time, when he appeared, it seemed like nothing happened at all. This made the employees in the company feel that the background of this somewhat unruly director was definitely not simple. When he arrived at the office, Anqing, who ran home in the morning, wasn't there either. Yangqing dragged a long leather sofa to the floor-to-ceiling window. Then, he pulled the curtains open completely, allowing the sunlight to shine through the glass window. Yangqing lay down on the sofa lazily and started to take an afternoon nap. A while ago, there were always things that kept him busy. It wasn't easy for him to finally have some free time. Yangqing once again found the feeling of selling mutton skewers. Didn't he come back to the country for this? Putting the emotional problems that troubled him the most to the back of his mind, he fell asleep with satisfaction. In the evening, when it was time to get off work, Yangqing ran to the appointed place with Mo Qianni on time. He got into Mo Qianni's car and went straight to the place where his mother-in-law, Ma Guifeng, was. Mo Qianni saw that his hands were empty and couldn't help but frown. She asked directly, "You didn't prepare any greeting gifts?" Yangqing slapped his head. He wasn't stingy. Since he was young, meeting his elders was no different from a fantasy story to him, so he didn't have that awareness. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Little Xianxia, what do you think should be a gift for our mother? I really have to give it to you. You're so diligent in calling mother, but you don't care about anything else." Mo Qianni didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still drove the car to a roadside flower shop and asked the shop assistant to quickly prepare a bouquet of flowers. When Yangqing held the bouquet of flowers, he immediately felt depressed. The flowers couldn't be eaten, and they would dry up in 2 days. It was better to buy a few scallion pancakes from a roadside stall. They looked quite fragrant. If Mo Qianni knew that the gift in this man's heart was scallion pancakes, she would have probably stepped on the gas pedal instead of the brake when driving. When the car drove into a pedestrian street in Shanghai, Mo Qianni found a parking lot and got out of the car. Yangqing followed her out of the car and looked around. He found that there were quite a lot of people around, and the shops were mainly small and medium-sized restaurants. At this time, the night was just approaching. The neon lights around the street gradually lit up, and the entire business district was filled with a lively atmosphere. Mo Qianni went forward and held Yangqing's arm, showing a little cute and helpless posture. It was unknown whether she liked it or she wanted to do it for her mother. Anyway, she was in a good mood. She smiled and pulled Yangqing into the pedestrian street. "Our mother is here?" Yangqing asked curiously. Mo Qianni nodded. "Do you still remember sister-in-law Xiang?" Yangqing recalled the name and said hesitantly, "Is it Xianxia, the lady boss of the riverside stall?" "Yes, that's her," Mo Qianni said. "Sister-in-law Xiang's food stall has made quite a lot of money these few years, so she rented a shop here and changed the Sichuan food stall into a small Sichuan food restaurant. My mother couldn't stay idle in Shanghai, so she asked me to help her find a job. I asked sister-in-law Xiang to let my mother do some simple work in the restaurant. After all, my mother's waist isn't very good, but as long as she isn't too tired, she should be fine." In the past, people who had been busy doing farm work in the mountains from morning to night suddenly came to a big city with nothing to do, and it was easy for them to get sick. Yangqing could understand that. When sister-in-law Xiang's name was mentioned, Yangqing couldn't help but remember that not long after he met Mo Qianni, after he saved Mo Qianni from Lin Kuan, Mo Qianni brought him to the food stall for a meal, and then they met again at the food stall. Involuntarily, Yangqing smiled and said, "So a lot of time has passed unknowingly. I remember that after you finished eating, you suddenly asked me, 'Can I hug you?' You don't know how scared I was at that time. I thought I met a female pervert who wanted to molest me." "Humph, who wants to molest you?" Of course, Mo Qianni also remembered that at that time, she was lonely and painful, and what she said to Yangqing for no reason. Yangqing teased, "Then, I don't know who it was, but she made me sleep in the living room of her house, and in the middle of the night, she secretly kissed me while I was sleeping. TSK, I almost sacrificed myself at that time." "You're still talking about it." Mo Qianni blushed. That time, she ran into the living room for no reason and actually wanted to kiss this guy in the dark. Later, this guy was even more shameless, pretending that he didn't know anything, and let her kiss him just like that. If she hadn't accidentally touched the man's embarrassing part, she would have really been fooled by him. Yangqing didn't mind Mo Qianni's shyness at all and continued, I remember that our relationship was stiff for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that I went to Hong Kong's Muon Corporation on a business trip, someone would probably still hate me. Thinking of the time in Hong Kong, Mo Qianni's expression was rather complicated. It could be said that the relationship between the two of them was also established during that period of time. For a moment, the two of them didn't say much. Walking on the street, it was as if the surrounding people had disappeared, and there was only each other in the world. Yang Cheng's thoughts flew to the past days. The two of them went to Sichuan province together, the leisurely journey on the train, and the appearance of Mo Qianni waiting for him in the Kunshan village. On that snowy winter day, the two of them climbed to the top of the mountain by the sea. The woman foolishly said that she wanted to be like the sea, a woman who put herself in the lowest position. It was also that night that the two of them had a physical relationship. Later, before dawn, the woman woke up and said that she would wait for him to wake up and dress up. Scenes surged into his heart, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. The past was like a fine wine that became more and more mellow, making it difficult for him to extricate himself from the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. The corner of Yang Cheng's mouth curled into a bitter smile. How could he give up on them? You silly woman, I really can't stop you no matter what. You can't like anyone, but you just have to throw yourself at me. Yang Cheng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Mo Qianni, who was sticking to Yang Cheng's body, pouted, What, you despise me so quickly? Yeah, I despise you. Yang Cheng turned his head. Without waiting for Mo Qianni to get angry, he smiled and said, I despise you for meeting me. Too late. The two of them chatted and laughed. Unknowingly, they arrived at a Sichuan restaurant called Time Fragrance. The signboard was brand new and the fiery red color was very eye-catching. It should have been opened not long ago. Because it was not too late, there were a dozen tables in the small restaurant and only 3 or 4 of them were occupied. Aunt Xiang, who had not been seen for a long time, was as plump as before and was busy at the counter. Yang Cheng and Mo Qianni entered together. Aunt Xiang thought they were customers, but when she looked up and saw the two of them, her eyes suddenly lit up. She squinted her eyes and said, Nizi, you haven't brought your boyfriend here for a long time. It's Xiao Yang, right? Did I remember correctly? If I remember correctly, Aunt Xiang's business seems to be good. You even changed shops, Yang Cheng said with a smile. Aunt Xiang listened happily, It's a small business, I can make do with it. You're here to visit your mother-in-law with Nizi, right? Guifeng just went to the kitchen and will be back soon. As they spoke, Ma Guifeng, who was wearing an apron and had her hair tied up in a ponytail, walked out of the kitchen with a plate of spicy stir-fried screws. Compared to the last time they met at Kunshan village, Ma Guifeng didn't change much. She was just dressed more like a city girl. Although there were some wrinkles on her charming face, she looked quite old. From her appearance, it was obvious that she looked similar to Mo Qianni. Mom, Yang Cheng is back, Mo Qianni shouted happily. When Ma Guifeng saw Yang Cheng, she was also happy. She could see her daughter every day in Zhonghai. After all, they were living together. However, her future son-in-law happened to be out of the country and she finally saw him today. She smiled and said, Yang Cheng is back from a business trip. Wait here, I'll bring the food to the guests first. Yang Cheng nodded. He remembered that Ma Guifeng used to call him son-in-law. Now that she called him by his name, it was much more intimate. After Ma Guifeng served the dishes, she walked up to them and gave Mo Qianni a reproachful look. Why did you pick this time to come over? Don't you know that Auntie Xiang is running a business? I'm busy. Yang Chen was the one who said he wanted to treat Mom to dinner. I couldn't stop him. Mo Qianni pushed the blame onto Yang Chen, but it was obvious that she was giving him extra points. Yang Chen hurriedly nodded and said, Yes. I told you on the phone earlier that I wanted to hold a welcoming dinner for you, Mom. I want to apologize to you too. Ma Guifeng hesitated and said, The shop is busy, if I go like this. Aunt Xiang interrupted her, Guifeng, we're all on the same side, it's not a big deal. Your daughter and son-in-law are here and I can't stop you from going out. It's not like you're going to work. Don't worry about my shop. I just settled the bill and I'll serve the dishes tonight. You can go eat with your son-in-law. Hearing Aunt Xiang's words, Ma Guifeng accepted her kindness. She nodded and said, then I'll prepare to leave. Although they could eat in a Sichuan restaurant, it wasn't appropriate. If Aunt Xiang wanted to eat and drink for free, it would be difficult for Ma Guifeng with her personality, so she went out to eat. After saying goodbye to Aunt Xiang, the three of them walked out of the restaurant. This time Mo Qianni held her mother's arm and didn't get too close to Yangqing. Yangqing asked Ma Guifeng about the treatment of her lumbar vertebra and said some considerate words, which made Ma Guifeng quite happy and beamed with joy. Yangqing secretly muttered in his heart, in fact, he was quite smart, at least in the ability to make his mother-in-law happy. To be honest, he couldn't do it without this ability. Who asked him to have so many women? Sitting in Mo Qianni's Audi, this time it was Yangqing who drove, they went straight to a relatively high-end restaurant by the sea. It was the place that Mo Qianni had chosen before. The first choice was naturally quiet. After all, Ma Guifeng had a lot to talk to Yangqing. They came to a seat by the window on the second floor of the restaurant. Outside the glass window was the sea dyed with color by the lights. In the vast sky, a silver moon quietly hung. Ma Guifeng looked at the restaurant's orderly waiters around her, then looked at the elegant decoration and the beautiful house landscape. It was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. She kept looking left and right. It could be said that she had spent half of her life in a mountain village. Entering a big city, naturally, she was curious about everything. In the eyes of other young people, this aunt looked like a country bumpkin at first glance. They would despise her, look on coldly, and even ridicule her was very common. However, Yangqing didn't care at all. He was very thick-skinned. As soon as he returned to China, he started selling mutton skewers. He stayed in the market all day long and dealt with those hawkers. He didn't have any thoughts about high or low. Seeing Ma Guifeng was all kinds of novel. He even deliberately took Ma Guifeng around the restaurant and let Mo Qianni take the order. As a result, a young man and a middle-aged woman swaggered in the restaurant and attracted a lot of attention. Many people pointed at Yangqing and the woman, but Yangqing didn't care at all. Ma Guifeng was deeply gratified. She came alone from Sichuan province to the big city to find her daughter. On the way, because of her lack of knowledge and culture, she received a lot of supercilious looks. Nowadays, young people, especially those in the city, always look down on a country woman like her. Ma Guifeng was not stupid. She couldn't see any hypocrisy in Yangqing's eyes. It was clear that he didn't care about her background as a mother-in-law at all. He just wanted to please her and make her happy. She didn't know where her daughter found such a special young man. This time, it was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. In such a situation, as the middleman, Mo Qianni was naturally full of happiness. She had come to Zhonghai for so many years and worked hard to reach her current status. There weren't many people who would judge her past background. She was very afraid that her mother would be looked down upon by others. She saw Yangqing's sincerity and her love for Yangqing quietly deepened. When the dishes were served, Yangqing was busy pouring wine for Ma Guifeng. There were 7 to 8 dishes on the table. It was a bit much, but Mo Qianni knew Yangqing's appetite, so she bravely ordered a sumptuous meal. Ma Guifeng insisted on looking at the price on the menu. When she saw that the entire table, including the drinks, cost nearly $3,000, she glared at her daughter and said, "You're wasting your money. If you spend $3,000 to buy groceries and cook at home, how many days would that take?" Mo Qianni stuck her tongue out and glanced at Yangqing. "Mom, don't worry. This amount of money is nothing to Yangqing." Although Lin Ruashi did not mention it, Mo Qianni, as the second in command of the company, could easily guess that the 50 million yen that helped the company turn the tide was definitely related to Yangqing. This man of hers could be considered to be the best. He drove a woman's car, lived in a woman's house, and worked in a woman's company. But he was the one with the most money. It was really helpless for him to be thick-skinned. Yangqing did not think much about it. He just smiled and nodded. "That's right. As long as Mom is happy, not to mention 3,000 yen, I won't even bat an eyelid even if it's 30,000 yen or 300,000 yen. 300,000 yen. Ma Guifeng felt a headache. Although she felt that Yangqing should not be from an ordinary family, she also felt that it was too exaggerated. She immediately waved her hand. Don't talk nonsense. Let's eat. Let's chat. Yangqing looked at Ma Guifeng's expression and felt depressed. It was rare for him to speak the truth. Why did his mother-in-law think that he was bragging? Then, the three of them chatted and laughed. Ma Guifeng talked about some embarrassing things that Mo Qianni did when she was young, which made Mo Qianni grumble. After that, she asked about Yang Cheng's past and current work situation. Yang Cheng chose some things that would not be easily exposed. When it came to family, it was difficult for Yang Cheng to answer. Currently, although he was not interested and unwilling, it seemed that he could not break away from the Yang family in Yanjing. Especially this time, Yan Sanyang's appearance could be said to be a great help to him. Although Yan Sanyang herself felt that her help was useless, he still owed her a favor. Moreover, even if he did not recognize Yang Gongming, Gui Shuihua was definitely still the daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Even though his wife, Lin Ruashi, did not care about him, in front of the old man Yang Gongming, she learned to be obedient, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Gongming had the two most important women in his hands, so it was difficult for him to break away from the Yang family. Therefore, when he told Ma Guifeng, Yang Cheng also told her that he had family in Yanjing and that his mother was in Zhonghai. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that his mother was in Zhonghai, Mo Qianni, who was sitting next to Ma Guifeng, became nervous. She secretly stared at Yang Cheng with a face full of annoyance. Yang Cheng did not understand. Did he say something wrong? At this moment, Ma Guifeng said happily, "So, Yangqing, your mother is in Zhonghai. That's great. Why don't we find a day to meet your mother? After all, it's time for her to get married. You two have known each other for a long time. Seeing that you two have such a close relationship, why don't we find a day to settle the matter?" Huh? Yang Cheng's brain instantly turned into a puddle of paste. Oh my god. This is too much. How can I be so stupid? No wonder Mo Qianni stared at me as if I was an idiot. However, Ma Guifeng thought that Yang Cheng was a little surprised, so she did not think much and continued, "To be honest, although we have only met twice, I quite like you since you are willing to accompany my daughter back to our poor mountain village. Now that I see you again, the more I look at you, the more I like you. I only have one daughter, and I'm also an experienced person. I know that you can't miss this kind of thing like fate. Take advantage of the fact that I'm still able to give you grandchildren, and get married as soon as possible." Mom. I am very busy with work now, and it is still too early for me to get married. Seeing that Yangqing was already stunned, Mo Qianni could only shake her mother's hand coquettishly, trying to delay the matter. Ma Guifeng rolled her eyes at her daughter and said unhappily, "What? Do you have to wait until I can't walk before you get married and have children?" "Nizi, although Mom's body is better now, I have a lot of problems. I don't know if I will be paralyzed one day. Mom wants you to get married early for your own good, not to mention that you are not young anymore. Many girls at your age already have children running all over the place." Mo Qianni had nothing to say for a while. Ma Guifeng had used the reason that she might be paralyzed to convince her. As a daughter, it would be too unfilial for her to object. "But I can't marry Yangqing." Mo Qianni secretly looked at Yangqing with resentment. She was helpless and could only see how Yangqing would deal with it. Yangqing came back to his senses at this time. A lot of thoughts flew in his mind, and he finally understood. Actually, he couldn't hide from this kind of thing for a lifetime. His true relationship with Mo Qianni and his situation would eventually be known by Ma Guifeng, so it was useless for him to hide. It was better to be frank. Fortunately, among his women, Chang Wei, Anxin, and Lu Mingyu didn't have this problem. After all, Choi Yan was the daughter of the Kai family. Even if Kai Yunqing cared about his own identity, he wouldn't obstruct his daughter's choice too much. Speaking of which, only Mo Qianni was the daughter of an ordinary family. This was also the rare and precious side of her being by his side. "I think it's fine. I'll go home today and talk to my mother. I'll ask her to find time to meet you," Yangqing said sincerely. Mo Qianni was stunned. She didn't know what Yangqing was thinking. Wouldn't it be completely exposed the moment they met? She was anxious, but she couldn't stop him. In fact, Mo Qianni had already met Yangqing's mother. After all, Guo Xuehua lived next door. Several times before, when Guo Xuehua came to their house with delicious food, she and Xiangwei entertained Guo Xuehua, and they had a good talk. However, Guo Xuehua had always thought that Xiangwei was Yangqing's lover, and she was just Xiangwei and Lin Ruoxi's sister. There was nothing awkward about it. Now, if Guo Xuehua knew that she was also her son's lover, she didn't know how she would feel. Most importantly, how would her mother react at that time? It was too hard to feel at ease. And when Guo Xuehua heard that Yangqing accepted the proposal, she was even more delighted. After drinking the wine, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked a few years younger. After dinner, Ma Guifeng was a little tipsy. She was helped back to the car by Mo Qianni. Yangqing went back to the company to get his car, so after paying the bill, he took a taxi. Watching Missouri Qianni drive away, Yangqing scratched the back of his head. He took a breath of the damp and cold air by the roadside. He thought that he could only talk to his mother about Mo Qianni. He had to meet her, but the key was whether he could convince his mother-in-law. If things went south in the end, Yangqing could only deal with it when it came. At the same time, on the way home, Ma Guifeng, who was sitting in the car, showed a somewhat different look in her eyes. She leaned on the seat as if she was half drunk and half sober. She asked, "Girl, are you and Yangqing hiding something from me?" Mo Qianni, who was concentrating on driving, heard this. Her hands holding the steering wheel trembled. Fortunately, her expression couldn't be seen clearly in the dark. She smiled stiffly and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? You scared me." "You'd better not. If I really find out that you are hiding something important from me, I'll say the ugly words first. I, Ma Guifeng, may not have been educated, but I'm not blind. No matter how well you're doing in Zhonghai, you're still my daughter. I have the right to take care of my daughter. There are some things that you can't do, and you can't have the slightest idea." Ma Guifeng's voice was very calm, but when it fell into Mo Qianni's ears, her heart couldn't help beating wildly, and she couldn't say a word. Yangqing's mind was filled with thoughts of how to talk to Guo Xuehua, and he didn't have a good time on the way home. Although he didn't know that his relationship with Mo Qianni had been suspected by Ma Guifeng, Yangqing was still very uneasy. When Guo Xuehua found out that he already had 2 women outside of marriage, and now there was another one, she definitely wouldn't be nice to him. No matter what, his mother was also a woman, and no woman would like a man to have more than one woman, even if the man was her biological son. When he arrived home, it was around 10 o'clock at night. After parking the car in the garage, Yangqing slowly walked back to the living room. The scene in the living room made Yangqing's face twitch a little. Guo Xuehua and Mother Wang were sitting on the big sofa opposite the TV. The 2 elders, who had been like sisters recently, were wiping their tears with red eyes. They didn't even bother to greet him when he entered the house. On the big TV, a Korean TV series was being broadcasted on a digital TV. A middle-aged woman was shouting at a middle-aged man, "Oh bar, oh bar." The middle-aged man also had an expression of men easily shed tears, and he was telling the woman from the bottom of his heart, saying things like, "I haven't given up my feelings for you for the past 30 years. Yangqing didn't even need to look at the subtitles to hear the Korean dialogue, which made him annoyed at himself for knowing so many foreign languages. If he didn't know the content of the dialogue, he could deliberately not look at the words, so that he wouldn't be disgusted. "Since when did my mother start watching Korean dramas? And she even cried with Mother Wang, wasn't this what Lin Ruoxi and Hui Lin used to do in the past?" At this moment, a figure unexpectedly walked out. It wasn't strange that it was Lin Ruoxi, but the key thing was that the place where she walked out was the kitchen. Lin Ruoxi, who had changed into a white home dress, looked like a beautiful young woman. She wore a floral apron on her chest, and she held a plate of watermelon, strawberries, pineapple, and a sumptuous fruit platter in her hands. She gracefully walked from the kitchen to the sofa and put the plate down. When she walked past Yangqing, Lin Ruoxi just glanced at him casually, and didn't say anything, like a fragrant breeze. Lin Ruoxi took off the apron and put it aside, then sat next to Guo Xuehua. She deliberately moved a little closer, and held Guishuahua's arm with both hands, with a gentle smile on her face. Mom, isn't it very touching? You and Mother Wang are both crying? Guishuahua couldn't be bothered to say anything else. She just reached out and gently patted the back of Lin Ruashi's hand, and nodded vigorously. Ruashi, this drama that you recommended is really good. It's so touching, so touching. This woman has worked so hard for so many years, it's finally worth it. I think it's not easy for this man either. The second female lead is so much prettier, and he's still so single-minded. This kind of man is worthy of a woman's trust. Lin Ruashi said softly. Guishuahua quickly agreed, and said, yeah, I thought that the man was going to resign himself to his fate. His mother is really too much, forcing him to marry another woman. Can this kind of relationship be forced? Hey, Shuahua, stop talking. Look, that vixen is here again. Mother Wang interrupted nervously. Guishuahua quickly shut her mouth, and stared at the TV, not moving an inch. So, the three women watched the crying Korean drama while discussing the characters and the plot, completely ignoring the fact that the only man in the family had already returned home and was standing by the sofa. Xianxia's heart was about to break into pieces. How could he live like this? His status in the past was not high, and he was only a coolie and bodyguard in the girls' dormitory. Now, he was a vacuum. Lin Ruashi glanced at Xianxia with a teasing look when she saw his sad and frustrated face. It was as if she was saying, look, even your mother can't be bothered with me when I'm doing something. How could Xianxia not know that all of this was Lin Ruashi's revenge plan for him rejecting her request? If it was a normal day, at this time only Guishuahua and Mother Wang would be watching TV at home, and Xianxia would be upstairs doing homework or staying at school. Lin Ruashi would be reading or working in the study almost every day, unless she was especially free. Otherwise, even if she wanted to watch TV, she would go back to her room and watch it alone. Why would she come downstairs to accompany him, and even cut fruits to bring up? Xianxia was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only sit in the chair behind him, waiting for the episode to finish. Finally, the episode of the Korean drama came to an end. Xianxia quickly got up and went to the sofa, and with a fawning face, he said to Guishuahua, Mom, how about I tell you something? Guishuahua finally had the time to pay attention to her son. While wiping her red eyes, she turned back and said, What's the matter? Without waiting for Xianxia to continue, Lin Ruashi suddenly picked up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and brought it to Guishuahua's mouth. She said with a little coquettishness, Mom, I cut so many fruits, but you haven't eaten yet. Come, Guishuahua suddenly had no time to care about Xianxia. Yes, it was rare for her daughter-in-law to be so obedient today. As soon as she arrived home, she helped with the housework. After dinner, she even recommended good TV dramas to the two of them, and was busy serving delicious food. She really couldn't let down her daughter-in-law's filial piety. So Guishuahua looked at Lin Ruashi with relief, and opened her mouth to eat the watermelon. Mother Wang said with a sour face, Miss, I fed you a lot when you were young. Why are you trying to please your mother-in-law now? Lin Ruashi immediately smiled sweetly. Her cold face suddenly bloomed with the beauty of a rose, and the whole living room was like a sea of flowers. How can that be? Mother Wang has been the best to me since I was young, Lin Ruashi said fawningly as she picked up another half of a strawberry and brought it to Mother Wang's mouth. She smiled and said, I know that Mother Wang likes strawberries, so I specially went to buy the freshest one today. It was just this afternoon from Plant City in Florida. The big strawberries were flown in, and they're very sweet. Mother Wang ate the juicy strawberry and was overjoyed. Why did you have to go through so much trouble? You even bought imported strawberries. Even if you're rich, you can't always be so extravagant. It's fine. I have to spend the money I earned anyway. Instead of letting it rot in the bank, I might as well use it to show filial piety to the elders. Lin Ruashi said obediently. Guishuahua smiled and gently stroked Lin Ruashi's hair. She said, Our Ruashi has become so sensible after coming back from Europe. Your words are as sweet as honey now. Lin Ruashi pouted and said affectionately, When I went to France this time, I realized that I was all alone. I wasn't used to not having you guys by my side. I thought that I should show filial piety to you guys. To me, you guys are more important than anything else. When these words were said, Guo and Mother Wang had the urge to burst into tears again. Such emotional words were common on TV, but how could they be heard in an ordinary person's home? Most women were emotional. No matter how old they would always be emotional. Lin Ruoxi wasn't done yet. She continued, Mom, Mother Wang, don't worry. I won't work day and night like this anymore. I'll show filial piety to you guys. I'll work hard to learn how to cook so that you guys can enjoy a good life in the future. Silly child, your Mother Wang and I aren't that old. You're in charge of such a big company and it's doing so well now. It's only right that you're busy, Guo said happily. Mother Wang also smiled and nodded. Lin Ruoxi looked at her gratefully. Then, she picked up the remote control and pressed on the TV. Mom, you can watch the next episode immediately. There are only a dozen episodes left in this TV series. After you finish watching it, I'll recommend you guys to watch another one. It's even better than this one, Lin Ruoxi said. Guo and Mother Wang perked up again. When they saw that the TV was indeed playing the next episode, their eyes widened. As for the fact that her son, Yangqing, wanted to ask her a question, Guo had already forgotten about it. Yangqing, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He couldn't say a word, especially when Lin Ruoxi threw him a smug look at the end with a mischievous sneer. Yangqing wanted to smash the TV. It seemed that there was no hope for him to talk to Guo about meeting Ma Guifeng tonight. In Guo's eyes, there were only Korean dramas and Korean dramas. She had no time to care about her poor son. Yangqing curled his lips and took a deep breath. He said, Mom, I'm going upstairs. You guys take your time to watch. After that, he turned around and went upstairs, not caring whether Guo heard him or not. Guo's brain was delayed for a while. Then she turned around and looked around. She found that Yangqing was not there. She asked doubtfully, didn't he say he had something to ask me? Where is he? Yangqing went upstairs. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Lin Ruoxi showed a worried expression and said, Mom, why don't you stay here and watch? I'll go upstairs to check on Yangqing. I'm afraid he's in trouble and that's why he's unhappy. Guo and Mother Wang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In the past, it was always Yangqing who pestered Lin Ruoxi, and Lin Ruoxi ignored him. Why did Lin Ruoxi take the initiative to care about her husband today? Guo was very pleased. Her daughter-in-law was finally sensible. She was filial to her elders and considerate to her husband. She said quickly, then go quickly. Come down and tell me if there's anything. Lin Ruoxi nodded obediently. Then, she specially taught the two elders how to use the digital TV before going upstairs. Guo and Mother Wang were touched again. Yangqing, who returned to his room, felt that his brain was a pile of paste. Everything he saw and heard downstairs had completely changed his impression of Lin Ruoxi. Yangchen had always felt that his wife was too cold. She didn't have the gentleness of a girl and she didn't know how to please elders. He was always worried that Lin Ruoxi would make Guo dislike her. But now, it seemed that these things were nothing in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Lin Ruoxi's behavior tonight was clearly a demonstration to him. If she wanted to be gentle, she would be gentle immediately. If she wanted to be considerate, she would be extremely considerate. If she wanted to be coquettish and pitiful, it was just a matter of time for her to make the elders like her. No one could reject her appearance, whether it was a man or a woman. Usually, Lin Ruoxi would deliberately freeze herself and not let anyone get close to her. Her family was not ordinary either. But now, after Lin Ruoxi took the initiative to peel off her outer shell and use her unique wisdom to please the elders, Guo was instantly captured. In this way, the elders would favor Lin Ruoxi, and they would be especially disgusted by the fact that he had another woman outside. He wanted Guo to meet Ma Guifeng, and he also had to negotiate with Mo Qianni to stay by his side. It was easier said than done. Not to mention this, if he was with another woman in the future, as long as Lin Ruoxi complained to Guo would definitely put pressure on him. It was not a matter of whether he cared or not, or whether he was afraid. Yangqing did not think that he was a god who could do whatever he wanted. Since he loved women, of course, he would love his family. If he fell out with his family because of a woman, everyone would be hurt. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Yangqing was still worrying about what to do next, someone knocked on the door. Yangqing thought it was Guo who came upstairs to ask him why he suddenly left. He walked to the door and opened it, but he was stunned. Why was it Lin Ruoxi? Lin Ruoxi, who was standing at the door, saw Yangqing's dazed expression and pouted innocently. In the past, Yangqing didn't even dare to dream of such a delicate expression. What? You don't seem to welcome me, Lin Ruoxi complained. Yangqing opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. His throat was so dry that he couldn't say a single word. Lin Ruoxi ignored him and actually walked around Yangqing and into Yangqing's room. Yangqing couldn't remember if Lin Ruoxi had entered his room before, but he was sure that she would never walk into his room so generously in the past. Lin Ruoxi looked around every corner as if she was thinking about something. Sometimes she frowned and thought, and sometimes she nodded. Finally, she walked to the back of Yangqing's bed, bent down and picked up the dirty clothes and underwear that Yangqing had casually thrown on the floor. She rolled her eyes at Yangqing and said, "Why did you throw your dirty clothes everywhere? The room will stink. I'll put them in the washing machine for you later." Yangqing's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Ruoxi, what's wrong with you today?" "Nothing's wrong, I'm fine." Lin Ruoxi smiled gently. "Why, can't a wife care about her husband's life?" Yangqing shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head again. He didn't know how to express it. "It's fine to care, but your concern makes my heart tremble." "Silly, you always said that I'm silly, look at how silly you are now," Lin Ruoxi pouted and asked, "Do you lack anything in this room? If you do, I can buy it for you, or I can accompany you to buy it." "No. I don't lack anything." Yangqing wiped his forehead, which was full of cold sweat. Lin Ruoxi frowned and said, "Actually, I don't think it's good for us to live separately." Yangqing hurriedly shouted, "Stop. Stop. I think it's good to sleep separately like this." Yangqing was about to cry. In the past, he had thought about lying on the same bed as Lin Ruoxi, but now, when he heard what Lin Ruoxi meant, his legs almost went soft and he fell to the ground. Lin Ruoxi's face was full of disappointment, and she said in a low voice, Do you hate me a lot? You despise me, right?" "Lin Ruoxi. Don't be like this. This isn't you, Lin Ruoxi." Yangqing couldn't help but shout, his facial features were almost distorted, "Can you stop torturing me like this? Let's just return to our normal state. Even if you speak coldly to me and don't even look me in the eye, I don't think much of it. With you like this, I feel that the end of the world has come early." Lin Ruoxi still had a miserable look on her face. "How can you say that to me? How am I abnormal? I just want to do my duty as a junior and be filial to your mother. Moreover, I'm your wife, so of course I have to care about you. We've been married for almost a year, how can I always let you sleep alone?" Yangqing rubbed his temples in pain. "There's only you and me here, stop pretending. You're doing all this just to force me to break off my relationship with other women. I've already made it clear to you during the day, I do love you, I love you very much. But I also love them, and they've also done a lot for me. I can't hurt every single one of them for you. If you can't accept me like this, you can tell me clearly that it doesn't matter even if I move out. If you want me to divorce you, I'll listen to you. Just don't torture me like this in front of me, okay?" "No." The sadness on Lin Ruoxi's face dissipated, revealing a smug sneer. "Why should the man I like, and the man who likes me, be given to a woman? Since I was young, as long as I want something, I've never lost to anyone, and I won't lose this time either. You want a divorce? There's no way. You saw it tonight, as long as I want to, Mom and Mother Wang will lean towards me. Even if Mom loves you, her son, the most, but in front of your son's fickleness and me, her daughter-in-law's filial piety, which side do you think a mother who's also a woman will lean towards? Actually, I don't need to say much, you know very well, don't you?" Yangqing was discouraged. He smiled bitterly and said, "Ruoxi, why do you have to do this? This isn't like you at all. You're wrong, this is the real me. I'm a woman who will do anything to achieve her goal, whether it's cold or hot, it's just a different method." Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly. In the past, when I was alone, of course I had to protect myself well, so that I wouldn't be bullied. Now that I have a protective umbrella like you, why do I have to be so tired of being a human? I only care about being my little woman. Compared to dealing with those old foxes in the business world, it's really too easy to deal with opponents and battle situations in the field of love. Don't you think so, my husband, or should I say, Lord Nether, King, Lord, Nether, King? Yangqing already knew that Lin Ruoshi should have a certain understanding of his identity. She even thought about it a long time ago, but she never said it. Now that he heard Lin Ruoshi call him Pluto so straightforwardly, Yangchen could only smile bitterly, but he wasn't surprised at all. After all, even before he went to France, Lin Ruoshi was very likely to know his identity. Indeed, in the past, the reason why Lin Ruoshi became so cold like an iceberg was largely because she was a young woman who stepped into the business world at a young age. It was a way to protect herself in a world full of open and secret strife. Moreover, Lin Ruoshi's family also made her suffer a lot, and it was difficult to open her heart and live a happy and optimistic life. But now it was different. After several escapes from death, Lin Ruoshi had a more understanding and new understanding of life. Now she found that she didn't need to worry about herself and the company like in the past. Of course, she didn't need to spend all her energy on work and make herself as difficult as a hedgehog to approach. Family and marriage, for a woman, must have a great meaning. Lin Ruoshi always understood it, but she never had the opportunity to face it directly. Fortunately, Yangqing gave her an opportunity to put down the burden and manage her own life, so Lin Ruoshi didn't hesitate to accept it. Seeing that Yangqing couldn't speak, Lin Ruoshi didn't wait for him to say anything. She carried a pile of laundry and walked to Yangqing's side. She whispered into Yangqing's ear, "Hubby. When you think it through, you can come to my room to find me at any time." The orchid that came out of her mouth made Yangqing's heart beat wildly. This woman actually called me hubby so casually. She really came as she pleased. She still wants to go to her room to find me. Does it mean? But then, his burning heart immediately cooled down. Lin Ruoshi said, "I think it through." The meaning of these words was nothing more than waiting for him to give up on other women. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it at all? Yangqing smiled bitterly. Lin Ruoshi said with a relaxed face, "There's no difference, I just want to make you feel bad." What? Yangqing thought he heard it wrong. Lin Ruoshi said matter-of-factly, "I want to stimulate you by putting delicious food in front of you, but I don't dare to open my mouth to eat it. I want you to feel bad. Once you feel bad, you will hold it in your heart. Once you feel bad, you will hold it in, and one day, you will explode. Once you feel bad, you will hold it in and one day, it will explode. If you vent your anger on me, then I will appear even more pitiful in front of the elders. At that time, not only Mom, but Grandpa and Yanjing will also help me. If you get angry at other women, that's even better. Once they get hurt, it will definitely cause a crack in your relationship. To me, it's all good and no harm. Maybe when the time comes, they will take the initiative to quit without me having to think about it." Yangqing felt a chill run down his spine, and he sighed, "Lin Ruoshi, do you know that you are really good at scheming?" "I know, I've never hidden it." Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule. "How about it, do you know what the most poisonous woman's heart is? It doesn't matter, unless you don't love me one day, you won't be able to beat me." Yangqing clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but he had nothing to say. Indeed, all of this was because he loved her, and she loved him. There was no right or wrong in this game. All that mattered was who could conquer the other party psychologically. Lin Ruoshi seemed to have thought of something again. Just as she walked out of the door, she turned around and smiled, "Oh right, my dear husband. My agreement with you is that I won't do anything with those other women for a year. So, after a year, if I do anything to those women, you can't blame me." Yangqing turned his head abruptly. He couldn't believe that Lin Ruoshi would directly threaten him. Lin Ruoshi pursed her lips and smiled, "Of course, as long as you break off your relationship with them within a year, I won't care too much about it. Besides, Qianni is still my good sister, I really can't bear to set any traps for her." "Do you have to go so far?" Yangqing asked in a low voice. Lin Ruashi's eyes turned cold. Since they want to be with a married man like you, then they should be prepared to bear the consequences. Yangqing was speechless. He had nothing to say. Once he thought about how Lin Ruashi wanted to play with other women, Yangqing felt that his days would go dark sooner or later. He was a dignified man, how could he be played by a woman to such an extent? He couldn't do it softly. Could it be that he couldn't use force? Just as Yangqing was about to harden his heart and teach Lin Ruashi a lesson, Lin Ruashi, who was at the door, seemed to have already seen through it. She tilted her head and said sweetly, "Do you think that if you use force to push me down, I can only listen to you obediently? If you really think that way, you can try. Anyway, it's not unacceptable for me to sleep with my legal husband. It's just that, if I get scared and resist, I might get hurt easily. And if I get hurt, it seems like I have more things to talk to my mother about. I wonder what Mom would think if she knew that her son actually used force on his wife." Yangqing staggered back 2 steps and sat down on the bed. His whole face collapsed. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Ruashi's mouth curved into a victorious smile. She waved at Yangqing and said, "Good night." Then she helped Yangqing close the door and left. That night, Yangqing couldn't sleep at all. He lay on the bed and tossed and turned. His mind was filled with the words and expressions of the changed Lin Ruashi. He suddenly missed the cold, shy, and talkative Lin Ruashi. Because that kind of Lin Ruashi, although she wasn't interesting, at least she made him feel sorry for her. Now, although he knew that she was still her, just with a different expression, but she made Yangqing's head hurt. He couldn't beat her, couldn't scold her, and was forced to make a decision. Yangqing had never felt so useless before. It turned out that being liked by a woman was such a painful thing. He could only take it one step at a time. Yangqing thought for a whole night but still couldn't find a solution. When the sun rose, Yangqing didn't feel tired. Sleeping was actually not essential to him. It was just a habit. Because it was the weekend, Yangqing went downstairs a little late. He found that in the dining room, only Mother Wang was cleaning the dishes, and no one else was there. He asked in confusion, "Mother Wang, why are they all finished eating?" Mother Wang was not as enthusiastic to Yangqing as before because of Anqing. She nodded and said, "They have eaten a long time ago. Last night, they said that they would go to the orphanage to see the children, and even Xianxia went." "Xianxia also went?" Yangqing's mouth twitched. Although it was normal for Xianxia to go back to the orphanage, it was the stage of the college entrance examination. She would never go back to the orphanage unless it was a very important time. After all, it would take half a day to go there. It was obvious that Lin Ruashi didn't want to let go of her little sister, Xianxia. She wanted to pull the whole family to her side, leaving Tang Chuan isolated and helpless. Thinking of this, Yangqing's appetite was reduced by half. After eating a few mouthfuls, he drove out. He didn't want to go to the orphanage, but to Ivy nursing home. Actually, when he returned to China, he had already planned to go to the nursing home to see how Jane's treatment of grandfather Tang was progressing. He also wanted to see if Tang Wan had run into any trouble. Also, he wanted to check on his brain. He had a headache the day he was in Europe, so he needed to ask Jane to check on him. However, as soon as he returned to China, things came one after another. So, Yangqing didn't immediately find time to go over. Taking advantage of the weekend, Yangqing decided to do everything that needed to be done. The traffic was a little heavy on the weekends. After nearly an hour's drive, Yangqing arrived at the nursing home. He greeted the security guard at the entrance and walked to the inner courtyard where grandfather Tang was. As soon as he stepped into the familiar courtyard, Yangqing was stunned by the scene that appeared in front of him. Under a tall jujube tree, there was a bluestone table with an old man and a young woman sitting at each end. The two of them were playing the black and white chess pieces of the Go game on the bluestone table. The woman was wearing a white coat and her amber hair was simply tied up with a rubber band, revealing a cold and elegant side profile. It was Jane. As for the old man, Tang Chuan didn't recognize him at first. His hair was white and he was wearing a loose navy blue robe. He was in high spirits and there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. It was actually the crazy and paralyzed grandfather Tang. Looking at this scene, Yangqing immediately understood that during the days he was away, Jane had miraculously cured Master Tang, who was on the brink of death. Xianxia, who had been protecting Jane, was wearing a black suit that looked like a white-collared office worker. This female ninja was becoming more and more like an ordinary city beauty. She stood at the end of the corridor and saw Xianxia. She nodded and greeted him respectfully, "Master." At this moment, Jane and Xianxia turned around. Jane winked playfully, "You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for almost 3 days. How could you come so late? If you didn't come, I would have gone to your house to look for you." Xianxia laughed awkwardly. Others might not know that he had returned early, but Jane definitely knew. After all, Catherine would contact her in Europe. He walked up to her and said, "I wanted to come and look for you after I was done with my work, but I didn't expect you to surprise me." "It's nothing. Don't you trust me? I'll definitely do what I promised you. I cured Grandpa Tang before you returned to the country." Jane wrinkled her nose and said playfully, "How are you going to thank me for helping you?" Xianxia shrugged, "That depends on when Tang Wan will thank me. I'll just give it to you." "Hey, why are you so insincere?" Although Jane knew that Xianxia was joking, she was still unhappy. Xianxia grinned and turned to look at Xianxia, who had been silent all this time. In fact, Xianxia had been looking at Xianxia since he entered the courtyard. Xianxia didn't look like he had when he was sick. The old man had a dignified expression on his face, but he was curious and kind towards Xianxia. "You're Xianxia?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia looked at his attire and smiled. "Don't tell me Master Tang thinks that I don't look like him?" "Nope." Xianxia shook his head. "How so?" Xianxia wasn't surprised that Xianxia would meet him for the first time. After all, he didn't know who was who back then. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. "You look too ordinary. It's as if you've always been like this. But that's exactly what makes you extraordinary. To be honest, I'm very interested in such a feeling for a young man of your age." Xianxia didn't respond to Xiaxia's question. He sighed in his heart. No wonder Tang Wan was so eager for this old man to recover. Although it was out of filial piety, Xianxia was able to point out Xiaxia's unique traits. This old man was much more solid than he looked. That morning, after comprehending some things, although he had undergone a qualitative change, what he displayed was insignificant and undetectable. If one didn't have a special understanding of oneself, it would be very difficult for one without great wisdom to discover it. According to Tang Wan, Tang Zhichen had retired from politics for many years, but he was the only one in the Tang family who could control the situation. He was indeed not an ordinary person. Jane was confused. "Xianxia, what did you say to Grandpa Tang? What do you mean by ordinary?" Xianxia smiled. Even if Jane's IQ was the highest in the world, there were still some mysterious things that this woman couldn't understand. "I'd like to congratulate Grandpa Tang on his recovery." "Are you going back to Beijing today?" Xianxia asked. Tang Zhichen smiled. "Since I've recovered, it doesn't make a difference whether I go back or not." Xianxia was speechless. Then he smiled knowingly and nodded. "That's right. Since the tigers in the mountains have regained their vigor, why would the jackals and wolves who caused trouble before still dare to jump around? But it's too humid here in Jiangnan. I'm not used to living here. If I wasn't waiting for you to come back to Zhonghai, I might have left today," Tang Zhichen said. Xianxia didn't refuse. He was indeed Tang Zhichen's benefactor. "I don't have many friends, but Tang Wan and I are good friends. I'll help her if I can." "Oh?" Tang Zhichen smiled. "Now that you mention it, I remember now. Are you really just friends with my granddaughter?" Jane's eyes widened when she heard the question. To her, Xianxia's private life was the gossip she was most interested in. Xianxia didn't know what to say. He had tried to push Tang Wan down before, and they were more than just friends. They even liked each other. But after Lin Ruashi's incident yesterday, Xianxia didn't dare to push Tang Wan into the muddy water again. After struggling for a while, Xianxia said embarrassedly, "At least for now, I haven't done anything that's too much." This answer was no different from telling Tang Zhichen that he might give his granddaughter to someone else in the future. Tang Zhichen didn't expect Xianxia to be so direct. He was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Then I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll do next. Xianxia was stunned. Is this old man trying to sell his granddaughter to me? Is he trying to thank me by giving me a granddaughter as a gift? After chatting for a while, a petite figure walked over. It was a girl with an oval face wearing a light yellow spring dress. She was Tang Wan's cousin, Tang Xian. Tang Xian was carrying a purple clay tea set. White steam was rising from the tea set. It should be freshly brewed tea. Seeing Tang Xian bringing the tea over, Xianxia, who had been standing in the corner silently, walked out and stopped Tang Xian. Miss Tang, let me bring it over. Tang Xian was annoyed. She shouted at old Master Tang, Grandpa, why is this woman so annoying? Why does she always stop me from bringing you things? Grandpa, you have to control her. Xian heir, just listen to her. This is all for Grandpa's safety. Grandpa knows that Xian heir has been wronged, but Xian heir has to understand your sister's efforts, Tang Zhichen said dotingly. Tang Xian pouted and mumbled, sister is too much. It's enough to guard against Don Huang. Why doesn't she let us get close? As she spoke, Tang Xian passed the tea set to Xianxia and asked her to bring it to the chessboard. When Tang Xian saw Xianxia in the courtyard, her face lit up. Mr. Yang, when did you come back? Thanks to you inviting Miss Yiling, Grandpa has recovered. Xianxia smiled and asked, where's your sister? Tang Xian looked at Xianxia playfully. She pursed her lips and said, Miss Yiling will be sad if you miss my sister so much. My sister is very busy with work. She usually comes to visit Grandpa after work. Xianxia nodded. He was a little disappointed. He hadn't seen Tang Wan for a long time. Her voluptuous figure appeared in his mind and he missed her. From this point of view, he was really a reckless womanizer. Even if he knew that the women around him now made him annoyed, facing a mature woman like Tang Wan who took the initiative to send herself to him, he still felt an itch. It said that only a pure heart and few desires can lead to success. My cultivation has been increasing continuously, but my 6 senses have never been peaceful. Could it be that I'm not profound enough? Tang Xian spoke with Tang Zhichen for a while before leaving to prepare lunch. Once again, the 4 of them were left in the courtyard. It was quiet. Xianxia was puzzled. It seems like a lot of things happened while I was away. I was wondering why there were so few people in the courtyard. So it's because they don't let us near. It can't be helped, Jane explained. The poison that Grandpa Tang was poisoned with is a poison that hasn't appeared in the world yet. In other words, the other party purposely concocted a hidden poison to poison Grandpa Tang. As the nature of the poison hasn't been confirmed, I can't be sure how it's spread. So, whether it's food or any other physical contact, we have to take special precautions. Not to mention Miss Tang Wan, even Miss Tang Wan herself didn't come into close contact with Grandpa Tang to avoid arousing suspicion. Xianxia frowned. You're saying, you can't determine its nature? This shocked Xianxia. Although Jane had detoxified the poison, she couldn't determine its nature. This meant that the person who invented the poison was definitely on par with Jane in terms of biological engineering. Because of this, Jane couldn't completely solve the problem of the poison in a short period of time. To be exact, I still need a few more days to do it, Jane said unhappily. Don't worry. Although the other party is strong, he's not strong enough that I can't do anything about it. Since I can detoxify the poison, of course, I can completely decipher everything related to the poison. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, you mean you want to stay in Xianxia? Why, can't I? Jane said with a wronged expression, are you in a hurry to let me leave after using me? Xianxia was embarrassed and quickly waved his hand, of course not, I'm afraid that you'll be retaliated by someone. After all, the culprit who poisoned Elder Tang hasn't been caught. It's definitely not safer for you to stay in Xianxia than in England. Don't worry, with Xianxia protecting me, I'll be fine, Jane said. Xianxia looked at Xianxia who was standing aside and said, then I can only trouble you to protect Jane. If you think it's too much time, you can call a few jonin over. Xianxia knew that the secret meeting in Europe this time was because Xianxia was in Xianxia. Only one jonin was sent as a representative. Although Yamada sect had lost a leader like Noriko Okawa, the forces in Japan and even the whole of Asia were intertwined, and there were bound to be a lot of big and small things. However, Xianxia immediately lowered her head in fear and said humbly, "It's my honor to be able to protect Miss Jane. Please don't say the word trouble, master." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If she had stayed by the old pervert Tokugawa's side for too long, her servility would have been cultivated to a terrifying extent. Treating her a little better would have made her feel uncomfortable and afraid instead. Such a woman was very suitable for some special programs, which would definitely be very exciting. However, in the past, he might have used Xianxia to play with, but now he wasn't in the mood. He couldn't even take care of his own woman, how could he have the time to play with such a big game? Xianxia didn't say anything else. He was going to let Jane check the condition of his brain, so he asked Xianxia to temporarily protect Xianxia while he went to the laboratory with Jane to do some tests. Seeing that Xianxia didn't intend to let her go back to Japan, Xianxia calmed down from her on-sheen and quickly agreed. Jane's face turned slightly pale when she heard that Xianxia wanted her to check his old problem. Although she knew that Xianxia had a big fight with the Vatican in Europe, she didn't know that Xianxia's illness had relapsed. Hearing this, she immediately rushed to the clinic in the sanatorium with Xianxia. Xianxia sat on a stool alone and looked at the chess game that was halfway through. He shook his head and sighed. He was old and experienced, but he didn't know what Xianxia's old problem was. After Jane came, the sanatorium that was already well equipped had many high-tech instruments added to the clinic. It was more than enough to check Xianxia's brain. As soon as she entered the clinic that was full of white high-precision electronic equipment, Jane, who was wearing a white coat, changed her expression. She no longer looked relaxed. Her beautiful face was as beautiful as a Western painting, and she was as serious as a teacher who was about to teach a student who had made a mistake. She pointed at a large detector and ordered Xianxia with bright eyes, "Take out all the metal objects on your body, including your belt, and then lie on it. Hurry up." Xianxia didn't dare to say anything. He knew that this woman was no different from an antique or a mad scientist once she entered the professional field. So, he obediently followed the instructions and took off all the metal objects on his body and lay down on the diagnosis and treatment equipment. Jane saw that Xianxia was ready and pressed a few buttons of different colors. After adjusting the equipment settings, she slowly sent Xianxia's body into the large cylindrical detector. As soon as Xianxia's body entered the detector, rows of colorful LED lights flashed around the detector, which looked quite sci-fi. Jane didn't look at the beautiful lights, but focused on the monitor on the side. On the 3 large LCD screens, there were all white words on a black background. All kinds of complex data were transmitted through the detector. The abbreviations of various medical and biological terms and the reaction data of various light waves and rays were constantly flashing and changing on the display. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely be confused and wouldn't know what these scribbles were. Even professional medical experts or biologists would find it difficult to immediately distinguish the connection between these data because this was a system designed by Jane herself. Jane's eyes stared straight, like the most advanced scanner. All the data passed through her eyes and entered the brain at the fastest speed for analysis. Gradually, as the data was fully displayed, the expression on Jane's face gradually changed from solemnity to surprise, doubt, and other emotions. There was even a bit of irrepressible joy. When Xianxia was slowly sent out of the detector, Jane immediately turned around and asked, "Xianxia, during your time in France, did you have any other reactions other than headaches?" Xianxia sat up, carefully recalled, and curled his lips, "Nothing special." "Is there a problem with the test results?" Jane lowered her head and pondered for a while before looking up and shaking her head with a smile. "It's not a problem, it's no problem." If the data is correct, the abnormal disease in your brain should have been cured." Jane's eyes were full of excitement, but the elegant temperament that she had developed since she was a child prevented her from showing too much excitement. Xianxia suddenly realized something and confirmed something. He said in a relaxed manner, "Since you said it's fine, then I don't have to doubt it anymore. Actually, I already had this hunch before I came here, but I still couldn't be at ease without confirming it through scientific means." "You mean you know some of the reasons?" Jane immediately figured out the other meaning of Xianxia's words. She asked with great interest, "Is it the magical Xiaxia's internal energy that you mentioned last time?" Xianxia scratched the back of his head. "I don't know if this counts as internal energy. I can only tell you that after I figured out some things, I felt like the tumor in my mind that I couldn't get rid of was disappearing. I don't know why exactly. Jane frowned. She naturally couldn't think about things that weren't data, so she didn't ask any more questions. Xianxia looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock, so he took the initiative and said, "You've worked hard here these days. I'll take you out for lunch today to reward you. Are you free? At least you have some conscience." Jane pursed her lips and smiled. She was very happy to see that Xianxia's illness had been cured for many years. Although it was inexplicably cured, she was still very happy. The two of them left the sanatorium. Old Master Xianxia was naturally handed over to Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't dissatisfied at all. She had already heard from the Jonan subordinate who was sent to the secret meeting that Xianxia had killed 2 six-winged angels in Europe. She only wanted to curry favor with Xianxia so that she and Yamada sect could last for a long time. She didn't have any thoughts of disobeying him. Because Jane rarely came to Xianxia, and when she was here, she was treating Old Master Tang in the sanatorium. Therefore, she was quite excited to come out for a stroll. She changed into a white dress, white high-heeled shoes, and a wide black belt. The refreshing attire made the heir to the Welsh royal family look like an ordinary foreign female tourist. However, this female tourist would definitely attract more attention on the street than an international movie star. Xianxia originally thought that a girl like Jane, who had lived a good life since childhood, would be interested in some ordinary street food or some specialty restaurants. Therefore, he drove the BMW around the streets and asked Jane what she liked to eat. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jane frowned slightly and pouted unhappily. "Xianxia, why are you only bringing me to small restaurants? Are you that stingy?" "Huh?" Xianxia was embarrassed. It seemed that this lady was different from the rich girl in his mind. He quickly explained, "I thought you weren't interested in high-end restaurants, so I brought you to see some specialty restaurants. It's true that I'm not interested in high-end restaurants, but I know that most of the food here is unhygienic. Also, I don't like to be stared at by people passing by on the street like I'm a protected animal. I came out to eat with you mainly because of you, not because I'm greedy for food." Jane complained, as if she was blaming Xianxia for not understanding her mind. "So that's why." Xianxia nodded shyly. Indeed, whenever the car window was rolled down, the people outside would stare at Jane nonstop. Who asked this Western chick to be so hot? It would be a waste if the peddlers and passers-by here didn't miss it. Since that was the case, Xianxia didn't delay any longer. He drove directly to a high-end dining area in the suburbs and found a high-priced steakhouse. After entering the restaurant, the head waiter brought the two of them to a two-seater table by the window on the second floor. Outside was a sparkling spring lake. It was April, the season when the grass was long and the orioles were flying. The scenery of the willows was elegant and refined. There weren't many people in the restaurant. The melodious violin concerto was mixed with the sound of conversations, which made people feel relaxed and happy. After ordering, Jane asked, "After you killed the 2 six-winged angels in Europe, did the remaining 2 holy bodies still exist?" Xianxia asked in confusion, "What do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to use the holy bodies as dissecting materials? Can't I?" Jane pouted and lowered her head to take a sip of juice, a little embarrassed. "It's very precious information. I've always wanted to know what's so special about the human body that can accommodate the angel's descent. I don't believe it's because those people don't have any dark side. It must be a physiological problem." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Although they were killed by me, they were the most glorious force of the Vatican. Even if they died, they wouldn't allow themselves to be used as experimental materials like lab rats." Jane smiled and said, "Aren't you here? With you here, who would dare to disagree?" Xianxia sighed helplessly. "You and your mother, who didn't grow up, are essentially no different. Both of you like to mess around. The people of Wales are really blind." "Humph, if you really think I'm the same as that woman, why did you only sleep with her and not touch me?" Jane asked straightforwardly. Xianxia was about to drink water and almost choked when he heard this. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Catherine and I are historical issues. If it was now, I wouldn't have that kind of relationship with her." But that woman called me proudly the day before yesterday and told me that she fought with you in bed for the whole morning, Jane said sourly. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Can't this mother and daughter talk about something else on a daily basis? He only said, you're different from your mother. You're still very young. There must be many outstanding men that you can like in the future. It's just because you've been thinking about the past that you can't get over me. I think it's more suitable for us to be friends. You know, I already have a lot of women around me now. It's really a headache. If I liked you 8 years ago because I was ignorant and immature about love when I was young, then if I like a man now, there won't be any extra elements to interfere with my judgment. I'm Jane, I look at problems calmly more than anyone else, Jane said seriously. Xianxia didn't say anything. He didn't know how to persuade Jane. This woman's persistence made him feel ashamed. All along, other than him saving her and Catherine's lives, it was almost always her who did things for him. Her achievements today were initially only because she wanted to cure his brain disease. Otherwise, Jane could just happily be a royal princess. She wouldn't have to wear a white coat, do all kinds of research that she didn't really care about, and teach such a group of students to work for her. Jane saw that Xianxia was silent and couldn't agree to her. She smiled bitterly and supported her chin with a pair of soft white hands. She said, sometimes. I even think that if I knew that I would spend so many years, or even my whole life in sadness, and loss because of you, I might as well let my short life end on that day. Don't say that. You've always been someone that I value very much. It's just that I'm already in a terrible mess because of my relationship. I really don't have the spare time to think about anything else. Xianxia's heart ached slightly. Jane's appearance surpassed the barriers of Eastern and Western aesthetics. It was enough to make countless men fall head over heels for her, but she spent most of her time waiting for him to disappear. How could he feel a little guilty towards her? The atmosphere between the two was a little depressing. It wasn't until the meal was served that it improved a little. Xianxia ordered a bottle of red wine. Although the red wine that could be provided here wasn't high enough for Jane, it was at least a decent meal. But just as the two were about to have a toast, from near the entrance of the corridor, a figure that attracted a lot of attention came up. Even Jane, who had always been calm, showed a trace of surprise when she saw the person. End of chapter 577. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.